running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the basement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me.
Tick-tock goes the clock as the group stages approach their stop. Some teams can sleep peacefully and prepare their minds for the week ahead, but for others, it is still a fight for their lives as they teeter on the edge of elimination. For others still, their fate rests behind enemy lines and all they can do is watch, because time is almost up and no one gets to reset the clock. This is VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It is the penultimate day of the group stages and all the playoff pieces are just about in place. Almost there, almost there. Who gets out of the danger zone today? Let's find out. This is the updraft. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is day 9 of the group stages of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines, the second to the last day of the group stages. Mika Fabs here leading the panel alongside my constants here, G10 and Fluffy. Penultimate day, my guys. How are you guys feeling? A little bit nervous, G10? A little bit nervous for SBE, are we?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I've always kind of admired SB and how they came into the Valorant scene kind of proudly swinging themselves around and letting everybody know that they're one of the best teams, that they're a force to be reckoned with, especially after winning our last stage. But now it does look like they are in serious danger of not even making it to the playoffs. There's quite a lot of rungs that they have to climb on this ladder, and many things must happen for them to be able to even stand a chance of getting out of the Deadly 2. But the rest of the squad isn't going to make it easy for them at all.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Southbuilt Esports, although their fate rests upon the matches today, they aren't even playing today, actually. So they kind of just have to close their eyes and hope everything pans out. Because as we saw from yesterday in our series highlights, it was a heartbreaking loss on their end, but we started out with Team Secret cementing their top spot, looking dominant as always. And I think the match against Action PH was the last big push for Team Secret. Fluffy, especially since Action PH, they brought it really close in both of these maps.
Yeah, they brought it pretty close, but at the end of it, Team Secret, just with that discipline and constant pressure that they push out, as well as how well they move together. They're like a SWAT team whenever they move and try to control things. We saw them play on-stat split on that breeze, especially where they have such a dominant hold over the middle there, even flexing not only their roles but their players. They brought in players like both Wits and Jeremy, subbing Dispenser out on that map. So it just goes to show that this is the type of team that is trying to constantly improve. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to do for today.
Yeah, and also I think a little teaser as to what else Team Secret has up their sleeves. But this was Alpha Esports Pro and RRQ, which on paper, G10, we really thought this was going to Alpha Esports Pro, but RRQ showed up big time.
Yeah, well, I think Alpha Esports, they really got a little bit too confident, maybe, thinking that, RRQ, they may be a little bit easier to take on, but really, RRQ, man, the aggression that they displayed and the map control that they showed on their attacker's side, and I think that was the key for RRQ, is that they didn't mince words. Whenever they were attacker's side, they went first, usually in the games, so they got 12 rounds on attacker. They really gave it to Alpha Esports Pro, and well, it really shows that the midfield of our teams is just too close to call at the moment, and SBE still, they had such a terrific display against Oasis yesterday, and as you can see here, but oh god, Papi Chulo, this is the biggest clutch, I think, of that series, with the classic, the right click, saving that round. But ultimately it was Oasis who brought home the win in that very, very, very tense series up to that incredible game 3.
Yeah, heartbreaking loss indeed. And as we mentioned earlier, Southbelt Esports, they are, they are in that danger zone, and their fate will rely heavily on the matches that we will see today. But before we jump into our matches, we want to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible. Just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $29.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
I actually just Googled bezel-less, and because I was just curious about it.
It has no bezels.
Yeah, it has no bezels. That does not help me at all.
It's so sexy. No, it looks really nice because there's no annoying fake bars, at the edges of your screen.
Today I learned. And you can also head on over to our other streams. Who knows? Maybe you might learn something on the Filipino broadcast. Very entertaining indeed. We have Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. While for the English broadcast, we have Twitch, YouTube, and Vera Esports. Yeah, it's still up on my tabs. Bezel-less. I would just see it on the spiels, and I was like, new word.
What is a bezel?
What is it?
It's fun to say, though. It's fun to
You're
say.
You're bezel-less, G10.
I have no bezels. I'm sorry.
Well, but yes, we have, of course, our format. We have a single round robin format for our group stages. It's been very interesting, to say the least, with the top 6 teams qualifying for the playoffs. These teams are competing for the lion's share of $30,000, the championship title, and of course being one step closer to representing the country and the Southeast Asia region in one of the biggest esports tournaments in the world. Hey Fluffy, have you ever been to Copenhagen?
No, but hopefully one day maybe.
Maybe we all go.
Let's all go.
Fingers crossed.
Maybe we all go. What?
Maybe we go
Why not?
anyway. It's just,
That's what I was thinking. Okay, I have to blame Tayrar for this because we suddenly got to talking before the show opened, and she basically ignited my wanderlust. So now I'm like, yeah.
Oh yeah,
okay,
let's go to Europe.
Maybe we go anyway. But checking out our standings, we are getting a sense now of more or less like how the bracket is going to be once we enter the playoffs. But there is, of course, still something to be decided, and that's who takes that seventh, or rather, who takes that sixth slot and avoids that seventh slot. Right over here, we saw yesterday how just one series, just one day can change everything. And interestingly enough, if Bren Esports, if they lose their match today, Jitan, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the seventh spot means it's still up for grabs and it's a competition between Bren and Southfield Esports.
Yes. So the thing is, with the standings right now, the only way that Southfield can convincingly get in the playoffs is if Bren fumble their next two games and Southfield wins their next game. That is mathematically, the only way that they're sure that they'll be safe from the elimination zone. But that's kind of like betting on a cat not to eat cat food 2 seconds after you poured it into their bowl. It's just very, very difficult to say that it's actually going to happen, because Bren, even though they have 3 losses, have been showing some, amazing strats, some really good gameplay all around, especially in the games that they did win. They looked really, really composed and solid. It's just that the matches that they've had so far have been incredibly tough.
I just want to say that's literally what happened before we went live. I put cat food into my cat's bowls and they gobbled it up right after. That's Bren Esports. Bren Esports is our cat today. I mean that in the highest compliment possible, of course. And checking out our match schedule, this is the final day, I believe, for RRQ and Oasis Gaming to play, and that's why you guys better stick around for that final match. Also because in the span of a few days, Fluffy, it's pretty amazing how RRQ managed to jump from like near elimination to the upper half of the bracket.
Yeah, I think there's a massive improvement in the second week compared to the first week for RRQ and Oasis Gaming also. Both of these teams have a stellar performance yesterday, with favorites going in for their opposing teams in their own game. So Oasis against SBE, people thought SBE would win, and for RRQ, AEP, who had a stellar trajectory going into this week, had a bit more favoritism in them. But unfortunately for those two teams, RRQ and Oasis both triumphed, and they're going to be our third map for today, our game.
Yep, it's going to be action-packed all the way to the end. Of course, we have Naos and Team Secret starting us off, followed by Action PH and Bren Esports. That match that Southfield Esports is going to be watching very, very closely indeed. And then we have the swan song for the group stages for RRQ and Oasis Gaming. G10, other than the given over here, are there any interesting player matchups that you think we should keep our eyes on? This is a little bit of a teaser into the head-to-head, I know.
Player matchups, you say?
Yeah.
Very interesting, because Naos, even though they are at the bottom of our standings at the moment with no wins, they still have some very, very cracked players, some really amazing mechanical performance. But I don't know whether or not Team Secret will be allowing them to kind of display it. So for me personally, I'm kind of looking at Kakarot, because he has been, he's been the, I think, guiding light here for Naos Esports. He's really been kind of the thing holding the team together, the glue that keeps them, in the game at certain points, because honestly, the rest of Naos, they just have not been able to perform to the same level as most of their competitors here. But I would say that they're still incredibly strong, just not maybe in this meta. But on the other side, I do think that my eyes are a little bit more on I think Wits this time around, if they do put him in, because that man has had some really great moments whenever they have subbed him in, and I do want to see Team Secret, kind of flexing their roster a little bit in the series.
Yep. Same here. More on that in just a few, because we are going to take a very quick break. But when we return, we have got Team Secret and Naos Esports coming right up. Don't go anywhere. VCTPH will be right back.
Chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, look.
this is Oscar Farin Jr., commonly known as Kakarot from Naos Esports. Nilulook forward ko sa stage 2 is yung makalaban lahat ng teams and mapatunayan sa kanila na malakas kaming team. Again, I will say this again, I think it's our bonding deep, like we get along together very well and that's the difference yes. Nilulook forward ko na makalaban is yung SB again and yung Team Secret. Kasi to be the best, you need to beat the best. And I think they are the best. SBE. Thank you sa pagsuporta and continue on cheering for us and we will not disappoint you. We promise. Yes. Again, this is Kakarot from Naos Esports. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Welcome back to VCT Stage 2 Challengers of Philippines. We have got our first series of the day. It is going to be Naos Esports and Team Secret. It is the team at the top of the standings versus the team at the bottom of the standings. So I know how this looks to everybody, but I think it is indeed a fair salute to the former Stage 1 front runners. And we did hear it from Kakarot himself as well. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. And that the team has been looking forward actually to this series. So I think it is I think it's a good salute, I guess. Of course, numerically, Naos Esports can no longer qualify for the playoffs, but they can still choose how they want to leave the group stages, so to say. So here is a closer look at the roster of Naos Esports. Naos Esports, this is all in your hands. They can choose how they want to do their, last two swan songs here at the VCT. They are at the bottom of the standings, but they still have to play this series and the next with their heads held high against none other than Team Secret. G10, it seems as though, Naos kind of like drew, I feel like the short straw for the single round robin, because on the last 2 days of the group stages, they get the top two teams. So looking back, how important is it? Like, should they have gotten that early momentum early on, and would it have been different coming into this?
I would say that Naos, they are kind of one of those momentum-heavy teams, but that usually lasts within like a day or within the span of a series. That's how they do use their momentum. But so far, it does beg the question, if they did get a win versus South Built, would they have been able to kind of rally behind that and have had a better performance for the rest of their time? I don't know if that may have been a solution, because right now it looks like Naos, even with all of the strats that they had and how good they looked in the last stage, it feels like it's not a them problem, it's everyone else being able to counter them and read them kind of problem, which I guess it would make it a Naos problem. It's just that the book that they've been using has kind of been read by everybody, and they're kind of tearing the pages away and throwing them right back at Naos, and Naos kind of have no answer at the moment. And Team Secret, they have been kind of the ones to be a little bit more creative, a little bit more free with their compositions and their strategies, since they are a little bit more less at risk. They're a little bit less at risk. They're basically secured in the upper bracket, and they have so much leeway to do basically anything they want, to try anything they want right here, while Naos, they have to find a way to try to counter that. Even with the book that they have to kind of stray away from that and go back to the roots of what made them so good as a team, and try to leverage that against Team Secret today.
I just kind of saw Kev's, and I was like, that's exactly how I feel right now. I saw him blink his eyes a little bit, then stifle a little bit of a yawn. I'm like, that's exactly how I feel right now. But of course, they will have to wash that sleepiness away, because they will be up against the champions themselves, Team Secret. Let's take a look at Team Secret's roster. If it wasn't clear as day that Team Secret would be making it to the playoffs, Team Secret are ready to cement that even further with this series. We heard from Dubstep yesterday about how the team's heads are kind of like already in the playoffs. Fluffy, I'm actually wondering, is this where we start to see Team Secret get a little bit more playful, a little bit more experimental?
I feel like, these are the champions of the past. And as Vash said the other day during one of the interviews, they are challengers today. So they are trying to constantly innovate. We've seen it in their lineup and their comp. So I think there's two big trains of thought or schools of thought. One, you could use this as an opportunity to use something that you've already done because, to be blunt, the game is inconsequential for your standing. Or the other side is you can use this as a way to test against one of the still top teams in the Philippines now, Esports, and try out a composition that you might think would pay it forward later on. Or I even think that there's like low-key a third school of thought, which is you can show things in this match knowing that your playoff spot is basically secured to confuse other teams that you might pull this kind of stuff in the playoffs and throw them off later on, like a very, very mind game thing.
Yeah, it could be because of course we see Team Secret as a team that is very unafraid to step out of their comfort zone, especially when it comes to games like this. I mean, we did see them bring out, for example, it remains to be the only team to have brought out the Yoru in Stage 2. Whether or not, it worked, that remains to be debatable, but it shows that they are not afraid to pull off something like that. Jumping into our head-to-head here, it is going to be a tall order, and I'm actually going to shift the focus over here to, I believe we have Kakarot on the side of Naos Esports, and he is going to go head-to-head with Dubstep, one of the best duelists in Southeast Asia, in the world right now. So G10, the spotlight heavily falls on Kakarot to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, in all of the games of Naos Esports so far, Kakarot has kind of been the linchpin that's been holding them together. We talked about how he's been very reliable for Naos Esports, even though Naos themselves have not had the the best of starts, the best of runs here. 0-5 right now, and competing against Dubstep, one of the, as you said, the best duelists we've seen in VCT, just kind of in general. The man is so incredibly talented. That is a tall order, especially and considering the fact that Kakarot is not a duelist and their duelist Blurred kind of is not performing at the moment. I do think that it's a pretty fair comparison for Kakarot and Dubstep to be going head-to-head, because Dubstep has been doing amazing things in the name of Team Secret, while Kakarot, he's trying to hold Naos Esports together, but the very big but here is that Naos Esports, they're still not down for the count. They may be 0-5, but really anything can happen here. They can pull out a flash of brilliance we haven't seen in a long time and finally make the undefeated Team Secret lead. I mean, I saw Team Secret yesterday. They already tweeted after their fifth victory. They were knocking on the door of Naos, with that Grim Reaper scythe, looking to kind of seal Naos Esports in the coffin, but I don't think that Naos is going to be going home without, a significant fight. So I do hope to see them make the Giants bleed a little bit, make them feel like they're not invincible.
I love how that meme makes the rounds every time there's a major tournament that comes around. It seems to be the constant for most teams, so it's always a lot of fun. I mean, there's how else can you better put it rather than the Grim Reaper knocking on your doors? And I also have to say, G10, you said big butt.
Oh,
yeah. I had to point it out. It made me laugh. I'm mature. I'm sorry.
I like them. I cannot lie. I don't think Fluffy can deny. Let's go.
Wow. Good morning, Fluffy.
Yes. I was also talking about the series more. I was going to add that I think that we talk a lot about the Team Secret perspective because for obvious reasons, like they're going to move on to playoffs. We're probably going to see them more throughout this tournament. But Naos Esports still has the role to play. And I feel like for this series, I just want to remind people that, one, Naos Esports still might not be able to affect the standing as much as they like to overall, but they can still make a lot of impact this game and cause a lot of ripple effects towards all the other teams. If they beat Team Secret today with whatever they bring out and they play their A game, then other teams have a reference point moving forward to know what weaknesses Team Secret has and has been exposed by Naos Esports. What did they do right, and what can they abuse in the game plan of Team Secret and those chinks in those armor to really find what works against that team. In addition, I also think that Naos Esports is a very innovative team. I know we say that the meta early on in stage 1, you know, they really brought into it. People like didn't know how to adjust into them, but now they're more figured out. But I would argue that they're trying a lot of things now, and even though their score doesn't reflect it, Naos Esports does have a lot of impact throughout the tournament. We saw even, I think their Haven game, they tried something the other day where they played a no duelist comp. They played 3 initiators and 1 smoke, 1 scent as chamber, like duelist less scent. And that is a comp that other teams like Oasis Gaming yesterday in their performance have adopted, removing their old, more basic stage 1 composition and adopting the Naos Esports style of play with a few changes with the Astra. So I feel like although on the leaderboard it's not that big of a shift that might happen, that this game is pretty important, because on the flip side, Team Secret also has that opportunity to express themselves. So like, I think anything could come out. You could see like a Phoenix, a Yoru, any small strategy that they might be able to try. Now is really the time to try it out.
Yeah, that is actually so important. As we jump into the map vetoes, it's exposing the chinks in the armor of Team Secret. So while this, you know, again, numerically, this might not have a bearing for Naos Esports. This is indeed, I agree with Fluffy, this is incredibly important as we jump into the playoffs. This is Naos Esports kind of like poking and seeing where other teams could possibly attack Team Secret. So G10, part of this is, of course, the maps that we're going to be seeing playing out here. It's gonna be a balance for Team Secret to show, do we show this? Do we not show this? Do we kind of like mess with them? But at the same time, it's like, you know, going into the brackets for the playoffs, Team Secret still have to maintain that standing.
Very true. I mean, it's not like Team Secret's just going to pick any random map. Of course, they're going to pick a map that gives them quite a bit of advantage, and that's going to be Haven. I mean, we've seen how clean of a Haven Team Secret has. It is, you know, very possible for them to get a 13-0. They've done it before in day 1, might do it again, but now they've only really won on one map so far, and that map is the one they picked, Icebox. This is the only one that they've really had a fantastic showing on. It's the only single map that they've won in stage 2, unfortunately. That is a very sad statistic. But with the Team Secret picking defense up on Icebox and having such an incredibly solid defensive half on Icebox, I wonder if Naos can even take this to a game 3.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 there. Interesting map bans and picks from both teams. I'm surprised that Naos Esports chose the ban out split, considering that this is one of the few times Team Secret has lost. Both times, I think, on that map in this whole competition. We have Team Secret picking Haven, a team that has been very strong historically, but now with their more updated plans and roster, I wonder how that's going to fare. Although, obviously, with the standings, with how far they are at the top, we cannot question that whatever they're doing is actually working.
And a Breeze as the decider map. It's gonna be interesting to see if we do indeed come, if we do indeed get to a map number 3. And I feel like, you know, like what you said earlier, Fluffy, about you know, Naos Esports kind of like still having the final say, that last laugh as we enter the playoffs, because this and Team Secret's match tomorrow as well is pretty much going to be how they look like to other teams going into the playoffs. And if they choose not to show that playoffs face, it's still something, because you know, push comes to shove in the playoffs, they might need to innovate, and it might expose, you know, certain rare cards that they have in their hand. Maybe something that might be planning. It could be possible that, you know, Naos Esports actually pushes them, or maybe even like if they have their hands, Naos Esports actually just decides to, like, you know, swat at them and all their cards fall apart. G10, I think this is gonna be, you know, this is gonna be actually Naos Esports, and in a way, like, you know, their last laugh, and at the same time their contribution to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if Naos does find a way to be best Team Secret here, no matter how long the series, I think that it's going to send a very strong message to the rest of the teams here, to the rest of our bracket, that Team Secret, as Fluffy said, they have certain weaknesses. These weaknesses have not been found by anyone yet, But after 5 games of playing absolutely insanely, of playing pretty much perfectly, Team Secret has to slip up sometime. They have to get a little bit careless at one point, and maybe Naos can exploit that. Maybe Naos can find that little chink in their armor that other teams could potentially exploit in the further games in the playoffs. And maybe Team Secret, they are looking so solid, but there could still exist that chink that Naos might be able to find. But that's a big if. It's because really Team Secret, they're so solid at the moment.
And speaking of Team Secret, I just really, it's part of what makes them so, I guess, beloved in the community as well. It's because they have reached, what the pinnacle, I guess, of this, of this esport title, and still they remain so humble. They, in their interview, they mentioned how they're actually honored to be challengers. And be considered challengers, and that means something, especially carrying yourself as a professional esports athlete. The fact that they can always reset and say that, for anybody that they come across in a series, that you are my equal. No matter how far I've gotten in this series, you are my equal, and I will meet you in this series at my very best, as I expect you to be. That is just so incredible. And I think that sends such a strong message to the standard that we hold esports athletes to be. And I think that speaks as well to the veterancy of Team Secret, and how these guys have had such a very experienced career. And for all of these matches they've had, some of them have had international experience before as well, and they carry this over. They carry the sportsmanship over. And Fluffy, coming from a pro player background, coming from a coaching background, I think that's so important, especially for esports, where if we can get a little bit carried away with the intensity of the game sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how you carry yourself in and out of the game, having that sportsmanship and the ability just to bounce back and have the stability in the mental, aside from in the game and outside the server, is a valuable thing that is very hard to quantify, but is equally as important to have in a team.
Yeah, speaking of things hard to quantify, we're actually going to see how much of Team Secret's armor can Naos Esports chip away. That is going to be the question as we head into our first series of the day, Team Secret and Naos Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Continue the perfect run or go for the perfect spoiler? It's time for us to find out if Team Secret can keep going the distance with 5-0 to the 6-0, or will Naos Esports finally get the one that they're looking for? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day here at VCTPH. My name's Dax here with Black and Blue, and this is quite an interesting matchup we got here. One team will be making it to the playoffs for sure. The other not going to be making it to the playoffs for sure. Let's not mince words. But at the same time, Naos Esports, they have nothing to lose right now. And what would the implications be if Naos can be the one to beat Team Secret?
And those are kind of, isn't that Dax kind of like the most dangerous thing that you can have when you have a team that doesn't have anything to lose? And so you basically have a team here either going to continue their perfect run or the opposing side going to continue, well, they're a very unfortunate one. And so at the end of this series, one team will be 1-5. The question is, will that one be a win or a loss? So we're going to be looking at here now these two teams, very stark contrast. Team Secret at the very top of the leaderboard, opposing side, not exactly the same fortune, not the same fate they have. Now, the only real chance, I believe, for Naos to kind of make it into the playoffs is if they win two.
No, I'm sorry, my
friend.
And
then everybody else loses?
No. So this is the problem for Naos Esports. The only other teams right now with 2 wins each are SBE and Bren Esports, and they already faced off against each other. So head-to-head wise,
they've lost those head-to-head.
They've lost already. So yeah, no, we're not here to mince words. But look, we're getting the Jet Reina from Wits and Dubstep for Team Secret. It's time to flex those muscles, Team Secret. Time to get the frags on out. In the meantime, though, Naos Esports going back to Delicious over to the Astra, but Kev bringing out the fade at a moment's notice.
Could be a bit of a Hail Mary, but now's the time to throw it, Dax. When you want to land that haymaker, everything goes. And I like the change here from Team Secret. You know, obviously there are very little stakes for Team Secret in this matchup specifically, and for them to, I guess, just, you know, try out having Wits on the Jet, which we did see last time around that they did play Haven, and Dubstep to be on the Reyna, which normally, especially during, you know, year one, it would be the inverse with Dubstep being on that Jet and Wits being on the Reyna. I like the switch up here, just giving them a new look, giving them new opportunities to play a bit differently, and they're both very proficient at those agents no matter what. So Haven here going to be quite a difficult map, I do believe, for Naos to really take over Team Secret. And Team Secret, they're looking back to form, back to that bootcamp buff Team Secret that we know they can play at. Well, Haven is going to be their opening ground, which we've always known for them to be such a proficient team at this.
Yeah, played together, slayed together. But the thing is, Team Secret haven't really gotten too many chances to play this Haven map ever since we saw that painful 13-0 versus Southfield Esports. It hasn't been in the map rotation that they've been able to bring out in the first place. But now, it's all about flexing those muscles. Time to see if this is truly a squad as mechanically adept to the tactics here. Comparisons aside though, Naos Esports, this is their comfort map too, that they have made those waves back in stage 1, but here comes the entry. Dispense though has already gone down. Delicious trying to finish off the competition with the shorty, and he also goes for the smoke into play. And Delicious! That's just too tasty for him. 2 for the price of 1 clip. And Frenzy to boot. Naos Esports getting a solid hold so far. Seaside though taken by Team Secret.
2v4 though, Bash. Too much damage done on him. That Frenzy, one of the best weapons you can honestly get here in the opening pistol round. Gives you a bit more credits to work with for your utility. And Naos, great opening start for them. Clean pistol, all things considered. 4-0, looking a bit dicey there for Delicious for a bit on that garage door, but hey, he comes out of it relatively unscathed.
Yeah, a little bit on Team Secret to challenge Delicious at his domain. He loves to play that shorty. He loves to play that double doors as much as possible. And just because of them running into his little sawed-off right there, it just pierces through and both of the duelists go down. This is interesting though for Naos and Team Secret, I have to say, because they didn't get to face off against each other in stage 1 because of being in different groups and all, plus of course the bracket in itself. But I think for Team Secret, if they really want to cement their position as best in the PH, they have to go 7-0. That's my humble opinion, because that means that they're able to beat everyone who were just looking at them the wrong way back in stage number 1. And for Team Secret, cementing that position coming into the playoffs, putting that target back on the back, that's pretty much the position that they're so accustomed to already in the PH scene. And they want to raise the standard even further. Guns are out though for TS, and Wits looking to lead the charge alongside Dubstep. Spencer though caught out here by Blast. Here we go with the dash on in. Wits though with the spray. Blurred right down, gonna go on down, and Team Secret cleaning up house nicely towards A side.
And getting that 7-0 would totally be, you know, kind of the biggest redemption that they can get, as you said, Dax. For them struggling to barely make it into the playoffs last year, then dropping out early. It really was kind of a lot of teams doubting what they can do and what they can continue to do. But you always knew that there was some Team Secret magic waiting in the wings here.
One enemy remaining.
Very low HP is going to be the death of Bash and Delicious. 1v1. Does have, okay, he switches over to the Spectre. I guess realizing that Borkum is very low, so that Spectre can be the difference maker in this situation. Taps a spike, forcing Borkum to have to peek in about a second or two from now. That he does. Oh, but the damage has been done. Delicious. He has to try and stick this Borkum. Oh no, he's playing the time so perfectly well. Doesn't even have to half defuse, and Borkum still gets the clutch. It's Borkum time, baby.
Outmaneuvered yet again by the wily Omen and Team Secret. They'll be able to take that one back. Now, Esports, they invested, in all honesty. They had that Phantom. But at the same time, this is Team Secret so quick towards that A site. And we were talking about how this redemption arc, well, it has had a lot of hit stops already. It's a world tour and a half. But yes, they make the Spectre buys work anyway. And from that point on, it was just a take waiting to happen. Really good outplay though by Borkum in the end. Just playing that time where you can see where veteran experience really helps Team Secret in quite a pinch. And speaking of pinches, Team Secret has been in these pinch scenarios for most of the group stage. We've seen 4 overtimes that they have played already as Dispenser sprays and gets revenge onto Blast there. But you notice that this time we're getting the TS that are able to eke out those wins anyway. It's always been this case for PHC where the other teams try to get close, Team Secret's able to stay a step or two ahead and has been the run so far in the group stage, has been the run so far in this round. Delicious, the only one left yet again, but TS tried and tested going for A.
As I said, I really like them having wits on this jet. It allows them to basically be that human recon dart, human boombot to go on in, then dubstep to clean up on house, which you know is always such a potent gun. So have him as like kind of like your main rifler instead here on dubstep to be on that Reyna. He's a really nice choice, especially in this match.
He's Team Secret. They have amazing dance moves. I really feel like if ever Team Secret that retires from Valorant, Wits and Borkum should start making a dance group. Basically,
yeah, they should have a duo.
Yeah, they should have a duo minimum, and then I think the Spencer can be their third as soon as he gets a little bit more practice. I saw his fancy moves back in the cafeteria, but now Jesse Bash, Guardian gameplay. He's one of the few players who really loves this Guardian, and he just scares off Delicious. Delicious, you have 5 HP, just die. Just go. Just fight. Oh, he's waiting by the window though. Come on, if Jesse Bash won't bounce this. Oh, Spencer will find that one. And Team Secrets make it pretty convincing. 2-1 scoreline even after losing the pistol. But now it's time to see what they can really do here with the Fade, because I'm very interested on how Kevs is going to make this work. He's one of the best Sovas on Haven when he plays it. But Fade's just a little bit different, and we haven't seen as much from the Shadows really as we expect using this kind of composition.
I have to say, it was a bit comical seeing Delicious get stuck into that animation from a third-person perspective, just as comical as that cafeteria party you referenced for many reasons.
I had quite a big bottle to chase people with, but now Borkum wins! The chase is on, the chase is over! They're going towards that C side. Here, Black and Blue wins already with the blade, but Blurred even sharper with the shots. And at the very least now is able to fight the back. Blurred coming in yet again, crystal clear that he has gotten the frags here. Prowler getting the impact as well. Spike's not planted yet, but now is already going for the retake by this point. The Spencer though, with the find on the Kebs, Team Secret getting control towards the link, and this launch position so dangerous. Stops him with the takedown. There we go with the peek though, and then Spencer is able to use the distraction. The D&D connection comes in clutch it again, and TS now up by 2.
And what a good roll that was there for Team Secret. Dubstep using his mobility and his small invincibility, his iframes basically, if you want to call it that way. For that distraction, as you did say, perfect ping though off of the haunt. Lots of really oppressive haunt placements and lineup we've been seeing here on Haven, maybe courtesy of one very astute content creator in...
Everyone watched that video, man. So guys, if you don't know, Fluffy has an amazing video right now up on the YouTubes, and it has like over 100,000 views. So shout out to Fluffy, by the way, which is funny because
average
Fluffy, average god. And you know what's funny, because we saw a bunch of those lineups yesterday when Oasis Gaming was playing. I wonder why them specifically. But beyond that though, there is so much you can really do with the Fade. You can see how oppressive it can be to slow things down too. But I think for Team Secret, they noticed that Naos Esports jumped that gun a little too early on, and from that point on, they took control of Link, and it was really just a pinch waiting to happen by Team Secret.
Those type of pinches, man. If
you
have thick skin, they're gonna be what? What? What did I just hear?
Nothing.
It's a bit early in the morning, Dex.
Yeah.
Haven't gone even past lunch.
Well,
yeah,
come on. It's how we wake up, man. And well, Team Secret, they're absolutely wide awake. Naos Esports gonna have the shares on the other side, but I like the fact that at least right now the suppress, that's gonna be value here for Naos. Try to stop Team Secret and perhaps any forward momentum. A little bit of slow play, but Delicious yet again, as per his habits, over to the double doors, and Spencer already keeping an eye on it for TS. The biggest thing that they have to recall right now is how exactly Naos Esports plays this map. And if they don't adjust accordingly, that's when Naos will start winning out these rounds here.
Yeah, they really can't let themselves slip. Now, even though Naos might be, well, really struggling, to say the very least, to put it in a nice way, this tournament, they're still very formidable. And we've seen them win maps, just not individual series at the end of things. So, Team Secret, complacency here is really their biggest enemy. But we know that they're not going to let that happen. There were kind of showings of that during, year one where they felt like struggle on some of these teams, maybe shouldn't, but then when it comes to APAC, yada. But that's not going to be true here anymore. Wits very, very tagged up because of that fragment. Borkum getting the spray through on that jet here on Blur. Dispenser finds a second follow-up. Peek around could have been a bit better for Naos. I mean, almost getting the kill, but unfortunately it doesn't go that way. If they can find a pick or two here, especially in the low Wits and Dispenser, be a decent equal round, all things considered. But Dubstep fronting this. That was his first mistake. Delicious finding that kill. They do have a hunt as well to gain them information. Single bullet in the bag of Delicious here in his revolver, which is going to get that kill on the blast. Last two alive. This is a done round.
Yeah, sharp shots here from Delicious, but even sharper execution from Team Secret. Kev's also finding Wits though, who was quite low on the HP, but TS are making this quite a conundrum for Naos to solve. 4-1 right now. And I kind of want to talk about how Wits, now on this jet, just looks so much more, not just acclimated, but really activated for Team Secret. You feel me? Like in stage number 1, in all honesty, he had one of the best performances, best consistent performances for the team who was struggling. And now that they're all together, they have really seen the value of Wits playing sometimes that main duelist role even. And it just helps out Team Secret because this is a gun that they cannot afford to not shoot, basically. This is a man who is on an absolute mission. And all that struggles be down from last stage. TS right now looking pretty crisp and clean. Operator though, on the side of Blur, he's watching to the middle. Maybe a catch onto Dispenser might help out Naos Esports in this pinch. Problem is though, TS going in for A side yet again. Kakarot, the only one defending from the high ground. We'll see if that null command can get value if TS decide to commit here.
I don't know if this is because of the new character model, but does Omen have nails? No.
Does Omen have nails?
Like when you pulled out
Did he
his
get a
hands
manicure?
to do
He
the
went to the
smoke,
salon?
it seemed like it.
Man, I haven't played Omen in quite a while. I've been spamming Brimstone, honestly, in the ladder, so I can't remember. But I think he's had nails.
Has he?
Has he? Maybe
I've
he
been
just
playing
forgot
him since day one, but like
maybe he
I
just
never
forgot to
noticed
bring
it.
a nail cutter on, you know?
It's like
Sometimes you need a trim.
they're like painted black. I think, I don't know,
Pretty
or
itchy,
maybe it's
man.
part of his gloves. But hey, here comes a denial on the plant. Doesn't actually connect. Had some general idea where that plant was going down. It was, I mean, smart of him to think that it would be there in the god spot, but planting a bit wider here. Team Secret allows him to get it down safely. Lockdown place. Sewers is where they were trying to gang on up, but now they have to find a different avenue to put this. No, they have the Hunter Spirit to deny it from really even being a problem, but the Cosmic Divide would propose a very different situation here towards Team Secret's retake.
Yeah, Team Secret gonna stay on site. Blast over the find. On to start things off. Dubstep though, ready to rock and roll! And he gets one, he gets two. This miss is gone away with invisibility. And the Empress looking to go online for more, but Kakarot will shut him down instead. Holding down to Borkum and Bash, but Borkum from up above! So below! Blur has to look on up. Time is running out here for Naos Esports. And Bash, he will fight Blur, but Blur able to get those takedowns and unable to get away with the operator. In the end, Naos will scrap, but they will still lose out there to Team Secret.
Cosmic Divide there. You know, I see it many times on over, kind of hamper the team that even wants to retake. Why? Because then they don't have the info, the hard info, to flush out whichever players are playing towards long. They use it to their advantage, and it makes them a bit more wary to push towards short and long because of that same idea, because there is a Cosmic Divide in front of him. It does, at the very least, allow him to seize a bit more control of the site itself. But to what avail can that really happen if the post planters here with the utility are still alive? Players like Jesse Vath. So great round here from Team Secret, looking a bit dicey for a second there, but now they dump so much utility that, oh my goodness, Kakarot just deletes Borkum.
Yeah, that's a great one. Control, out, delete, hit that task manager on, and the task of the EXP board around at the very least. Dubstep though, spraying towards the tower, and Wits now looking to capitalize on the space. Jesse Bash finding it there, and here we go, Dispenser! One-man army in the back line. Interesting updraft there from enemy remaining. And Dubstep hits the head of Kevs too. So this is just Team Secret overrunning Naos Esports right now. Just great experience as a team to play together. Great experience to find the new ones to get those pinches in an instant jiffy. And with Dispenser right now really popping off in this tournament, it has become the best Team Secret that you can ever have, because back then, last stage, with the struggles of both Dispenser and really Borkum, the backline was having trouble to watch the flanks, to really set things up. But this is completely different. When you have more from Borkum, more from Dispenser, you can just leave the backline, leave the flank to them, and you can see it here for Team Secret. Very secure executes just because of that.
They're looking really crisp, not just in terms of their chemistry, but just, their mechanics right now. Like, landing all the shots that they should, but in very quick, decisive, swift fashion. You see Wits. As you say, Dax, when he's activated, his team looks deadlier than ever. We've seen him really be one of those few hopeful players during Stage 1 when they were struggling, and every time he would be slotted into the rotation, and give them a fighting chance every single time. And Team Secret realizing that he does have that mainstay power here into the roster. Stage 2, though, looking a lot better for them. And as you said, Dax, activating and really getting a player going early on in the game, especially a player like Wits, is so important. It's like a bit of a steak, right? You can put salt, you can put pepper, but you need that small bit of maybe some butter just to make it going. Dispenser gets an opening kill.
That was good there from Dispenser. You made him hungry for a meal, but Team Secret hungry to get some more rounds. Blasto holding down the hell. Blurred now able to capitalize on the angles, and this is why we've said about him, make that operator count and give him that freaking gun. Blurred though with the find onto Jesse Fast. Everything left out, the Borkum Delicious is there. But Blurred, it's been crystal clear here for Naos Esports that he has been one of the bright spots for their strategies, and now they will get around again. 2-6, and I've been looking at the stats of Naos Esports for quite a while here, Black and Blue. And in all honesty, Blurred has been able to perform a bit higher to the standard than the rest of Naos. There are a few games, yes, that Kakarot is able to top frag, but I think Blurred right now is a bit more consistent here for the team, especially when he was given that operator duty. And you can see it here, give him the space, give him the angles, and he will not disappoint. Bright spot right now in the, well, pretty dim vision of Naos Esports to stay the least, but 2 rounds now, they might be able to get a few more by this point, but Wit will challenge and bring out the option zone.
All right. Attacking operator here from Wits, trying to get that counter snipe going, but Blurred still wins that bout. He'll retrieve as well his blades in the round. Prowler out for information, gathers quite a bit, knows there's at least 2 here, confirming one is a Sova. Confirms the second is Arena, and they now go for the site, continuing on. Backside though, controlled here by Kakarot. He's able to find his way on in, and he finds a dubstep. And Blast gets Jesse back as well. This is crumbling now here for Team Secret. Everything going in the way of Naos Esports, and they're slowly crawling themselves back. Diffuse stuck on here. Nano Swarm to keep him off of it for the meantime, but what can he really do? Has to run all the way around his only real chance, taking the long route. Yeah, this is a defuse. This round is done. Naos take a third. Good shutdown on that B push of Secret.
And this is where it becomes a problem for Team Secret. You run a composition that is Jet Reyna. You're relying on those frags and your speed to get the job done. But what if you get stalled? What if you get hit by the utilities of Naos Esports? They have so many ways to really slow down the pace of the game. You have that series from the Fade, the Nightfall, right? You have the flashes and the suppresses from the KO. And let's not forget which controller Naos has right now. It's the Astra. So there's a lot of potential value to try and cut off Team Secret. And Naos Esports, are they finally able to find that value after these few rounds? Seems like it's going to be that case as of yet. Blurred though now with the operator, but still, Team Secret, a nice know-how to go for the Cloudburst, give them a little bit of that vision blocking to let them transfer closer to a long. Blurred though in a do-or-die situation here. Wits right in front of him, and Blurred absolutely caught napping in that scenario. Check those eyes because Team Secret are right in front of you. Kev's up with the fight off the one. Kakarot able to play the angle too. Borkum though swinging on in, finds the takedown off the Kakarot eventually, but the fragment does the damage. Kev's doing the same thing. Dispenser now, the only one left here. TS. Insert the coin, make Dispenser needing a fizzy drink along the way. The shots do come, the spike is retrieved, and Dispenser will back out wisely to fight somewhere else.
Yeah, 1v5, difficult situation to be in, so rotate is the key. Team Secret
coming back,
holding on to the site. No real reason to move as of yet. All they have to do is wait for that spike to go down, and then they know they can move. Really the smart idea in this case. So, plan shall go down to see site. Dispenser There's an opportunity to clutch this one on out, Phantom in hand. But, explain the spot. I don't like the spot, Dax. It's a committed position. You have no way of having any outplay maneuverability after you've given your position away here.
You get spammed, you die. You get peeked, you might die. You get jiggle peek, they know you're there, you're gonna get wall bang and you die. And Dispenser, we've been talking about do or die scenarios. He's able to avoid the gravity well though. They might line up for him. Now it's coming on closer and closer. Now the swarm is there. And Dispenser, someone turn around! Someone turn around! Delicious gonna go down. Dispenser able to outplay the competition. An ROG clutch! It's all in, baby, for Dispenser! And he comes in cleanly for TS!
What a misplay there from Naos, but what a IQ. Huge moment for Dispenser. We were even talking about that, how this is such a dangerous spot, but that's like an all or nothing spot, right? Either you get checked, you die, or you get a kill and you die. But in that case, they just don't check him. They threw utility there, yes, towards the backside, and that did kind of give them a false sense of security. They threw the nano swarms, they threw the gravity well as well, but a bit too deep for them to really get any much value with it. And Dispenser, man, the least expected position there for him to play was the most obvious one, and he makes it and gets the job done.
Nico, we painted the very grim picture, but apparently this is the nice timeline for Team Secret, the optimal timeline. But now, this timeline blurring back to something a little bit on the Naos' favor, as Blurred will make the snipe happen onto Vash, and that's something TS had to be careful of. This is really Naos looking to capitalize on those longer angles as much as possible. And if they don't go for those Cloudburst plays, then it's dangerous. But what's even worse is you peek into Mr. Dubstep ready again. And the Lear now being primed, they are ready to go for this site with Dubstep's the true connection between the two. And they have now an angle to play offensive. High ground hoping taking the camera, but even better. Blurred again. Just finding the correct line to draw on this map. Spike left behind that tower A site. But I've seen this before from Team Secret. And look where's Borkum. It's time to be the real LPC Terrapadala because he gets that spike and puts it towards C site.
Spike planted. Great TP here from the shadows into the light of that C site. Allows now the Dubstep to try and lurk here towards his B site, but oh, he has to step on this. And now that the alarm bot has gone off, they know that there should be one on the flank. Have to try and hide here. Borkum only spot he could really hide in that case. Lockdown's going to give them so much value in the round here. Should be Naos' round, and that it is. Only a single player going on down, relatively clean, all things considered. And Naos, you're keeping this game close, Stacks. If they bring us 7-5, it's very winnable for Naos in the second half.
Look, I'm just gonna say there's no way that's gonna work twice. As soon as they did it against Bren, everyone will expect it now. They see Borkum with from the shadows. Yeah, no. They're gonna find a way to get that. They're gonna find a way to retrieve it. And great counterplay also. Kakarot coming in with null command. Blurred, of course, with some stellar snipes here there. Now, Esports keeping the fight contentious. And this is exactly what we want here from Naos. They are a squad who haven't won the series yet, but they're never a squad who are completely out of this fight. It's been quite a tough road with experimentation, with trying to play that usual playbook and seeing that everyone else has understood it. But this is a very intriguing scenario for Naos Esports right now. Everything to gain, nothing to lose. And almost everyone suppressed there and spotted by Kakarot. Fragment now being primed. Does get tagged through the smoke there to dissipate. Half a second a little too late there to prevent that complete vision. But lockdown now being initiated. Team Secret trying to buy real estate here in prime territory. And as they go towards that A site, now Esports might be ready to check out from heaven. It does seem like TS will be able to get to the site anyway.
Yeah, that fragment would have been perfect to try and destroy that lockdown, but the fact that he used it so early, oh my goodness, Kakarot trying to go in deep, but he does get found. Delicious getting a trade here. They both go either way, but a 3v2 stands in TS's favor. They do bring it down to Blast, a single player alive off the Hunter's Fury, and Jesse Vash in the backline, keeping them safe from a distance with the Guardian and with the Hunter's Fury as well. 8-4. Good half here from Team Secret, especially on that attacking side. But now there's defense. We know they can lock things down. Can they bring it home here versus Naos?
Can't even bother PH Esports like that. He gets the time to whip out the Hunter's Fury. Even better, he gets the time and the space to play against Blast. And from back to front and front to back, Jesse Vash has your back. Look at how many assists he has here for the team. Signature Sova pick for Vash. Looking very comfortable, even though he doesn't need to get the frag department since Dubstep Wits and really Dispenser Borkum actually the ones leading that charge. So halftime there. Bit of a break for Naos. We see some bright spots really when we get blurred, getting those snipes at the start, when we have some stellar holds there from the rest of the Naos utility. But you can really see that for Team Secret, they have decided to start this game immediately with the 6th gear and the Nitro boost at the same time. And Naos Esports, their engine is chugging a little bit right now, and it hasn't been the same kind of velocity that Naos Esports is able to handle when they could have put up the roadblocks along the way anyway.
Man, those hurdles, those checkpoints that have been set up have been a big problem here for Team Secret on some of the rounds, but it's mostly been one that they've had to pass for. And they get to 8-4, yes. Now it's look best when they're able to get that early contact off of a play, like maybe send Blurred up into an aggressive angle with his op, but that's not going to be such a really a viable opportunity this time around on the attacking side. They're going to have to find another way to really get themselves going. And Blurred, he's having himself a good game. Dispenser as well on the opposing side here in Team Secret. The pistol round matters so much more here for Naos to win than it does for Team Secret, really. They lose his pistol, this could be map number 1 sealed and done in. So a lot of the round here riding on, rather a lot in the half riding on this round specifically. It seems like Naos want to go for that early contact here towards the outside of garage. They do have an alarm bot set up there just to try and give them information if ever they do go heavy-handed into it, and now swarm beside that. So it's their only real piece of utility to play off of, but the triple stack from Team Secret here on C might be such a good read.
And well, for Team Secret, they actually play the aggressive delicious. Does he know that this is coming? Only with the classic now in hand, trying to play into the back line. But it's dangerous for the Astra. And a chance, the Wits has to turn right first and foremost. But into the corner, Delicious will fight back and finally gets the trade. Borkum though with this Banter, getting the frags that they need. Blasto looking to go for the siege. 4 HP and a dream. But look who's waiting on the other side. His name is Jesse Vash into the corner. And now Esports, they feel fear. They feel that they are stuck. And Blast, oh no, my friend. You have been kind, you have been generous, but you are dead to the knife in the back. Team Secrets win the pistol.
Painful, painful way to lose a round there, especially the opening pistol of that second half. 4-9. Man, oh man. I'm a firm believer that the Frenzy really is the best pistol you can buy up on the pistol round right now. Imagine if Dubstep had a Frenzy in that round when he was peaking Delicious, probably would have won it. Wouldn't have, gone down there. And that extra 50 credits it gives you over, a Ghost is just enough for some agents to get that one piece of utility that they could need. So, painful way, as I said, to lose around their Naos, but they have to continue on, fight strong. Could opt to maybe have gone for a forest buy, but they didn't really get enough kills to justify that. Although they don't have enough rounds to really give here, so make this one expensive and come back hard on the 15th round.
I feel like it's a little dangerous also because you can see here with the Sheriff buys, right? It's not as much money as you'd like here for likes of Kevs or likes of Blast. But I had the time there to give a eulogy to our good friend Blast there. I saw Jesse Bash creeping closer. I was like, yeah, that's a knife in the back. And well, Naos Esports, they've been quite a fun bunch to hang out with, but at the same time, right now, it's not so fun in games here. It struggles for Naos Esports. It gets even harder with Team Secrets. Ready with the gun advantage and ready with the angles anyways. Time ticking. And now Esports look to play perhaps a siege towards the garage. Dubstep though is ready, willing, and able. But this is dangerous, Dubby, because Blast is right there into the corner. He gets one though. Blast makes that trade as we said. Dispenser now finding one more turret, saying hello to Blast. And Dispenser wants to be the proper reception. You can't be a nice host without greeting your guest, but Blast! He is no guest here. He is a home invader. Finding another tap. The D&Ds go down, and Borkum finding Blast at least for revenge. Secret. Jesse fast right now. Battle in hand. Paranoia Prime. Gonna get used. Foot has to back one way, but that's exactly what Borkum wanted. In his sight lines, the Omen would manipulate, and the Omen will isolate to give TS the 10-4 scoreline.
Good job there by Blast to, get a few kills, get a few picks on Team Secret. Surprised Dubstep even got a kill there in the first place. I thought he was about to be shut down before even really being able to, fully swing wide, but hey, it works out in the end. 4-10. Crucial round for Naos to shut down here. This bonus can't go unchecked. Have to take this, otherwise this is done. We're going to map number 2. Operator out for Wits already here in the defensive side. They mean business, Dax. Although, the Sheriff, Spectres, and the Frenzies. All the rest of the team has got to work with the Vash, Jesse Vash. The only player with a real rifle here.
What was that? His name is Vash. Jesse Vash. Shaken, not stirred.
Yeah.
Lined up.
He deserves the double title.
I mean, he is the secret agent of PH Esports, but secret agent Blast also. Well, counterintelligence there. Finding the kill on the dubs to start things off. Blast doing a good job this half, actually. Shutting down the aggressive angle that the TS are trying to take. And I feel like for Naos Esports, the first step is to get that pick, but the second step is a strong execute towards one of the sites with utility, just to keep a handle on things. Wits, though, don't beat that! Akarots! And Wits finally able to bring out the surprise operator and gets the marker onto one. Wits is not done! He just transfers to the other side! He just decided, oh, he's going to the left now! Oh, dash on the wave, though. I thought he was going to go for more even crisscross by one player. Dispenser now in the back line, having to move away. Now, though, that's perfectly played there by Blast. Borkum, though, winning out against Blurred there. Delicious finding Borkum in response. 2v3 situation, though. It's still Team Secret with the numbers advantage. And can Wits get in position yet again? Mr. Wits, he's planting. Blast, Delicious. Now towards C side for the waiting game for Team Secret to make the angles work here, Black and Blue.
Blocking vision.
Waiting here, Dax. Oh, look at this angle being held by Blast and Delicious. It can be very difficult for Dispenser to just hop on out and away. Jesse Vash crawling up towards C-Long. Plant on kind of the wider default spot. And Spencer could actually get a cheeky kill here, but he does do good damage, which is more than enough. Blasto, quick kill on the Jesse Vash, and that should secure the round. Wits too difficult to retake with an operator. A round that they could give up anyways, and they made it expensive. So, all things considered, good bonus from Team Secret. They saved the operator for the next bout for round 16. And that should be more than enough for them to potentially close off this half later on. Now, so, round they desperately needed, they get.
Yeah, a little costly for Naos, but you can see here Blast really stepping on up. And I've always made a case for this guy that he needed that improvement last year, and he got it as soon as he joined that Naos roster. Stage number 1, stepping up really to be an aggressive killjoy. This time, though, going back to a little bit of the potential roots of the agent, play that anti-lurk basically. Watch out for that flank as much as possible. It's impressive to see here for Naos Esports finding opportunity thanks to the killjoy there. So some bright spots yet again here for Naos Esports. Their wings have been clipped, but not torn apart as of yet. Dubstep, though, ready right now to just make these wings absolutely flutter on the way. Team Secret now with the takedown yet again. Borkum with the 2. Delicious right there on the other side. Snipe, though, doesn't get connection. The ghost is all you need. And TS make quick work as soon as they get the guns in their hand.
Yeah, that was just complete decimation on Naos. Nothing that they really could have done in that case. Team Secret just knew when to put their foot down. They went for that aggressive mid push here, and the play perfectly countering the read here on towards Naos. They knew what to do. That was done. Man, what a hand to be dealt here when you're going, you know, up against Team Secret in this case. I mean, tournament life isn't even on the line anymore because they're already dead in the waters, but they're just trying to make something out of it, get that small experience, get that small confidence boost before eventually bowing out Team Secret. Not even letting them get into that case. Witz's operator is going to be such a huge problem for them right now here, but no, they go for their beach site. Nano Swarm actually finding the opening kill here, so Dispenser using his utility to the perfect event that it could be. That's with a great trade. Jesse Vash only good for 1 as Blast gets that trade once again. Now also really keeping these type of rounds at least, you know, kind of challengeable, right? But yeah, they just can't close it out, Dax.
Yeah, Kev's fine shots. A little ambitious there from Vash, but in the end doesn't matter because Team Secret, they lose the one who's pushing 2 forward. They will all decide to push forward. And this is it. Map point now for Team Secret. The overrun has been absolutely clear. Now Esports are trying to build up their brand yet again. Can they make the comeback happen? It's crazy to think though that, you know, there's no real escape there for Blur. Try to find anywhere to put that spike down. Spencer covering the whole locale of that B-side. A little more to the left. That could have been the dead spots, but doesn't matter. He was already dead. Team Secrets. See if they can just get the job done here. Operator. The hands of Wit still. So it's a short angle. Fires a warning shot, scaring off Naos right now. And look at how Team Secret have stationed. They have dubstep over at platform. You have Borkum and the all-in cubby angle. They're waiting for Naos to go towards that C site just to slay them.
That trap is going to be just, once again, killer to ever walk into it idly by. Wits holding the garage here. They do have utility to try and flush this out. Delicious. Great pick on a dubstep. Kind of getting antsy on that angle, and he gives himself away. Have some idea that Borkum could be pushed up close, I think. You can see Delicious being wary of any aggressive plays. So try and double dip. They're looking to go on split that C site, but Wits gets the opening pick to get the trade at the very least. Not a direct one, but the trade nonetheless. To equalize things up 4-4. They have lockdown as well to use in the Hunter's Fury to make things a huge problem here. Well, command not to be played in this round, but Blast has got the lockdown of his own. Borkum, oh, he's found the proper timing. Gets the plant denier, but does not find Delicious after the fact.
Turning on around. Cases of trigger discipline, but even better on the trigger. Jesse Vash getting 2 there. All left now to Blast in this scenario. Time is running out for Naos Esports. Time is now to find the clutch in you, Blast. Left. Nano Swarm to get in the way. Jesse Vash is waiting by the spike. And it's an open secret, man. The Team Secret is the talk of the town. And another map win to play the wraparound. 30-5 Team Secret. Father Time is their friend in this map. And, well, Team Secret will face off against any foe and still get that victory. Haven is theirs.
Yeah, their experience triumphs in the end. And Team Secret looking like the team that we expected for them to come back into here. This is not looking good for Naos. I mean, they know they're feeling it. They're trying these experimental comps, you know, just basically kind of snowball comps is what they're kind of using here. And even in that aspect, they make it fully work. Jesse Vash isn't even in his jersey, and he's usually the guy in it. So you know that they're just chilling right now.
I like Witz's white jersey. It looks really nice on him.
I don't even think that's a jersey. I just think that's like
the
merch.
Shirt, right? Yeah, the merch. It looks really good on him. But hey, Team Secrets, they look really good there in that first map. Haven is their domain by this point, and you can see it there. No matter composition, no matter the position, it's Team Secrets just able to get the ignition there time after time. Not only that though, Naos Esports, we saw some bright spots here and there. Blast popping off in that second half. You have their Blurred getting some momentum with the operator, and those are usually the things that Naos Esports loves to build on. But it feels like for Team Secret, they just didn't let Naos play the game the way that Naos could have, the way where Naos could have set the pace with the utilities, because as soon as Team Secret pressed that go button, it was still a red light for Naos Esports on expecting the expected quick push by TS.
I mean, everything that they did seemingly went unexpected, seemingly went unchecked, aside from that maybe one push towards the pistol round here on the opening where they went on that garage stack, and Team Secret, well, basically fell into the trap. But yeah, just one-way show all the way around here for Team Secret. Attacking, defending half, doesn't really matter. You know what else looks good on Wits? That Jet. Time and time on again, they've been finding success when they have him on Jet, on Haven. We talked about, I mean, you touched upon, you know, where they were able to get that 13-0, and then now 13-5. So just really proficient to have him in that dubstep. Had himself an okay game. Not the best, but he did what he had to do, and that's all you really have to. I mean, you can't really frag out when you end the game in, what, like 18 rounds? So Team Secret just, I mean, we expected this win for them, and we expect them to really kind of clean this up too. I think let's not beat around the bush here, but if Naos can put up a good fight, especially if they can take a map off of Team Secret, I think it's going to be a good way for them to bow down.
Naos Esports has a good map pool right now, in all honesty. The fact that they got rid of Split, which is basically one of their worst maps in recent history, is already a good sign. Icebox actually not as clean for Team Secret compared to Naos, who have a very stellar defense on it. So there is hope for the Naos brand right now, but really, just Team Secret, going back to why they were considered that top 1 team in the first place, going back to that absolute standard. And if you are not prepared specifically for Team Secret, you will not be prepared for the game that you face off against them for sure. And it's just so different when you play against Team Secret. The pressure is on. Every single moment needs to be absolutely calculated, because that's exactly what TS are gonna do in the first place. Even when they're going hog wild with the push, even when they have the time to go for the backstab with knives, even when they just decide to play double duelist and call it a day. Everything is precise for Team Secret, especially when they're all together in one location. And you can see the difference between Stage 1 and Stage 2 oh so clear for TS.
Sorry, my P muted. As I was saying, it's been very difficult for them to take a map off of Team Secret right now. The only map that we have seen Team Secret lose in this entire group stage has been split. That happened twice, one versus Southfield, one versus RRQ. And so I'm not too sure how really the odds are going to be here for Naos in this matchup, especially looking, at what we got. We don't have split here. We got Icebox and Breeze on next. And if we ever get to that third map, then good on them. But we're going to really have to see if they can prove it here on Icebox when we come back from the break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Now it's the time for a comeback. Well, that's what the faithful are looking forward to. If Naos Esports can get that reverse sweep, because Team Secrets, they have that one map lead. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH first series of what what day is it today? Today is the second to the last day.
Saturday.
It's Saturday, man. Second to the last day of the group stage. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. And it's crazy to think that we started all this off last week with everyone all reset 0-0 standings. Now it's pretty clear cut who can make it to the playoffs, who can't, and who is right there in the middle. But this scenario and this matchup, you got one team all the way at the very top, one team all the way at the very bottom. And I still believe in Naos Esports. If they can make that spoiler happen, that would be crazy to think that Team Secret gets smudged just because of the team all the way at the bottom.
And wouldn't it be so fitting? Because they're just, the team that doesn't have anything to lose. Team Secret, it's a Saturday, good day for a party for them. They're going to probably win this one in a blowout, but tomorrow, almost like a funeral here for Naos, because there's no chances for them. 0-5 standing for Naos, but 5-0 for Team Secret. And so it's as I said, whoever wins this gets that one, either a loss or a win. We're gonna have to find out if that happens here though on Icebox, because I do think that this is probably gonna be a 2-0 series. But if Naos can extend this into that third map, Breeze, I will say there's a chance, because historically Team Secret have faltered to quote-unquote lesser teams on Breeze specifically, and it hasn't been looking like their best map in general. And we have seen Naos really perform, at least last stage, on Breeze specifically, especially when they have Z in that roster and gets to pop off as a Reina as he does. Just haven't been finding the same fortune here, Daxton. So for Naos, take one map, and honestly, they're good.
Look, I'm gonna give you an objection real quick. I think Team Secret's best map right now is Breeze. Not gonna lie.
Is it? Statistically?
Yeah, statistically. So this year, especially this stage, they haven't lost it at all. 4-0. From
Objection.
the qualifiers, objection. There you go. What hasn't been their best map? You've been watching the same trial I have, haven't you? But you know what hasn't been their best map recently? It's actually our next map, Icebox. All throughout the two stages, they have a negative win rate on it, around 2 out of 5. And in recent history, they have had that matchup against RRQ where they lost it in the open qualifiers. That big news where RRQ put Team Secret to the lower bracket, and they almost were beaten by Oasis Gaming. Luckily, they won it in OT and double OT, actually. So there is some mortality to the Team Secret formula right now on a map like Icebox. And on the other side, if you want to believe in hope really for Naos Esports, I think they have one of the best defenses overall in the PH scene on Icebox. The only problem is that whole sign was absolutely exposed by Oasis Gaming in their last outing. So I think right now, Naos Esports, they need to rethink it again what their plan is, what worked way back when, because whatever they brought out against Oasis, they were just overrun. They couldn't get a single round there in that defensive half. So one more adjustment perhaps for Naos Esports that can make all the difference in the world here versus Team Secret.
Well, you have to consider, Dax, that a lot of the statistics for Team Secret are kind of soured on Icebox, because a lot of their matches that he did play were during Stage 1 where they just really were struggling in general. And the flip side here of Naos, where Stage 1 Icebox was one of their better maps, consistent wins on that, but recently kind of faltering. The last time we saw them play on Icebox, it also was against Oasis, and they lost very heftily 6-13, and they lost against Southfield as well in the final round of regulation. And for Team Secret, they played Oasis, as we said, winning that one like 3 overtimes, and so rather 2. But the fade to come out here from Kakarot is something totally unexpected, I think, from Naos' side. If I look at their stats and how they've been playing here on Icebox, we have never really seen them play the fade here specifically.
And the interesting part, too, to add on, is they're not going to go for the stage this time. They go back with Blast towards that signature Killjoy, blurred over to that Jet PP. No more chamber this time. And it's only single controller for Naos Esports compared to the double controller that they tried against Oasis Gaming. So a little bit, yet again, of finding a bit more of that comfort and someone here to play the fade along the way. Team Secret, though, I do believe that this is more of a blast from the past composition right now that we're seeing. If my eyes didn't deceive me, was that Wits on the chamber? Did you see that correctly there? Because I was looking at Naos for quite a while. But once we get into the game, Team Secret, we saw this way back when in Stage 1, it is Wits on that chamber. And what's really intriguing about this is he was the only one popping off back then. He was the only one finding the angle. So Team Secret right now, maybe the best way to erase that past is to beat the past in their own game. And Icebox, really the perfect map to try and defeat Naos Esports right now and cement that Stage 1 Team Secrets is a memory left forgotten. Whew. Interesting series though, I have to say. And there you go, that's the confirmation I'm looking for. We have Wits, yes, on the chamber. This puts Dispenser back on Sage duty, which is completely inverse from how it was last time about versus Oasis Gaming. So really, a few role swaps here and there, a few changes back to what was originally the case. And let's see what Team Secret can do on the defense. Now it's Esports on the attack, and let's get into the second map.
Opening recon here from Team Secret, looking to go on the offensive here. On the defense of theirs, Kakarot has a lot to work with. He has that Prowler to try and fend him off if they get too close, and he should utilize that because that's what's going to happen, man. You have utility, use it. You buy it for a reason. Dubstep, opening pick. That just really sinks a big hole in Naos. So get that fade off early makes their post line a lot less potent.
Yeah, overrun there, a little bit of spoiler real quick, but at the same time, Team Secret now having to contend with the beat take of Naos Esports. Delicious playing by the yellow. Look at Naos right now, even taking snowman control. Problem is though, Team Secret, they're going through green instead. Like Beatrice just right now. Naos Esports trying to play a bit of that range. And Blast, does he get clear sight lines? Apparently Delicious with the one. Nice scan two to help him out, but Dubstep able to jiggle all around. Need that strafing motion to get that kill. Time to running out. Aldron is coming their way. Wits though with a find on the Blast. Remaining. Here comes Dubstep, but Wits instead is there for the frags. Team Secret, they will get the defuse and they will give the gun of Wits a polish there after those headhunter shots.
Great opening pistol round. I like the fact that they went for that aggressive A-main play here from Team Secret on the defense. Really setting the pace from the get-go, not letting Naos get any momentum to get themselves back into the series. And I also like the fact that Dubstep forces up a rifle here, the Vandal. It's always a good idea. Old monikers to have that superior firepower. Keep one rifle on these anti-ecos. Really does help secure these rounds, which we know can be thrown for a loop if ever the opposing side does start feeling hot. So no chamber on Naos' side, as we talked about. Something nowadays not super common. Sure. It does kind of fall a lot into favor in these type of maps, but opting to go for that Killjoy. I'm really confused, honestly, what the intent of this composition is, but there's no confusion about that. Now the Kevs gets a opening kill.
I mean, for me, it's just comfort right now. Comfort plus fade, basically. Kakarot, the ultimate flex of Naos Esports. He can do whatever he wants with whatever agent. And Blast going back to that Killjoy is just, you know, it has been his bread and butter for quite a while, and he performed well in that last map. Give him a chance now to try and do it again here with the Killjoy. But the problem is, we're talking about how the chamber is so important right now. This is still the 2 trademark paths, so Team Secret can get more coverage here. Dispenser though with the one. Wits holding the line, but Kakarot with the overrun instead. Now Esports though trying to go for the plant, and the wall from Dispenser! How could you do this to him? He was just working as hard as he could to put that spike down. Absolute disrespect there, courtesy of Team Secret, who will win out the second round.
I have rarely seen someone actually do that, and much less in a pro game like this. He uses a wall to deny the plant? Oh my goodness, Dispenser. Big brain playing. Good heads up from him. Utilizing, that's literally using every piece of utility that you've got to its fullest extended. Just throws now out here for a loop for the firepower advantage as well. Just help him secure those type of rounds. So, the end. Now 0-2 down here, but the guns should heavily favor them. Quite difficult to make these the bonus rounds work on the large map like Icebox sometimes.
Well, those were coordinated by Team Secret, and even better for Wits! The heist of the century, courtesy of the fast and furious Wits there. Now at the Ethers, but Delicious flying Dubstep mid-retreat. That was crazy because it was a good intel basically from Bash. It was a wall to go for the stall, and as that happens, Jesse Bass was in position towards Snowman, so Team Secret really building this Lego set together as much as possible. These guys know what partitions to do, know how to enable one another. Now it's Esports. Well, they're enabled by the guns, and they want to go towards that B site. That's the difference right now. Having that Sage and not having it. Wits, though. Ready again. Headhunter bullets still ready for 4 more. Looking for the shot. Another one! Efficiency. Die name is Wits. This guy is just getting a bang for your pop. But the bangs come from Kakarot. Right and left. He gets the takedowns. And now it's Esports now. Having advantage. Borkum, the only one left in this scenario. And now it's Esports looking for that round win. They see Borkum go for the scratch, but Kakarot from above will just be able to bury him 6 feet under. 2-1 now. Now it's Esports with the third round. But Wit's still scary, finding shots out of nowhere.
Yeah, dangerous situation there, but Kakarot able to bail them out, getting those 2 picks on the back of the site to really regain control of the round. But now Team Secret, they've got weapons, and if that's what happens when they're on the mirror eco with a Headhunter, a Soul Vandal, what more could be in this one now that Dubstep's got an operator round 4 up? Very curious thing to be pulling out, but it'd also be what just completely demoralizes Naos if they get picked here.
We'll see if Naos Esports can keep up a bit of that momentum. They still have to be careful though from getting picked apart one by one. And now that objective gets even harder here, Black and Blue, because Dubstep has the operator. So pick potential is truly Team Secret way from map like Icebox. Viper Spit also to scare them off. B site now being rotated here by Team Secret. And I'm just intrigued really how now the Esports are slow walking just like this. And Team Secret are going to be able to get away with another quick kill. So that's what the chamber's all about, really. Find the frag, get the hell out of there. TS in the snap of a finger, getting the advantage.
Huge kill from Wits, and a lot about playing Icebox. Dipping in and out. Kitchen here being controlled though by Delicious. Opening pick. He does get that trade on the Wits eventually. Dubstep
down B.
Frag for Delicious to be found. That gives him no more concealment to use. As he said, solo controller, so it's all the smokes that they got.
Found them.
Trade does also happen on Kakarot. It gives them at least still some utility to work with. They have these nanoswarms from the post plant, and so is those shock darts. Kev's great find to catch Borkum off of the flank. Here comes the Hunter's Fury though, coming from Kev's a bit premature. Could maybe save it for the post plant, but they still have those shock darts, and as I said, the nanoswarms as well. Church will make contact. Jesse Vash has been found. They have to assume yellow is we're going to be stacking here right now. Vash goes down. Soul Dispenser follow on suit. Blast opening 2 kills, and Naos, rather closing 2 kills, and Naos securing those 2 rounds that they really need to force Secret on an eco stage.
Yeah, this is pretty intriguing. Naos Esports with the slow walks there, trying to be sneaky. Team Secrets, a lot of map control. But the big win by Delicious towards Wits opened things up heavily for Naos Esports to get control by the middle. And then you have Kev's also reliable enough for Naos Esports to get that round back. So 2-2 right now. And even if Wits is able to get these kind of takedowns, it doesn't actually mean that Team Secret will win that round. They still need to capitalize on the advantage to prevent perhaps Naos Esports from getting any bit closer. Blades though ready for Dubstep. Team Secret gambling with the advantage just to give B that ultimate ready. And this is Kakarot on the high ground right now. Now it's Esports trying to find the angles, but they don't see each other. Borkum gets the turnaround on the one, but Kakarot turns himself around. A quick little 180 there to save his own skin. It's 4v4 though. And Team Secret yet again finding a pick off despite the disparity in the guns. Now ready again to come together and move towards that A site.
They have that Marshall to work with, but a bunch of pistols and a Blade Storm is all else. Viper's Pit here could be used for the post plant, but that's going to make it a very expensive eco round, rather anti-eco. Hunt turned away. Word. First person to make contact here. That maze to be walled off now cuts off the avenues of attack that he could otherwise use. Dispenser does get them 1 kill before going down. That's huge for them to get. Dubstep getting the trade here on the Kakarot immediately. 3 versus 2 on the back of the site. Dubstep will he get even more? No, Kevs and Delicious will shut them on down. It's up to it. Headhunter is all he's got to work with, and he does find that head he so desperately wanted. Can retrieve a rifle. Back sight his. Oh, sees a Marshal here. Sees an actual sheriff this time. He's like, nah, I've got mine. I've got something better. Shock Dart's not online here for Kevs. Recon will be online in 5 seconds, though. Vandal, found, retrieved by Wits, does have that rendezvous. This Recon is going to be enough to force him off of the angle at the very least. Oh, he does. Kevs has some notion he could be here on the back of the green box, but Wits gets it anyways, and the clutch will come on in. Wits, so consistent in those situations, and he gets him the lead with the eco round. ROG clutch by the Wits master himself.
Just so smart from Wits. He's absolutely witty in these scenarios, and I was about to say, you know, Headhunter's all he needs. Good thing for him to pick up that Vandal even. But the problem for Kevs, he backs on away, doesn't have the utilities anyway, and it seemed like Naos was trying to psych out Wits, but as soon as he felt like, okay, that's just a Recon Dart, I can actually get this half defuse. From that point on, situation awareness aside, it's Wits covering the right angle at the right time, and giving the win to TS. And isn't that the thing about Team Secrets? When these scenarios, someone can play it clutch for the squad, just so smart between the whole roster, and which is just absolutely no exception. Actually, honestly, he should be the example in those scenarios. Lockdown now, getting it used though by Naos Esports. You have a lot of ultimates to work with, and Blurred moving forward to get rid of Borkum. Good use of the Prowler to blockade that vision too. And Naos Esports now setting up properly. They have the numbers, they have the utilities, and they have the spike planted here, Black and Blue.
Spencer, his feet could be found, and that's exactly what he was. Delicious. Finding him, hey, no shoes here on the carpet. Sends him out. Holding on to the back of the site. Vash does have a recon to try and get information with, so huge kill to find Kakarot. But still, somehow Vash flicks over, and he drops the Viper Spin because of that. They line up for Blast, though. Gets a kill on Jesse Vash. Not the one on the dubstep, but he doesn't need to. They have that 1v3. Dubstep can still go for this, but I think he's merely looking for exit frags. Not the best economic state here for Team Secret, and that's a round conceded by Naos. But you see already how much better that attack looked because they went in with the Prowler instead of sending the Prowler in first and then following suit after. You had Blurred clearing the left side, and on the east side, Prowler on Kakarot doing all of the work to flush out Borkum in the generator. That's where, the fade is so deadly. Play those committed angles. You better be ready to deal with that Prowler coming towards you.
Yeah, it's a good notice by Naos Esports. Even better with Delicious there shooting the feet, as you mentioned. And while Team Secret had a bit of a chance, it's a lot more sturdy here, courtesy of Naos Esports. You can see that as soon as they get that Prowler committed, like you mentioned, then that will be enough for them to get that push. And it's great to see Naos Esports just not discouraged whatsoever. Despite everything that's happened to them, despite getting outplayed there by Wits in the round prior to that, they still felt like they could do better with the advantage. They could do better with the execution. In case in point, they go for commitment there with the ultimates too, just to get that space. And that was granted really by Delicious, able to set up the Viper Spit without too much fire going back his way during the initial inception of the ultimate. So Naos Esports tying things up. Team Secrets with a bit of a timeout, feeling that, okay, Wits is fragging out, guys. But what can we do after that? What comes next, really, for Team Secret after that initial kill? Because we've seen for these rounds that Team Secret are just unable to capitalize, and it's even better and a better sign, really, for Naos Esports that they're coming into some of these rounds with a disadvantage in the numbers, and they still make the execute work anyway.
A good sign for Naos Esports at the very least right now. Slightly bit closer than their opening Haven was, although it really wasn't the opening half of Haven that was a problem, more so the second half of it. The closing out part really did propose a big problem and a big struggle for them. Headhunter once again for Wits, and he especially has a tour de force to utilize, so they have more than enough here, Team Secret, to win this round, even though they do not have the firepower advantage necessarily for every player. Here comes that Nightfall, gonna keep him at bay, gonna keep him in check. Has to clear this corner, but still Dispenser with a Spectre gets the kill on Blurred.
Dispenser, no fear whatsoever. Didn't care about that Nightfall coming his way. And at the same time, Wits retreating there, giving a bit of, well, false insecurity there to Naos Esports just because of that. The 4-10 hold working out here for the side of Team Secret. And yet again now, the re-engage is upon us. Wits don't keep peekaboo from the window in itself. And Wits is not done. Finding two there. Dispenser now down on the ground. We have a big advantage here for Team Secret. Naos Esports, they're absolutely slowed to a crawl, but the cheeky plays again from Team Secret. The angles, they're unexpected by Naos Esports. And now is the time for Team Secret to wrap this one up as neatly as possible. Can Delicious and Blast, clutch players in their own rights, find a way to get those frags? Look one up though. I do believe we heard the rendezvous. Getting back that teleporter there. But Wits right now, ready with a third kill. Dispense down below. Thirds of the round. Delicious tries to fight. But it's a full circle around him. And Team Secret will get the round and get the lead.
What a round here for Team Secret to win, and Wits coming in big. As I said, those Spectre is more than enough for Team Secret to win. The Dispenser, the Spectre, as we might call it. The Spectre. Yes.
The Spectre?
The Spectre gadget.
I was okay with the Spectre part already. I think we ever had like those signature series for players, like in other games. You just give the Spectre. And then the Jesse Guardian or something. I don't know. I don't know how to fit that name in, but you know what these guys love to play. And, well, Team Secret, they're loving right now what they did in that last round. The rifles are already, except for Borkum, who's still sticking around on the Spectre. Okay. And light armor. Okay, that's interesting. Doesn't want to really rebuy right now in this economic states. Times are hard, man. You have to save money. Times are hard.
Oh, smart idea actually to top this. It might actually make him think that, oh, they're playing the one-way smoke. There's no way there's going to be anyone here. They don't even check it with the Prowler. Yeah, Borkum, he's good to get a kill here in this spot right now. I'm not too sure if he can even check this in the first place. Oh, look at the dash here coming from Blurred. Dubstep gets that kill. That's going to even confirm, really, the suspicions of Borkum that, hey, they don't know where I am. He can get a kill here, but he gets found by Delicious, and Kakarot does the same on the Dubstep. How does it all crumble here? You retrieve the rifles, and now they can actually win this round.
Great, the hits up there by Naos, and now the heads of Team Secret are rolling. Kevs and Blast with the frags all left right now to the hand of Dispenser. And while that could have been Kakarot controlling that Prowler to find Borkum, he wanted to bring it towards Yellow instead. And then someone else from Naos with the check there. Delicious did not disappoint in that scenario. Resto available, Dispenser. Can he actually bring Wits back to life safely? Here we go now with the corpse floating. Now Esports having to deal with two, but Dispenser is dealing the damage anyway! Blast now, thrown away. Dispenser going for more. Delicious on the high ground right now. There we go with a bit of the Fade utility. And Kakarot trying to make this happen. And simultaneous for now Esports to get the last two remaining members. They fall apart at the seams. And Team Secret cannot handle that Naos offensive.
Was looking good for a second there, for a moment from Team Secret. But yeah, as they found Dubstep and Borkum, going to be bit the business there towards that B position. You see how much value that haunt gets. Where, first of all, to kill Dubstep and the second haunt afterwards on that post-plant hold here from Naos really help them secure the round. And it almost feels like that this Fade pick of theirs, since they've only pulled it out today and they've tried so many other things throughout the days, it's kind of like a Hail Mary for them where they're like, okay, let's like play 1 or 2 scrims with it and then G, you alright? But it's working for now.
Listen. Oasis already decided to say, screw it, we'll play Fade everywhere. That's what we saw against Sotbuilt, right? And I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see more Fade here, because it has proven to be potent when given the right scenario and in the right hands. It has proven to be not as familiar to many different players, so sometimes you can get away with some cheeky Nightfall and Seas plays. And let's not forget, this is Seekers as your normal ability, basically. That Prowler is just such a crazy way to find targets and clear corners that now you don't need to in the first place. Now you'll have to dedicate a player to do so, dedicate that time, because you have something autonomous going that way anyway, and especially if someone's there, it latches. So I really feel like Fade, it's the next wave of compositions here, especially coming into the playoffs. And a bit of a technical pause right now, but I'm on the Fade side here, man. I am go Team Darkness. Let's go.
But Team Secret also have a Fade, just not in the server.
Yeah, that's true. He was the one who made the memes too. He's the one knocking on the door right now of Naos Esports.
He's the one who knocks.
He's the one who knocks. The one who memes.
The one who memes.
The one who posts.
As you said, they really are a very proficient team when using this Fade, or in general, the best times we've seen Naos is when they don't try and, really open up their book and have so many different type of plays and have so many different type of compositions that they can run. It's when they really focus down on that one flexible agent that they can really utilize on so many different maps, and then focus their map veto on banning the maps that they know the agent probably not be as good at. And we've seen that, during stage 1, where they really try and focus around the KO in pretty much almost every single map and take out the maps that they feel like the KO is not going to be doing much. And I do think that if they were able to kind of do and really utilize those same ideas here on stage 2, instead of trying very different flexible comps, maybe things could have worked out. But we can't fault them for trying to open up their playbook. We can't fault them for trying to do new things, because it does make them harder to read. But they just simply sometimes focus too much on their opponents over what they themselves are good at, and it's really what's been catching them and really has sunken them into this spot in the group stages. So if they could have focused from the get-go, their compositions to be playing around this Fade for almost every map that they could and taking out the maps that they can't, then who knows? We might have a very different Naos here in the standings.
Oh, and this technical pause. It actually fits your monologue perfectly. Nice one there, Black and Blue. And
Yeah, I was timing that.
I was timing that. You knew when the game was gonna start again. Nice stuff. You know, I had some topics of conversation already ready. Let's save it for another technical pause anyway. But there you have it now. Naos Esports, they're going towards that A side, and Naos Esports reinventing that wheel, stopping at the playbook, and look to go for the frag. Kakarot with 5 on Wits after Wits catches out Blurred. It's towards that A side. We go yet again here for the side of Naos, and the Hot Fury now unleashed by Vash. He's looking for the target, and he's able to trap Blast sent there. Can he find one more tag? Doesn't happen. Next position right now for Kakarot. Dispenser though, no fear whatsoever despite the vulnerable state. Kakarot though will punish him for his hubris. And it's 3v2 now. Team Secret. Can they get even more done here with the kills? Now Esports. It's awkward to pick up that spike, but they're at least able to get it there from a distance. Kevs now with the objective. Borkum though finding the shots. And Kevs one back though. 1, 2 already here for Kevs. Can he get one more kill here to wrap it up for Naos Esports? Over onto the next position. But Kevs, he's been oh so reliable for Naos Esports. He's been one of the leaders really here. But right now, it will be led by Dubstep in this procession. 5-4. It's Team Secret still winning out in the scrap.
You know what honestly killed Naos in that round? It's all these hubris trying to play around those ropes and trying to play around those zip lines. Like, you lost 2 players because of that. Jesse Vastro, great tracking. Dispenser, he's like, I've got anti-venom. I don't need to worry about your snake bite here. So Kakarot bouncing to in 4th, and Kebs doing so as well. Well, the old competitors here that you could have faced in a very different game, really facing the brunt of that. Like, stop with the ropes, hubris.
Stop playing with the ropes there. But I had 2 answers. I had like bullets as an answer, lightning as an answer. But okay, I like yours. It's a lot more metaphorical. Or in this case, it's a lot more abstract. Not concrete.
Yeah, I see you're a fan of Picasso. Oh,
Picasso.
look at this.
Whoa.
Knife.
You know, knife him? Come on, Jet.
Oh! Nice bait.
Sure.
200 IQ play by Jesse Bash.
Sure, let's go with that. So you're talking about hubris, right? I think that was that in full effect there.
Well, Dubstep seemed to have, I guess, a sixth sense on it. We didn't even peek at that wide to really see the walkout in Kitchen. He just barely saw Boiler.
I kind of wanted to let Vash don't want to see, but he didn't want Vash to basically experience the ton of gaming that we've been seeing from him. Borkum with the 3K, flawless win by Team Secret. Yeah, dude, I'm saying it right now. Dubstep was willing to let Vash die there, not gonna lie, for a while, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, VCT, no problem. Let's keep him alive." Because if Jalicious just shot him, Vash would be dead. And it wasn't in the angle. Okay, whatever. It was a moot point round anyway. Eco round there. Now with the timeout, might as well do so since the half is almost over and they have the guns. But I think right now, we're finding here for Team Secret is that they're understanding that they should be taking advantage of the picks that they get. They should be able to contest them and not really allow Naos to set up, because that's what was the problem for Naos back in Haven, right? They have such a utility-based composition, but what did Team Secret do? Play fast, be able to get the sudden kills on the players that needed to play setup even. And from that point on, it was just Team Secret with the overrun. Now that they're here on Icebox, they were playing a little bit more on the slower side, looking for even more picks and more picks that way. This time, though, it does get scrappy, but Team Secret, with just that one-man advantage, it gives them the edge in many of these fights here.
I think that if that was Dubstep's stream, he would have let Vash die.
He would
for the clip.
That's content. That is absolute content right there.
And I couldn't have blamed him. I would have. If he did in VCT, I still wouldn't have, honestly, considering the eco. But hey, it is what it is.
I mean, Vash is really that tricycle driver around that time. He's the one who really rides on with the nice man. I'm not even kidding. Have you seen? I think it can be a Vash highlight compilation of knives to the back that he has done so far in the past 2 years. But right now, Kakarot looking to put the pass behind. Jesse Bash though finding him anyway. And it's Team Secret yet again looking for the brawl and coming up ahead. 3v2 scenario difficult right now for Naos Esports because they need some space for that lockdown and that Viper Spit to be effective anyway. Jesse Bash though on top of the nest. Siege Blast blasting him off into the distance. Delicious so low into the HP. The pipes are clogged. The poison is there. The shock dart flies on by and look at Bash. It's just like Genki Sushi, conveyor belt sushi right there. Moving on around. The dart comes in yet again for commit the find. And Team Secret have just decided to go gung-ho, guns a-blazing, and gotten another round.
Yeah, you're getting me hungry from some sushi, for some sashimi there, Dax, because that was completely raw here coming from Team Secret in the round. Wits, he is absolutely having himself a game. More kills than the rounds that have continued already. Look at this, adjustment, second shot, all heads to be found. Completely taking that fight to their doorstep, and they were like, hey, we're knocking, got some time to talk about death. Here it is.
That's the one door I would never open, but like, please no. I'd buy cookies, maybe I'll listen to the Bible study or whatever. But no, thank you. I've watched enough horror movies to know where this is going. And right now Esports trying to make a thriller here towards that A side. And will it be quite a blockbuster hit? Does he get the shots? Kakarot right now. Trying to keep zone there with the Steve. Here goes Viper Spit. But look at Jesse Bash. No fear whatsoever. Goes after Blurred to start things off. Now still with the space and the spike planted at the very least. Kevs finding Spencer 2 in all of this carnage. Borkham though with the black red like a book like Kakarot and Blast watching the backline together. Lockdown is even there, and now Esports is deciding to unleash all of their fury into this round. Jesse Bash just a step away from getting hit by the lockdown. No detain whatsoever, but he's all alone in 1v4. Drops down just to die. It's Blast there already inside the pit. And now Esports at least, they will get one more round, 7-5. An admirable scoreline for now. Still a chance to get back at this game.
Second map, and the second time around, we end that opening half 7-5 in Team Secret's favor. Attacking side though is where we know Team Secret are the best here on Icebox, and that's where they do perform a bit better. But on the inverse of that, we, at least from my calculations, just off of my bro science, from what I observed during stage 1 is that Naos do perform better, at least on defense, or at least they look better on defense, even if the statistics might not always match that in every single matchup they had during stage 1. It did seem like they were so much more proficient in their utility usage and playing around that KO, but we don't have a KO anymore for them. They go back to their old roots, but this time with a fade, as we talked about, giving them that kind of new look, but with the same old, I guess, chassis underneath of everything. So I mean, Blurred, he is struggling in this game, and when he can't be that fragger for them, and he's basically the entry just to get them information, they do struggle a bit, but not as much as it would be as if it was Kakarot, for example, who was really struggling, or Delicious, who are struggling, because those backline players are where Naos are very, very good at really enabling. So Blurred not having himself too hot of a game just yet, but hopefully this defensive side of his, where he can really pick and choose his angles of engagement, will work out better for him.
Yeah, his hands are cold right now compared to the first map, and this is where Naos is able to play that wave system that we've seen from stage number 1. Kakarot, Kevs especially, the most reliable players you can have in a pinch, giving them that chance. And I really feel like Blurred as the bottom to scorer just because of what exactly Team Secret have been doing. Look at Wits right now, 16 kills. Who's usually the victim of Wits anyway? I think it has to be someone like Blurred, right, as many times as possible. And that prevents Naos Esports from getting that immediate entry, but they still are able to salvage it overall because of Team Secret unable to capitalize on those kills at the start of the first half. And I agree with you. I think really Naos, this is where they can really shine on the defense. All hope is not lost for Naos Esports whatsoever. This is where the side that they have made their stage be known last time around. Not only that, they have very, very comfortable picks between all of the players. So really, it's a matter of chemistry right now and who can bring out the edge of Team Secrets. Moving towards that B side, Doc Screen though, set up here by Delicious. He's ready already for the offensive. The Aldrone though leading the charge, and it's Team Secret trying to get a bit of intel before we all come to chaos.
Pistol round once again. I'm going to reiterate, crucial for Naos to win in this series. Nano Swarm going to force dubstep off him. He's going to melt and he's going to go down to it. Simply put, seemingly reacting there, I guess, to try and push the backside, but then this dubstep dispenser rather walls it up and he's like, bro, you just closed the door on me.
Just unable to go there in the first place. Absolutely shut down. Come on, man. Let me in. Boracum Do. Will be let in here by Kakarot and Blurred, who's playing the flank right now. So stuck here for the side of Team Secret. They did get the Plateau and they did get the kill with Wits. Blasto with one, but Wits again is at it with the shots. Headhunter, all he needs for the frags here. Blurred right now, fighting Boracum 2v2, but Wits is just a man on a mission right now. An absolute machine here. Wits getting the kills. All left to him though. Can he find the ace clutch in him? Team Secret looking on the round. Classic is all he has right now here for the shots. Free gun looking for the target. Blurred though will fall, and what an ace by Wits. He is just an absolute machine here for Team Secret, chugging along and giving them another round.
The second ace of this game, of this series, here in the second half for Team Secret. Man, oh man, Wits, 21 frags in 13 rounds. This dude is almost, at 2.0 for this entire game, and it's just completely insane. Slotting him back, and you know, Dax, when we saw them struggle during stage 1, and they would have Wits here in Icebox, one of the maps that he did play when he was in and out of the rotation, this is one of the maps where he really kept them still in the fight when they were struggling so much. He was gaining them rounds that they honestly shouldn't have won during that stage 1, but this time around he's really securing the rounds that they should be here in stage 2. Jesse Vash trying to make that entry as a Sova, but Delicious is dead. There's no way he escapes this. Snake bite, everything going down for him. He's going to be completely destroyed. Classic up close. Could have worked out, but hey, dubstep's going in through the firing range, and yeah, this is a quick 9-5 for Team Secret.
Yeah, that's veteran difficulty already given to him by that point. All the targets falling down. Maybe one more towards Blurred. Kakarot will find on the dubstep. Dispenser and Wits wrap it up nicely. And just to build on your point there, I completely agree. The one lone bright spot for Team Secret was Wits Chamber Icebox last time. So give it to him now when everyone else has really stepped back to the same caliber of play. And what happens? Wits happens. 22 kills. Absolutely incredible pistol play. Headhunter again and again hitting those shots. Dubstep pretty snazzy with the Vandal too there. But this is it. Naos Esports, they can't afford to lose this round. Team Secret has built so much momentum, and they still have rifles already. Not only that though, look at the ultimates for Wits and Dubstep. It's big for Team Secret that they're the ones who have gotten the kill. Just in case later on they can have that Tour de Force and Blade Storm. Maybe right now, even in a pinch to keep the momentum up, they can use it if the conditions apply. But Kakarot now trying to play the aggro. Wits inside the garage, his trademark gonna get broken. He hears the orb being taken. Can't pick it out though, thanks to the buddy system of Naos Esports. But look at TS. They're going for the lift on up. Wits again with another win. And come on. You can't spell it, but the first two letters, W and I, he's just winning it right now here for the side of Team Secrets.
4v4 make that the 4v3 in the favor of Naos. This bonus not looking too good for Team Secret. Looking like very difficult endeavor. Dispenser always on that flank, keeping their heads on the swivel. Oh, look at this frag coming from Dubstep. Huge pick. Equalizes things down to the 2v2. Dispenser might want to reload there, but maybe not there. Kev's quick kill. Dubstep found. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Blast. And Naos looking hairy for a moment, but able to shave it off for the meantime. 9-6. Naos get that third round of the half, but can they continue it further, Dax?
Don't tell me you do your no shave stuff on May. It's like November's like months away, man.
I do it every now and then for your information. It does tickle the nose.
Well, I make sure that I shave for a broadcast, so I look clean. But this is clean and delicious, not gonna lie. I thought it really knew that Delicious was there around, but a really good power position on top of Green, helping him out there immensely. And not only that, while Dubstep and Dispenser tried to swing the pendulum back in their favor, it was just some great angles being taken there by Naos Esports. And that's what the opportunities allow Naos to really do. If they can play this defensive well, if they can get those cheeky angles and find where Team Secret are heading towards to, and some good sign for them to play this defense. But this is what I was talking about. Tour de Force and Blades, both ready now for Team Secret. Blurred though, ready again. to try and challenge the protagonist on the other side. And it will be yet the Bladestorm battle here between the two. Dubstep though gonna be peeking and well, he got to the hand of Blurred. Now then, Death Bash going on down. Team Secret trying to get closer and closer as of yet. And it's Dispenser right now. Oh, that's so awkward! Kakarot with the find there, but Team Secret, the timing is just oh so wrong right now. Kevs though with the dart to throw it off. Team Secret now thinking about backing on the way, but the scan is real. Borkum though with the covering fire. Ready to re-engage, ready again for Borkum time as he finds the left-hand side here, completely his. Can he get anything done? Borkum getting a shutdown finally. Nightfall is there though, and Naos Esports, they're playing the stall. Team Secret creeping towards that A site, and Naos actually will be the ones to rotate first and foremost. Team Secret's like, okay, cool, let's play this Ace.
Man, Borkum, what a transfer for him. Such a player will really pop off in his case. We know he has experience to make it work. Late round push here, cutting that noise. Can keep Naos guessing, and they're trying to flex off the site. They rotate off of it, giving Team Secret the A site for free.
Blocking sight.
It's going to be a great round for Team Secret to win, to extend this into that double-digit zone. To get 10 would be huge. Wits finding Kakarot a bit too deep on that toss of his. Leaves Blast in a 1v3. I think he's going to go for the save. He realizes this is done, and his Phantom isn't even colored, so maybe let him a Sharpie.
How do you even color the skin line again? Was it because of kills?
Yeah, you gotta get kills.
You gotta get kills. Oh no, it's like when you buy that Champion's Vandal, but you don't actually upgrade it to the last level, and when you top frag and it's still not going, someone's like, why don't you have the confidence to invest that Radiant, man? Come on, you can top frag. You can get those kills. This is encouragement for Blast, but Team Secrets, very encouraging round there. Wits whipping out the Tour de Force. Dubstep, I believe, didn't even need to use that Bladestorm at all, so he has it in hand still, thanks to the Resurrection. Team Secrets, after everything is said and done, it comes in a clutch player, a big-time player, making the big-time play. Black and Blue 2021, by the way. That Borkum, he just finds immediately those 3 kills towards the left-hand side. And I think it's just amazing that for Team Secret, even in the retreat, they had each other's back. Covering fire led to a kill that could have been Naos finding frags for free, but Team Secret's responsibility is key. And right now, the responsibility will be in the hands of Dubstep to find the opening frags. Kakarot, though, able to shoot down his aspirations as well as the jet itself. Dispenser, though, seen but delicious! Loses out still! Dispenser, with a sliver of HP left, can heal on up now. A nice trade quickly back by Team Secret there, but now as a great shutdown at the start, at least. No blades to bother in the round.
Went for the Spectre, but up for the Judge, my friend. Next time around. Not a bad, asset to have in your pocket. 10-6, moving on forward. Such a dangerous state for Naos here. Guess Vash just dry kill on Kakarot. Why is he dry peeking that in a 4v4? Punished for it heftily. Now, we have said, Dax, ever since, year 1, that Vash, he might not necessarily be that flashiest player that they've got here for Team Secret in terms of, his fragging, but especially even in the international stage, he has been hella stepping up to, help in that department, and especially with him making always the right decision. It's been such a big bane for a lot of the teams that go up against Team Secret. Wits, huge pick. 4v2, but they're still going to commit on the re-hit towards a site. But Blur doesn't even get a kill. He is not having himself a good game. Kevs is, though, and shuts down all 3 players coming towards this A site. It's going to be up to Wits. He knows he has to be coming from that B site, and so the scan going to keep Wits at bay. Time is what he's got to work with, making lots of noise. Will he get the kill? Yes, he does. Kevs giving them that small sliver of hope that now so desperately needed. The ROG clutch into 1v4 from Kevs.
That was just solid by Kevs, man. It just seems like if you need some veteran voices on the Now side, Kevs is the one, the old reliable, and the one to punish these pushes here. Secret. And this was just a little too, I'd say, jolly and carefree on Team Secret. Not even checking to the right there. They wanted to cover Dispenser while he was setting up that wall. But since Naos was playing that waiting game, and Kevs is just able to win out both angles as soon as possible. So absolutely well played by Kevs. Really one of the brightest spots in this Naos Esports roster ever since their inception. This goes to show for Naos Esports that they have some of those young guns, yes, they have some of these players that have made their names for themselves right now in the Naos brand, but honestly, I look at Naos Esports and I know where they come from, I know their background, and they have been seeing these Team Secret names for quite a while already in their careers with Spencer and Wits finding his frags too. Hottest Fury though, courtesy of Kevs, thanks to his efforts in the last round, is trying to find the target here, stopping the plant at the very least. But we're not done. Team Secret finding the angle yet again. This Spencer able to play the other side of the wall, the other side of the coin here that he built himself with his own hands. This spike now gonna get planted. 2v2 scenario though. Kev's Delicious versus Wits and Dispenser. Can Delicious get up close and personal? That's the question. Kev's right now throwing out the dart. But Dispenser yet again ready for more. 3 already. There we have the Aldrone. And look at Dispenser go! This is easy pickings for Dispenser. And it's now 11-7 for Team Secret. 4 for Dispenser, 4 rounds to lead, and 4 causes for celebration too.
Quite convenient for Secret there to have Dispenser in their pocket. Always coming in big when it matters the most. They got the res, they got the Viper's Pit as well on the defensive side here to potentially secure match point. Eco, man, just not a good sign for Naos. You're losing those rounds. Bulldog here by Blurred, finding huge kills, but on the swing, even though he got 2 in that round, this Dispenser coming in big, as I said. Never let these type of rounds just be, too easy to slip by from them, no matter what. And this time out could be really the final lifeline that Naos have.
Look, he built that wall. He's the one who knows the ins and outs of it. And it just goes to show for Team Secret that they're willing to contend that as soon as they have any kind of protection in the first place. That was just a Spencer understanding, okay, this can be someone behind this right now to stop that plant from happening. And especially when they got the Aldrone there used by Kevs, it was just the easiest swing of his life to push in, catch Kevs in such an awkward angle, and get revenge for the last rounds. This is Team Secret though. Absolutely on a tear. That's lots of missed words. This is them going for that 6-0 if they can get it against Naos Esports. And it's crazy to think that they're not the only ones in APAC. I believe, Paper Rex, NYSG still perfect, Thailand, Sersha, perfect. I know in Vietnam, as well as HK1, they have a perfect record there too. And let's not forget, I think in VOT, the Order Boys, they are also with a perfect record. So we're really seeing a standard right now being set by teams who want to be considered to be at the top of their regions. And the one to be the one looking to really seat at that table here for the Philippines is Team Secret, if they can continue this on, especially into the playoffs. Team Secret now gonna get stopped by Blaster's utility at the very least. Eco round though for Naos Esports, and for TS, just a safe plant is all they need to make this round work. Blurred though from above, can he actually find the frags? Cold day here at the office for him for Icebox, and even worse as the shock dart comes, Jesse Bash for the first takedown.
Yeah, great finish with that shock dart utility. Take the snowman control, which is gonna make it very difficult for the retake of Naos, and this is just a quick and clean round. 4K for Jesse Vash. Man, 12-7. Dax, it seems, looking around APAC, Mr. Worldwide here, whoa, we're seeing really a bit more clear cut which teams are the kings of those specific regions, of those specific countries, and of the specific sub-regions that are participating in APAC. And I think more so than ever, there were times where some of those teams may not have had as clear cut of a chance as they do now in the record. Especially, we've always seen Paper X kind of dominate MYSG, but Sersha as well dominate Thailand. But there were a lot of teams that were keeping them, or at least getting a win off of them every now and then. But that just hasn't been happening here in Stage 2, final stage of the year. And Team Secret, they know that this is one of their final shots to get themselves back into those camps.
And this Team Secret ascending back to the spot that they belong in. It's all about raising that bar as much as possible. Now Esports though, the fight is not over. But Borkum, great angle versus Blast there. Lockdown taking on away. It's Borkum who will break it, but Kakarot and Blurred with the takedowns there. Still finding the frags that they need. Now having to fight in them, but Delicious with a nice find onto Dubstep, even everything left now to Dispenser, but give Blurred an operator and he will fish for those kills, teach him the frag potential and enable him for Naos Esports. We're not done. There's still some fight here for Naos.
That's what we expect from a team like Naos, not to go down without a fight. You can give us a few more good rounds at match point. before this does get secured. But hell, if it brings in overtime, what a spectacular fight it would be. Team Secret, they lose one more round, Eco to be forced upon them. But look at the ultimates they can dump into this just to secure this map number 2, Dax.
We'll see now though. Delicious looking all around. Dubstep hopping up top, and a great read from Naos Esports. We're getting momentum back here from now. It's a second win perhaps to fight back here. And you can see they're already pumping with adrenaline and pumping with aggression before come win the punish off the Blurred. Here it comes now. The Viper spits towards the sights, and look at how Team Secret have already set up the potential objective there on the other side. Dispenser no needs to win this. Delicious instead with the crucial dual win. Jesse Bacto inside the garage. Kakarot is awaiting. Despite the setup by Borkum, there is no delivery there. The Riders have cancelled his order. For Team Secrets, it does seem like Borkum has to find a way out of this labyrinth that he's built.
Yeah, the idea here was, Borkum pops that ult, waits until they get back into him to secure the plant and give them a much easier plant when they get to the site. But will they even get to that scenario? No, they won't. Kevs shutting down the round, and that was a great B-long hold here coming from both Blurred and Delicious. Really keep them in check. Dubstep waiting on the smoke on top of Long. Well, quick tap away, and Delicious finds that frag. Realizing, hey, there's only one corner he could be in that case. That he was right in. Good shutdown, and the spike dropping towards V-Long is so much more difficult than to bring on back. So Eco should be forced upon Team Secret, but this is where they've looked very dangerous. They have Tour de Force. They actually have a force fight they can force up here, so just barely enough economy to get a buy going. And as we said, that sniper rifle in the hands, lever action in the hands of Wits, it's always been so potent.
Man, it's gonna be scary to see if Team Secret can find those angles. Dubstep though, trying to be cheeky up top the tube. We believe though that he's basically exposed by Kakarot right now, and as it stands, he has been checked here by now. So another shot starts flying his way. 47 HP left, and not only that, the haunt is just keeping him in position. This is a scared Dubstep hiding on top. Acrophobia might be feeling it right now, but eventually he has to drop down, forced there by Naos Esports. So a great contest by Naos to start things off, and not only that, the Viper Spit is already enabled towards that A site, so options limited here for Team Secret. They can go through mid and try to play the backstab towards one of these two sites, but it might boil down to Wits finding that first frag. Blast already on the other side. Wits cannot find the shot. The Team Secret are absolutely stuck here.
Yeah, there's some opportunities there with Dubstep on top of the tube, and Wits going for that peak, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for them. Heal will at least get Dubstep back up to speed. Going to use him to be that basically human drone. Cyborg. Just find some information. He is pretty low. His dash has been burned. So there isn't much for him to work with aside from the Soul Vandal he's got in his hands. Nano Swarm here, and great shot by Kevs. That's going to keep him at bay. It's going to be much more difficult to get this plant off. Where is the wall? Why isn't it up? It's placed towards mid. It's going to make things so much more difficult now that Kevs has free reign to do whatever he wants, though. Shut down by Wits. Kakarot, great kill on a Borkum, and that cuts whatever mid presence they had. Blurred finding the kill on the Spencer. It's all down to Wits and Jesse Bash. They have to go in big here. That one Cloud Burst will only give him the half defuse for the meantime. Shot will not connect. Kakarot finds Jesse Bash. So much more difficult. Wits does get the kill, but in the end, Diffuse will connect, and they get the round here. Naos very close to making this in overtime.
Team Secret, what is up with these overtime scenarios that can happen, man? But now's Esports. Now's the time for the comeback. Now's the time for the understanding of the angles, and absolutely well played there by the whole squad. It started with Kakarot slowing down the pace of the game to a crawl thanks to his utilities alongside Kevs. And then you add in basically the frags here from the Naos roster. Delicious A-site presence with the Viper Spit. Snake Bite to trap Wits inside the corner there of yellow. And I feel like for Team Secret, they were ambitious with the wall just because they wanted Wits to have those sightlines with the Tour de Force. But this time, the better sightline is found by Blurred. Dubstep gonna go down to start things off. Second chance, so still applicable here for Team Secret. Res is available, but Blurred is just taking no second chances for himself. He's going for the frags, he's going for the takedowns. Wits and Borkum though with a punish anyway. Blurred though has to decide where to look at. His tailwind is ready. Team Secret not peeking as of yet. And instead, get a reposition here by Wits towards that high ground. Now the dash gonna get burnt before it can get even used. This Team Secret though waiting for the right timing, and Oh, this is going to be perilous here for Blurred if ever Witz is able to get the tap there. Still dangerous though for the chamber anyway. A nice start already, scanning him out. And Kevs with a tap. Borkum has to hide. Finally, Blurred makes the shot count. And Blurred here has put on his contacts as his eyesight is absolutely clear to find these frags anyway. It's 11-12 now. Naos Esports 1 away from forcing OT.
Final round of regulation here to come on in. Will it be all said and done, 13-11, or do we go into that overtime stage? Huge kills from Blurred. The quantity of them haven't been there, but the quality, at least here late in this half, have been coming in big. Operator out in the hands of Blurred. He's got blades as well to use, and not the same could be said here for Team Secret. So no counter snipe, no tour de force even. Witch is almost about to drop a 30 bomb here. Look at this aggressive play coming in from Blurred. There's a recon bolt down on under to support him on that peak, but not finding any information. Cuts the noise and falls back instead as Team Secret looking to commit here towards the B site.
Like a risky there from Blurred, but he wanted to check with the blades just in case someone was up close in the middle. Hunter's free now, the call from Bash though, and that's an incredible pick towards Delicious. No more smokes to use here for the side of Naos. Kev's still with the fight on dubstep, and here comes now all about that sees to get the zone. Kev's still with the frag. Borkum is there, but Kev's again with a 3K already. Kev's him off is just finding the frags against former foes. And not only that, Naos Esports now with the advantage, but look where Team Secret have Station Blast. He's just watching you, waiting trigger discipline yet again on the side of Team Secret. No one will expect him to be in spawn. This is not an angle that you will check. You have to be careful though. This is timing right now. Blast might need to be slain here by Witz, protecting his own teammates. And it's 2v2 now. Position will be exposed. Dangerous waters though here for Witz. And you'll get a frosty reception there, courtesy of Blurred instead. Hunter's Fury now, courtesy of Jesse Bash. Blurred though with the blades! And we go for more! We go to overtime! Naos is not done whatsoever!
So close. Imagine if Witz was in range to place his rendezvous there and back on off. It would have been very different, but just placed so far forward that wouldn't have had that chance in the first place. Overtime forced upon Naos. Forced by Naos, rather, upon Team Secret. You're not going down without the fight, Dax, and this is the Naos we want to see. This is the Naos we know. We're so close to being crowned the champions, the kings here of PH during Stage 1. And fighting back against the current all-time kings of the Philippine scene in Team Secret.
So this is the 5th overtime game that Team Secret has had all throughout the group stage. Really? Record, as it stands, 2 for 2, 50%. Winning in OT, 50-50. Only losses? Map gold split.
I think that's okay, never mind. Split.
You know, that's kind of interesting stats. I think the last time they played OT and Icebox, though, they won it against Oasis Gaming. So we'll see if Team Secret can weather the storm that has been brought by Naos Esports. Whether now acclimating as Dubstep fighting Kakmat, but Blurred again. A hazy memory there for Dubstep because he'll be waking up to the next round there. Anyway, Blasto caught unexpected by Dispenser. Team Secrets getting an inch ahead here with the peaks, but not only that. Frag ahead, and there's number 4 though. Nice angle. Blurred is not done! And here we go yet again. 3 already for Bird. Blades are out. Borkum with a sliver of HP left. The Aldron scaring him off even. This has to be perfect timing, courtesy of Borkum. Blurred though on the high ground. Kev's right here, right now, right behind the crates, and Kevs will get the takedown. But really, Team Secret, they're gonna need some medicine after that. A hangover instilled by Blurred, and now it's Naos Esports. On map point, do we go to a decider here in the series?
My goodness, Team Secret.
Unavoidable.
So slipping away from their hands slowly, almost assuredly so. Naos, great play here, really stepping up. Blurred coming in big time and time again now here late in the game, late in the series. What a great time for him to wake on up. 22, 21, and 20, respectively, for the top 3 frags here of Naos. Top 3 fraggers attacking round here. Team Secret has to work on that. Otherwise, we're going to map 3. And Breeze could be anybody's game, but Naos looking to end things here. Not let this get into that second overtime. We know the Team Secret are very proficient at really winning those long, drawn-out overtime states, no matter how many rounds it goes. But Kakarot and Delicious will be the first to make contact here. Have to be careful not to front this too much. If they do, gotta land their shots.
work. High ground, low ground. Kakarot though, finding Dubstep to start things off. Dubstep has been denied of glory many rounds here in the latter part of the game. And now Esports able to capitalize on that fact. Borkum though has to hide. Delicious fighting Borkum anyway. And now Esports, they're setting up their stations. They're going for broke. They're going for these kills. And as it stands, they're finding the frags anyway. They're trying to prove that their temple will not be defiled. And now it's the time to finish the job off. Blurred coming in from behind there with the updrafts. It's all left to Dispenser here, and he will fight till the bitter end. Finding Kakarot though to start things off, but time is on the side here of Naos Esports. If they can just trap Dispenser right now, it's the perfect opportunity. Dispenser can't even dodge these shots anyway. Blast is right in front of him, and we go for more. Naos is not done whatsoever. In overtime, it's Naos Esports with the win on Icebox.
What a win here coming from Naos Esports. And as I said, Dax, all they really need to do to prove that they've got that fight in them is take a map here versus Team Secret. And what stories would be if they actually win this series in map number 3. Breeze could be where they make their mark, where they finally get that point on the board. And that would just be a fitting conclusion to, well, not the conclusion, but almost near end to the run here in the group stages to kind of sour the lead, the standings here of Team Secret with a win. If they do close it out on map number 3, you can see they're happy about that win, but they know the job's not done just yet.
Yeah, they can. It feels like there's a feeling of, oh my god, we actually did it. And holy moly, that series went the distance. We went the OT, and even for Blurred, he was just like, I had a bad start. I'm glad I picked it up there later on, but now Esports picking up the pieces here on Icebox, building a snowman to just coincide with the shrines that they've built. And I've been talking about it really for now. So Esports into that second half, that's where they have been able to stand on Icebox. It's one of the reasons why Icebox is such a good pick for them. And look at how they just ran away with it there in the last 5 rounds of regulation, winning out those OTs, shutting down Dubstep especially as much as possible when they could. And it really was such a wake-up call for players like Blurred, who suddenly stepped on up. Kevs, of course, coming in clutch. And this is what Naos Esports can really do. We see them at the bottom of the standings, 0-5, but we know that it's because they have had that target in the backs and they were unable to adjust accordingly. But in terms of power level, in terms of potential, this is exactly what Naos Esports can bring to a table. A great map pick and a great second half, propelling them to a map win over the rampaging Team Secret.
And Wits, what a game he has had. Almost reminiscent of Stage 1, isn't it? They have Wits just absolutely pop off an Icebox, but they still lose it and go down. What an end here for map number 2 for Team Secret. They just looked so much more in their comfort zone here now during the latter stages of that game. And Team Secret was completely dictating the pace for the most part for the entirety of 19-20 rounds. But then Kevs, the rest of Naos, Kakarot, Blurred especially waking on up here, getting them across that finish line. With Wits and his heroics, twice, 2 aces in that game, still not enough for them to secure the map.
It's just reminiscent of Stage 1, right? Monster game there from Wits. But in the end, they still couldn't get the job done. And I feel like for Team Secret, this was a missed opportunity, in all honesty. A few of those rounds where they could have really capitalized on those picks by Wits, by Dubstep, just to really go back in their favor. And coming into the second half when Naos was just absolutely awake, it got dicey, it got pretty 50-50, and it really took some heroics there from Team Secret to get to that match point scenario in the first place. But it really feels like this is where Naos can shine. They have some great positioning with Kakarot and Kevs. Really Blurred there, give him the operator, give him the blaze, and now he's able to make their markers happen. There's so many times for Team Secret felt like, okay, they have this one in the bag, but now Esports, there is so much heart in this squad. A team still willing to play despite the implications of the standings, despite the opposition they have in front of them. They are looking to play an absolute spoiler right now on the recoronation of Team Secret. And as we go into Breeze, there is that possibility.
Definitely. So we know that this is one of those maps that now have potential to really just explode and come back into the series, especially with a player like Z, especially with players like Blurred. But we're going to have to see if that will come into fruition after the break. I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. My mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control.
We're stretching the scoreboard with this series, aren't we? Because we are going the distance here. Map number 3 coming our way. Team Secret, Naos Esports, all tied up 1-1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. My name is Staff Red Black and Blue. And can you believe that Naos Esports was able to accomplish that on Icebox? Honestly, I can. That rally there in that second half from that defense to the OT. It was just all Naos at the latter end of that game there, Nico.
Yeah, it completely just was them finally, stepping up to the plate and knocking it out of the park, really waking on up when they needed to the most. We saw Blurred finally step into the shoes and fill them the best way he can. Now they really rely on him to have a lot of that fragging capabilities and getting himself deep into the site, getting himself deep into the enemy lines, and that's where he can cause havoc. And he's been struggling to do that for the most entirety of not just this series, but this tournament, this group stages that they're put in. Not this time around, and not at least on Icebox. We're going to need to see a bit more of that when it comes in a breeze. It can be a bit more difficult because of how open the map is to get yourself that deep with a less cover and less concealment that you have to, kind of weave on through moving forward. So You're gonna have to rely on other plays as well to continue to come in big. We saw Kakarot kind of flex into that fade, as we know that he's very capable of swinging from the KO. But now that we're going to Breeze, one does wonder, will they still try and utilize that fade that we have seen them play these past 2 maps?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I honestly don't have too many statistics right now on fade on Breeze, if there are any, right? It seems like it's a little too big for the agent. That's my general feeling about it. And what? Why you chuckle? Huh? Huh?
Well,
Yes?
I don't know. You would know,
Yes?
Dax.
Okay. Here we go again, Mr. Black and Blue.
Dax would know about things of
yes,
humongous titanous size.
indubitably. Now moving on. No, it's pretty black and white though. In all honesty, for Team Secret, this is a map they haven't dropped all stage whatsoever. From the open qualifiers to the group stage, they have been winning again and again and again, and especially the defensive have looking very, very scary. But on the flip side, we look back at history and we look back at Naos Esports, especially on their attack here. Stage number 1, big surprises with the Reyna picks, big surprises with the Chamber picks, and some aggression can really be effective here for Naos Esports. Only problem is, last 2 outings along the way here in the group stage, they have been outfragged by the competition, outmaneuvered by Alpha and Oasis Gaming. And I think the same question applies. Does Naos have something a little bit new right now to bring against Team Secret, or is it going to be the same old thing to try and outpower the competition?
Yeah, that has been kind of the problem between Naos, right? The past 2 maps we've seen them play this stage specifically have been very one-sided losses, 7-13 versus Oasis and 5-13 versus Alpha Esports. And the other teams that they have faced against and won against were all the way back during stage 1. So it's a very difficult map for them to get themselves going. But during stage 1, they definitely did seem pretty formidable on this map, especially when they were playing against South Built, getting the better of them like, 3 times on Breeze over and over and over. And even in the grand finals, it was the only map they did actually win. So this is not a bad map for them historically, but as of recent times, that doesn't remain as true as it does for Secret, who have kind of flipped things on the script, where they used to struggle on Breeze, but now it's been looking one of their better maps statistically, especially in this map veto. And the last times we did see, as we talked about them play it, right, it has been a pretty good outing for them. Bit close versus Action, but that went to what, like the final round of regulation, or maybe second final round of regulation, and it was just a complete one-way stop versus Bren Esports, right, 13-2. So there's that kind of contrast between what used to be good and what used to be bad versus what now is good and what now is kind of a struggle for these sides.
Isn't that the interesting part here for the teams that struggled in Breeze back then? Now it's the must pick. Now it's the big win rate ones. And for the likes of Team Secret and Oasis Gaming, they have been enjoying the bounty of Breeze for quite a while. And on the flip side, now it's Esports, one of the teams that was struggling just because they've had that history before. And I think, speaking of history, it's really interesting that Naos Esports has truly become a team we have lots of expectations, though they're a little bit muted right now because of their standing so far. But let's not forget where these guys' origins were. They're a team looking to prove themselves through VCT. They've done so as of now. And in this situation, I think the best thing Naos Esports can really get out of the series is that win over Team Secret, to be the one to say, and especially if Team Secret beats Alpha next in their last series, that they're the only ones who have stained that record, that despite everything, despite everyone else getting their revenge, they never got that chance really against Team Secret last time. And doing it where Team Secret is playing at the caliber that they want to play in, that will just be icing on the cake on quite a series of unfortunate events, to say the least, for Naos Esports. So nothing to lose, everything to gain, and maybe even something to boast about if they get this victory.
It's not just which team used to struggle and which team used to do good on Breeze that are kind of flipped here, but just the teams in general, completely flipped. With Team Secret struggling last stage, that continues now into a very different look for them, where they look really good. And now it's the inverse of that, the opposite of that, which is just a very... They got the worst side of the coin. They got the short stick here, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And that's just unfortunate for a team that we were kind of wondering last stage, is this kind of like their honeymoon phase, or are they really just, this good? And we know they can be great again, but you just haven't found the new formula to that in this current meta. They were really good when having, Jalicious be as that super potent Astra, but with Astra kind of falling a bit out of the meta, a bit kind of out of favor on a lot of maps, as opposed to having Omens and Brimstones back. They've been really struggling to have that same type of potency. Jet as well. getting hurt, and that does kind of stifle a bit, the potency that we do know Blurred has in him. And we, with players, with rather agents like Chamber really properly being put into the fold, and we've kind of seen that during last stage from them, but not necessarily because they like having that killjoy still. They like having that comfort picks. It really does seem like the meta shifted away from what they're comfortable with, but they haven't been able to keep up with things. And aside from that, maybe mentally wise, obviously when you're currently losing streak after streak, round and map after map and series after series, here it can be very hard to come back, especially since these guys have never been tested the same way. They've never come into the stage or any really tournament with that much expectations of them as they are now, because last stage took everyone by surprise. Nobody thought they're going to be doing that good, but they did that damn well good because they didn't have any pressure. But now that there is pressure, now that they've finally tasted what it feels like to lose, and for such a young core that they've got as well, it'll be very difficult mentally to really get themselves and snap themselves back in the game. Not just, the players, but even the coaching staff and everything behind that are all very young, all very youthful. And while that might have, a bright kind of energy that it brings, it can also sour very quick if things don't start to go their way. And so really mentally, they have to lock in for this game, get this one map, final map versus Team Secret of all teams. If they do that, they can bow down with pride.
Yeah, and applause will be heard all throughout the Naos encampment there. It's crazy to think that org has so many young people, and there's just a different kind of vibe when you head over to Naos Esports in general. But we're heading over to Breeze now, and the first thing to notice are substitutions into play. You got Zay in, you got Jeremy in. They're gonna be playing the Chambers here, and now no more Faith into the battlefield. Kakarot over onto the Sky. Blurred is over to the Jet. And this was one point that I've been thinking about while we've been talking about these two teams here, Black and Blue. I really feel like for Naos Esports, now's the time to play comfort. Now's the time to play whatever these guys want to play individually and try to make it work from there, because you have Blurred back on that Jet. He has found his stride in the latter parts of these games, or just really in this series overall, despite the dip in performance the first half of Icebox. Ethan's getting there and getting the kills anyway. Not only that, see on the Chamber, so not the biggest risk with the Reyna, but he still wants to have those angles for opportunity. And this is it, Naos Esports, do or die with the Sky on Kakarot. Any thoughts though, besides them going back for that comfort? I do feel like that flash potential here for the side of Naos Esports, trying to basically mirror what Team Secret has right now. I do believe it's a mirror matchup, right? So it's just all about outclassing each other now coming into this game.
The class of these two teams are definitely something we can't question, because they are top tier teams and they can get themselves both in that APAC if all things are running well for them, but it just hasn't been, at least for now. Secret on the path, and it's almost undeniable that they should be able to make it into that top 3 at the very least and qualify for APAC. Probably even win this whole thing. The Breeze is going to be the final battleground where Naos are going to try and prove themselves versus this Team Secret squad. We got the composition here with that Sky on Kakarot. As he said, no falling back to the KO this time around, in which the same exact idea. Mirror match for both of these teams, as he touched upon Dax, but which team is really more comfortable with the composition? At least historically, it's been Team Secret that we have seen employ this exact same comp before, so they have a bit more experience to go off of.
Naos Esports has tried. I do believe they played at the community circuit. They tried against Alpha Esports, and now they're gonna do it versus Team Secret. And what better way, okay? It's really just an accomplishment if Naos Esports can get this victory, and especially if they win Breeze with a mirror matchup right now, not only staining Team Secret's recent record on it, but also just saying we can do this composition better than you, but with even better on the shot. Kakarot now gonna go on down. Team Secret going for more. Jesse Vasco with 2, and it's TS holding the line here. Jesse Vash, where did that come from him?
Oh my goodness, Jesse Vash from the back line. I want to see his perspective. What on earth happened there from the back to the side, just tapping away with the Ghost, and talking about the frenzy a lot. I realize, but the Ghost, that's one of a few times where it is really good. On the map here, like Breeze, long range angles, when to tap away for the silence, and Ishibashi appreciates the cut in noise. Y'all kids too loud, let's simmer things down.
Jesse Vash saying, get off my lawn, get off my property, and get out of my sight lines there. 4 kills immediately. such a good sign for him because the Hunter's Fury, quite an ultimate build. Really a path to really make it there in the first place, but now it's only gonna have the full save scenario here. Classics in hand, trying to get through the elbow. I think for Team Secret though, they know they can win out some of those scrappy rounds. They're willing to just deal with Naos in a more direct fashion. In this case though, Naos trying to, at the very least, siege towards that B side. Spike not really in their hands as of yet. Blurred though over to the side. Dubstep with the final Kevs and Borkum. Gotta be careful because the dash on in. Wits though is there for the covering fire. Got your back, fam. I have you, my friend. And it's Wits finding the two anyway, preventing the demise of Borkum. Unfortunately though, Kakarot with the spoil sport. Dagger right now into play. Team Secrets. It's just all about confirming these kills to get to the next round.
Yeah, just make sure you do it cleanly, as to not make it too expensive on these type of situations. Dubstep, at that point, it's basically a tour de force and up. You don't have armor on you. With the notion of Kakarot's very close, and he does get the kill with a classic. Taking down low, though. That was the one that he needed, honestly. He gets these 2 kills. They get the 2 picks of the round. Are they worthwhile? So, no worries. Jeremy secures the round. This is the first match we've actually seen Jeremy be slotted on in, as you talked about, over Dispenser. And I really do think that Chamber does kind of fit his playstyle. We know him for the Rays, but even though Wits is very proficient at that, keeping him on the sky, I think does allow them a bit more flexibility in terms of what they do.
I think Wits is a lot more comfortable to play that initiator role besides Bash over anyone else. Pop Flash for days, set things up well for him, and Wits, of course, can just frag out with whatever he wants. So it's an interesting rotation to keep an eye out for Team Secret, basically, as well. We have seen them play, you know, Jeremy sometimes on that fade if need be, and then the Twitter comes on up. Spencer's gone here. They want to play the aggressiveness, and Team Secret and Naos Esports just trading kills in the hole. It will just echo around right now. Blurred though, having to back on the way. Dubstep gonna get found there by Kevs. Unfortunately, find the shots really delicious though. Finding Jesse Bash. Crawling on through double doors there. Borkum now the only one left. 1v3 scenario, looking for the taps. Doesn't get it. And a sudden burst of sound and glory. It's Naos Esports getting that 3rd round turnaround.
2-1. Good round here. Won by Naos. Not too expensive either. What they needed to convert with. So, all hope is not lost just yet. Operator out here for Team Secret. Early on in the half still. They go for that kind of pause control. And they do. Just fight though by Team Secret to keep him at bay. And Naos, they can do at least take one more round away to force Team Secret on that eco state. And when they do, if they do, this could be the start of something new for Naos.
Feels alright there. Well, for Naos Esports, they can make this one work. And really, that Trailblazer trying to get a bit of that intel, but Naos Esports, they feel the music in them, and it's time for them to set that tone and set that shoot. They get the scan over onto the backline. Jesse Bash gonna get spotted there. Zay with the takedown of Wits though, holding steadfast. Seekers are gonna get played out through. And here by the tunnel, contesting the elbow. But while that happens, Borkum right now gonna get on the board. Kakarot also with the Seekers there. And Team Secret and Naos in utter chaos. It's Team Secret who gets the advantage. Really goes to show though, but for TS, even in the pinch, they find the frags. Jeremy though finding Kakarot. A long angle to challenge. But Kevs is even better right now. He needs no help. He finds the frags. Delicious over onto the high ground. Dubstep down with the operator. But after everything said, it's done 2 versus 2. And Kevs is at it again here for Naos.
2v2. Borkum coming in from that mid position. Dubstep has to be careful because above him is going to be Delicious. Finding him, he has info. Can assume that one should be either Cave or Ivy. Delicious. Oh, the timing works on out here. Look at that timing. Borkum able to slip Ivy by. Gets a kill on Delicious, giving himself away. Now Kevs. No utility to work with here. He actually has the Hunter's Fury, but he doesn't even need it. Kevs, what a huge round for him. Finding those 2 picks on mid and getting the final kill on Borkum as well, relatively unscathed. 2-2. Naos force the eco.
Kev's just always with that will-do attitude, and not only that, he's the one who can really challenge Team Secret right now consistently compared to everyone else. It takes a while for some of the members here for Naos to get back up to speed coming into the map, but Kev's, he says no, he is ready all throughout, just game face right now many times. And you can see it here for Kevs that he's the one who has that experience playing against Team Secret before, even in Valorant and previous titles, as you do see Jeremy happening back on the way. Could have been surprised there, courtesy of Dubstep, but he missed the shots. But just a little bit more of that familiarity, helping up Naos in this scenario. As it stands, Borkum through to the cannon. We have to find a surprise kill onto Delicious. Blurred though, covering fire. Naos right now, buddy system helping them out in a pinch. It's a trust fall and a half that keeps this attacking squad alive. And not only that, now they're vying for more of that control. Dubstep will not see this coming. Kakarot points at him to get that takedown. Now we go towards that B side. The pinch though is ready, and by the arches, it's not safe for Jeremy whatsoever. He's not gonna love it if Kakarot is able to get the swing by from the spawn. Not only that, Wits in the middle, but this is clean here from Naos Esports. Overall though, just need someone to really keep their spirits up, and from that point on, Naos is able to feast on that positive energy there.
Yeah, 1v5. This round is done. Now should be taking the lead here. Looking so much better in the latter stages of this series entirely, Dax. Coming in at the end of map 2 in a 3. It looks so deadly right now. Really feeling themselves. Might be too little too late, though. I mean, it definitely is, at least in terms of this entire group stages. But as I said, in this series, they get 2 kills, rather two series wins. Who knows? Who knows how things could go? At least in terms of their confidence. Dubstep back on the operator. Really did not see that come into the fold this game. There were some moments last game where it did work on that, but it was more the operator in the hands of Wits that seemed more potent in that one. Hoping to see if Team Secret can use that to rally back into this.
Well, for Team Secret, they're hang up maneuver here as it stands. Seems like that they're expecting here for the side of Naos. The Team Secret will push, the Team Secret will look for the most of the aggressive angles, and you can see it there for Naos. They want to get that preparation. They have that crossfire and some really good setups between Blurred, Delicious. We're seeing it right now again between Blurred and Kebs. They're prepared to play the waiting game, and it just goes back to the fact that they do have a similar experience like Team Secret, like Southbolt Esports. This is a team, honestly, with a lot of, I'd say, CS Brackman for quite a few members of them. It just goes to show that for Naos Esports, patience is a virtue that they can play, and we've seen it come out in spades that it's such a helpful virtue to rely on in a moment's notice. And speaking of this moment now, Team Secret's also playing it out, so it does feel like we're gonna go back to that kind of pressure scenario here, Black and Blue, wherein Naos Esports will be forced to explode later on. And it's up to Team Secret to be able to withstand the pressure all throughout the round.
They got 2 operators. Long range is what they're going to want to fight in, but no shot connects here for Jeremy. Does get that kill up close, which is huge. Borkum does get the trade as well on the Zay if never would come to it. And Jeremy's able to get another one. Tour de force up close. Really so dangerous. Jesse Bass going around the smoke. He spots Delicious out. Quite deadly. Kev, look at this. Fighting on back. Gets 2 to get a 3rd here, but on the wide swing, Dubstep keeps him in check. Team Secret tie things up. Looking a bit dicey for a second there after Jeremy, whiffed his opening shot, but hey, he got the 2 right on after, and that Viper spit completely nullified.
Man, that was just a warning shot. Don't worry about it. Look, Borkum's even going for target practice right now. He's aim trainer in game.
Not that he needs it.
See. I mean, you can always just get even hot there, man. He's potent though. And speaking of potency, it's hard to fucking more. You know, the things he does on stream, off stream. Very, very a man of culture, to say the least.
To put it kindly.
And it's easy to honestly invite Dubstep to things. Probably right now. What if I send him a message and be like, "You want to go out?" And it's like, we're in
right
game.
Now.
Right now. I was like, "Yeah, I'm in game too. Don't worry. Let's go out together in game."
Ooh, E-date.
Not like that, but sure. I don't think we can really talk about the usual activities we do outside of the Valorant server.
Wait.
What happened to that cloud?
Where did it go?
I'm not sure.
Did it get stuck in the roof?
Oh no, it's there on the left. It's there on the left. Don't worry. Just probably a little bit of latency, but it's all good.
Maybe I'm the dumb one.
No. It's just it disappeared right because of the trajectory, and I was like, oh, it's just there. Don't worry about it.
Oh, this is
you have to worry though. Oh, this vast perfect line and a perfect straight finish to Kakarot and Blurred. No running in the halls, or in this case, no walking even. You are just not allowed to take this path here. Need an ID there that tells you that you're a team secret member, but Zay! He doesn't care in response. Finds a frag towards Jesse Bash. At least a good answer here by Naos Esports Team Secrets. Just off one ultimate. 2 frags, big advantage now as they try to hold towards A side here.
You know, killers typically want to get a small glimpse of the murder scene right on after. And with Jesse Bash trying to look on there, he gives them a pick away, but doesn't matter. Wits and Jeremy have things on lockdown. Quick taps from Borkum to secure that kill, and a bit dicey. Well, 3v5. We've been held on for a bit more solid, but hey, he deserves it after that amazing Hunter's Fury. So 4-3.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wow. Why do you know that? Why do you know that the killers want to get a glimpse of things?
It's in every documentary, and also I watched Zodiac last night. So.
Okay. I'm glad it's not spoken from any experience there, my friend. Well, it's a crime scene truly that Team Secret has been able to fence off. Timeout right now called by Naos Esports. They understand that playing a slower paced game is just only one piece of the puzzle. They need to find that pick and fast. I think a challenge towards Dubstep or Jeremy, really with an operator, might be something that Naos Esports can rely on later on. But they still need to be careful. Their bunny isn't the best state right now. Team Secret able to take advantage of many, many different angles here. And it does seem like when Jesse Vash has that ultimate ready, that Hunter's Fury, you know that there are certain parts of the map that you just can't go into, and Team Secret able to exploit that. Moving on though, Team Secret, different tool to get the same job done. Viper Spit is ready, and I really want to see now how Team Secret configure themselves because they have a more different ultimate to work with. You can see it already that the hallways might be more contested now directly by Vash, and beyond that, B-side being held together by Borkum and Dubstep.
Well, let's see if we're going to be able to tear this apart now. Sounds like they're going to go to that B site. He said was being glued together by these two players of Secret. But the contact being made is going to pull the rotation from Wits and to reinforce his Bravo site, making things all the more so difficult. Oh, but the cut in noise keeps him guessing. Forces the two initiators back on Team Secret.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore, a celestial scope. The stars.
And they explore the same with the takedown. Dash on in. There's time to put the spike down. But he can't try to defend himself. That's the question. Spike planted, 2v1 scenario. Here we go with the blades yet again. With still low on the HP. Bash also coming his way. And Jesse Bash looks at him, kills him, and takes the round back for Team Secret. That got dicey, but TS, they just played such a degree of separation, and Naos Esports individuals could not come together.
Blades there could have been used by Blurred to at least isolate that back down to a 1v1. If he wide swung that in the right timing, he caught out Jesse Bash with his bow out in the gunfight. But good job here by Blurred at least to get that plant on down. The timing was really, really close. Had just a few seconds to get that plant on down, but the perfect shot for what? Oh my goodness. Moving 2. Gets ahead, and Team Secret extend their lead back up to 2. Have not been able to get 3 rounds in a row here. The Blurred with the Marshall. You know what I like here that Riot have done actually? The slower firing operator is bolt action, but the faster tour de force and Marshall are lever action. Very smart. Design wise.
Gun nerd alert. I'll respect it. I remember we were talking about a few things and you were like, oh, this isn't accurate. This part shouldn't be like this. This shouldn't be the right caliber.
What?
And
What are you talking about? I never said Valorant.
No, not just about Valorant, just in general.
Oh yeah,
'Cause,
okay.
Yeah, I remember we had this conversation before, but conversation now made by Borkum towards Naos Esports. Delicious can't beat Desivash that range. And it will be Silver getting to take down Kakarot though. Up close personal, but Jeremy needs his personal space. Borkum on the board and Team Secrets. Overall, it has been such a good setup here for Team Secret. Last round before, if you have that Viper Spit still, you know it's going to be a threat this time. Gun advantage, I think one of the strongest maps to have gun advantage on has to be Breeze. But with that range, with the shots, Team Secret able to be up 5-3. Now this is not done though, but it's looking pretty dicey because by this point, I think Team Secret will have money no matter what for the next remaining rounds of the first half here.
Yes, but hashtag now's the time for them to come back into this. They really have to live up to the moniker they themselves have set, but they even live the poetry they themselves can write. Operator out for Vash? Question mark, question mark.
I mean, we're back. Old school? Old school Team Secret? Might as well. Used to be one of their main operator players way back when, before Dubstep even keeps the picture. And who cares? He's on the sofa.
Yeah.
One way in, no way out. Might as well try to do how Daddy Vash does with Kakarot now. Going for the plant. This is Team Secrets for the 5v5 retake, and Dubstep also on an expedition towards the beach, trying to, you know, save a spot for when Team Secret want to relax, but no relaxing here because Kevs has a drop on Dubstep. Missing a few shots, but eventually gets the correction, gets the takedown. Kakarot though, finding wits, cannot get the kill. Team Secrets, a little bit of those tunnel controls, but they have to be careful. Kevs is coming. Wits though will greet him with a resounding shot there. Not only that, still Team Secret running out of time. They're looking to go for the brawl. Borkum on site already. Zeno finding two, but Borkum jumps up on top. All attention is his. Blurred though with the find off the Vash. 1v1 scenario. Blurred not ready with the gun though, and this is gonna be now Team Secret getting halfway. Can Borkum stick it? There is just no time remaining. He will get the kill, but it's enough of a stall for Naos Esports to get the round. Team Secret falter at the last 30 second there.
Nice try coming from Borkum and Team Secret on the retake, bring it down to the 1v1, but now even better on the post plant to wait out that time. Kevs finding his opening kill, looking to go very dicey for a moment. Wits found those two huge picks, and at that point I thought it would almost assuredly be that secret round, but for Zay to get these two huge kills really kept him in the game. The fact that he was able to fend off that B main push was absolutely crucial to the round, and without that,
you want to play,
should have been done.
let's play.
Sealed in here for Secret's favor. Tour de Force coming out on Zay, try and find him an opening, counter snipe a bit of what Jeremy's gonna attempt to do here. The A side is once again under attack.
Blurred, he was crucial getting that kill on the Vash a while ago, spamming down the box. Borkum somehow still alive, but eventually Kevs will get the kill confirmation. And now Esports a man ahead. Can they actually continue on towards the A side though? Wits right behind the pyramids, trying to play as close as possible. Braiding distance right now. Team Secret looking for, but actually they back on the way right now. A bit of space and maybe some room for Dubstep to make this flank happen. Spike now planted though, and Delicious by the door. Dubstep finding Kev still getting revenge. Jeremy with the Operator Z answering back with his tour de force, and the snipe to come, but Z again just gets the shot, gets the angle, and he is the last letter and the last man you will see when he has his sights on you. 6-5 now, doing it again. One away from tying things up.
Making it a close game, aren't they? Really making sure that Secret do not start to run away with things, and when Secret get a substantial lead, not even substantial, get some sort of lead, they don't even let that get too out of hand. Still, once again, cannot extend their lead past 2-3 rounds. This Operator here in Dubstep, final round of the half tour de force, the hands of Jeremy this time around. Zay does not have that sniper that's up once again to pull on out here, and having the economy to support that. Oh, great shot by Borkum on the catch on the aggressive A main push, but I think he should be traded out by Kevs here, and he does. But the spike is on him. Very risky to push on alone, but they found the proper timing to make it happen.
Yeah, Kevs has just been the edge really for Naos Esports. Ultimate opportunity time and time again, finding to punish as much as possible. Team Secret though, can they actually make the double sniper configuration work? Up in one hand, tour de force on the other. Here comes the Shoutouts right now, flying on by to solve for time. Now, though, prime and ready to tie things up. Things are heating up here for Naos. 3v3 scenario, Jalicious might get the answer here towards Team Secret. Jeremy not running on the round. It's Naos Esports finding the shooting gallery right in front of them. Jesse Bash though all alone. Can he find the frags here for the squad? Jesse Bash with a second, but Kakarot playing it wisely. All the way like a spectator on the side. He will get into the action and give the round to Naos Esports. We're tied up, and what is going on with this series, man?
Things
are
apparently
happening. Naos is coming back.
Naos are coming back hard, dude. They're really feeling it right now. The young guns here, the new kids on the block in stage 1, trying to get the job done, at least before they finally bow out here. Swan song. Go out of the sides of the stage with grace. 6-6, tying things up. 11, 11, 11, 11, 11.
Whoa.
Look at all those 11s.
Whoa, I thought that was like a delivery number you were saying there.
Nope.
Nope.
For fast delivery, you do call 11 1 moment. Yeah, no, nothing like that. Jeremy would have an 11th on him too if he got another kill, but alas he doesn't.
Unlucky. Gonna get in the 11 club there. Speaking of 11 club, Kevs is there on the other side, and
yep.
Nice. That's right now. There's all the 11s in the world. What's your favorite number? 11? 11.
11 with a 7.
Yeah,
lots of actually.
There's a lot of them here in the Philippines. Now, okay, halftime break. The thing is, now Esports, they're on the attacking side. They are capitalizing on, again, Team Secret and Expeditions. I think really Kevs is the biggest notice of that. He's the one who knows how Team Secret move around a bit more compared to the rest of the roster. He's the one who finds those timings. And just another big step-up game for Kevs when they really need someone to do so for the whole series. This game, though, and the game prior to this, now Esports looking so much better, looking more back to their Stage 1 form. And it does seem like for Team Secret, their entry points have become shut down. It's a little dangerous right now for Team Secret, in all honesty, with Dubstep having the struggles here, because we're looking at him to play that first contact, to play that entry for the squad. And as it stands, now Esports have gotten the drop on the angles for Team Secret for quite a while in this map already. Might be the same case as we move to the defense. The match checks out, and then Team Secret is 5-0. Now Esports is 0-5. Oh man. The script writers need to get paid even more, honestly. Have you seen how salty people have become recently about some results here and there? Yeah, just enjoy the games. Don't do anything else with this. Let's see Jesse Bash looking to enjoy the frags. 4v4 scenario. It's Team Secret now going towards that B site. And Kevs, though, from the nest, but Dubstep. We had our worries, but apparently he is no cause for concern here as Team Secrets will get the frags anyway that they need and move towards that B side. Arches as well as the tunnel gonna be the first direct points of contact. A bit of a flank here for Jalicious as well, but time on the side of Team Secret right now. Ooh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, now.
Oh my goodness.
Delicious. He gets felled. He gets found, and Jesse Bash with the final kill. Team Secrets silencing all the doubts and looking for, a louder voice now as they have the guns. But man, why did you mention McDonald's? I wonder if I order now, will it arrive here exactly when this series ends?
I actually think I was maybe like muted at that point.
I know, it's okay. So you talked about McDonald's. I'm just gonna say that everyone said, I'll just assume everyone heard it. Not only that though, you had a good call. You had a good find, and it was a good find by Jalicious. Don't worry, I'll recap for you. Jalicious finding that flank right over at the Jeremy, giving them that chance. And it's a little interesting because Team Secret had a triple peak potential, but there was just a tiny found there by Jalicious. But right now, Jalicious, he's finding no quarter whatsoever. No mercy for the over-ambitious. And there's no second chances there as Jeremy will find the takedown anyway. Dubstep, though, Meaning a bit of a top-up, courtesy of Wits. Pit stop done. We go through the cave and over to the site. A little bit of the sightseeing towards the pyramids, but no one will see the site on the blurred. He's still there. Jeremy, nice check. Borkum now moving forward by the doors. It's Kakarot and Zay, and by the doors they will die. Flawless win by Team Secret to get the first 2 rounds of the second half.
So unfortunate there for Delicious. Eats a shock dart wholeheartedly, and as you said, that pound quartered down. So difficult for him to be able to get anything going when recon scanned out, especially hit with a shock dart. So 8-6. Naos can still come back from this. Gun round absolutely important for them to win this. Crucial moments for them to get this gun round, and if the bonus is converted with likeliness of that, not super high, especially on a map like Greed where the Spectres do lose a bit of their potency with the mobility and their short range of engagement. And this most definitely should be that Naos round that they're looking for, but see Marshall try and contest at long range, and Dubstep's got that Hero Vandal, which we know can be very, very close. Look at the angle here. Kev's pixel perfect, but still Borkum quick on the trade. Zay does get a kill on Jeremy as well, giving them that man advantage, leaving Delicious to hold on to the site alone, and they look like they want to confirm their suspicions towards the A side. As Kakarot on the flank, dropping down from the shoot, and that he does. 3v2 with that very low.
Yeah, pretty sus. He found a murder, but he was caught there along the way. This is interesting call though from Naos Esports. Now they're playing aggressively with the guns. They know they can win these duels. And Kev's again, just as you said, pixel perfect, finding that opportunity. As soon as that happens, as soon as Dubstep falls, Team Secret, their pace is absolutely slowed to a crawl. This is going to be dangerous for Vash, because does he expect that the flank is coming from behind them? Luckily, the door is his protector. The door is his savior. The door is his friend. And
hold the door.
Hold the door.
30 seconds left.
Say it 3 times, you might get a different name, but Wits. Oh no, hold position 4, blurred, and finally, the shots do come, connecting towards the head. All left now though to Vash, and we hold the door to move to the pyramids. Water is wet, and Jesse Vash right now trying to get on the way, but he is found. Fact don't lie. Blur right now with the find, and a great gun round here for Naos Esports, finding the frags at those very opportune moments.
Very good round here from Naos to get those opening kills, bring it to a 3v4 immediately, really putting themselves in these off positions that Team Secret just did not deal with in the scramble. Very cool finisher too at the end there. I love that, just seeping the soul out of him. But 8-7. Operator not out just yet for either side, not the economy to support that by yet. Team Secret looking to spread themselves a bit out, but hopefully for their sake, not too thin, because these defaults of theirs could be shut down by the individuality of Naos, but they catch Blurred going in unsupported and unguarded.
I mean, that's the kill that they're looking for, and for Team Secret, getting that man advantage, a big one here in the certain series we've seen for them. That is the opportunity that they need to build on. Not only that, without Blurred, there isn't really that much pressure being applied by a sudden burst from Naos Esports, and as it stands, Team Secret, they are navigating towards that A side. Double alert action here from Jeremy too. Crisscross though now with the Toxic Trains. Aldrone looking for a target. Guardian Light gonna be there too, but a nice snake bite from Delicious at least to remove the sync from the equation. Dubstep though, dashing forward. He's the one trying to clear the angle. And as the Toxic Trains do stand right now, they will disseminate and dissipate. Snakebite thrown by Borkum. Naos though, trying the horn to the corner, but Jeremy hit the shot. Why don't you? Kev's gonna go down. A nice lurk there, courtesy of Team Secret. A nice flank being taken there by the chamber. Not only that, this is still suspicious for Delicious. He tries to contest towards the doorway, found out by Borkum. And speaking of Borkum, it's 3 already. Z, the only one left as the last letter for Naos Esports here right now. Might just be him saying goodnight to himself. Rolls on in through the doorway, and Borkum with the quad. Another time and another minute for Borkum to work with. It's TS now up by 2.
Another 4K for the day here with Borkum top fragging the entire server. Good catches by Team Secret, pushing themselves very far forward. There, Jeremy. And Borkum's really locking things down, making sure the haul is theirs. They, the principal, holder that, and not letting anyone walk on by without a pass. Team Secret further rounds to be extended here. They could get one of the largest leads they're going to have this entire map. As now, they do have some sheriffs to work with, but the tour de force here in Jeremy should make things a lot easier for Secret.
Well, Naos Esports, they do have, at the very least, a potential hold towards the caves and extra bit of ambition, extra bit of aggression, possibilities here for Naos Esports. They do want to fight for more of that map control, and they are moving towards that cave, so a flank. Effective a while ago by Jalicious in the pistol. And speaking of the pistols, really Naos Esports, they're just gonna try to get some cheeky kills here along the way. Aldron now though, and the guiding light. Pretty much the usual initiation here for Team Secret. Drops the though, bumping the Aldron, a little too much. Vertical clearance is needed. And at the very least, it's Borkum with the takedown. So a little bit of an oopsie Team Secret now. There's no mistakes left made to make. Blur goes down, they will fall. Jeremy playing with his whole arsenal, everything and anything he can whip out, he does so much delicious. And Kakarot dies too. So flaws right now, I think for Team Secret, this has to be the standard that they bring moving forward. They cannot afford to let Naos Esports get back at them just like in the last map. And convincing wins are just going to be key here for the next few rounds.
Yeah. Good round for Team Secret to win the third. 3 rounds rather over Naos, the largest lead we've seen them have this entire map. 3 round, all things considered, but Naos, they need to make their stop now. They need to make their stand now to potentially come back into this game. We've seen them really come alive in the latter stages of a map, as we saw in Icebox. Naos, do they have the same fire in them to take this one? They have the operator buy coming from Zay, and they can get the tour de force on the round right on after, if so need be. As Blurred, same case for his blade. So whatever happens in this round, they have a potential okay kind of force buy / eco to force up on round number 19. Kakarot has his Seekers, which he can dispense here, and for the most part, almost everybody on both teams is 1 or 2 orbs away from getting their ults, barring Jeremy, who just used his in that. So big team clashes potentially very soon, Dax.
And Team Secret, they have been a bit more systematic now from what we've seen. They're really baiting out Naos Esports to try and contest the angle. Would you say something?
Look at that. 2 ups.
2 ups? Oh yeah, that's true. I thought you were copying the chamber voice lines there real quick. But yeah, I think Naos Esports, they just need to be a bit more disciplined on who's holding what angle. It has been them being tempted by the possibility to get that frag, and Team Secret punishing them accordingly. We see that a bit more often towards that A site even. But now, the 2 ops, will they find the clash that they need here? Z is 1 away from the tour de force. Blur is 1 away from that Blaze Storm, and in all honesty, Naos Esports, a full arsenal of ultimates potentially in their future here. If the cards align and the frags do come, but TS playing that slower game yet again, refusing to get picked off early on. And not only that, just because of that chamber on the other side, Z, always a possibility to snap on away. So Team Secrets, a slower pace towards the shop, familiar ground yet again, but Seekers now to play it out, and this is gonna be some really good intel for Naos. I don't think Z is gonna let go of this angle anytime soon just because of those Seekers. He needs to find that frag though for this gamble for Naos to work here.
Shock dart by Kebs. Trying to find some timing, but isn't really connected much.
30 seconds left.
It's more of a warning, if anything. Shot here does not connect by Zay. That was a huge frag for him to find. It does not connect. Need to get those opportunities with his full extent. Kakarot, great kill here on a Jesse Bash. Flash on now, trying to deny the plant, but Kevin finds another kill here in a Wits. Dubstep able to do the same thing, getting that trade frag, but still 3v4 in the favor of Naos. Coming in from mid. They do have a double push here, and Borkum within that Viper Spit here on top of, well, the bricks. Somehow how waiting on top of that box here towards that door. They're really playing this corner really well. 2v2. Great frags being found. Zay bringing it down to a 1v2. Borkum, last one left alive. Playing around his own ultimate, trying to make sure they don't have that sightline to work with. Oh, Zay doesn't spot him out. The timing works on that. They know where the spike is planted. Doesn't have a snake bite to force him off of it, though, so he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. On the swing wide, they're trying to stick the plant.
Oh, he's going to go down!
He drops it! Perfect timing from Borkum! And there isn't time for Kev to get this clutch. This round is done. 11 sealed in by Borkum. It's his time, baby! And they bring it to 11.
That was just so smart. The RG clutch there from Borkum. He made sure that smoke to dissipate accordingly. And when it needed to go down, it went down willingly. Team Secret. The outplay again by Borkum. What is this man on? Why is he so smart? He played the meter perfectly there, and from that point on, it was just Team Secret winning it out anyway. A creative Viper's Pit on top of the box. But it gets even worse because you know that the Fusion meter, it just gets rid of the smoke integrity meter. Now look at how low it goes. And once it got halfway, that was the Viper's Pit down. We've seen so many players look for desperate scenarios to keep that thing up. But only Borkum would find a way to make sure that this souffle going down, this Viper's Pit deflating there, would still be part of the plan. Pack parcel, Team Secret now shattering the confidence of Naos Esports here. They go for the Viper's Pit from Delicious. He has a Spectre in hand. But the thing is, Team Secret, they should know that they have the gun advantage here. Tour de Force brought out. Will they find the vanish onto Zay? Luckily, he gets the rendezvous away. But B-side, the target, this is where they can make that push happen.
Desperate moments here for now, Stack. Things are crumbling for them slowly but surely. Jeremy, another kill here in the round for Team Secret. Tour de Force had to come in huge, but he's been found on out, and now they know that they have to address this, have to deal with this. Very dangerous right now for Zay. He has to get a kill here. If he doesn't, this round is done and match point will be seized. But no, dubstep, wide swing, and secures the kill. This is almost assuredly a Team Secret round. There it goes. Borkum 1-2 tap. He is living in it. And now, Team Secret, one round away from ending this series.
Yeah, Borkum has just decided to sync up his clock and time to go to bed. Naos Esports, Borkum will say 24 kills for a man like this. The utter control by the controller. The frags do come as quickly as can be. This is where Team Secret is just able to edge out anyone else in the PH scene. Creative plays from clutch players. Just I can't get over the fact that was just so well timed really by Borkum, and this time can Team Secret finish the job off? No more collapses. It's time to get this job done. TS, one more round win away to keep the standard sets. And as we're flying around here, Jesse Vash looking to make these bolts fly. Jeremy, though, under aggression from him, getting Zay. Kakarot finding Borkum, though, in response. A big pickoff and a big catch onto Jesse Vash, too. But Kakarot right now has to deal with the fury of lightning. Jesse Vash making the bounce count. Blur, though, Delicious on the board. Now Esports right now finding a scrap. And in the scramble, they survive. 12-8. Now it's not done.
Oh, Dax, we've seen them come back in this exact situation, just the very previous map from this, right? 12-8, and then string it ever so continuously into that overtime scenario. Not too sure if that's going to ring true this time around. Team Secret looked a lot more poised than they were. They lose this round, yes, but it's been way too hot to let that heat just dissipate from them too easily. Timeout called, I believe, by Team Secret here. Do not want a repeat of what happened in that previous map, and so operator out for Blurred. Haven't seen too much success from that. If anything, it's almost like the rifles are what are working out better for him. So there's this kind of idea wherein I like to propose, to teams, just because you have economy to buy up an op doesn't necessarily mean it might always be the best situation to use in.
I mean, it's the linchpin of Blurred's whole playstyle to buy that op. I think I've mentioned it many times already. But I think I agree with you specifically for this map, since they already have a operator player in Zay. They already have someone who can cover that fire. The only reason right now you want to run a double operator is one guy set up on one side, one guy sets up on the other. And I feel like perhaps maybe for Blurred, the best thing he can do is really contest those close plants and be the one to get the hell out of there rather than Zay. Doesn't matter though, since Zay only has the money for the rifle anyway. Also, no Tour de Force going to come online. Team Secret, though, they need to shut down Naos Esports right here, right now. Make sure that they go offline instead. Because we saw in that last map, really, the collapse of Team Secret. After the overheats, it was just the over and over again effort by Naos Esports to get that win. So we're not done. Team Secret's looking for possibility towards that Viper Spit. They give him that spike. He can get it and put it down if ever. Let's stow away, though, the timeout screen as time is now ticking between these two squads. On cue.
As advertised, perfect timing. Hasn't that been yes, the commonality of a lot of these games we've had, Dax. 12-8 and the rotate here from Team Secret, cutting the noise, but Kebs, the timing doesn't work out. He doesn't find the information that Wits is on the back of that, and so there's no real reason for Naos to try and rotate right now, but with Kebs finally confirming that, hey, there's nobody here, you can now expect a rotate to come in from Kakarot, and that exactly happens. So, Team Secret waiting.
30 seconds left.
Oh, snake bite. BTS. Well, this is gonna be... This is gonna be a timing thing here from the side of TS, and they explode towards that B side. It's Dubstep though, leading charge. Nice ball here from Delicious to start things off though. And time ticking, it's pressure now being applied. Borkum though with a fight off to Delicious. And this gives him a chance to set up that spike for a spit. 2 for 2 trade, so after everything's said and done, someone needs to put that spike down. Dubstep scrambling. Where is Borkum? Dubstep lane protection though! And Blur will fight Dubstep along the way. But Team Secret cannot put that spike down. The ROG clutch here from the side of Naos Esports. And in an absolute scramble, Blur is still able to get away with the operator too. Chaos in the battlefield, but Naos find the assassinations that they needed.
Did Borkum let go of the plant? Because he didn't go down, and he was almost done with it, but it seemed like, I guess he got pressure that, hey, they're all right here, let me just take this time to go kill him instead, maybe win the round that way, but the pressure being applied here by Naos, allowing him to get the spike down, because see, look, Dubstep covers him. He should have been able to get the plant on down, but because of the pressure being applied, he thought he was going to get peeked, and I don't know. He lets go of the plant, and that allowed Naos to win the round.
A little too early, perhaps, and just, you can see it there on the screen. It's like, okay, you're out of time. What happens there? It was a big frag, though, towards Jeremy, too. That initial spike plant getting caught out, that really threw Team Secret for a loop, and now it's Esports. They got away with so much more than would be expected. Keeping that operator still. Big potential gun to get the frags there later on, but Team Secret, they cannot slip up at the last second, last millisecond. These errors can pile on and give Naos Esports a bit of advantage here, but the Atom Kingdom now heading towards Team Secret, exposing their position. Kevs though with the find of the Jesse Bash, that's a spike down. Dash on away by Dubstep, good distraction. Borkum will find the frag anyway. And such a struggle to chase after a Jet that speedy, but TS, they lost their intel already. They have to be careful. We hear now the tour de force unleashed. Right side, I believe, of Team Secrets. And Dubstep
30 seconds left.
Realizes the situation moves towards the A side here. Waldo going down. Cloudburst wall time. Jeremy finds the frag anyway. Now Esports, they're losing members here that they cannot afford to do so. Kakarot holding so close though here, black and blue, and now it's near time to try it out.
Also difficult here for Kakarot to get something going. He's trapping in a rock in the hard place, but Blurred bails him out of a sticky situation. Dubstep does get taken down 3v2 as Jeremy finds another great kill off of the mid flank here. Tour of the Force coming on out. It's all down to Blurred. He has come alive in the latter stages of the series, but not in this case, as Jeremy with a 4K secures the game, secures the series 2-1 in Team Secret's favor.
Team Secret, they set the bar of the PH scene, and now that bar flies even higher as they move to a 6-0 standing. In the end, though, it's not the old guard who comes in clutch for the squad. It's that youngest gun on the roster. And Jeremy, the prodigal son of Team Secret, does not disappoint his daddy Vash there. And absolutely well played by Team Secret this time to finish the job off. It got very dicey though. Let's not mince words. Whatever happened between Borkum and that plant, whatever happened in the round prior, it looked to be Team Secret slipping up yet again, but the errors were rectified before it could cause the complete collapse. And, well, for Team Secret, that's always the recovery that we expect from them. This now puts Team Secret in such a commanding presence. I don't think, actually, they can be dislodged from the first seed now. Mathematically, they are first seed. No one can touch them. And really, the matchup versus Alpha Esports is more on the benefit of Alpha rather for Team Secret coming into this one. Now Esports bottom the standings, also solidified there. No real way to get more than a single win as they have one more series left.
Yeah.
But you have to give big props to Naos Esports. What the fights, what hearts, and even taking a map away from Team Secret, that's at least a foundation Naos can be proud of. We're looking very, very comfortable with some of the agent picks that we saw from them there.
Yeah, good series from Naos. One of their better series we've seen from them this entire group stage run, and that secures Team Secret as the #1 seed here going into the playoffs. And it just makes me kind of wonder. That's good news, right? But it almost seemed like there was some mixed emotions from Wits at the end of that camp, like he was scratching his head almost. I'm not sure what exactly he was feeling, but I think it was Dispenser walked up to him in the end and like gave him a bit of a shoulder rub, like, hey, it's okay. I'm not too sure what might have happened. Could have been something else outside of the game, but hey, they do get the round, and he absolutely performed in every single situation, every single map we saw him in. So really great showings there. Borkum though, Borkum time, baby. 3.6 KDA, just the absolute menace that we know he can be. And those scrambles, he plugs in those holes, and when he has to, he also keeps him alive and gets the entries that he needs to. Borkum time and time on again, but Jesse Vash had huge kills, huge plays as well, and always just so utility savvy he is. One of the biggest reasons why Team Secret are the team that they be.
And Team Secrets, it's no secret that they have been gunning for that top spot of the PH scene, and with a record like this, with a run like this, only one left can smudge that style point. But I think right now, Team Secret have basically cemented that they are just the team to beat. All of the contenders that caused problems back in Stage 1 have already been slain, and even someone that didn't get to face off in a surprise backer from Stage 1, beaten by Team Secrets. Really just perhaps upstarts on the side of Alpha Esports. I really am excited for what that last match Team Secret will, bring out. You're looking at that firepower. But in this series, it took tactics, it took guts, and it took some discipline really for Team Secrets to get back into it. Some great creativity there from Borkum, some great angles there for Jeremy to wrap it all up. But you'd always feel like that, especially when Kev's had that great angle versus Team Secret, there was always a threat that Team Secret needed to deal with, and now is Esports proving still that they're a team here for good reason. They're a team that can contend.
Man, Oasis. I mean, rather Naos. I'm getting myself confused. I was looking at the match schedule. Sorry. Well, okay, I'll flex into a different point. What they do have going for them, though, Naos here, is that, they were able to get the win against the top one. Now, it's not necessarily a series win, but it is a map win, so they can go out gracefully. As we said, they have one more series to play. Ultimately won't really mean much in the end in terms of where they stand. They will be locked into being that bottom seed. And Secret, the same thing's on over. So 6-0 and 0-6 for either side. But we're going to continue on with the next match in just a bit after this break. Thank you guys. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Dax. We'll see you guys after this break.
From inside out, outside in, we control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof. We exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift. Water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days was writing. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, where we see Team Secret yet again with another win. It is a 2-2-1 versus Naos Esports, but the big news here is that one, though, because we were ready to write this off as a 2-0, but Naos really did deliver and give the best fight that they could. Let's jump into our series highlights for that, because as we mentioned, G10, this, we were pretty much like, we know how this is gonna go, but Naos really surprised us.
Absolutely. I mean, they brought the fight to Team Secret. They kind of were really feeling themselves here. Blurred, I think, really was on for today for the past how many days. It didn't feel like he was really getting the performance that I was kind of accustomed to seeing from him, but I'm glad to see that we got some really good performances from Naos. Even though they did lose, it was an incredibly competitive match, more competitive than I think you would have given it credit for coming into this day, and definitely closer than it should have been. Now that knife from Jesse Vash, though, was just a tiny bit disrespectful, but still, it is part of the game. You gotta check your corners when you're in a 1v4, check behind you. But this Icebox was absolutely beautiful. Now they were so behind. After Team Secret, they kind of went wild in the first half. But then when the chips were down and Team Secret was at match point, Naos, man, it really lit a fire under them, and they were able to bring it back. They were able to tie it up and then win in only one overtime, which I don't think anyone has been really able to consistently do against Team Secret. Even when people do beat Secret in overtime, it's usually, after 2 overtimes or something, and in the case of South Built, it was, 7 overtimes. So bringing it all the way to the last round of regulation and then beating out Team Secret in an overtime is no small feat at all.
Yeah, that's still our record, I think, here so far in Stage 2. But yes, absolutely, that Icebox, I mean, I have to say, it was getting really close, and when I saw, okay, the score is I think it was 11 and 12, and I was like, all right, getting ready, setting up everything, and getting ready to go back on air, but then they just brought it back, and Fluffy, I think that got everybody off guard, and we just have to, one of the big questions was if Naos would evolve beyond Stage 1. I think this is what we were expecting from the very beginning of the group stages.
Yeah, I think Naos has really proven that, they are more put together this stage, especially during the last series. But it's unfortunately, I feel like a little too late for the squad. Even on their last game, it was a nail biter till the end, because essentially when you hit that third map of a series, it's just a best of one. And moving into Breeze, even at the end of it, 13-9, Naos Esports really holding their own against the forefront of our competition today, which is Team Secret. Team Secret, on the other hand, also showing more of their flexibility, playing without Dispenser a couple times. And we can see here that our MVP for the series is Borkum, who also on that Viper, such a big presence on Breeze.
And look at that ACS. I mean, if that doesn't spell a win on its own, that's pretty incredible indeed. And Borkum definitely one of the players that, something like this, it's pretty incredible, but it's no news when it's Borkum. Borkum time indeed. And of course, Team Secret, once again proving that they are still top of the line. I think Dax mentioned this on the broadcast, wherein we do have, the alumni, so to say, of the Masters and Champions run, still dominating and still really elevating the regional scenes of their respective regions. We have Paper Rex and MYSG and everything, and Sersha in VCT Thailand really upping the stakes for everyone. And it's so great to see Naos Esports able to bring the fight this close to Team Secret, who have set that caliber for the PH scene. And I think part of, what really makes Secret such an innovative team, of course, is this man who we can welcome on over to our panel, to your screens right now. We have Coach Fade here on Team Secret. Let's bring him on over for a quick interview. Hello, Coach Fade. Welcome. And congratulations, and thank you for taking the time to chat very briefly with us. So Team Secret, pretty much locked in the top seed for playoffs. And as their coach, are you able to share what's going on through your head? Are you also already, drafting, what could be possible for the playoffs? You mentioned earlier that you were maybe lacking a little bit of sleep, full of preparations.
I think we are ready for playoffs. We still have I think at least 7 or 8 more comps that we haven't revealed to you guys, the audience and the opponents. Yeah, so I'm pretty much excited for next week's playoffs.
Very interesting, and we have seen Team Secret become a little bit more experimental in this stage, and with your roster rotations and agent compositions too. Dubstep, I think, mentioned the other day that this is actually your doing as well. Are you able to share a little bit what you're doing for the team and how you're pushing them beyond their limits? I mean, how do you talk to a team that has been together for more than a year and suggest maybe something a little different?
I think I just, based on their performance during screens and stuff, and decide who gets to play on certain maps and not. And I think so far my judgment is pretty on point. I'm pretty satisfied with their performance this stage, except we have pretty silly mistakes towards the end, especially this series against Naos, that we have to clean up. So I think if we can clean up all these mistakes, we will be ready for APAC.
Definitely, and I think you can always point to the top of the standings to show that indeed, you have been doing very, very good work indeed for Team Secret. So how have you, this is a bit of a personal question, how have you been adjusting to the boot camp? And I think I saw this on Dubstep's Twitter too. Have you picked out a favorite Filipino food already? I think you gave a teaser that it might be tapa?
Yeah, I already tried tapa, Jollibeans, and mediocre seasick. So
mediocre.
Yeah, it's not like a proper seasick. It's just like those ready-made ones. So I need to try a proper one. So looking forward.
I see.
Also tried sinigang that day, the home cooked one. Yeah, pretty nice.
Oh, that is the best.
Yeah,
that
that
is
soup
the
is
best,
nice.
and yes, especially since the weather has been a little bit cold. Oh, that is the best if you have homemade sinigang. I'm happy that you're enjoying, and I hope you get S tier level sisig this
S
time.
tier level.
Get you out of that mediocre one. I'm sure the boys have some suggestions of their own. Do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give, especially to all of those supporting Team Secret since day one?
No, I need to shout out to this hater we have on Twitch chat called Nathchos29. This guy has been doubting us since map 1 today. I think our performance today may not be the best, but I think we still won. So please don't hate us, guys. We are not bad guys, come on. And thank you to all the fans that defended us in chat. Appreciate all what you all say, and we all read chat as just like you guys. So yeah, spread love, not hate, guys.
Absolutely, and yes, there is a battle going on in game and elsewhere in the comment section too. But thank you so much, Coach Fade, for that. And I hope, of course, that all the supporters of Team Secret are right behind you, and eventually you will be able to put all of those bashers to rest. Good luck on the rest of your games. We are very, very excited to see Team Secret at the
Thank you very
playoffs.
much.
I really hope he gets, that premier CC.
Real
that
CC.
Yeah,
yes.
real CC.
You gotta go to Pampanga. You gotta come on, Coach.
Oh,
Fade, Go to
yes.
Pampanga. Go to Aling Lusing's, and then go crazy. You can't
True.
have any of that. That pre-frozen stuff. You gotta get the real stuff with the calamansi and the sili.
Yes.
Right there.
Sizzling on a platter. He
Yes.
needs that. He needs that, definitely. I know they're a little busy going into the playoffs and maybe afterwards for a little reward. Boys, you gotta give him that, the full CSIG experience. We are off to a very, very quick break, but when we return, we have Bren Esports and Action PH coming right up. VCTPH will be right back.
Trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
Hi, this is Philip Vergara, more commonly known as RU from Action PH. Is Team Secret qualifying for Stage 2 because before they didn't have any boot camp, but now they have a boot camp. Therefore, I think their skills will be tested against our fellow countrymen. I think what makes our team stand out from the rest is we actually create our own meta right now thanks to our new member, which is the doctor from Malaysia. He encourages us that we shouldn't stick with the comfort picks, but rather try to immerse ourselves to the new agents such as Fade. The team that I'm looking forward to play against is Team Secret. As I stated earlier, that they have a bootcamp right now, and they had ping issues back then in Stage 1, and now I think they've fixed it. So I can see the champion Secret back then that we would fight against in the group stage, hoping to meet them once they qualify for the group stage. I think the team that we would like to beat is Naos and SBE, because Naos, they're the ones who put us in the lower bracket in Stage 1, as well as SBE coming back from the third map, even though we had the advantage, which is 10-5. And I hope that we can get our rematch against these teams because we want to prove that we're just not the third team in the Philippines. My message to our fans and supporters is thank you so much for supporting us, since I'm also reading the comments every stream by PPGL that they're supporting us, that we're the underdogs, and we would like to thank everyone that their support motivates us to go even further. Again, this is Aryu from Action PH. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys!
My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, touring at every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working.
Welcome back. You are watching VCTPH. Mika Fabs here on the panel alongside Fluffy and G10. We just saw Team Secret win Series of the Day, and now we're on to our second series. It's going to be Bren Esports versus Action PH. Action PH currently well off in the standings, while Bren Esports are well within danger, so to say. This is quite an important match for the standings too. So let's get right into it. Starting with Bren Esports, let's take a closer look at their roster. Action PH, and they are up against Bren Esports. Once again, a call back to the group stages of Stage 1. Back then, it was a 1-1 score with each team taking a series off of the other. Today, Action PH is looking to settle that score, G10, while getting their heads into that playoffs mindset, hopefully.
Yeah, Action PH, you did say they were one of the ones who were kind of sitting comfortably in the standings, but I wouldn't say they're that comfortable themselves because looking at their record, they still have a very, very, very small chance to actually not make the playoffs if they do lose the next two of their games. But that is, something that may be a little bit unlikely. The squad has just been looking very, very competitive, very solid, a lot more evolved than we have been used to seeing them, because we usually think of Action PH as kind of a little bit of an aim-heavy team. But lately they have been pretty solid in terms of strats as well, and you can see it in the record, 3-2 at the moment, looking to go 4-2 against Bren. And I would say that the addition of the Doctor is such a boon for Action PH. Even though the past few days, I think Georgie has been performing really, really well, the Doctor has been consistently performing throughout this entire group stage. And even though, they do have very, very obvious stars, the rest of them, Ryu, Eman, and I forgot, the last guy is a Batman. Sorry, I always forget a Batman because
he's been jumping around.
He has been jumping around. So these three have also been pretty solid on their own. Very dependable as compared to when we used to see them always kind of leaving somebody to clutch it out. Sometimes that still does happen, but now they have a lot more, as we like to say, discipline in their composition, in their strategies. With the way that they've been playing, they're not as gung-ho, but they still possess that certain explosiveness that they like to use when they are attacking a site or when they're trying to retake. They still have the command of that ability, but they don't make it their entire identity at the moment.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. And this vent thing is always blowing smoke onto my screen. I'm at the edge, so it's always like blowing onto me. But yes, Action PH will be up against Bren Esports, a team that is fighting as elimination closes in on them. Let's take a look at Bren Esports. The team with a lot on the line entering this series. Our eyes will be on Bren Esports in the upcoming days as they try and make their way out of the danger zone. Fluffy, we know what they look like when they're on point, we know what they're capable of, and we know that Bren's biggest enemy tend to be themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Bren Esports, you can see it from the results. They started out this stage incredibly strong, defeating the likes of RRQ and Naos, but soon after, kind of slowing down and falling from grace a little against the teams that currently happen to be the teams at the top, like Oasis and Team Secret. Today will be one of their last chances for them to basically reignite that fire that they had early on, which I feel like has been fading a little bit over this week. But every new day is a new start, and it is their start to reclaim their position as one of the staples of VCT. This team has the heavy hitters. They have Sabby, they have EJ at the forefront of the lines, but they also have players in different positions who we've also seen pop off in different maps in the past. We've seen Brain Freeze pop off, especially in that Fracture map, and Hot Sauce as well, being the carry in some of their matches. And Symbol, with his addition, I feel like gives them a bit more dynamic feeling, where they're not the team that feels very one-dimensional with a one-set strategy. I feel like with the addition of Symbol and their coach Evo, there's a bit more tactical depth that this team can come up. The question is, which Bren Esports are we going to get today? Is it the one that might be a little bit too ambitious and be their own enemy, or is it the one that comes in with a cool head trying to take their last games to a W?
Yeah, I think that in a way, it kind of has reversed the roles between Bren and Action PH, where Action PH, usually we're used to seeing them be a little bit more explosive, a little bit more aim heavy, as we did discuss, but it seems that the ambition that Action PH used to possess now is a little bit of a problem for Bren Esports. And it's not just Bren Esports playoffs run that is on the line here. South Built, a lot of their hopes are actually also riding on this match. They need Bren to lose today, and then they need to win against Bren tomorrow to secure their own slot. But if Bren do get the double lead today, then that puts SB under a lot of pressure. So it's not just Bren riding on this match and its results, but also SBE.
Yeah, I'm sure Southbuilt Esports are watching right now. Hello to you guys. I hope you guys aren't too tense because yes, their VCT lives depend on this match as well. Let's actually jump into our head-to-head because as we can see, these rosters for Action PH and Bren Esports, they actually pretty much revolve around two players. Georgie over here on Action PH, we pegged him as like the guy sort of like that Action PH plays around. And for Savvy AK, we know that Bren Esports, Fluffy, he was actually one of the first. He was the first, I think, on the new Bren Esports roster.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the supporting agents and players will revolve around the plays that the duelists make, and in a lot of ways, these two players are the tips of the spears for both of these teams that they're trying to drive into their opponents. You can see that, of course, statistics alone, they're also very close, but in role and function as well. If these two, or either actually, gain the momentum to get the space for their team, it could make a rollout effect where it'll turn into a wrecking ball in case it keeps growing and growing and growing, because if you can't stop either of these players, if you can't really shut them down, there's such a nuisance to deal with their mastery, not only of their utility from the agent they provide, but also their ability to just frag out.
Yeah, and I think like for Bren Esports, it's tricky because like they started off really well up until day 5 against I believe it was Alpha Esports Pro, and since then their opponents have managed to best them. G10, do you think this is a case of Bren losing steam in a way? Could the 1 day break from yesterday, do you think that that's what they need to kind of like reset and regain that?
So if it's a question of losing steam, I think Bren, it's not that they've lost steam, right? It's just that other people's trades have been going for a little bit longer and a little bit stronger than Bren at the moment. I still think that they are, an insane team. And honestly, if they didn't have to face up against some incredibly tough opponents, Alpha Esports Pro, Team Secret, Oasis Gaming, if we saw those matches a little bit later, I think the story would be a lot different for Bren. But we are here now, and Bren, they have 2 matches to go. And honestly, I want to go back to Savvy and Georgie, the Boracay Jet versus the Collegiate Goat. And we know how these teams can be kind of centered around these two. And we have seen, especially, I think yesterday in the game, or the other day, the game versus Oasis, when Savvy was getting caught out, it kind of felt like Bren were a little lost. So that does tend to happen a little bit to Action PH, but at least if Georgie's lost, they have the Doctor, who's a great quote-unquote backup IGL, although I'm pretty sure they're very flexible on that role. It's kind of more of a collaborative thing. And they kind of don't have a head to be cut off, where with Bren, it's a little clear that if you eliminate EJ, if you eliminate Savvy, the round is going to be a lot easier for you. So I want to see if Bren has kind of shored up that weakness, or that dependence on their star player / players, and if they can be a little bit more well balanced, a little bit more disciplined coming into this match.
You actually bring up a very interesting point because whereas with Bren Esports, you mentioned it's very clear where the heads of the Hydra are, but with regards to Action PH, it can be a little bit more muddled. And that's why we saw how this team struggled early on in stage 1, trying to get that identity going. And we've seen that they've always been at the cusp of getting to the top of the standings. So the big question is whether they're going to enter some kind of stability here on stage 2 to get that extra push. And I think that this series is going to test that. Jumping into our map vetoes here, as I mentioned earlier, this series has actually happened before, twice actually, during stage 1. Yeah. And for the map vetoes, Fluffy, we did have, I think consistently, these teams played on Icebox, Haven, and Ascent during stage 1 for both of those series.
I think those 3 maps are very viable, but based on the playstyle they also have now, we see that the first ban that we have for the entire series will be split. My predictions for this is I am gonna expect Haven to be for sure in first phase picked by one of these teams. They both have a great Haven gameplay. They have a lot of different comps they can try out. They Bren had this old comp where they ran a lot of Breach, and then now they have one with Sky. So, and as I'm mentioning this, Haven is the first one picked by Bren Esports. APH banning out Ascent is also very interesting. I think
that's a fair ban.
Yeah, but I find that Ascent is it's very 50-50, and APH has a very strong Ascent because they run this very unique Sage comp as well, at least in stage 1. But we see that the 4th map is Breeze, which Bren picks defense on. I think that is a little favored for APH. We saw, I believe Bren play it recently, and I'm not sure how well they did, honestly. Like from a tactical standpoint, I feel like there's a lot of mistakes that they have to clean up.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Fraction Bind gonna be taken out here, so we only have the last map left.
It's gonna be Icebox.
Yeah, it is gonna be Icebox. A great decider here. I think they both have a fantastic Icebox, but Split here, I want to go back to that first ban. Split is an amazing ban for Bren. They have seen that APH has been doing really, really well on Split lately. Even just yesterday, they brought a pretty close series, against, well, the undefeated Team Secret, the 6-0 gods right now, but they had a very, very decent split. I mean, Georgie almost dropped a 30 bomb. He got the 29 out fragging Borkum, even though they did lose that match in overtime. So Action PH, what a good map for them to not play on. But Haven, I think, is a little Bren sided if we're inclined to believe kind of trends and stuff. But for Breeze, it's a little Action PH sided, but not enough to say for sure that we're going to be going to game 3. While Icebox really, I think, is the decider, the pinnacle decider map for the series.
It also took me this long, by the way, to realize that in this layout of this universe that we're in, the map beaters are over there. I just realized it as a camera. I just thought, PSA, by the way, we are looking into the map vetoes. They're like beyond ahead over there. So I just realized it when the camera like panned and turned around. I was like, oh, whoa, there we are. Yeah, clearly somebody has been geographically. I've been geographically challenged, and I didn't realize that until now. It's day 9. But yes, Fluffy, you had something to point out with these. Do you think that these map picks are favoring anyone?
I feel like Haven is a 60-40 for me. I think both teams have a strong Haven game plan. I'm leaning towards Bren Esports to take that map. But on the second map, Breeze, very interesting. APH, I feel like they had the opportunity to watch I believe it was Secret versus Bren game, which did not go very well for them on that map. So it's a lot of lessons for one team to learn, but another thing that they can pick up for the other. And for the last map, yeah, I think, aside from pointing the obvious because it is a decider map, it really feels like that's the map that is the most important because the first two are just so swingy.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So you think it's gonna go like a 1-1, and
yeah,
then
I think it's
we are going to just.
It's gonna end 2-1 for me. I think that Bren's gonna win.
Now, while I agree with you, Fluff, that it is going to be a 2-1, it's a little bit too close to call it a 2-0. I'm on the opposite side. I really think that that Action PH has been a little bit more consistent, and that consistency and that discipline, if they're able to kind of get into Bren's head, then they will be able to take this 2-1. And of course, I want SV to have that chance. I want them to get out of the danger zone and into the playoffs, even if that means that Bren can be the sacrifice here, because that's the game that actually will decide SB's fate tomorrow, is Bren versus South Build.
Yeah, I was just checking out the stats from stage 1 when these two teams faced each other. It was basically, of course, we're not seeing Ascent right now, and we are going to see a new map enter, which is Breeze. But Haven has consistently gone to Bren, while Icebox has consistently gone to Action PH. And Fluffy, you mentioned that Breeze might favor Action PH a little bit more, so it should follow that.
Yeah, I feel like it'll only lean if they really did their homework for this stage, because as we are going to a close for the group stages, I mentioned this a couple times already before, but there's just so much more information that's relevant to this stage out there for other teams and your team. And as much as every team should focus on themselves first, because it's hard to learn to react to something if you don't even know the basics yourself. So having a strong foundation is important. A lot of teams should be taking advantage of the fact that there's a lot of information that they can process, and the teams that do it the most and adapt the fastest against certain teams, maybe even run certain comps against certain teams specifically, are like, I think that's what Team Secret is doing, are probably the teams that are gonna take it all.
Yeah, and just to point out as well, G10, you mentioned this, that Southbuilt Esports, of course, are watching very closely. So here is just a recap of what is at stake for this series. Should Bren lose, and forgive me, like, you guys gotta help me with the math over here. Should Bren lose this, then that means that the decider of who will be eliminated, who will get that other slot alongside Naos Esports for elimination, it's going to be decided with the Bren Esports and Southbuilt Esports match tomorrow.
Pretty much. Mathematically, yeah. That checks out.
Which is gonna be very, very, very dicey indeed. So it's not just actually 2 teams right now in this series. It's actually 3 teams, as Southbuilt Esports are peering over Bren's shoulders and making sure that, hopefully they get that chance tomorrow. But first up, we are gonna take a very, very quick break, and when we return, we're gonna get right into this second series of the day, Bren Esports and Action PH. Don't go anywhere. VCTPH will be right back.
Nobody did it right. I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time. We going up. We headed to Mars. You know my slimes, it came from the bottom to the top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy. compare me, I don't belong in a box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You like meat, Raf? Because it feels like there's a lot of beef going on right now with the teams because of what has been happening with the standings overall. I just saw Fade tweet like something spicy against Naos. They're like, "Oh, you're done now. Our next opponent has got to be, I believe that was AEPH." Definitely gonna look forward to that. But for now, we're gonna be looking at the Bren versus Qeon PH best of 3, talking about how Bren here also in danger of getting into the lower portions of this top 8 of ours. If they do, well, again, you can't get into the playoffs. Anyways, my name is Asari. With me now is Raph, and we'll be your casters for the rest of the night. How you doing?
I'm still in recovery mode after you asking me, hey, you like meat? Again, guys, it's really not a bad greeting or a bad opener. It's just if you walk up to me like that on the street, I would probably just like ignore you. Like, yes,
probably
I do.
punch me in the face, you know.
But some meat. How about a knuckle sandwich? But anywho, talking about our teams, the danger of getting eliminated looming over multiple teams, Asarai. And even though I kind of want to go back on this because that previous series was telling of the potential of Naos. Naos, they have not really won a game, which is such a heartbreaker. But in that previous series, I feel like that was a return to form. That was the Naos that we expected to see. Despite dropping it against Team Secret, they were playing confident. They're playing comfortable. I really don't understand why this wasn't the case for the first week. And this is just, you know, a little bit of tough love because what was very apparent to us, what was very apparent to our loyal viewers, is that this was not the Naos that we saw in our first stage. But again, let's move on to this. We can explain all of that sometime else. Action PH versus Bren. I would say a middle of the pack kind of theme for both these teams still. They are on the rise. Action PH though, retooled, rekitted, much more refined this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love how this team has been playing the past couple of days, these past 2 weeks that they've just been performing. It's not the same that we saw last stage. Again, we talk about how this team, it was all very much gung-ho. But somehow, somewhere in the middle of that, in transition to stage 2, they started being a little bit more decisive, a little bit more controlled, and it really has allowed this team to, I think, flourish. They still have those issues with Georgie and everything where he kind of overcommits, but they just take a break. You know, they call the timeout. Georgie, hold your horses. We need to regroup, recuperate, and it worked so well with Qeon. I believe we saw that when they went up against Team Secret the other day, even though it was still a 2-0. Both those games were 13-11 and 13-10 or 13-9 if I'm not mistaken. And then on the flip side, for Bren, this is a team that I think has had somewhat issues, if not similar to Qeon, where they're kind of a little bit hot and cold. They don't know sometimes what I feel like what they're doing. The coordination isn't there from game to game. And again, this isn't us coaxing the roster of Bren. As of previous, we have seen them do so well against particular teams, and they went up against Oasis Gaming and Team Secret as of recent and did a well enough job that even though they lost, it was very convincing that they could have won that series if they had a little bit more in the tank to give.
I feel like Bren has taken the mantle of being the team that has the highest of highs in terms of gameplay and potentially the lowest of lows. They've been, I'm pretty sure and I'm fairly certain that everybody in the support staff and within the team itself is that they're addressing this as much as they can, because in one map, they are the most refined team, the most mechanically sound when it comes to trading and just team mechanics in general. But then you go to a next map and suddenly they don't play like themselves. Right now, Action PH, they do position themselves towards the garage as quite a bit of conflict already happening. Brain Freeze falls, a trade on both sides, but EJ gets a quick double. Hot Sauce has found himself a bit of a tricky place here. Now Bren, they have the man advantage. Georgie, all on his lonesome, does have a frenzy still, and he will hear Xavi. But does he know that there is a lurking anti-flank? Xavi even goes for the pinch, but the timing is just a little too unfortunate for Georgie. Ooh, left alone on the pistol. Potentially Bren secure the first swing of the game.
I love that double back from Savvy. He already knew that the Batman was clearing up mid. They've heard Georgie make a couple of strides there, and they were probably expecting that he's gonna be hunting Savvy already, who made a lot of noise going through sewer. If not, then good. They just double up. They can always go see whichever site that they want. And if Georgie actually went in there and he doubled back, that mean the pinch play was going to be absolutely perfect for Bren. So that bit of communication, Raph, is what we were really expecting from this team, and they have come out of the woodwork very much so with that kind of mindset on hand.
Yeah, I would say Bren's maps, at least this one is one of their better ones, if not their best. Action PH, though, maybe in the grand scheme of things in the veto, they have, I would say, as Fluffy mentioned, 60-40. Right now, we have to focus our sights towards heaven, as B might be the point of interest for both these teams. Hot Sauce finds Georgie going on a bit of a flag, and EJ with a nasty spray on that Spectre. Xavi gets 2. And like we said, Bren poised to take that early swing. Now this is where the toss-up begins, the bonus.
Well, it is going to be a flawless bonus here for Bren. So they have a lot of really strong fire weapons. They do have that Bulldog, which at range can be incredibly powerful. You don't see that often that you get like a double headshot spray down with the Spectre, but EJ just makes it look so smooth. Anyways, how many times have we also seen like Savvy pull out the fade? Because I think this is the first time, maybe second. I know Oasis and Team Secret have done it, and yeah.
Yeah, well, because usually we see Xavi, on this map in particular, play that breach. But now we have a role or an agent that kind of forces him to play a little back. But I feel like that's a smart choice. Xavi is so good at clutching and is explosive by nature.
True.
But the longer you keep him alive, the more intense the last, or at least the mid to late rounds are. This bonus not already looking good for Bren as a Batman and the rest of Action PH. They mowed down the competition. Hot Sauce left on his lonesome. And man, will reconnect him to his teammates. And there you go. Again, the first swing in the favor of Bren with the toss-up. It goes to Action PH.
Yeah, very lovely stuff there from Qeon. Able to just somehow manage to not get punished with all the utility that Bren was throwing. They got the haunt, they got the paranoia, everything. But still, it was kind of awkward to see this. Look at that. They just got into the site. No one was spotted. And then Qeon just hid in the back of the sea and just got kill after kill. A little bit awkward, but again, it was just a bonus. This is Bren now able to purchase the Valis. I was about to say AK for some reason there. I don't know why. Anyways, good flash for Emon. Does get a bit of resistance mid grass. Now he knows that there's a couple of forces here. As the Prowler takes a lot of audio cues on Garage. The Trailblazer gets even more as it gets 2 tagged. Slows a bit down the enforcement of Bren here on Garage, and as they spot out Brainfreeze here, looking for the pinch. This might be Bren really committing to go for the Garage fight.
That may be the case, but it's still a 1-3-1 split. A lot of attention, like you mentioned, being put towards Garage and Grass, as they've already planted their feet. Doesn't seem like they want to move anywhere else. But still, we have a minute left in the clock. No overextension to the side of Action PH, making this that much more tense for Bren. We still see Hot Sauce, though. Very wary of that. Very aware of what potentially might happen. It looks like A might be the take here. They see quite a bit of utility being shuffled around to C, so they might just go for a bit of a contact play, hoping that they might not run into a bit of a trap. That they don't. They clear out long. They take long control. Short control still a little bit of in a question. Georgie's still playing that high ground. Gets completely blinded. Doesn't know where EJ is. Many targets that he has to find. He already finds one. The Doctor chimes in to find Symbol. And this hold is already looking beautiful.
10 seconds left. Last
Savvy. I believe that was 6 HP in a Dream. The Dream shattered. The defense from APH just unflinching, unwavering here, Raph. They try to throw out their flashes. They try to dash right in with EJ. Even the support information gathering from Savvy, but somehow APH don't budge at all. Look at this. And Georgie's still on top of the site. Nobody even looking in at a second glance.
Last player standing.
And this offense from Bren just a little bit off tempo from the looks of things.
Off tempo, off beat. We need to find that alignment. Maybe get a metronome. Get that flow, get that rhythm going. Make it as second nature as possible. But with an eco in hand on the side of Bren, all they can really hope for is just eco damage. That's what we really come to expect, especially at the top level. And a lot of damage is Brain Freeze, opening up the round for the Doctor. Hot Sauce even finds Georgie. I think he saw the player model, and RU take minimal damage, finding a frag still. The Bren have made this expensive. A little bit of utility being thrown around, and some guns being retrieved. They even get the plant, so this eco is going way too well. Oh my goodness. I think they might find the timing on RU. Him and his trusty Vandal finds EJ. Still 3 more members to deal with, but 2 rifles already in the hands of Freeze and Zavi. Both very accurate, both very deadly. Not letting this 3v1 go, Asarai.
Well, are you gonna have a very difficult task piercing, retaking the B site? He was kind of expecting that one was gonna be flanking him. Maybe just his senses just a little bit of a tingle, but everybody else is gonna be on that site. Gonna be incredibly difficult to actually make anything happen. And I do have to wonder as well, Rap, that kill from EJ towards, or was it EJ Hot Sauce, excuse me, towards the one on the box in A main. I actually don't think that he spotted the head. I think he just guessed it.
I think
and it worked.
Potentially.
Potentially. Yeah, see the POV. Yeah, he didn't see anything.
Oh.
See? He just popped
so I think the first shot gave it away.
Yeah.
Whether he had blood on or off. That goosh. Oh. How the neurons activate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you get headshotted, your IQ goes down.
Yes, or typically you die, guys. That's what happens when you get shot in the head. The survival rate is very, very low. Just a quick reminder.
Very low. Yeah. In Valorant.
I don't know, man. I feel like if you get shot in the face in real life, you probably have a very low survival rate too. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I haven't experienced it, so I can't tell you.
Ooh,
good almost punish play there from a bat. No, I really gotta give it. Even though a bat is very hot and cold for the APH team, he really has these cheeky off-angle setups that he doesn't really need to spot opponents to make work. And I think he's one of the few players that we have that actually do that to such a great degree. Now, Georgie, a pick onto Hot Sauce is pretty huge. I think they know, watching the VODs, they do know that Hot Sauce plays a lot of anti-lurk on A, and Brain Freeze plays a lot of lurk and anti-lurk on C, especially here on Haven. Anyways, here's the push to B side. Let's see how this goes.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how the attention for every single detail and all those shots will paint the bigger picture. But Georgie tries to paint this one with a knife. Very unorthodox way of creating art. But art nonetheless. Zavi 8K is the last person alive. And all those weapons that APH lost quickly returned to them. And this operator very, very early for Georgie. Look at that. 9 kills and 3 deaths. Already off to a very good start.
Spike down B.
Really love the offense here overall from Bren, but it still doesn't really rattle the defense of APH. They're not as, what's the word here, too gung-ho again. You know, they're not too jittery to start getting that control elsewhere. They just do a little bit of touch and go, especially with Georgie. That is absolutely perfect. If he could have just gotten one shot up because of that recon dart, the counter to the Prowler is looking to be absolutely amazing. Now Bren not really having the biggest of firearms coming into this round. Wanna at least double up in terms of the numbers, but Georgie's reposition in A, EJ still have wanted to maybe get something, but we'll find nothing there. Hot Sauce, the only thing that separates him and his counterpart of Batman is one chonky wall, and the rest of Bren now looking to offend this garage angle. The thing is, both Sentinel and Controller play here, so there's a lot of choke power.
I'll find you.
It really is the perfect description to that type of situation. He sees the elbow, but the Batman finds the shot first. Tries to spray down that smoke, and as you mentioned, there's just so much delaying power. Freeze can't get the trade. RU does find Hot Sauce, so the stifled by just really not working out for Brendan, like you mentioned. When you have limited weapons, yeah, you don't have that much of a choice. You either go for a full contact, a full rush, or a full hold. Just not much left to the imagination on when we look at the surface level of things. But as of course we are at the highest level of play, it's just a bit of a throwaway round for Bren, I suppose.
Yeah, I will say though, it feels like the fault line aren't as felt from who is this, Symbol, right? Because it feels like they're using EJ to get this forward control. But usually if you maybe compare it to slightly to Team Secret, Vash would always have a fault line for contact or for predestined contact. But it doesn't happen. Still, this triple peek is really good. This at least takes down Georgie, which gives access for EJ to start mowing down this this side with the rest of Bren. Really cheeky angle there from the Doctor. A misposition on the Dark Humber from Brain Freeze, who still at least wins the day against Batman. And because of that Killjoy ultimate used, it will at least delay the rest of APH from coming in onto the side. And speaking of APH, they do have somewhat of a good ultimate with the wall from the Doctor, but you can't see the positioning of Bren just situated so that even if the wall is there, they're going to have to play very much trade heavy for this one. And speaking of trade heavy, somehow they actually make it work. Even through not using the Cosmic Divide, they still are able to separate the rest of Bren. How did this happen, Raph?
It's the discipline of Action PH. Again, the rounds that they lost was because of Bren punishing their overextending defense. But right now they're playing super compact, they're playing off of retakes, they've been doing it so well. This is exactly the look that we expect from a growing team. Bren on the other side, going on a bit of a suffrage yet again. Not the best weapons they have. I see the idea of EJ there to try and take a little more space and add a little more pressure towards CT. But it's actually the shallow smoke, I think that was from Freeze, that worked against him, which is truly unfortunate. But now we move on to this round, and potentially Bren could steal this away like they did in their last eco. Action PH, though, they should have that type of mistake already lingering in their mind, and something that they have to be very aware of.
Ooh, there is no anti-lurk against Georgie. If he doesn't hear any alarm bots, I think he's going to push forward and catch Brain Freeze here, who is very much prepared. The turret has deactivated, and Georgie! Oh, man, his spider senses are so good. Look at that. He just anticipates the anti-lurk coming out from Brain Freeze. This Prowler is going to keep him a little bit out in the open, and his teammates trying to help him out. Still, this kind of works in the favor of the attackers as Bren just tries to run through the A side, but the problem now here, Rap, is drop down. EJ takes some fatal damage there. The wall cushioning the blow just a teeny tiny bit, but it's still not going to be enough. Savvy tries to maybe double up on the position, but it will not happen in the end, and Doctor shuts it down. APH building a round lead here of 3.
As I mentioned, it's always a good consolation to find at least 2 on ecos. They potentially could have found more. But what caught my eye is a Batman on this op. I thought he dropped for Georgie, but as soon as I saw the kill feed pop, that's very interesting. As Bren, they go for a timeout. A well-timed one, I suppose, because those last 3 rounds, like you mentioned, on the way to this lead to Action PH, there are just a lot of things that were somewhat lacking. Maybe a little bit of miscomm. Maybe it's because it's pretty... I wouldn't say it's early in the day, but it's early in the series, so there might be things that they have to iron out. But this is where they kind of have to be very careful of, once again, that all too familiar pitfall where they start losing and it just becomes losing hard instead of them fighting back.
This is where APH just goes back to, the DNA of this team, right? Is they're very stompy. Ever since we've probably witnessed this team, they really have loved to just beat down the opposition. I can't remember if it was Oasis or Bren that they actually 13-0 or very minimal did the opponent get a couple of rounds during stage 1. And that was, I think, on the helm of Georgie and Emma just running it down. Obviously, the second week, very much different, but that first debut match that they had during stage 1, or was it APAC Challengers? I think it was stage 1. Was
stage
incredibly, stage 1. Incredibly indicative of how just dominant this team does and how much being dominant is just really part of their DNA.
Yeah, playing with those highs and lows is definitely one of the things that they have to consider, and I'm glad that they kept that strength. Their ability to be explosive, but this time around it's much more contained, which has helped in their quest to enlightenment to refinement. And as soon as I say that, I jinx Georgie doesn't get a bit of a break there, losing the duel towards C Long. Opens up the defense just a tiny bit for Bren. Now this is going to give them a little more leeway.
Here.
This could potentially make Action PH overreact. That could be the case for RU. He even gets the first shot on, but EJ just a little too quick to clear those corners. And now Mad Scramble has to be made towards A.
Oh!
Hot Sauce fully understands this. Look, he's trying to cut off the rotations, but it's a Batman who tried to hold down the site that gets cut down where he stood.
Spike
And the
planted.
smokes, or rather all the smokes,
One
are about
enemy
to dissipate
remaining.
here. EJ goes for the CT hold, but do they know that Eman is here towards Evan, and now all crosshairs are going to be right where he is as Brain Freeze finds the finishing blow. 6th round on the board for Action PH.
Hot Sauce's late lurk there also worked out pretty well. One of the few times that Georgie loses, and that's where Bren capitalized on it. Which is actually really good, because I think a lot of the woes right now for Bren is just losing fights to Georgie. And Savvy's been the one that actually opened up both sides. If you look at it, that Jiggle Peek actually still allowed him to get the punish on a Batman. It's a little bit just funny to see. He got C-Long and A main picks, which allowed access again for Bren to just, you know, mosey on into the site. I mean, they're not going to shy away from that round. That is a very long duration on the Prowler. How does that even work, Raph?
Maybe those need numbers adjustments, but we're not here to pick and pry the patch notes or potential agent balance. Even though we do talk about it quite a bit, but look at Georgie. Look where he is again. Could he find the timing, or could he be the one that to be found? He's second guessing, but I think he feels something. He feels that Symbol might be here. Oh, no. Cold, hot, ice cold. Symbol finds one, anticipates a trade, but fortunately for him, it's only him alone, or at least momentarily. As you mentioned, the M and Georgie duo, they're the first to fall this time around. Arguing the Doctor and a Batman, they have to salvage this round somehow, some way. And Aryu already has an idea of it, but can't really find the follow-through. A Batman too falls. The Doctor left on his lonesome Masterai against 4 players.
Planted.
Well, this isn't much of a challenge now for Bren. That being said, Doctor has had some glorious moments. Ignites the fight, but gets joggled down to 12, or rattled down to 12. He jumps out of this. He's absolutely dead, right?
He doesn't even have to jump. He's just dead there.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Last round in the half.
At the very least, this has been a very competitive round on both sides. It did look like it was going in the way of Action PH, but after that timeout, Bren came out stronger. Feels like they hit a bit of a reset, which is something that they should be very thankful for. Simple though. Let's get this beautiful 2-piece before falling himself.
Oof. All again from all again from the Savvy's haunts, right?
Yeah, like I said, putting Zavi in a backline support still kind of helps his case as being one of the most explosive fraggers, but contributing in a much safer fashion. I was about to say that Bren wasn't really investing too much utility towards sewers, but in the end, I feel like this is a counter strat for Action PH, because Action PH, they typically love to take those spots when no early utility is being thrown. So Bren, they're really leaning on this contact play, on this contact anti-lurk.
Get out of my way!
Yeah. And the way that they find success is to just winning those contact plays, right? I mean, again, we keep going back to the phrase that it's a FPS game at its base, so they still need to hit those shots.
Oh yeah,
and it works for Bren right now, yeah. So Brain Freeze, I wonder what he's thinking. If he does get a lurk kill, this is absolutely perfect, because he gets the -1, he gets the from the shadows, which again we've seen him utilize just for that threat. And he just shrouded steps on out of there. But they do want the extra contact now. That was Emon that did activate the
30 seconds left.
Seekers. All delay tactics for APH being utilized on Garage, but it's only fairly momentary. EJ almost gets tagged. That is going to be absolutely horrendous if he does get hit, but a Batman not expecting the right click to the face with the blade. Doctor off angle works somewhat, some way. Emon still in the back of the side. Great pinch from his defender as well. And now we're left to Hot Sauce, who has an operator on attack, and Brain Freeze, who was able to pick up the spike. again with the Proto Shadows trick. Oh, hot sauce, very close. They're getting chased down hard here, Raph, as Georgie comes in from mid with the blades. Hot sauce very near on the swing, spots it out. Great jump from Georgie. Hello, Georgie. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Who's got the better? Is it the Vandal? No, it's going to be the Frenzy as Georgie gets the defuse and the clutch for APH.
So close. We did see Hot Sauce think about taking that Vandal. Maybe that fight could have gone in a different direction. But that was not meant to be, as we are still dealing with theoreticals here. Action Page, they go into the second half with a healthy 2-round lead. Bren still have a chance to equalize this. A very good one, actually. I think their pistol rounds have been fairly impressive, but Action PH is, I think, maybe potentially the second best team when it comes to opening swings. I think Secret's the only one that's better than them when it comes to that regard.
One enemy remaining.
And it's very different, you know, with how they kind of approach things, where Bren, they do really love their util first, contact later. For APH, it's like contact first, or let's do contact while we're using our utilities. Right? So
it's a tactical shooter.
It's like a tactical shooter.
I don't know, dude. There's something that's telling me that this is a tactical shooter. It's not. I don't know.
You know, it's not a hero shooter. Okay, maybe it's an agent shooter. You know, because they're agents.
I hope that wasn't a joke.
You know it was.
I hope that wasn't a poorly constructed joke.
You know it was.
I'm in denial.
Aren't we all?
Look, man, speak for yourself. But anyway, anywho. I don't know, man. You kind of killed my train of thought there. The train has stopped. It's going on a bit of a break. Everybody's having lunch.
We are also planning about luncheon things with the other talents. If you guys are wanting to see some shenanigans with the talents.
Very true.
Very true.
As if they don't see enough with, you know, with even when we're divvied up like this, where Black and Blue and Dax are on the other side of the world, and here we are. I'm pretty sure we still get a healthy dose of that, you know, the shenanigans, as you would like to say. But now the round timer is finally going down. The halftime pause, a bit of a breather for both sides. Action Page, they're still figuring out how they want to maintain this lead. But notoriously, or maybe not notoriously, but they're pretty known to have a very strong attacking side.
Here.
And Georgie's coming out of the woodwork pretty strong already. Pretty built. As he gets 15 kills in 12 round intervals. Oh, he's going to use the dog. Be my guiding light into this site. But as he gets blinded, very much so, by the paranoia, Brain Freeze just stops him dead in the tracks. The problem now lies that Hot Sauce thought maybe he could at least find a chicken little angle there for John to see long. And Emon, the Prowler, chases him down. Doctor misses the beat, and Savvy now knows one's come through here. But the C long contained. Are you detained? And that is going to be Bren for the retake.
Went for very risky positions. You tried to shuffle on the defense. Didn't put anyone in long, really. And there was no contact play for them towards that position. Impounded from Garage. And, well, there you go. Bren taking a round on the board and potentially already securing the first swing for themselves. Equalizing the playing field for Action PH. But that is something that we have to see. Let's look at this, Astra. It looks like Georgie's going to go for a force. Maybe try to go for a surprise... I don't know, aggressive play somewhere. Yeah. Most likely from Garage, but it looks like he still wants to support, or rather keep playing a long. Actually, PH, Garage is the name of the game for them, as it seems.
Yeah, it probably will be like contact on Garage. If it's a bit too heated, they will default possibly to the B site. Because I don't see longs being very helpful with the Spectre unless they get incredibly lucky with that. Speaking of which, yeah... Now that it's getting a bit heated, they might actually second guess and double back onto B. The problem therein lies. EJ is already looking at the lurk. But here's the thing, though. A Batman is there. If he gets value off of this classic, which is very unlikely, maybe that opens up the A site. But Bren, I think they have a pretty straight grasp of what is about to come. The plant is going to be there, but the Nano Swarm forcing RU in such awkward straits, and this force buy is just dismantled quite well by Bren. Doctor, the tad bit of value, but he's gets thrown the black goop from Savvy. He's just like, oh no, I'm done.
Oh dear. Much like dinosaurs who fall into tar pits. Well, there's nothing I can do now. Accept fate, sink to the bottom. That's not something that Bren or Action PH want to do, as the bonus is going to come an upgrade on Xavi, giving them a fighting chance at range. But Action PH, I'm not entirely sure why Georgie went towards a garage window like that. Did kind of get isolated with both smokes, especially when his Oscar smoke didn't pop yet. But again, hindsight is 2020. Eco rounds typically throwaway rounds, and APH, no dilly-dally, shilly-shallying. I'm not sure how that goes.
I think it's just dilly-dallying, right?
Obviously, you are not a Final Fantasy fan.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry, okay? I've only played like a quarter of like Final Fantasy 4. That's about it.
It's okay. It's
Maybe
okay.
a teeny tiny bit of the remake for 7.
You should play it, though. Anyway, before we get into our hobbies, let's get into the minds of our players here. Try to pick their brain. As an aggressive play towards A, going for the straightforward strat of EJ, going for the right click to mount a defense, potentially stopping this offense dead in its tracks. Now APH having a little bit of hesitation here. Without Georgie, and without even the chance to trade, they don't even know that EJ is still up here. Still has that Phantom in hand, so it could potentially mow them down. But he goes down. He still has one more updraft. Doesn't really have any other utility, so he has to fight. To commit to something here, and Aryu could potentially be dead. Oh my goodness, and he still gets a Batman. Aryu's the one to trade, and now suddenly it's 3v3. Where did this come from? The long rotate. Oh, but Savvy gets a massive double kill. The Doctor is the last one alive. At the very least, this will bolster their economy. A double swing could be in play here. They don't want to slow peek out of the smoke. As the Doctor lines it up, he tries to spray control. But Brain Freeze gets the better of him, Asarai.
I gotta say, I think Doctor's positioning there was really good, but he might have just been a bit too frantic with that first shot off against Hot Sauce. I mean, again, it's such a, very tense situation that one wrong step is just gonna cost you your life, and that jiggle peak, the trade, and everything just did not stack in his favor.
Play some stars in this reality.
Did not have enough time to reposition there as well because of the paranoia. He was very much unaware if his opponent actually pushed through graffiti already or was just still at spawn or something, waiting for things to happen.
It's
fortunately for him, yeah.
It's one of those moments where I wish I had a Phantom, but
yeah,
weapon of choice is weapon of choice.
That's true. I wonder if, like, in Doctor's region, what do they prefer?
Not entirely sure, but I feel like,
right?
As a whole, I think the whole SEA is a Vandal. It's Vandal Town. Me personally, I've always liked the Vandal.
True.
I feel like the Phantom is, for me at least, it's reserved for Split as most teams. But we've seen so much Vandals on Split these days. It's really hard to tell, as this cosmic divide is gonna be, or at least make that the case for Bren. They're gonna blind Georgie, but Georgie's gonna stick this anyway. All he has to do is to dash out. That's exactly what he does. Did that Nightfall completely whiff? I'm not entirely sure. Are you holding down the flank? It might have. It could have helped their cause, but are you using so much utility to delay this? All he has to do is to buy time, not necessarily hit the shot. That's a good freebie. But now he's been tagged up. Vandal's a little too strong in this exchange. Brain Freeze gets one. A Batman gets Brain Freeze. And everybody on Bren, or rather Action PH, falling. Quick 3K by EJ. Getting much needed orbs for himself. And, well, that was still a decent bonus. They got a spike down, they got Brain Freeze, but could have been more.
Yeah.
Is that important?
Yeah. It's the issue, again, of just being contained into your own side of the post plant outside of B, where opponents don't really fear anything other than just what's in front of them, right? If they lost control in Garage, maybe Bren will second guess. But since they had such solid control there with EJ and Brain Freeze, nothing was really left to the imagination for Bren. That being said, though, APH was on the weaker buy. So the wall, even though it was committed, was really just to give them a heftier chance at just getting the plan, getting more money, and setting things up for this round. That also being said, Raph, I was also wondering why whenever they go for B, they actually just don't use Georgie to plant the spike, right? Because if you compare it, yeah, exactly. Because if you compare it to, let's say, Team Secret, who I can't remember if they play Borkum here with
it's Borkum,
who plays the Omen, right? Or Dubstep that plays the Jet. Usually what you guys would want to see is the Jet or Omen going to the B site, planting on default, and either Shroud stepping or Jet dashing
out
away from the site. So you don't need to use a lot of forces to clear the back of sight. Even if they come out through C-Link or B-Link, you still have straight vision of that as people from outside of the B main entrance. So
yes.
I was just going to say, with all of that, I wonder why APH don't do it. But again, they do have a different way of doing things. And I guess if people are being very jittery about it, you know, Georgie is the entry fragger, and he's the top fragger as well. So if they lose Georgie, it's all possibly over for APH. What a shot from EJ, though.
Like you mentioned, quite a bit of it rides on the shoulders of Georgie, as he is the first to fall. The tip of the spear breaking on initial contact, never the good sign. Have to recover from this one as APH. Everybody else has been firing on, honestly, a pretty decent level. But Bren, they look very refined. They look very well oiled today. Look at that. They get the first kill. Now everybody moves back. Play a very passive position. Know that no matter what happens, they still have a man advantage. It could potentially set up a lurk somewhere here. This is always the problem when it's a 4v5. When you lose that one member, you're relegating one less person towards the initial push, or maybe potentially putting all your eggs in the initial push and not towards the flank. And the closest site is B. Without that mobility that Georgie's going to put on the table, it's going to be that much more difficult, especially when there's so much CC coming out on the side of Bren. The Doctor is stuck between a rock and a hard place, but he'll smoke himself out. Brain Freeze using the smoke. He waits for the spike down. He gets one, he gets two, and that's all he gets. Aryu is here on the recovery. Still 2v1, 2v2 rather. Xavi is very low, and EJ has an operator. This is a very delicate situation that they have to handle. Aryu does get hit by that seize, but the Doctor is super sharp on that Vandal, making sure that the mistakes of the previous rounds don't come back to haunt him.
Not gonna lie, that round was incredibly messy. I was trying to keep track of basically everything, but I couldn't really understand what was happening right in front of me because it was just that chaotic, Raph. APAs were just running into the side. With Georgie not being there, they had to get more people than not because they were really unaware of what was waiting from the rest of Bren. Brain Freeze had the really good idea of using that TP of his to go straight on top of the Doctor's smoke, which again, the second audio cue from the Shouted Step is very much smaller than the first one, so they would not have a clear idea of where he was unless they were right beside him. It almost really didn't work. He got 2 kills, which I thought was going to allow Bren the round already, but somehow, some way, the Doctor rises up and says, no, your session's not over. We're not done just yet, and he clutches a lot of these kills for APH.
That he does. Like you said, very good heads-up play on both sides. But Action PH, they claw back now, reducing the lead to just 1. Pardon me, my goodness. Having a case of the hiccups for some reason. It looks like everybody on the field is breathing steady. I'm not entirely sure what that was. But Georgie has to avoid being the first to fall, as the Batman is going to take on that role. Unfortunately, that mantle of misfortune. Xavi gets the Doctor, so no controller, no sentinel. It's going to be all contact and all forward for APH, at least on the utility side. Xavi 8K is going to throw that Prowler down. Hopeful to find someone, or at least to try and find someone. But they crawl up towards A-Long instead. They know they have a lot of time, but this utility shuffle is really not in their favor. They have to explode here. Otherwise, a trickle would be their biggest cause of death. Symbol jiggling this. Does a little bit more damage than APH would like. The Seize is going to come out, but we'll find nobody. Xavi throws down the E, the spooky balloon. Doesn't find anyone still. Look how wary he is of that sewers push. Despite already having a member towards A. gonna make a mad dash for this. If they find hot sauce, then this could potentially be a good round for Action PH already, equalizing it just a tiny bit. But they do reposition themselves towards short. It's only one man, Zavi, who's an absolute crack shot. But Georgie's even sharper today. If the flash is gonna go on Symbol, but not for too long. Brain Freeze holds the line, Arden finds the trade. Symbol still gets one. Hot sauce on that long lurk. And Emma knows how close he is. Goes for the blind, he blinds himself! But still, he finishes the kill. Hot sauce tries to dance around, but it's been equalized. Emma even gets 2 orbs for his troubles there. Oh dear.
You'd think that was a really smart play from Bren, and it was actually. They got Hot Sauce, who was just going for the anti-lurk. He had straight positioning or vision from A main, so if APH decided to go for B or something, he could give that clear-cut information for his team. That being said, APH, again, they thrive in the chaos. They really want to go for that contact play, and the crossfire setup from Bren, even though somewhat it should have worked, it wasn't as instantaneous, I think, as they were kind of hoping for. You saw the death there of Brain Freeze, and then the one on Graffiti just got knocked off because he couldn't really help out his teammate, and the trades from APH was just so well placed and well timed. And they gave Emon, who I think is one of the best clutchers that APH has as of the moment, some value into this. Hot Sauce, what a position! And he gets away with bloody murder without even getting punished himself. He was just somewhere lurking on mid and finally finds a Batman. Now to finish off what I was just saying there, Raph, Emon getting access to the Seekers in a 1 versus 1 is the best possible thing they could have gotten. Oh, they don't spot him. EJ's still there. He's got the judge. He's got the value. And Georgie out of no man's land. EJ repositions. I believe he was able to pick up a rifle. Emon shuts him up finally. And now, at least they are able to remanage the situation. Hot Sauce, he's hearing it. He's repositioning Georgie and Emon. The Splash Brothers running for dear life onto the A side. It works. They find Hot Sauce on the anti-lurk, and they will be marching in a 2 versus 1 against Savvy, who is only equipped with the Guardian. That being said, he might be deadly with this, but Georgie's so fast on the updraft, squats him out, and I don't think Savvy was very much prepared for that cheeky little peek that Georgie was putting him in.
Hit him with a step back, hit him with a shimmy, as APH used their superior manpower and their movement on that one. A pause. I think this is going to go on the side of Bren again, losing a little bit of steam on that march, but I love the choice here by EJ to just, you know what, Georgie can do whatever. It's going to be open space. Let me just be a hound in this narrow corner. Georgie has the same idea too. It's like, you know what, buddy, do you. You do you. I'll do me.
Yeah. That was kind of very scary for APH, because Georgie did not find the pick onto EJ. If Emon wasn't there, Emon was actually the one that got EJ. So there was supposed to be that awkward position where Georgie was going to be on C, where he had to fight someone at the back of the site and someone, again, on C long, which was EJ. But somehow Emon able to recuperate the situation is absolutely perfect here for APH. With all of that, Bren have called the timeout. They're struggling in on this, and now they're going to go back to their trusty operator, EJ. Also, speaking of these Jets, EJ's at 24 kills, and Georgie's at 20. These guys are really trading blows right now, Raph.
Oh yeah, and EJ had the moniker of being the best Jet in our region for quite some time. And it looks like he's still very, very stable with it. He's still very, very adept at this agent, no matter what changes. Georgie does get tagged up, but this is not something that Bren doesn't know already. He's going to be far forward, and this lockdown is going to come into play. Very, very open as well. Are they mindful of the flank? Yes, they are, but Bren, they're mounting for a full-scale assault towards CT. EJ finds Georgie. I'm not entirely sure why Georgie wanted to push that position when they didn't have proper clearance, proper headroom to do so. But with that being said, it's him to lose. His cranium, a lot of ultis coming out. The Hunter's Fury destroying that lockdown, that counter lockdown, giving APH that much room to breathe. Zavi and the rest of the boys have already made their way to the site. Zavi might actually stick this. Every single thing is stopping them except EJ opening up more space. clogging up that sideline.
One
Brain
enemy
freeze.
remaining.
He adds one more and Zabby sticks it. Does he have time?
Not enough. Just a fraction of a second, Raph. Half a second was what might have dictated an almost for Bren. But as my grandfather said, almost is never enough. And this time it was not for Bren as well. Brain freeze and the rest were just doing so well, but all these delay tactics, especially the Doctor's Stars, so good to just make it so that Bren would never have had a chance to get that in the bag. Unfortunate for them. Now, 11-9. Bren still have the buying power somewhat, but feels like next round they're going to be possibly strapped for cash against APH.
Oh, man. This is not the situation you want to be in when it comes to Bren, because it seems that they had such a good hold, but Action PH, they find their bearings. They go very, very fast. So it does look like it's... Oh, no! Please fix that. Please. That is so annoying. It happens with the Sova drone too, but again, going back to the game at hand here, still dumping quite a bit of utility, even though losing precious time in that Trailblazer. He has been fairly successful for APH, and this time around, it's an empty fort. But could this be a strategy very similar to Zuge Liang for all you Three Kingdoms fans out there? But it's not meant to be, as Georgie's already taken a forward position here. Savvy hits a pot shot, a very, very chunky one too. He's going to be feeling that in the morning. He's been reduced to 17 HP. Eman does have that regrow available. And it's already being in place. Him not having armor is going to make him that much softer as a target. Time is still winding down. And not a lot of movement on Bren's side. I'm not sure what the game plan is here, but it does look like the number of bodies towards B-Link. They were expecting some sort of gong or some garage hold. But everybody's on the front of the site. Zavi's been hitting his shots. He finally finds a frag on Aryu. The trade comes down. Batman comes in. A lot of utility. But EJ, he slices him up from the flank. Oh, Bren, they come back swinging. Do they have time? Do they have time
maybe
again?
A second? Oh, just, yeah. Okay. That was... Okay. I don't know if these guys have gone to Vegas, because that is some pretty risky gamble. They just threw the dice and hope that EJ would not be scanned, because there would be enough noise made by the rest of Bren here on the site itself to allow him that flank to actually persevere. Which it actually did. Look at that. They weren't even aware that EJ was about to hit that lurk, and he hits that 3K. They had so much faith in their star player, and he did not disappoint. If EJ did not get at least 2 kills there, that would have been horrendous for Bren here. And EJ, he's not done. But maybe this time, you know, just take a break, EJ. Take a breath. That second shot won't happen. And APH, they're looking to fight this one.
Yeah, get to your corner, champ. I can't believe the Prowler didn't find Georgie. But a false sense of security is going to loom over Zavi here. But still, they play this very safe. They go back. They find their stability within each other, setting up very beautiful crossfires. With Eman gone, opening up this site is that much more harder. They're not going to have that guiding light, which, again, goes back to the question. Why did he swing, or at least why did they move? At least before that stun went away, that concuss. Now, Georgie has been discovered. A seize might be in play here. I'm not sure what's the combo. What is the supporting utility for at the very moment? It's gonna stop them. But Zavi finds the timing, finds the collateral, and EJ chimes in. And the young guns of Bren, they are red hot. The Doctor, the last one alive, not for too long, as this eco remains pretty much flawless on the side of Bren. And there we go. In the blink of an eye, Bren ties it up.
Well, Raph, your question was very much answered. The C's used for delay. No combo needed, because there was a follow-up to that. The follow-up to it is a flashpoint paradox.
One enemy remaining.
Look at that. Are we gonna push this? But once we get blinded, how do we react? There it is for you. Laid in such a nice little line by Symbol. Eat it all up, Savvy. Here's your meal.
You are divided. I'm surprised you didn't use your favorite word, gobble.
Well, I don't know actually why.
Stop laughing. I'm trying not to laugh.
You're the one that pointed it out, not my fault. But Georgie, it might have been a bit at fault there as he overcommitted the push onto C-Long. But wait, hang on. Hello, good sirs.
Oh
it's the
my
A site.
gosh.
They've completely bamboozled Bren, but it's a 4 versus 5. That it's gonna be awkward. But A site is a really good site for attackers to actually have less people with, because they do optimize that crossfire compared to the C site. Hot sauce! No! Ari's not gonna get protected by this, but they're gonna get started overwhelmed. Ari's gonna have to make the sprint for it, because now it's just him and a Batman.
Patience.
Patience is a virtue that not a lot of them have. Lockdown activated. RU will not hit the shot. It's all down to a Batman. Him in a 1 versus 1 against Symbol. Trying to break the Killjoy lockdown, but he cannot, and he needs to push this forward. He finally breaks it. Does he spot out a Batman? Yes, he does, but the timing? No! He loses, and APH clutch it in the end.
I am such a fan of this map. Oh my goodness. Just everybody playing and tugging on our heartstrings like that, Asterai. It's just so hard to explain. We had such a high flank potential there, but Batman did get the attention away just that split second to buy a little more time for that lockdown to cause so much havoc. I love Action PH using that mix-up potential to condition them that, oh, if Georgie is here, then Action PH is sure to follow. But they used a trickster's plan this time around. And look at this. This time they still go fast. They're not afraid whatsoever. EJ still has his operator, but where is it? Is the question. And Georgie might get spotted out here, but that recon is going to give him a little bit of solace, give him a little bit of space as he marches forward still. Eman does have the plan, but Hot Sauce has the right idea. Brain Freeze is here to enforce the crossfire even more. The paranoia adds. Bren, they're firing back. They want to go into overtime, but still a 3v5. The Doctor only has a Bulldog as well as RU, but he has lineups. This is exactly what they need. Just gonna delay them just a tiny bit more. If he had Hunter's Fury, it'd be so much better, but where's the Doctor? He has to be careful. But Brain Freeze is sticking it! Brain Freeze is sticking it! They have no idea!
One enemy remaining.
Alright, we go to overtime. Let's not
Switching sides.
They have no idea.
Oh, man, the overreach from Georgie there, and Eman looking to have least have capitalized the 1 extra kill. Really deterred the chances. Just made the chances for APH just completely abysmal. Yeah, you knew that once they died, it would have been a straight up victory for Bren. That was Bren's round to lose. Honestly, if they lost that, I would have been just gobsmacked. Like I mentioned, there was no Hunter's Fury from RU. There was no huge utilities from Doctor and good position from Doctor. He could at least get that Lurkin. And the default plant actually is very safe, as you can see from A-Link. So, yeah, there you have it.
Bring them down.
There you go. As EJ.
Bring them down. Blocking
Oh
sight.
my goodness. Off screen. Georgie destroys the front line of Bren here. Symbol and EJ, they fall. They're a little bit dulled on this attack, but they have to take a little bit more time to be more methodical, to be more measured. Now approaching any of the sites, really. They do find a bit of an opening in the Doctor pushing up, getting information towards B, as Hot Sauce has to guess who's going to come first, B-Link or A-Link, or rather C-Link. Georgie doesn't have to. He's so sure of his shot. He even brings out the blades. This overtime, not looking too good for Bren. Quite a bit of star power on the side of Action PH, but look at that. Fearless, absolutely fearless on the jump. But wait a minute, there's still another vendor here.
Remaining.
Oh, and a Batman. Stop right there, criminal scum. You violated the law. Trying to be sneaky.
Find you.
Zavi gets a fine on Georgie, who's been an absolute terror. 1v3. If this is where the collegiate superstar is going to shine, it has to be this moment. Otherwise, they're going to go down by 1 round. Unfortunately for Bren, the defending side, it's not the greatest, or at least a little rocky. It's pretty even. Now they discover where Zavi is. Has to make his moment, but look at that. The double mark on the side of A-Link. Does he expect this? Does he get a lineup? He nearly gets it. No, it pays off as Eman gets that trade.
Maybe if he had more HP, that might have been a double spray down, and he had to just trade HPs against Eman, but not this time. I gotta say,
Hot Sauce has
One
really
enemy
been
remaining.
struggling on that entry or that lurk of his. Georgie, as you mentioned, just absolutely sure of himself. And he never really has stopped playing like that ever since, right? And it has allowed for such majestic wins from Georgie. I think this man just never loses confidence.
Oh, yeah.
There you have it. Anyways, speaking of which, there it is once again. Gotta be careful this time. Can't really overcommit the fight, but made a lot of noise in B. And Bren, they haven't heard the plant, but they're very much unsure of what was about to come. Savvy is going to be on the swing. He hits Doctor, which is absolutely perfect because that is the controller down already for APH.
Planted.
Doherty spotted outside, repositions with the double up trap, loving that. And RU comes in for the swing on Garage. Savvy, who got spotted by Amon. And this is proactive control from attackers, not allowing Bren to get any good foothold as they try to retake the site. Good little triple crossfire here, or double crossfire here, excuse me, with RU and Amon, and he just ejects EJ and Hot Sauce from this round. Symbol to remain the new blood of Bren. Oh, but he has been spotted. He has been detected here, Raph, in a 3 versus 1. What can he do? Well, the weight of the shoulders, weight of the world on his shoulders, not going to happen. He crumbles to it, and APH take game number 1.
A very close one, too. We saw EJ absolutely dominate, nearly dropping 40. APH, they remain unfazed, unshaken. They stand strong. I love the trickiness of their play, closing out those rounds, using Georgie as a bit of a, I wouldn't necessarily say bait, but a very expensive flashbang. You know, they're forced to look away or forced to look at it. Really is no in between. Very good showing still by Bren. Hopefully they can continue this type of consistency moving forward, as well as Action PH, because again, this is honestly the fate of the worlds. It's not just the series outcome, but how it affects the standings for our playoffs.
The panel was just talking about that as well, just a teeny tiny bit a while ago, that it is so minuscule, just one brush of a wrong step for Bren, and they are in just dangerous territory already. Southville Esports are 2-4, Bren is 2-3 right now in the standings. That is incredibly close. So if they want that security, if they want that good life, they cannot lose against APH. But this is such a different look from APH. Again, it's 14-12. EJ was just frenetic. He was an absolute monster for Bren here. But APH, they were just selling things. You know, magic water that Bren was just looking at, and then, I'll pick this up. And then they just got, no, not really. I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, the fakes were really good from APH. Sorry, snake oil. There we go. They thought it was going to be C site, but it was actually A. That was the one I was wanting to talk about.
The crazy thing is, this isn't even the most statistically insane stat line we've seen. As I was saying, after I really try to formulate snake oil, they did bite into the quack a little bit, or bite into the quack just a tiny bit, did Bren. Still, impressive showing nonetheless, as this retooled, refined APH been all that resisted. I feel like this was a little slow game on some of the players on the side of Bren, and completely opposite on APH. Everybody was just online. Everybody had their clips.
Yeah, they just were able to bring the thunder. The love, I'm not sure yet, but the thunder, at least it's here.
All you Marvel fans.
It's not yet here, but yeah, it really did feel that for Bren, there was just a lot of rounds that EJ really saved the bacon of this particular team. Of course, it was still a team effort overall, but look at these highlights, right? For Bren, it really felt like it was just a lot of EJ. There was that 2-kill with the Judge. There was that flank from Window with the 3K on the Blades, and these ops against Georgie really solidified a lot of the rounds, it felt like, from this team. Now, that being said, though, there was also, I feel like, Savvy that was doing incredibly fantastic as well, playing on the Fade. It wasn't as flashy or as, I think, this explosive like EJ, but as you can see here, he really does mesh well with the rest of the team. But it fell short when they needed it. There was some really, I think, struggling players here from Bren. I think a lot of that would have to have been Hot Sauce, with how he's been lurking and how maybe the timing or the fights that he gets isn't as going into his favor as much as he was expecting. Like, he had good timing and everything, but the way that he just went against that team, it just didn't work out and did not allow Bren for a lot. There was some highlights from him at the start, but other than that, right?
I feel like APH is a team that's somewhat difficult to lurk against just because they play so compact and they play so close together that typically when you go for a lurk, kind of leaving your team to 4v5, and that's really not what you want to do against a team that's mechanically gifted like APH. Again, that's Georgine M and the Georgine Emin show, as Dax would like to say. But map 1, done and dusted for APH. Still a very close map for Bren. Honestly, it didn't even feel like it was that long of a game. It was just going so quickly. We take a quick look of that again. I just love how he sees Georgie pass him. He's like, that's my cue. Just walks into C-Long.
Yeah, it wasn't spotted, I believe, on the minimap or something, because maybe he was, but he was too fast that I don't think APH was able to react in time with that information. Anyways, we went double around on the highlights there because we wanted to make sure that you saw everything that happened in that entire first game. Now, with all of that, we're going to go on a break, guys, and when we come back, it's game number 2. Is this the time that Bren falls and puts themselves in danger of getting knocked out in a possibility at that playoff shot, or will they persevere? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 2.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know
We just saw again the very much dominant performance of APH in this first game between them and Bren. It was still did end in that overtime where Bren really forced the issue, especially with EJ's I think overperformance in this game. He really went above and beyond to keep the dream alive for Bren, at least for game number 1. It still wasn't enough as to what you saw APH was doing there. It felt like such a different APH too. There was such a commanding mode here, lead in this fight, that every single round it felt like they were always dictating the pace and Bren was always catching up. That's why it felt like, even though it was 14-12, it still felt like Bren wasn't as convincing as we were kind of hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, we have mentioned that APH is a team that's, I would say, quietly on the rise. I feel like a lot of people would have thought that they're maybe on a bit of a power dip, because I think we had a bit of a discussion here, right? Because they played with that core for the longest time. So maybe they're going to lose a little bit of identity. Maybe we'll have a bit of a shakeup. But them finding new footing and them once again on that steady climb, it's helping them so much. No longer do they fall for the similar anti-strats that would really prey on them in the previous stage. Now they have very good mid-round adjustments, and now they have a little bit of a strat book, really. Not the deepest yet, but still very, very much positive signs, as we like to mention.
EJ had 37 kills in that entire game. I'll just go back to that. 37 kills in one game. He literally farmed the entire server. Very much so in that one. I think he had about positive 19 kills over deaths to his performance, which was absolutely insane. And his first kill percentage, or his first kills overall, was 7. So he had a lot of these encounters where he was just getting so much value off of that. And even so that did happen, it still was not enough. But again, very close. Breeze, though, here's the thing. We actually talked about this when they passed it on to us, right? That Haven, it feels like a map that Bren can really do well. And we saw that. Breeze, though, kind of scratching my head a little bit here, Raf. Yeah, exactly. I feel like APH is a team that has really solidified their Breeze performance, even though they did, I believe, lose to Team Secret in this particular map. That's Team Secret. It's a different caliber of a team. But against Bren, I feel like APH will really force the issue against this particular team.
I mean, everybody's kind of been losing to Secret, so for you to say that they lost to Secret on Breeze, who hasn't really? But yeah, just to go back to our series here, like I said, this veto is leaning towards action just a little bit. Now that we have a potential 2-0 in our hands because of the Breeze pick, I'd say the chances are just not as good on the side of Bren, but we've seen people defy all the odds before. We've seen Bren go and above, go beyond expectations of literally everybody. Hopefully they can do that again. Maybe retain the entire series, get that recovery going. We'll just have to see, because like we mentioned, APH is the type of team that will run it up on you, whether it's a series or rounds. They will run it up on you.
And they're just incredibly scary as well, right? Because again, running up into you, dictating what you need to adjust to in the entirety of a game isn't really what you want to be handed by as a team, right? As a team, you want to be able to match up against your competition. You want to be able to also be threatening enough that you can dictate the pace, but it seems like that really wasn't what happened in Haven. Now, again, there is going to be these issues where the defense. Actually, I'm gonna double check first. I think it will be.
I think it's Bren starting on attack, because if it's not their map pick, then they want to start at the strong side, right? Unless they prefer the defensive side of Breeze
they
more.
did go defense. Let me just double check that. Actually,
That's interesting. I would say it's slightly attacker-sided Breeze, but ultimately it comes down how you manage Breeze. For some teams, they don't like taking mid control. This is what we saw yesterday. I believe it was Secret versus. It's already escaping my mind.
APH?
Was it APH? Was it APH yesterday? I think so.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it was. So again, we saw APH really harp on mid, whether it was on the defensive side or on the attacking side. They put a lot of time and pressure towards mid. The Secret, they just kind of didn't want to play with that. They put a lot of time and again the same resources towards elbow. So there's still quite a number of ways to approach Breeze.
Yeah, I will go back to this one though. APH, or rather Bren, is going to be starting on the defending side. That's why I wanted to also emphasize the point where they're going to be spread quite thin again. Hot Sauce might be relegated to playing the chamber. We should be seeing maybe a double sentinel here if they're not going to be maybe going for double initiator, which I think for Breeze, you're probably going to have to go for that in particular. That being said, is Bren going to still put Savvy on maybe the initiator, or will they go double duelist for a lot more retake power, which I think isn't really a bad idea, rather than going for double ini? But we will see what adjustments they really do have here, since we are taking a bit of time getting into the agent select. That being said, now I want to emphasize that fight or that match between APH and Team Secret yesterday, where a Batman was playing so well on the split map that they played when he was on Sage. And then when we went on to Breeze, when he was playing the chamber, he was very much underperforming,
basically.
So I wonder if they're still going to put him on chamber or maybe on a Killjoy this time, because he's very much more comfortable with that. And at least if he doesn't pop off, he does have that certain utility utilized to stop attackers from coming in, putting like a nano swarm on elbow to stop them from rushing right in. That being said, it's like if APH goes on defense, but on attack, at least you still also do have that threat of somewhat of the lockdown on a site. It's not as effective, but it's still there. So I'm really curious if a Batman will change the agent select for him. There's really a lot of questions that need to be answered here. But yeah, just wanted to bring that onto the table.
It's one of those discussions where do you go for comfort or do you go for meta? Whatever you perform in is the honest answer. And like you said, he goes for the quotation meta. And Chamber is really not that bad of a pick. Not Chamber, sorry. Killjoy is not as bad as people think. It's just the execution of it is so different because you're not going to have as much map control. There's just too much of Breeze for you to really dominate, unlike maps. Like, for example, Ascent, not Ascent, Haven. Ascent is also one of the popular KJ maps. But yeah, Batman, I feel like his performance was in question. In fact, I think the Sentinels today have been fairly rocky on one team or the other. I'm not entirely sure what's up with Saturdays. It is what it is, apparently.
It is what it is. Well, as we are still in the waiting phase for this, I also wonder if ever we're going to see a Batman play Cypher. Because I don't think Cypher is too bad on this particular map. It does allow you to just, leave a site, keep your camera there, and then it just gives you that tiny bit more control that you're probably hoping for with the chamber. Also, speaking of chamber, since this is the previous patch to the current patch that we have on live servers, this would mean that again we do have the double trademark. If people are looking at it and are kind of confused, why is it still there? Just wanted to answer that for you. But again, we're probably not going to see that, but I am very excited to see if a Batman does pull out a Cypher, because at least, again, if you're going to want something a little bit more passive but has a lot of good control without you being on the site, Cypher is, I think, the best Sentinel for that. People might argue, why not pick out a Sage or something? I think Sage in this particular map isn't going to be as strong, especially with the explosiveness that, Bren can bring to the table with the slow orbs. But,
I mean, at top level play, you don't necessarily see Sage as a hard senti anyway. Sage is kind of played like a main rifler, so you get all those orbs as quickly as you can. But talking about the agent picks, yeah, Cypher might be a decent pick. before Chamber, he was pretty much the #1 sentinel on this map anywho. But the name of the game for Breeze is to dominate all those long ranges. We're not really discrediting the ability of a Batman to do that. We did see him rock that up. Sorry guys, my dog just kind of came in, gave me a bit of a stare. I'm pretty sure she's hungry, and I'm pretty sure we're all hungry for some, Bren versus APH action right now.
Yeah.
Very, very excited. But I feel like we've talked about most, if not all, the strategies that they can go and comb over. Maybe we'll see double controller. Maybe we'll see triple any no duelist. Who knows, right? But these are the types of teams that they don't really deviate away too much. They really go for that honer approach where they'll just give reps upon reps upon reps instead of trying to hard innovate per se.
Speaking of innovation, again, there is a lot of question marks that I still feel about this particular Bren roster. At least with the performance that they've had in this particular series. It feels like it kind of feels like they're mimicking APH in a certain way, that EJ is the one that has kind of brought them out of certain sticky situations, right? So I wonder if that's also going to be the case coming into this one, or will EJ be shut down? Again, he's probably going to be playing on a jet, so I don't know what's going to be the impact with this. But we'll still have to see how this one goes. Because if at least Bren have watched the VODs and everything, right? You talked about how it's going to be incredibly taxing to deal with the offense of APH because they're not very afraid of getting control basically anywhere on that map. For us mortal people, we probably will never touch mid. It will never be pushing mid. But you've seen Georgie do that so many times, even while he's alone, and still get like 1 to 2 kills, which is absolutely frightening if you're going to be on the Bren side.
Careful, man. You might entice all our aspiring rank demons here. So, yeah, you know what?
I'm sorry,
built
rank
different.
demons.
I'm
Gotta
not
tone
a
it down
mortal
a little
person. I'm going to go run up. Yeah, I'm like Georgie. No, guys, trust me. It's completely different. Again, the discipline that goes into pro play is something that the average person could be very difficult to comprehend. Even us, that's constantly being, how would I say it? How to put this, exposed to what they do and how the motions go. It's still mind-boggling. It's the amount of things they do for the love of the game and whatnot, and as well as the dedication, the sacrifice. Like you said, you kind of give up a lot to be a pro, really in any field.
Yeah, true enough. The amount of days that I have not gotten out of my house because I've been just playing and studying Valorant.
And that's also like, now imagine, right, for broadcast outs, we study so much. We study on the tendencies of the teams and whatnot. Now imagine if you're on the actual field where you necessarily don't have the privilege of looking over the game the way we do, the way the audience does. When you see everything, when you're actually playing, it's just the nerves are there, especially in a grand stage like VCT when you're qualifying for APAC. And oh boy, it just reminds me how much ahead we have, or how many things we have ahead of us.
There is very much, again, so much on the horizon that we are going to be looking forward to seeing. And again, one of those definitely has to be the APAC Challengers 2. Oh. There is so much. Because I feel like, again, when we weren't able to get a Filipino representative, going to Reykjavik, was it Reykjavik or anyways?
It was Reykjavik,
yeah, it was Reykjavik again, right, for 2022. It really, I think, put a lot of perspective for the teams that we kind of fell behind. Maybe internal issues were a big factor of why we weren't able to get there. But that being said, at least the caliber of teams, or the caliber that these teams have kind of brought for Stage 2 has very made me hopeful that we will at least have at least one PH team to come in there. 2, that is going to be freaking amazing if we could get that. I would absolutely love that, because again, it shows that PH is a region, a scene that is still very much valid in Southeast Asia, APAC, and the whole world so far. Yeah.
We definitely are, and for longtime FPS fans, ex-competitors, and literally every FPS fan we have here, this is the culmination of all those years, of all that experience, of all that grinding. Finally have a chance to, maybe compete in a truly global esport. One thing though is that we're gonna put that on the side as we are going to look forward, look at our immediate future, which is going to be Breeze. And you might have been right on the money there, as I see a Cypher already standing in the shadows, Asarai.
Aha! Well... Oh, man! My speculations, my guy!
He's so happy. He's just so happy.
Yes. I mean, it just slightly validates me. Just a teeny tiny bit, you know? Yeah.
I mean,
a little bit of that validation.
obviously.
Because here's the thing. If ever you check the stats for a Batman, his 3 most recently used agents are Killjoy, Sage, and Chamber. There is no glimpse of a Cypher coming into that play. And this is put again as well.
I mean, what do we know, right? It's not like we spend most of our living, breathing time watching this game, studying the stats, and trying to parse the information to become digestive for quite a lot of our viewers, right? But as you mentioned, yes, that Cypher has been a rarity for a Batman. When was the last time we've seen him play Cypher? That's the even bigger question there.
Probably never, to be honest, because didn't they play a lot of... I think it was Bat Ghost that was probably playing a lot more Sova. It was Bat Ghost.
Yeah, Bat
Sova?
Ghost was the Sova. Is this
Yeah.
a throwback to what, the old AG Nefarious days? Oh dear.
Yeah.
A while back.
I always
A while
confused
back.
the two for a time. But I don't think we have seen the Batman Cypher in
a while now.
A hot minute. Yeah.
Either way, this is the breakout party for that Cypher. Could be the X factor that APH need to close this out. But Bren Esports, they really want to take this Bren multiverse to the next step, joining their once again fellow brethren Secret to potentially go into the playoffs. What are my issues, or what are the issues that Cypher has on this map in particular? I feel like the cages lose a lot of value because the sites just do not lend themselves to the cages. There's just a lot of verticality if you're looking at A. If you're trying to set up something as an attacker, then you're still leaving yourself vulnerable to potentially bridge, maybe even stairs, door even, top orange.
But if you are gonna be using, the cage, it should be doubled up with the tripwire, at least in this particular scenario, in this particular situation, right? Because even though I wholeheartedly agree with you that cage is completely useless in this scenario, at least against the jet, right? Because of the verticality, it still will have some value because it still is that alarm system. You push through it, tag, if it coupled up with the tripwire, it could give, again, the control that Batman was probably looking for. And again, it's utility you can leave on a site. So he can lurk.
Yes.
He can find some positioning. Not as aggressive as the Chamber again, but this is, I think, much more vision control than what the Chamber did give them yesterday when they went up against Team Secret.
And a Trailblazer to greet him, and a flash to delay the rest of APH. EJ waiting patiently. Doesn't get the immediate kill. Doesn't get the second one as Eman finds Hot Sauce. We have a very low member in the form of Georgie. But it doesn't matter. As a Batman on that Cypher already doing so much work. Finding EJ was on that flank. And now a bit of a brawl towards the backside. That Batman tries to crouch, but the rest of Bren, they pile in and they flood in. They take that pistol round away from APH.
Whoa, Savvy, hold your horses. He's feeling the hype right now. Look at that quick little push. EJ on the flank. Man, this guy's not missing a beat at all. He's just fired up from that last game and is already coming into play with this one. Just too many to handle. A Batman didn't have time to reposition there. His Cypher cage also expired, so trying to push in or trying to reposition. He was very much exposed to the rest of Bren that were already at Broken Wall. Really nothing that he could have done to maybe have survived unless he could just hit some extra crispy shots to, get more value. All of that. Can already see Hot Sauce having that Marshall on B. EJ's already pushing through on double doors here. Symbol waiting for the swing, but there's a 4-man group up from APH. Oh, this is timing, though. Oh, this is very much timing. Georgie does get the double up. The against Symbol, but look at that. He has his teammate right behind him. It is going to be Savvy 8K. Finally shut by the Doctor. And are you going to actually readdress this angle on Halls? But Hot Sauce is about to go on the swing. Again, he does have that Marshall. It should be fairly easy for him to get the kill. If Symbol peeks out first, he might get knocked off, but never mind. Picks up the ace. And almost a good charges on that Hunter's Fury.
Wasn't EJ the one who aced on this map previously too on the Jet against Secret? Was it? It was against Secret, yeah.
Yes.
A little
I can't remember if it was... Was it?
Yeah, I think it was EJ.
Yeah.
Okay. One enemy remaining.
Simple though, this time around being that much more impressive. Love that little fader hitting it on his fellow Silva player. Action PH. Now they do have the guns that they would potentially want. There is a Vandal upgrade on 2 players on Freeze and EJ, which could potentially swing them this round again and reset the economy. And this was the exact spot where EJ showed quite a bit of fireworks. He is going to be tagged up, so that is going to be like moth to a flame to APH. They do go back. They don't overextend on the info given. And this Vandal, I believe, has already paid off really, really well.
Now, APH kind of overreaching a little bit here. Bren not freaking out. And as they get that pick, they just back away first. They do spread out just a tiny bit. Out in the open, it is going to be EJ who's actively looking for some contact here. Does have the dash. Is he going to have the good timing? Probably not. The blade will expose Brain Freeze at the back of things. And a Cypher Cage to allow them some access into the site as they try to cross. It's still going to be difficult, though, because that Cypher Cage is not going to last for a long time. Brain Freeze needs to get flushed out here, which he does by the Doctor. And here comes the rest of the offense from APH. Savvy 8K coming into the corner. Does get some value off the 2K.
Taken out. 30
RU
seconds
does
left.
get the trade-off. And we go for that 2 versus 2. Now, weapons should be better for the attackers here.
Oh, yeah.
But they are going to be closing the distance. Symbol is about to hit the swing onto RU. They're getting into position here, Raph. Doctor might have his head exposed if that wall goes down. This is going to be very scary here. Symbol gets the value, and now they know where RU is. This is going to be very difficult. The recon dart, the tag through the wall, and Symbol clutches it all.
What a fantastic bonus by Bren. And at the very least, they get that defuse, or at least the spike down on the side of APH, but their economy is probably going to suffer still. I think they might have to settle for a half buy here, which is never really the best case scenario on Breeze. You want as much long-range weaponry as you can get, but a beautiful hold by Xavi on Canal on fence, whatever you want to call it. Really bolstering that. I love the patience by Symbol. He could have very well pushed that, but the crossfire was waiting, and those walls are just not thick enough for Ari to find some safety in. Like we mentioned, this economy is going to suffer. They could have forced, they could have bought up, but that was not meant to be, as APH have to reconsolidate what they want to do here. The aggression on the side of Bren already shining through, and a Batman did have the angle, but EJ had the gun. Georgie made sure that it's not going to have it for too long. Ooh. And Emma looks at the dasher, backs up his teammate, finds Xavi.
Wow. And
this eco is looking way better. Way better now.
Loving that updraft mix-up from Georgie. But you still don't have all of the necessary tools needed here. Amon, though, is starting to heat up. 1 versus 2. 8 bullets in the chamber. He cannot plant the spike on B. Because he does know that the Doctor was able to get a kill right behind him, so he's actively looking for the lurk first. The recon dart. Oh no, I don't know if Symbol actually heard him! He did! And now he's not gonna know. This is so stressful for him, because he's gonna have to check every single nook and cranny. The flash, he wants to look for that contact. His blades will be up in 30 seconds. Never mind. He's not gonna be able to use this in time to scan out where the final
30
opposition
seconds left.
is. But if he does flip the coin, maybe he can run onto the A site. Maybe he can go there. But if he goes for B and plans it for B main, yeah.
I think he had time to slow walk to A, but like you mentioned, it's going to be B for him. He will have that data knife, that null, or rather that 0 point. But apparently he doesn't need it, Asar. Why would you bring a knife to a gunfight? I already had 3 kills, Eman says. I'm just gonna find my 4th. Action PH are finally on the board too. Like you mentioned, the tension must have been mounting for both those players as the clutch has not been kind to many people. I completely forgot that was an eco also on the side of APH. So what a wonderful eco. They get an economy reset. They even get bonus weapons, or at least for Eman.
Yeah, I will say though, on this clutch from Eman, I also was going to say, if he stayed on B and he put so much time in clearing out both spawn and tunnel, that he would almost be certain that his opponent is going to be coming through B main. That's why he stayed the longest on B side, because he wanted to at least have that good security that he could have a really good guess. That's where
spike carrier is
where's the
killed.
point? Was
Spike
EJ
down
finds
mid.
the second blade onto Emon? The drop on the spike, the drop on the weapons, and the loss of control for APH here is just monumental, and EJ is not holding still. He's still moving aggressive, wanting to go for the ace already. Doctor, please just get that kill so EJ can maybe get the ace. He's heating back up here, never mind. I was maybe hoping we could see another ace from EJ, but no, not this time. Although, yeah, just a fairly clean round for Bren.
Bren's looking really good on this
Help a
map.
girl out, would ya?
And whatever VOD they reviewed, whatever losses they took in their previous encounters have really strengthened them. So for us to say that this was an action PH map doesn't seem to be the case anymore. As Bren, they take yet another round on the board, running that lead up to 3 now. The weapon's still not very good on the side of action PH. Have to play the bank game again. Eman's the lone vandal that could potentially take advantage of these long-range engagements. DJ couldn't land the shot here. The decay is going to push him back just a tiny bit. And the doctor pushing him over the edge. Very tempting to take that vandal, but look how everybody is already swarmed mid. They're not going to let go of any of these weapons for free, but they have vacated the site. So if this information can be relayed by a Batman here, then maybe they have a free take. But no, they really want that vandal. They really want to fight. Zabby's going to have the information of a lifetime. Hot Sauce gets the doctor, and Zabby gets Eman. No more vandals on the side of APH, as Symbol finds Georgie as well. The blades have been expended, so that's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker, making this that much more expensive on the side of APH, despite not having much to begin with. Batman trying to save his life, but look at this. At least they got the space to get this plan down. That's a big bonus. Aryu does have the Hunter's Fury. Who pops it? Is it Aryu? No, it's actually Symbol. Interesting round. Interesting round indeed.
And they get it in the end regardless. Pretty good stuff there for Bren.
No fire.
Bit of shaky encounters, but overall they get these nice little round in the bag. I mean, even if Symbol used that ultimate, it was just to make sure, right? And he's gotten so many kills that maybe he'll just stack up again. EJ, he's purchased it, Raph. He's had enough. He's had enough. He's brought the boomstick back into play.
He's getting his mallet.
Time to get these kids off my lawn.
Oh, but look what you've done. Now he's back on the Vandal.
No, EJ, just... Well, I mean, he is going for hard contact, and he doesn't have his blades yet, right? So... we'll have to see that some other time. Georgie, again, gotta love this man for never backing off from getting sight control. Right,
it's that belief. That belief that makes him so dangerous.
True, true enough.
A Batman trying to fight out of elbow, but has been pushed back now. EJ's the one trying to go for the offensive. Even gets a timing onto a Batman. That's got to sting, as they don't have that neural theft on the board now, and they don't have anti-flank. So this could potentially open up map control on the side of Bren. Bren, though, they're leaving Hot Sauce alone. Completely, maybe vulnerable for a swarm. But no, it's actually Hot Sauce doing so much damage. Why? I don't understand. But Eman does get the bit of information he might need to relay to his teammates. But unfortunately, this res is not going to come out. Nor is this round going to go in the way of Action PH. Bren, a commanding lead, potentially going for a semi-skunk. APH already have one. Timeout has been called to Asarai.
Yeah, APH definitely need this this bit of oasis, this solace, this reprieve from the stifling defense that Bren has. Look at all of this. Like, they are just getting time peak every single time. It kind of looks sus, right? But it's just Bren having excellent confidence in just peeking these angles for fights. Maybe spearheaded by EJ is like, guys, we're here for a reason, right? We got this in the bag. EJ is just leading this team alongside Symbol, who's 10 kills apiece, and we're only 7 rounds in. That is pretty hot from these two.
There's something about Breeze, again, I've mentioned this time and time again, that just puts my soul to ease. It's such a relaxing map. I could already imagine just hitting the beach after everything's been said and done. Have myself, you know, some refreshment. But right now, APH is the one that needs that boost, that needs that refreshment, because so far they've barely done anything. In terms of the fragging department, it's really been very thin, which is very uncharacteristic of them. Bren have been preying on this, and they've been very aggressive. But that 0 point's going to push them back just a tiny, tiny bit. EJ still managing his position towards double doors. And Hot Sauce looks to play a little bit of the aggressor here, but that recon is going to push him away. EJ could potentially find the timing, but he's not going to have the HP. He gets the most important target, and that's going to be the Doctor removing the Viper's Pit, and Action PH is crumbling. They're getting decimated. They're getting dissected. Oh my goodness, Bren. What's going on?
No one's looking to the left. I mean, it's a smoke. It's a wall. It's not solid. You can get pushed through it, and nobody was just marking it from APH there. That's really smart though from EJ. He already knew he had the prep on the dash. So if he can get that one kill, or even if not, he can at least get some information and dash away to safety, right? So whatever might have happened there, that dash had a lot of value specifically for Bren. Now, here's the thing. Again, weak buy for APH. They will have the ability now to purchase all of the weapons that they would ever want. They did expend the Doctor's Viper's Pit, but I will also argue that Bren is one of those teams that you actually don't want to fight against with your own pit, because they're very well adjusted to actually splicing that ultimate and using it in their favor. I think we also saw that when they went up against... Which team was that? Let me just bring back my stats real quick. I think it was, Oasis, that they played against Icebox against Wild Warrior, remember? Where they just... Wild Warriors got besmirched in his own ultimate because Bren was so good at playing inside of that.
Oh, dear.
I think it was Icebox. Yeah.
Well, APH, they want to take something. Now this time around, it's mid control. They do get that. There's not a lot of resistance, and there's no pressure coming in towards from Nest yet. But all eyes from B. And the Viper's Pit on the side of Freeze could potentially force APH to go for a long walk here as Symbol. He's going to get tagged up pretty badly there. He might be out of fighting commission, but the Doctor gets immediately eliminated.
30 seconds left.
Bren holding on very, very well here. Can't seem to find a break. As the trades, they were even at first, but now slightly leaning towards Bren, if not heavily leaning towards Bren. But they have something to say about it. APH, they want a round. They want it so bad. The Batman, off the back of his 3K here, giving his team just a little bit of air to breathe.
Man, that shot on EJ was so crucial for a Batman to have gotten so much contact play, as we talked about. Similar to what we saw in Haven. That's going to be the bread and butter here for APH. It's not the cleanest, but they'll take what they can get. There it is, Raph. Blades available for EJ, and that would mean that he will have more comfort in buying this op, because he can always fall back into that Blade Storm of his. Bit of control. Recon Dart thrown up by Symbol. This gives EJ a bit of a picture on what is going to be coming through mid. He doesn't over push this, because there is, as you can see, RU holding the aggression. holding the angle as well. And Georgie, but they're really just trying to bait out EJ, who has been lurking for like 9 rounds in a row.
I mean, we've been waiting for that lurk potential
No!
somehow. Oh.
What?
We've been waiting. We're still waiting, apparently. It's so untimely, Aserai. APH, I'm not entirely sure what their game plan is. They had a firm grip of mid, but now they've fallen back. And now they're getting picked off by EJ, who's been an absolute menace, rotating back and forth. Not entirely sure what's going on with Bren right now, or at least on the side of Action PH, because they're playing out of their mind. The blades are coming in, but so far no dice. Ryu and Eman seem to be a little stuck here. They're gonna be given the information that EJ is still lurking, still holding, but a Batman could be the linchpin, could be the X Factor. He finds one, the operator's down. The Hunter's Fury is here to give him a little bit of space. He has to play into the cage. And he does find himself towards Orange. The mad dash has begun. Symbol, he knows what's up. He even tags him up just a tiny bit, but a Batman gets tased. Suddenly, the front line has been shifted again. All eyes on the last 2 members. Eman gets one. Ryu gets a piece for himself too, but they're so fatally low. Play the post plan here, but Ryu uses the jiggle, plays the off angle, can't find the footing to finish the kill. A super close round on Action PH. Bren, they still eke it out, and it is such a massive lead. We're not even at the half yet.
How does EJ keep finding these?
That's a good spot.
These picks with the op. I gotta see that replay again, because I looked away for a second, Raph, and when I got my eyes back on the screen, he was already looking at Georgie, who was very much unprepared for the aggressive pick.
Yeah.
What? EJ?
The rotating op and EJ's ability to read the rotations and the game itself just been lending itself to him so well. Now they finally have an Ultraman. I think this is the only second one they got in the entire map, but EJ just being the scope death for APH. Doesn't have any plans on stopping. Symbol gets one as well. Georgie completely offline. Really not contributing to the struggles of APH and EJ. He knows somebody's jiggling. He knows somebody's so ready to peek, and Ryu even commits to it.
Oh no, he blinds the Batman!
Oh dear, Aserai. It is such a disaster for Action PH right now. It's just so hard to watch.
That was very painful. Batman was already willing to help Eman, and then Eman's just like...
Last round before the
blinded. Oh man, that's...
A gift. That works.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. We might be even looking at a 210 here, not even the 9-3. And... Again, Georgie just... He's lost his luster on Breeze, at least in this first half.
Still have a chance, but they have to play perfect now. There's not a single room for error, as the chances are becoming much more finite. Doesn't seem like they're that undeterred though. They still go for the super breakneck playstyle. The Doctor even gets Zavi. This Hunter Fury doesn't really tag anybody, barring from our Viper player, the Doctor. Georgie's taking a bit of damage, but this is from the initial contact. Now they have a post plant. Now they have the blades. Firearms still not in the favor of Action PH, but EJ, he knows one could potentially be lurking here, and it's a Batman who already trained his crosshair towards mid. Didn't expect EJ to be that close. Brain freeze. Tries to go for the wrap. How did Hot Sauce find that? How is Symbol finding this too? How is Action PH getting absolutely demolished on this? The Doctor has to be a hero, but he can't have more than one occupation. As Aserai was right on the money. It's 10-2 on the half.
Oh my goodness, dude. Bren?
Switching sides.
They just... What a comeback from Bren. In this series, mind you. EJ is 20 bombing this entire game in 12 rounds. He's going above and beyond that right now, Raph. Look at that. basically what Georgie did for APH that split game or that Haven game. EJ is doing the exact thing and then some for Bren right now. He is just full confidence, full sending this entire game. My goodness. EJ, what a phenom. Yeah.
Hasn't been stopped. Doesn't look like it's going to be stopped. He has no reason to really slow it down. Like you mentioned, the phenom, he's making it look like a breeze is his ring for EJ Mania. APH.
EJ Mania.
I don't know, man. Really not looking good. They have to hit a mental reset. I'm not sure if they burnt their timeout actually in that previous half. Did they? Escape my mind.
I think they did once.
Yeah, well, you can really only burn it once anyway. So they did.
Yeah. They did.
I'm still trying to look for an answer. Why, strategically speaking, what is Action PH lacking? Is it a firm control of the site that they're trying to hit really fast? Is it the lurking not really paying off? Or is it a combination of all these like little things that I haven't even said yet? Either way, if they want to come back to this map, get that clean 2-0. This is not the way to do it. I mean, they've been banging their head against the wall trying to get some success with that speed. But they really missed the mark on that one.
Now, as our halftime unpauses and prepares us for this second half start, is APH better on the defense? They have a Batman on the Cypher. This allows it for a lot more control, but does that even matter? As Bren is on a breeze high. I don't know, maybe they're flying a kite, and it's the breeze that's giving them that updraft. We'll see. Recon Dart spots at about 3. Here's the contact from APH, but Bren,
Spike
they're
down
back. APH, though, very low in terms of the numbers. They gotta hit their shots, which they are. Doctor comes in
Right here.
and just prescribes them to try again another round.
And they do. Wow. Once again, the blink of an eye. Maybe the fates have started smiling upon Action PH. But we know how quickly this game can devolve into a bit of a brawl. I would say that both these teams have equal star power. Maybe like a slight difference, right? But maybe just too tiny to really notice. As an attack on A is on the mind of Bren. I'm not sure if they bought up or if they bought anything. No, instead they go for a fairly full save. It's only Symbol really with the Sheriff too. You have that small chance of getting a free kill, but it's EJ who walks in. Fearless, even has his knife out. Wow. Like, you know what? Whatever, guys. That's exactly why I should be a little more careful. The Doctor finds the crossfire. Eman finds a bit of success with both his fragment and his bulldog. Symbol falls.
One player standing.
It's looking pretty good here. Brain Freeze gets traded out. Action PH, maybe they found their second wind. Hot Sauce is, I wouldn't necessarily say far, but he has to make way to cave. Can't really land a shot on Eman. Already burning quite a few bullets on his headhunter. And maybe Georgie could find a kill for himself. That he does. These Bulldogs, they work out fantastic. APH, they secure that first opening swing. And now have to... If you're in this situation, at least for most teams, maybe this is a good time to upgrade because Bren, if they win this, then the swing is back on a reset. A Batman still sticking to that Sheriff buy. I love the confidence on the Bulldogs. Maybe a little bit of extra firepower for that safety. Might be a good idea. They don't really have that many rounds to give.
But I think it's fine. They were able to save up a healthy amount of weapons from that last round, so they don't really have to commit too many rifles in this one. Ooh, that was cheeky though. I like almost the play, but Emma gets flushed out. They do spot him already. The trades still favoring nobody. This is pretty good here right now for APH.
Oh my goodness.
Batman takes into the corner. He needs to hit this first shot, which he does. Looks right behind him. Only down to one more bullet. And we equalize to the 2 versus 2. This is Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze. A little bit on the colder end of things. Weren't the spiciest of competitors just yet, but Ari has been. And that spike out into the open The drone closing ever so thinly into the site. He's already spotted one, gets tagged through the wall. Now he's got to reposition, but they know now that he's incredibly low at this. They can wait for the snake bite to dissipate first. The double up between RU and the Doctor. Brain Freeze doesn't know this is about to hit. He will have that cover from the pit, but no, they thought he was going to double back. Spotted out to the open, and I thought they were going to actually go 2-2 onto the stairs, and maybe there was a chance there for Brain Freeze to have gotten maybe a double headshot as they were maybe looking to go to the A site, but, well, timing was not in his favor.
What a wonderful bonus on the side of Action PH. Not only do they force Bren to go on an eco, but they even get a free upgrade themselves. Now this is looking like more of a match here. Poised to take the 6th round on the board. But Bren, maybe they're gonna take a little bit of a page from their fellow Bren multiverse brethren, and obviously are very notorious South built on anti-ecos and whatnot. Now we look forward on this match again. We set our sights on this lovely sandy map. As Bren, they go for a slower approach. Maybe they're banking on the fact that APAC, they're a team that loves to extend, they love to fight. Maybe they can get a cheeky kill. But Xavi, so he found the Doctor, this time at range with the Marshal. Clean shot. They're not going to have that vision denial that they need and sorely need on a map like this. Come on. Tempting fate, maybe, and maybe tempting Xavi. Ooh, that's a nasty tag. That's going to put him in one-hit territory, and they don't have a regrow or anything to sustain them. Are you making a push, a mad dash here? There are no more tags, and he tries to play the timing on EJ. But EJ instead finds a safety in this opposite corner.
Silence.
Does not find a safety for too long, as RU is on a bit of a streak. Had a 4K in the last round. Gets one for himself, and look at this. The execute is going to come through Aserai despite not having EJ anymore, not having Xavi.
Yeah, just
30 seconds
holding
left.
on, playing it chill is actually working right now for APAC. They don't really have to keep peeking Xavi with that with that Marshal phase, because it does feel a little bit too, again, risky on their end. Hold the phone. Brain Freeze making a bit of headache-inducing movements here to get the
One
2-piece.
enemy remaining.
Down left
10
onto Hot
seconds
Sauce. I
left.
think Batman might have heard him. Yep. Now reacting. No, not just yet, but able to readjust his spray in time. It's fine. Totally fine. And APH breaking down the offense here. And they're bringing the rounds, the numbers closer and closer together.
Still a very good showing on the side of Bren. Have a little bit of bank, but if they lose this again, then we're going to have a reset. Then we're going to have another 2-round swing potentially. And on it goes. I think they should have... This is where they kind of realize, maybe let's take a timeout. None of the things that we've been doing on this side of the world, on this side of the map, it's really not succeeding, as well as their defense. Action PH have a potential to take this round. And like I said, the timing of the pause, it has to be now. Wonder what their support staff, their coaches, their analysts, or what they're going through right now.
It's that stifling defense. I don't know what's happening. We kind of argue that Breeze is an attacker-sided map, right? With how big the layout is. It's primo real estate for attackers to actually work their magic on. But certain utilities do tend to swing the favor to the defense. And I think a lot of that is played by the initiators. So if you can counter utility as initiators, it feels like it is going to be something that can be utilized quite well. Now, again, that's still talking about that. It does feel a little bit situational, right? But you can't really argue that both teams are looking so well with how they played on the defense side. That being said, Bren have created the gap, the advantage, and they still have just a teeny tiny bit more rounds to work with.
And they do. Teeny tiny 3 rounds. Anything can go. As Bren, that's all they need to really take this map away and potentially reset the series. But Action PH still looking to rally back. And like I said, Asar, it's when they really chill out. And like you said in the previous rounds, when they really chill out that they're finding quite a bit of success. Now Bren is in a similar position where their attacking side has not been the greatest. hasn't really found a modicum of success. And maybe found themselves in a maze, in a labyrinth. They're quite stumped. There's no lurk presence this time around, and there's not any mid presence whatsoever. This could potentially just be a full B explode. They'll be walking into the doctor though. But the Seekers are here. Alleviate a little bit, but because they pulled so much attention here, they get peppered down by a wall of bullets, a hail of bullets. Georgie doesn't even need to see brain freeze. That's a little unfortunate. That does not stop EJ. He tries to fight for Zombs, but it's the doctor who holds it down. Again, no vision needed for the spray control. 14 seconds left. If Hot Sauce can do anything. And it's a Batman prevailing in the Sentinel v Sentinel encounter there.
My goodness, it is just nearly impossible to push into the side against APH. The setup is just ghastly. It is just abhorrent right now for Bren to push in. It is so difficult. EJ can maybe find a little bit of leeway, but the rest of his team can't really follow up on him. The disrupt that APH has, the sneak bite, the mollies,
let's play.
it's just too difficult. They know that EJ's here, and he wants to get that orb, and he's fighting for dear life to actually get it, but they've allowed him access to it. He misses the shot. Usually he doesn't do those, but now through the fight of this, 2 for 2, still actually smiling in the favor of Bren. I think this is still workable. Now Hot Sauce, I'm not sure how much his senses are tingling, but there is that lure coming in from the doctor. There is that lure coming in from RU. And now the rest of Bren just confined in the shop. Actually make it war. RU is insane. He just dropped down. He picks up 1, 2, and 3 kills to finish this off.
And Yelena might be asking, why do you do that pose when you jump down from a height? You know, the thing that RU just did. But goes there. Like we mentioned, I was about to say that this could potentially be the first crack in the defense of APH, and that's when they really want to force the fight when they don't have to. But the recovery is beautiful. RU with many unexpected tactics there. Brain freeze didn't do that sound spot, nor that visual cue up until it was too late. And RU has been such a consistent force on this map. I think this is potentially his best map as an individual. And Eman has this null command. If he hears too many steps, guaranteed he might just pop that this time around. A little bit of utility to flush them out first is Bren. Fragment is going to come out, Aserai, so this double doors is going to be a no-no for now.
That's their no-no zone. No, you don't want to push through that.
Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Who knows?
No one knows. Oh, okay. It's a big one too, though, because that's Cypher. Georgie, I don't know if he's been heard that he's pushing through this. Emon is going to pinch, but that won't be bangable. And Georgie just very much denied. Doctor tries to hit the lurk. And I mean, there was a mounting comeback from APH, but Bren, they're so close to finish line that even just one round, and I'm already feeling hella pressured for APH.
Yeah, but look at the bank on APH. They're fine. They still have so many guns to buy for now. But like you said, it's that one round. But the thing about Bren is, this is not the first time we've seen a good half be turned on its head. I'm just really reminiscing on AE Pro, who has been pretty up and down as well this week at least. Yeah, looking at our teams again, APH and Bren, not the first time they've really danced this dance. As Georgie, or at least the rest of APH, they kind of have to go back to that formula, what's been the formula that's helping them succeed. It's just relax. Bren are the ones that have to come to us. We don't necessarily have to move. Right now, a lot of utility still being used to try and flush out mid-tunnel. APH, they keep their composure, they keep their calm.
Here.
They don't overrotate, they don't do anything. They understand there's still a minute left on this map, Aserai. Really no need for any commitment whatsoever.
Yeah, they can take their sweet time, at least for a few more, maybe half a minute is what's allotted to them to see if APH will try to move the map into their favor, but There really is nothing other than that, but now they don't want to waste any more time. There's the use onto the Seekers. This actually is a really good position where they use their utilities because there's nothing that a Batman has actually put in that specific location. Doctor, though, not spotted out by the Seekers, by the Cabbages, and he actually positions for well. But there's the punish coming in from Hot Sauce and Symbol. They equalize the numbers. EJ comes in for the lurk, spots out of Batman. And the numbers swinging heavily in the favor of Bren here. Are you trying to at least encapsulate the spike? Gives Emon a fighting chance in a 2 versus 1. Gets spotted by a drone. And this is going to be a hefty, very heavy 2 versus 1 that he needs to win. They cannot push this to match point because Bren is starting to find a foothold in this attacking end. Symbol throws out utility to delay even further. And now Emon has absolutely no idea where the other one lies in. Looking to maybe bait them in, peek out. He knows where Symbol is. Absolutely no idea where the other one will be coming from. Needs to go for the fight. Is absolutely perfect. If he can at least have this spike, maybe it can work. EJ dashes right in, and he actually uses his utility to make Emon flinch. It didn't work the first time with the updraft, but with that dash, it does. And now Bren comes in for the match point.
Beautifully executed by Bren there. No APH. Now this is where they feel all the pressure. They're not going to be able to contain that momentum if it hits map 3. But I have to say, very, surgical of them to cut off the rotation like that. Aryu and Eman, they made a valiant stand, but it's not meant to be this round going into the bag of Bren. One more round. Bren, they have to buckle up. They have to play this with the utmost focus. APH, we've seen them string so many rounds together. For this map, they are not strangers to it anywho. Still trying to crawl up is Bren. A lot of passivity on both sides, though. They're being very pacified, as I've said. Yes, absolutely.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah, I can't say anything more than that. It does feel like both APH has been very laid back into their sights as they don't really want to incur the aggressive wrath of Bren. Good timing on the blade, though. Does spot out Savvy. Only him. Now, with that one bit of information that the sky is somewhere on shop, will they know that the hit is about to ensue? Actually, they should. Initiators have been throwing it out. That camera,
30
a
seconds.
little bit of information. A Batman still hits a shot here, and he is solo defending, hitting Symbol through the Hunter's Fury. He hath no fear. And this recon dart almost nets him a 3rd kill against Savvy. It's not yet over till it's over, and APH are not yielding Wrath. Great defense onto the A side, spearheaded by a Batman.
They are not going to succumb to the pressure as APH, one more swing could potentially put this into yet another overtime. Bren, this is going to be their last buy of regulation. If they fall in this map, then they're going to be forced to eco or, well, go on a force buy. But a Batman, like you said, is a rock. Very steadfast. And this is already turning out to be quite a performance for him, considering how rare it is for him to actually touch that Cypher pick. Now here we go. Bren, they set their sights on B, which has been very successful for them as of late. APH, instead they take house control, a very peculiar situation that could potentially unravel. Could go for that long flank, but I feel like they need that Viper to really delay Bren. But if this is part of the master plan that we haven't seen yet, then do school us, do enlighten all of us. Because all this noise is going to be a little alarming for Action PH. They see a Batman, they even tag him up, forcing him to go and put himself to a little bit more danger. But look at this, it's actually Aryu and the Doctor to reinforce him. Now they make a mad dash towards A. It's a ring around the rosy type of beat. That's alright.
No, they've given away position here through mid. Yeah, this is going to be incredibly difficult for APH to reposition for the A site as the rest of Bren are scrambling into A. I love the bait play here, but there is no wall to separate them. So if Emma can time this flash, he might get the value off of it, which he does! That is absolutely monumental here from APH. They need to fight. They need to go at this ham.
Spike down
But it
A.
seems like they've made and gone sandwiched by APH. Simple to remain 1 versus 5. This has all gone horribly, horribly wrong for Bren. I love the bait play. I love it, but the rotation, it takes a very long time, and it's faster for APH to actually re-secure B side, or A side, excuse me, than it does Bren to rotate from cannons to the entrance of A.
And like I said, this buy is not going to be as impressive, as robust as it could possibly be. They have to make do. They have to make a stand. Otherwise, this is going to be a very emphatic comeback by APH. And while this is all happening, we have a very, very chill stuffed animal. You know, just enjoying his time by the yacht. Oh boy, APH, their spirits are high. Bren, hopefully they're not falling victim to the tournament nerves, the VCT nerves. Oh my goodness, a Batman who's been a shining star very recently. Hopefully he doesn't burn out. Hopefully he doesn't hit that supernova. Hot Sauce has had a bit of a shaky performance, but no, he opens it up. And now he does get tagged up, but Georgie is here to quickly secure the trade. He's all alone on the site. Bren, do they know this? They have to make a move somehow, somewhere. The wall has been set. The Hunter's Fury is going to come out. This is for Ari. This is to delay. Georgie doesn't have to fight. He doesn't have the counters to have safe avenues of rotation. And look at this. One man against the world. And the rest of APH, they're sprinting. The Doctor has to make a choice. He finds Symbol, but the trade is there by Xavi. So sharp. The rifles are still in play. And he even finds Aryu. What a kill by Xavi. Shining bright. Now they have a pit. Eman all alone here. The Doctor. Oh my goodness. And a third on Xavi. We can't keep our eyes off of him. 1 versus 3 in the retake of a lifetime. The Doctor was on that long, mad flank. But it looks like this book is gonna come to a close. The door to a sweep. Getting closer and closer to being locked. The Doctor is creeping. He is so nervous. He's sweating bullets. But he finds Xavi. He doesn't even need to completely see him. Brain freeze. Gets tagged by that. Time is winding down. Time is slowly ticking. The Doctor has to clear every single corner.
5 bullets.
And Bren, they're not fighting. They're not fighting whatsoever, but EJ, he secures it. APH at the cusp of a comeback. But no, we tie it 1-1. And the third map we go, Asarai.
No way that's how it happened, right? Savvy with the Marshal. What an authority on the weaker sniper. No, it's just the sniper. He hits absolutely banger shots. Now, I'm just hoping we have the perspective of Savvy. We get that for the highlights for you guys to see later on, because that was so pivotal for him. I actually thought that APH was gonna be able to hold the fort, right? Georgie repositions. He does basically everything that was needed for him to defend the B site, but somehow Savvy finds all of these picks, and then any single player of APH that was on B site is left on an island. They had no more helpers, no more teammates rotating, because Savvy has expended all of them. What a finisher for Bren, and that means that we're not over. We're gonna be going to game 3 for Icebox.
I just don't know how to explain that to you, Aster. Again, it's really coming down to that star power digging themselves out of a hole. Statistically speaking, they weren't supposed to win that round. The guns were in the advantage of APH, but we saw a little bit of hesitation. We saw a bit of unsureness. But Bren, they had belief and they had faith in whatever they were dealt with. They closed that round. They closed that map. And they are reinvigorated for the third series too. My goodness.
And the question is, you talk about them being invigorated. Will they be able to bring this invigorated facade of their face of theirs to Icebox? Right? Because again, there is always that question that Bren, they don't really do so well in the icy tundras of that particular map.
Oh yeah.
I mean, EJ has been just spot on, heated this entire game. This man is possessed. 26 kills, 324 combat score. It's been phenomenal for EJ this entire series, and for lack of a better term, he has been bringing this entire Bren roster on his shoulders. Of course, there has been the amazing highlight pop-offs from Symbol and Savvy, but I feel like EJ really has been that shining light that has allowed this team to keep the dream alive and not be put down to, oh no, we're at the same standings as SBE. We could actually be taken out of this tournament situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, no matter what game, no matter what type of competition, you really just hate it when fate, or at least the fate of your team, is not in your control anymore, and that's what they're trying to avoid. I would say APAC are a little more comfy. They have just a little bit more luxury. But here's the thing. If one of those teams that you mentioned falls into the 7th seed, then they're going to have a bit of a time trying to open up that first seed, which we all know is Team Secret, but let's not get ahead of ourselves too much here. I mean, Action PH, they did kind of struggle on that attacking side, which is really uncharacteristic of them. Almost makes you think, is Breeze truly an attacker-sided map?
I get what you mean. Maybe it's just a map that you... I don't know, man. I've lost my train of thought. That game has put me on a loop, has put me in a trance. And speaking of loops and trances, actually, I have no idea where I'm transitioning with this. We're going to transition into game number 3 after we go for that break. So when we come back, we will see. We will know if Bren still keep themselves safe in this point system of our tournament, or will they be in danger? Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see it in game number 3. You know, I just came from Breeze, so I got myself like this pretty fruity drink. It's banana milk.
Now, why would you
All
call
right.
it that?
Because this
Again.
game has been bananas.
You know, I have to this. Why does he have to do that? Nah, I'm kidding, guys. But I will have to go against Asteroid here, and I will one him up. I think apple milk is superior to banana milk. As I hope you guys have and the same sentiments for Astra and from him too, that please go grab a snack, because this is already quite a lengthy series and quite an exciting one as well. It's taken a lot out of our players, a lot out of us. As you can see, Astra is already like pronouncing things really weird, and he's smiling and he's giving me the stares like, what do you mean? Do people
mean?
Isn't said banana milk? Come on, man. You better hit that name. I'm kidding.
I was setting it up for the banana match, all right? Because it was
Okay.
cray-cray, all right?
Okay.
All up in here.
He
Okay.
is...
Yeah. We are game number 3 already in the second series of the day. And again, Bren out of that second match was just unbelievable. EJ had 37 kills that first game. This game, he just went slightly lower, 26, but it still was such high impact performance from him.
Oh, yeah.
And comparing him to his counterpart, which is Georgie, you can't really say the same. Georgie kind of just fell off in Breeze. He was just 10 kills, where a lot of what we saw was him trying to open up sights, but somehow, some way, he was losing the fight to EJ so many times, whether it was just pure rifle to rifle, or EJ bringing out the operator and Georgie just dying as he just got spotted by EJ. It really hasn't allowed Georgie to flex his muscles on Breeze. And now, as we conclude that particular map, we're already looking at Icebox. And again, the question still remains. Is this a map that, for lack of a better term, Bren will choke on, or will they finally succeed in Icebox?
I mean, they were dangerously close to allowing Action PH to grab, once again, a very pyrrhic comeback. But again, they closed it off. They finished it. Icebox could potentially be a different story, but you did mention I wouldn't necessarily say criticisms against George, because it's really hit or miss. That's the way he's been playing. Either he's dominating or he's not. And sometimes you just kind of want something a little more reliable. I'm not saying he's unreliable. It's very conditional. And so many of those rounds where we see Georgie gets stopped in his tracks, while the offense kind of slows down with it. And Brent fully understands that this is one of the mechanics of the matchup that they really have to pay attention, look out for, and they've been doing it so well. EJ has been thriving off of it. So we also mentioned that when APH plays a little more patient, that's when they kind of give themselves the space to really freestyle.
Well, Breeze wasn't the map that gave them any space whatsoever. I mean, they did get that comeback on the defending end. We were kind of arguing, is Breeze looking to be an attacker or a defender-sided map? At least for this particular series, it looked very defender-heavy. But again, since Bren did the work in that first half, it was just very, very nearing to them to close off the round. And one fatal mistake was that they allowed Savvy to pop off with that Marshall in that final round. I had no idea how he got that. I wasn't able to see it in the POV from the highlights just a while ago. Maybe we can see that later on or something, or maybe if they win, you can get that interview and ask him about certain things, about how he was just able to hit those amazing shots, if ever. But Icebox, again, we just know this is the playground for APH. This was a map that when Georgie and Amon were still in, what team was that? Dreamfire? They were the Splash Brothers of that map. When they weren't as, I'll just call it right here and now. When they weren't as strategic or coordinated as before, and they were just rushing into the sides, you can't blame me. They did this like earlier this year or last year. They were just running amok on Icebox, primarily on the A site, but it still worked really well in the favor of Eman and Georgie because they just knew the angles and were just able to take winning fights almost every single time. Now, it worked against lesser teams, against other more coordinated teams. It didn't look as efficient, but that was months back. They're a different team now. They are a team that understands opponents even more. So with all of that put into the mix, is this going to be another, easy go for APH, or is Bren's revival from that second game spearheaded by EJ enough to let them win? Again, we're just casting all of these games where it's hella long, and however we want to hypothesize or predict or analyze all of this, it's gonna be a very long one once again.
It has been. Yeah, Bren did take a dip into that Lazarus pit, getting that reinvigoration that they badly needed. That attacking side just looked so shaky for a good minute. They only won 3 rounds? That's all they needed anyway. But it's not sustainable. Also, I kind of had to take a quick look because I tend to lose random buttons when I'm casting for some reason. I looked at my shirt again, like, why is it open? Thank goodness it was just a little bit of a slip up. But going back, you mentioned Dreamfire. They did something very similar in many iterations of, I think it was Enigma Galaxy. Now they're doing quite a bit of that in action. And so that tandem has, I would say they've evolved, but their main weapon is still very much, would it be fair to say brute force? Because behind that, there's still a lot of finesse that's somewhat lacking, especially when it comes to the playbook.
Yeah,
slowly
I gotta
they're
agree.
adding to that. Yeah, they're slowly adding to that, right? But still, it's their main source of money. That's somewhat their default already. Let's just hit a site, let's hit it hard, let's hit it fast.
Yeah. Well, as we are just fixing a couple of hiccups here and there, guys. Again, it is what it is. We can't really control anything. We can just...
Yes, because, when
Small
people say
talk.
casters start the game, obviously, us casters are apparently the children of gods above, that we can also control the weather. Did you not know that?
Yeah.
What
It's not like
else?
we have this magic button just right in front of us that says stop, start game, and then stop game.
We wish it was that
If
easy.
it works
guys.
that way.
Yeah, we wish it was that easy.
Is that
But
easy,
yeah, this
right?
is probably going to be a lot of small talk now because we already mentioned everything we can about the potential the head-to-head, the potential matchup,
Yeah.
and even the history of a lot of these teams. Just a little bit more history, I guess. I think it was Symbol. Oh my goodness. It was Symbol and Hot Sauce who were on that old SV Empire team. Now they're reunited. Am I mistaken? But before we make any more mistakes, I guess we're going on a bit of a short break. Any, goodbye words, Asrai? Anything to exit with?
Well, I'm just going to go and say sorry for that, guys. We're going to come back. We're going to go for a break. And yeah, game number 3 in just a bit.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please. respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
All right, we just hello there.
Yes, she got really anxious. She just wanted to say hello to the world. And guys, I think we are on the way, I think, to Action Page versus Bren. Mochi says hello. Don't you, little girl? Don't you?
Yeah, I do love me a mochi. The food. And also the
There
dog.
she goes. There she goes. There she goes. Hello, folks.
There she goes. There she goes.
Okay, now Asarai is singing. We gotta relax. We gotta relax just a tiny bit. You know what I mean?
Gotta calm down. Because it's about to get heated again in the very much icy landscape that is Icebox as we are preparing, preparing to get into the next game. We did have that tiny bit of a breather just so that these teams can figure out what was happening, but now we are preparing to get into the agent selection already. That being said here, Rav, there is going to be some questions in my head about what the roster composition will be. Will we see Emon on his Sage or a duelist? Will APH actually default to the double duel? Or will Bren do the same? Because we have seen them do that before, putting Savvy on a Raze and then maybe EJ on his Jet. Again, these are just like very simple questions, but is very plausible now that Icebox is going to be the third map and everything, to be honest, right now is up in the air in terms of the possible results that will be the outcome.
I did not pay attention to. I was so distracted by Mochi, who's very loving, but no, actually, I'm kidding. Yeah, agent compositions, Eman on that very, very aggressive Sage. Typically, we see a Sage on Icebox just because they don't want to deal with Orange if they're on the attacking side, if they don't want to deal with backside. I like this choice, though. Put a potential Raze on the side of Xavi. Get that extra verticality. Maybe even add extra aggression. They're not going to be running that flash-based comp that Bren is typically known for. Oh, never mind. I am mistaken. I was excited only for a moment. And there you go, Asar. I think this answers all your questions in regards to agent compositions and what we're running.
Yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Double Initiator for Bren, while double Sentinel for Qeon here. It's not really a bad thing to actually have that because, again, you will be putting Emon in a Battle Sage role. And if he pops off, he will have the ability to utilize his Resurrections quite more. And again, they only really need the explosiveness of Georgie, and then Emon can just shoot into the site with the wall and help out the rest of the team with his utility, which is going to be, I think, very pivotal. That being said, the double Ini is actually really good from Bren. Now, I did mention how I was kind of hoping that we could see a double duelist, but the double Ini isn't really bad at all. If we saw the match that Bren had with Oasis, when they played on Icebox, Bren actually had a lot of cheeky counter lineups that made default plant's basically a living hell for Oasis. So
I
if
see.
they use that against Qeon, it is going to be a very difficult time for Qeon if they're not actually prepared for it.
Well, preparation. Well, luck smiles upon those who are prepared. And that's exactly what we might witness. It's going to be a mix of everything here. The anti-strats may come from both sides, but they're running pretty standard comps, is what I was about to say. Like you mentioned, Eman does love to get all those orbs and have that res as up as possible. But both these teams running a flashless comp, I feel like it would hurt Action a little more just because they love running that incredibly explosive style. So maybe that extra layer of safety may have benefited them. Oh wait, was it them who ran the KO? No, it was Bren, right? It was Bren.
Yeah, Savi's playing on the KO.
And so, you talked about mental health for the players and the mental preparation. It really is a lot. It's a lot of pressure. It's almost insurmountable at times. Especially going into a third map like this, Aster. The fate of these teams hangs in the balance.
And Force, Kenobi, Boba Fett.
I swear to God. I feel like Mika might actually just strangle you.
Oh yeah, you're right. I was gonna taunt you that you're not in Metro Manila, but Mika is hanging.
Hey man.
Oh no, she's replying!
Oh, I heard that. Once again, the backstage shenanigans continue as we wait.
In our chat. No, I'm sorry. I'm a pleb. I just enjoy it from a far distance, from far away.
It's absolutely okay. But stop, please. In the words of our very beautiful Mika Fabs, Darwell, please stop. Aster, I'm not entirely sure what fandom you're very much into. Are you a Trekkie? Are you into Star Wars? Well, actually, no, you're into Warhammer. Well, very recently you're into Warhammer, right?
Yeah,
just like our,
not enough into the lore.
Not
You know,
yet.
I feel like I'm just a surface level fan for all of these things.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, honestly. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it.
True. At least I'm not getting gate camped.
Oh, I mean, why? Why would anybody? It's people enjoy things because they enjoy things, right? And I've actually just noticed that there is a map recap on the top left. Was this here the whole time?
I don't think so. I think there's a new feature.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Just now, the godly voice of our director says, "Just now, you fools," and then he disappears. Anyway, we
Fly,
go
you
into
fools.
Fly, you fools. You're here to talk, not to notice things. But still a great recap on how close these matches have been, and this could potentially be yet another close one, as Eman already has the spike down. Bren, done this before. They really go for that hyper retake style. Unscathed are all the players on both sides, but that could change any given moment now. Xavi's going to play first contact here, but they're trying to chip away at this barrier orb. Do they know there is a cheeky Sage behind this wall? They are suspicious, and for a right reason, as Eman finds hot sauce, but the trade comes in. EJ, well, actually, it's Brain Freeze to find the flank, or at least the anti-flank of the Doctor, but the Batman cleans up the house. Still remains alive, as he will try to peer into yellow, trying to hold his position from CT, but Ryu does have that beautiful swing. Oh my goodness, he's not falling for it!
Oh my goodness, inaccuracy of the classic free gun, by the way,
Lord.
Oh no. Oh no, he even crouched to help with the accuracy, but sometimes the classic can be that sick. Lee against you.
It is indeed the age of trying to keep yourself as healthy. I love the decision making by Freezer. He doesn't even turn around. I'm gonna stare you in the eye
Look at
as
his
I do
eyes.
it.
He's
Yeah,
not
he's
even
just so like, oh god, don't do it. Stop. Get some help.
I
As
will
AP
stare into your soul as I defuse this spike.
Your soul is mine. Basically.
Yes.
Yes. It indeed has been his. Georgie does quite a bit of damage onto EJ. that's not enough to persuade them to fall back. As we see Bren, they still hammer on to this defense. Hot Sauce does find the Doctor again. This lurk, this anti-lurk, really not working in the favor of APH, even though this is a bit of a force on their end. Symbol does get the trade onto Georgie.
One enemy
Savvy
remaining.
here. Great Freeze trying to find a duel. Gonna pull down the hatches here. Doesn't need to be his, as everybody on Bren chimed in for a clean round.
Yeah, no harm, no foul.
Yes.
It was a very clean round. Good setups overall.
Normally we'd be a little more descriptive, but that round really did not leave anything to the imagination. Really did not. Still very well executed by Bren, and it's also a testament that sometimes you just kind of have to go back on the basics, on the fundamentals. If it works, it's going to work. Georgie now going for a Marshall buy here, trying to find a pick towards mid, and maybe a set play towards under tube. Zavi does spot out Georgie, so he's not going to have that mobility. Oh, but Symbol gets a warning shot. EJ, though, he does not have the same mercy. As a quick ace comes out. 2 games in a row. 2 maps in a row where we find an ace. And all have been on the side of Bren.
Dang, all hail the king, EJ. This makes everyone bow before him. Aggressive push from Bren here. A bit of noise here and there, but the real cake, real topping on this pastry, on this dessert, that is that delicious ace from EJ, has got to be the flash from Savvy. Blinds basically everyone on mid. He just pushes back. The rest of Qeon just again falter in his presence. Now EJ prepping the dash already. Hot Sauce is down. Nobody's gonna spot him, and again and again, EJ hits it. Where did the flash come from Savvy? It blinds everybody on B long, and he gets the 3-man spray down. Spike will have its plantation. You can see George is backing away. I think Ryu looking to hold the cross, and
I was about to say
that might cost them a bit.
Yeah, it might cost them precious seconds, and at the very least, it's always APH to get the plant down. Those precious seconds really did bite Brain Freeze, but it's one of those things. They still have a fairly healthy lead, Aserai, but this defuse, I don't think it's going to come into play here. Symbol has to clear it out, and Ryu, they managed to salvage this. Bit of a critical error there, but nothing really to cry about. Remember, kids, no point in crying over spilled milk.
Spilled milk. Look at that, we're finishing each other's
sandwiches. I was about to say that too. He gets it. He gets it.
Yeah. I forgot where that was.
Enemy remaining.
Well, I feel like it's only fitting because we're in Icebox. So.
Yeah. Man. That 3-man spray down. I mean, if it was a Phantom, maybe he could have gotten 4 or 5. Another ace, right?
Potentially. I mean, it's really one of those things where, yeah, I wish I had a Phantom, I wish I had this, but...
I feel like somebody in the chat would say that. If he had a Phantom, he could have gotten that.
Remember, guys, I don't want to say it twice. Not in 2 days, at least. But you already know what my sentiments are, Aserai.
Yeah.
All
right. Now, back to the matter at hand. I have no idea why I'm saying it that way. Yeah, lockdown for the Killjoy is prep. Savvy with a lineup. Hello? Is that gonna do anything? Absolutely not. It'll just, make a bit of mess on the side itself, but APH, they've already exited and have prepared themselves for this post. That Blaze is gonna be crucial. If it hits anybody, especially the Viper, it will deter the utility, and it does not only hit onto Georgie. And they'll have to wait just a teeny tiny bit, but they gotta hit right here and right now. And the spike is already up onto half. The flashes from Savvy at least allow just a tiny bit of closing up the gap for APH, for Bren rather. As the clock is about to break, Symbol can really do is see as the site explodes and hope that they can at least find something for the next.
I love the quick adjustments on APH. They're like, you know what? Our A is not very strong at the moment. Let's just keep softening up B up until we see a little bit of a change. in their defensive schematic. And Bren, their round lead's only up to 1 now. Action PH, they're going back to that favorite style where, as I mentioned earlier before we started this map, a la Dreamfire, a la NGX, and Action PH. They have their signatures all over it. Now, it seems that the pull, those investments towards B, have been paying off. But Xavi's going to have that early data knife. That doesn't matter, though. He sees so much utility coming his way that there's only one feasible assumption, and that they're hitting A hard. Even more utilities coming their way. Symbol's already prepping a retake dart here.
Scanning ahead.
But Action Page, they decide to slow down. They're waiting for that utility. They drone out the sight. Do they spot Xavi? Yes, they do, but they don't manage to dart him. The flash is going to come out. At least the fragment. Georgie going for the home run. And that he does. EJ, both Jets, actually chiming in. Georgie still trying to survey whatever he can find on the round, but Hot Sauce trying to reinstate his position in the site, but finds RU instead. The doctor has been lurking.
Yeah, that's perfect. Brain freeze caught out to the opening. Excuse me. That timing for Doctor was just fantastic.
Oh yeah, many times now. Many times that we've seen him kind of, I would say, fumble that lurk. But this time around, it really did pay off. Now Bren is going to suffer their first eco, which is typically not something you would like on the defending side. Really at any side. But like you mentioned, the Doctor, absolutely fantastic on that lurk. Now we are all tied up. It seems that this is just an all-out brawl. They want to continue whatever they had in the previous map on Breeze. In the overtime, that was Haven. They're not stopping. They just want to fight.
Well, speaking of fighting, I think they're going to bring the fight to the A site once more.
Here.
APH, no more hesitation here. Just gonna wait for the wall to dissipate. I think it was deactivated by Brain Freeze here. He's already expecting the aggression already as he hears that. But this landing strip for the wall gets immediately brought back to life. Batman just clearing the close corners here. Yeah, I was about to say this as well. The wall and the Sage makes it actually more palatable for you to just get a plan on a certain position, and Man gets his feet a little bit sizzled. It's the walk of fire for him. EJ's on the lurk, good drill a pinch. He will get
Out of charges.
Answered back quite quickly, but that does allow the rest of Bren to start marching into the back of the site. This does allow them to also close the distance. And if they can find these angles, if they can find these little holes, then maybe a Batman already was looking for the ace. But shut down by Symbol. Not this time, EJ says. Not this time, Bren says, but APH still take it in the end.
Like I said, it's been a pretty heavy brawl on both these sides. Both heavyweights really exchanging haymakers. And I can't really tell who this timeout is for. Is it Bren because they lost the lead? I think so, right? Potentially it is Bren. But like you mentioned, a lot of 4Ks, a lot of multi-kills. Eman kind of caught with his pants down there. This contact caught with his knife out.
Got one.
Batman though, very, very crisp. This was an eco. Still, shots nonetheless that you had to hit. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to default this now. They've been equally spreading the pressure on A to B. Maybe they're going to go mid this time. By process of elimination, what have they not really oppressed? What have they not pressured? It's only mid. But we still have a little bit of time on this pause to really collect their thoughts. Maybe run through the strat book real quick. And so far, both EJ already on double-digit kills, and it's only round 8. Wow. He's had a good sleep last night. It looks like he woke up on the right side of the bed.
Okay, I was going to say, hopefully everybody gets to wake up on the right side of the bed, but it's only EJ for this time.
What is that supposed to mean? Why did that sound like, hopefully somebody... Come on, man.
All right, Georgie. Okay? Yeah, I'm all right. Thanks for asking. I'm kidding. Anyways, Georgie, I'm really not the biggest fan of using the dash so early just to get back into that cover, but it does give him that safety that he won't get shot mid-air as he's transitioning updraft into the top of B long. Oh, that's not where they wanted that recon dart to hit. Georgie's gonna have to go in this blind. It's the alarm bot, but EJ hasn't been scrubbed out. They are very much aware that somebody is gonna peek through here. And if you're just gonna pick, this is gonna be perfect. The flashes, gotta say, from Savvy. Where was that from? He was throwing flashes all the way through Snowman, by the way. He does have some lineups here and there. Yeah. EJ's back up.
Yeah, many times we've wondered where Xavi's flashes have been coming through us, right? And pardon me, again, same sentiments as you. Where has it been coming from? But it does look like he is going to aggress from Snowman. Do they find the lockdown? Both lockdowns are actually out of contention. Beautiful job by your initiators. But Georgie will best EJ this time around. Maybe he took things a little personally. And wow, what a ballsy move. I'm not even sure if Xavi's going to notice him walking into this. Xavi is as low as you can get. That's him getting eliminated, but Bren's hot sauce a little too spicy for Georgie. And we see too many frags coming on the board now, but who is it in favor? Obviously, it's an Action PH. Symbol has a tall order in a pit of death and malice, and he has to back out. The economy's not very good on their end either.
Well, this is a good save for him, but APH still bring it all the way back. I love how they just take that 5 to 10 seconds of breathing throughout the utilities, force EJ to back away, and in hindsight, just eliminate the possible crossfires that was being prepared by Bren. Because EJ was supposed to get doubled up, I believe, by hot sauce and then some, and then they just did not get that because of that tiny bit of leeway that APH allowed themselves, so that they were able to clear yellow as cleanly as they did, especially when Georgie didn't have that dash of his because he used it so early. Ooh, good shot from hot sauce though.
Good shot indeed, as he's trying to heat up for his team. Lemon does not allow any of that. Xavi now, or at least Symbol, is trying to oppress whatever he can find, pushing into Snowman, and really everybody on Bren. They're very wary of this aggressive positioning that APH have been displaying all game around. And just like that, the snap of a finger, half of Bren turned to dust. A Symbol, the last one alive, tries to form a bit of a resistance. That round was inevitable.
Closer into the side, but don't work that way. Let's check that quick little replay. Wait, okay. I thought it was going to be a replay.
You thought wrong.
Never mind. Yeah, I was sorely mistaken. I wonder what that nanoswarm does. Maybe just they're gonna expect the dash. No, I thought it was gonna affect like the side. You know how he threw it there. Maybe he's just expecting like a dash from a jet up on towards to kitchen. But yeah, more importantly, EJ has purchased the operator once again. Oh, he got tagged by the recon. That is absolutely perfect. Now they know. Good snake bite to delay, and even the Viper Spit committed already here by Brain Freeze. There's no snake bite to the left, but look at where EJ has placed himself. One tiny peek, one wrong move from APH here, and they could be looking at a boom. You're dead. Is he gonna show where he's repositioned? Looks like no. He's gonna wait for the peak to happen. More than that, they're just biding their time, just ever so slowly.
I think this is fair play. This pit is still definitely much of a deterrent for most people, as we actually see. I think that is Georgie just on top of it, on top of four or other pipes, still surveying the area. But if EJ can find the timing, and it's actually not very kind to him, he's still very wary of that elevated push. But it's Georgie to jump down, pulling up enough attention. Emma does find EJ, not before he finds the doctor. Xavi 8K is trying to make a mad dash, at least a mad hold here. Ryu still surveying and checking all the corners that he can. But it looks like Action PH have actually found themselves in a literal corner. And it's shooting fish in a barrel for Bren. A bit of a disaster here, but still quite a lead to play with is Action PH. They had the right idea. They still get the consistent plan, so that economy is not going to be suffering too much.
I like that. I actually thought that there was two outcomes to it. where one outcome, it actually made very much good sense for APH. This wall actually allows them to just fight in a bottleneck, which in hindsight is gonna allow them to fight even more fiercely. But because of that, I think mistimed Sage slow that actually also deterred Emon and teammates to rotate back into A main. That also turned into a bottleneck that actually favored Bren Esports more. So as you saw, they were just able to look at one particular avenue and start shooting APH because they knew that APH wouldn't play inside the Viper's pit. That would be crazy because they would just be playing in a 3 versus 3 where like multiple of them would be the 1 HP. Anyways, really good starting pick there from Savvy. Taking down the Doctor is gonna ruin the wall of illusion here for APH. And George is gonna have to play off-angle hero once again. Does he find that? Good wall though from Emon, which helps him at least funnel in the rest of the attackers, maybe through screens or murder hole. Now, they've incurred the wrath of the lockdown in the 4 versus 5.
Caution here.
Not something that you want to be playing, especially on a deficit. As they are forced to go back on this. Aryu does have 2 bolts, or rather shock darts, and oh no! The worst outcome that could potentially befall onto APH. Murphy's Law has exactly happened. Bren, they'll take those. They'll take those all day. And the lead, it dwindles once more. This time it's Bren playing catch-up.
Last
And
round
all these
in
maps
the
we've
half.
seen have been so heavily contested. Still, a fairly even buy on both sides. An operator on each to the respective jets. But them not being able to get out because of Brain Freeze waiting, maybe they could have played that a little more aggressively instead of getting hit by the jazz hands. Hindsight is 2020, so this is something that they'll have to mull over on the VODs. They still haven't committed the spike.
Get out
So,
of my way!
odds are this is going to be a slow default. It does look like they're taking quite a bit of forward space, but Emon will retrieve that spike. The Doctor has no qualms of taking EJ out, so that's the operator out of the equation. Now, one of the members on Bren have to recover that, or at least take that space back. They don't have EJ, who's been a star fragger. The rest of the team, they kind of have to hold down the fort, despite not losing the numbers.
Oh no. Okay, if Aryu pushed that, Brain Freeze would have a free ticket. He did not clear the position. Brain Freeze now second guesses and starts pushing in onto B long while Aryu is about to get swung by Savvy. The rest of APH now working their magic towards this A side, and Georgie's activating the Blaze. It's good. He's picked up the operator as well. Now he's got that one boomstick in his hands. The one shot, one kill, no luck, all skill. Oh, no way, a Batman! He got tagged! How did Savvy still die to that? That is just inexcusable, because now it leaves only Symbol and Brain Freeze to go for the 2 versus 4 here, Raf.
One enemy
Start
remaining.
moving closer and closer, but it seems like we should be looking at an even game. Good starting shots from Symbol, but a Batman closes it off. 7-5, and Bren, they've lost that round through just pure aggressive peeking from APH.
They did seal that away, and now they start with a cushion of 2 rounds. In the worst case scenario, they have an equal game. If ever Bren win this pistol, and so far they've been prevailing over APH for most of their encounters. I believe 3 out of 4 have gone their way, or maybe 2 out of 4. Right now, it does look like everybody is not having the worst game, not having the best game, barring our duelists who've been on point, very pristine, very sharp.
Kill my ally!
Exactly like you said, Symbol had a good opener to that would-be clutch. But a Batman, a little too steadfast. Actually, it's a Batman who's top fragging, pardon me.
I think when a Batman plays the Killjoy, he's just unstoppable.
So much more comfort.
Yeah, I think it's the helping hand of the turret that really gives you that extra bit of confidence, I think, for a Bat. Could be wrong, though. But this and Sage have been his more successful agents. Of course, he's been the malleable force of APH that whatever APH needs, he becomes. He's very, very flexible, versatile. but it early is when he is put into a map where he plays the Killjoy or the Sage, more primarily the Killjoy, that he really just flourishes.
That he does. And it makes me wonder, though, would it really be that much of a big deal if he did play Killjoy in all maps? Granted, it's not the most optimal, but optimization is such a hard thing to chase all the time because it's going to be reduced to scrambles, it's going to be reduced to instinct, and sometimes some agents have it better than the others, or well, at least depending on their player, right? So we do still have the halftime pause looming over us. APH, it's would you say that their defensive side was much more impressive? I don't think so, right? In the previous outings, or at least the previous maps, I feel like it was a little shaky. Well, no, it was better on the Breeze than it was on Haven.
Yeah.
Anyone's game, really.
It actually is. Like, we can defer back to the sides and everything, but both teams have played very excellent on sides that we weren't really expecting. And then the sides that we were expecting them to play better, that's when it went to the wayside. But as I do like to mention, this series has been incredibly back and forth. Nobody was honestly a clear-cut winner. There were some maps that it looked like it was, but still went into double overtime with what we saw with like Haven. And of course, there she is, that ever elusive yet very present mistress, the technical pause. Hello, we meet again.
I feel like mistress would be, it's a strong word. Them's be fighting words. I feel like visitor might have been a bit more apt, but again, it's very subjective. There we go, Aster. You scared it away.
With my fighting words.
Yes, them's be fighting words. This man wants to throw hands. As we see EJ on that full confidence buy, getting that sheriff immediately. I mean, hey, if they do manage to lose this one, it's still going to be a sheriff in his hands, but that is not part of their plan. Still trying to play for the jugular here. They want to drive that blade straight through. EJ, first thing he might notice is this alarm bot. Beautiful reaction time at the very least. APH are not over-rotating. Still good signs. Once again, they really succeed when they're patient on defense. We know that they love to fight. We know that they love to brawl, but sometimes it's just not the best way to go about things.
They've cleared out basically all utilities here, and they should be able to tag about 2 or 3 already on the side itself. Savvy's already pretty skeptical about what is waiting beyond the horizon, and the spike needs to be brought in. There's Brain Freeze. There's the audio cue. And there's Emon actually finding EJ very near. And the rest of Bren, or rather APH, are starting to come fighting right in. Georgie's been left alone. They need to help him out. Symbol shuts him down. A Batman trying to go for the swing, gets the kill. But this is still very much favoring the attacking end. One is going to be lurking. That's Hot Sauce. Doctor
enemy remaining,
making a lot of noise, and now he does get the shot. He does get the kill. But he has to get through this 2 versus 1 where... okay. A pop shot from Savvy finishes it.
Oh dear. Looks like we are still in a very, very long game here. Action PH, I think they tried to force one out in the previous half. This time around it's Bren. They got those guns up, again taking that pistol. A little bit of a risky buy there by EJ. Maybe if he had a lighter weapon, it could have been a different story. If he did land that shot, then maybe the butterfly effect would have swung the other way. We're not dealing in hypotheticals, as we are moving along with our game. Full save on the side of APH, so this is pretty much the equalizing round for Bren. Unless APH do something incredibly ridiculous.
Well, we are borderline nearing that fact. Wow. Yeah, I think the wall might have made it a tad bit obvious to Bren that something was amiss. Something was afoot. A little peek out from the doctor, gets flushed. One left to just 2 pieces on the board. 1 piece on the board. It's a bad man though, but he's done some damage with the classic. Free gun, by the way. That's all that he can really muster up, and they should be able to save up the rifle, I believe that was dropped. Yeah, there it is.
That's about the most he can do in that situation. Pretty decent bonus on their side. Forcing Freeze to buy up. Then you just go for the bonus of their own. They still have that Vandal and EJ, but everybody's mostly on Bulldogs and Spectres. APH, they have the firepower advantage this time. But the question is, can they halt this Bren offense? So far, the question is, or rather, the answer has been no. Bren's been very patient. They've been working these angles as well as they have, and they've been playing around their utility shuffle, which APH has not been doing as well.
Well, again, gotta give them a little bit of leeway here, since that was just a bonus from that, or rather, the save buy from that previous round. You got the firepower. Oh, okay. Savvy's triggered the null command, and this gives the command for Bren to push even further. No counter utility here for APH, interestingly enough.
I cannot use that.
They do have the wall spread out there by Doctor, so that will at least help them to start rampaging into the site. The drone as well helps them out just a teeny tiny bit. The trade's still quite excellent. That spike is planted on default, but there is a lot of post-plant utility still available for Bren to use. Savvy is done and dusted, but again, the smoke is there as well as the snake bite, so this is still going to be quite awkward for, I think, Bren to fight, but as I say that, Georgie makes an exception of us, or an example of us, and 3K not allow RU to full defuse the spike.
As you mentioned, that was a bonus round per se on the side of Bren, so they have plenty of credits to spare. And they're going to use it all up this time around. So the economy on both sides are at a very, very delicate balance. But it's APH, despite winning, suffering the most. Eman's still sticking to that Bulldog, and the Doctor on that Spectre, looking to play a little closer than APH would like. But a pretty heavy hand leaning towards B here. A bit of mid presence, potentially just to secure under tube. But Georgie, he gets on that rope. I think the sound spot might have been a little too loud. But what is making more noise is 3 players trying to break down this this shield orb, or rather this barrier orb. My goodness. EJ will be very suspicious of this jiggle, of this swing. I love how Doctor's like, yeah, swing me. And that's exactly what he was waiting for. Maximizing the range on that Spectre, doing quite a bit of damage onto EJ with nobody to support him, nobody to heal him. It's not the same on Eman's side though, but he will be a victim of timing. No, he gets the most divine timing of the world, at least momentarily. As EJ stops that, does not want to deal with that at all, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a shoulder-to-shoulder moment again towards mid. This time, both of our Killjoys. Hot sauce? Patience on a Batman. A Batman's gun barrel sticks out, and he gets destroyed. EJ, now they try to make a bit of a guessing game here. Maybe they're going to hold on towards B. And exactly that's what they do.
Naos is amazing from Hot Sauce. Finds the opening pick. Left. And that just cuts the defense in half. Literally, 1 on B, 1 on A. RU will see the utility, will hear the dash, but he will not hear the lurk that is to come from Hot Sauce. As Hot Sauce didn't get the kill, he still has free reign to keep this lurk up and running. So if he checks on spawn, finds absolutely nobody, that'll give even more information onto Bren as to where Georgie is hidden. He probably won't be pushing for B anymore. He's slow peeking everything. He just wants to see if somebody wants to take away the weapon from him, but other than that, there should be a Bren round. Huge turnaround there from EJ. That flank of his was just absolutely beautiful. I thought he was going to lose to Eman, to be honest, but somehow Eman was the one that got the short end of the stick.
I can't believe EJ survived all of that too, considering how low he was.
Exactly.
Action PH. Probably gonna work with just 1 Vandal here unless they decide to really force this one out. Maybe they could go for orb control here. Georgie's just not too far away from his. A Batman has locked down very soon, but I feel like the patient play is going to be what would be very beneficial for the boys over at Action PH. Rush, really, the game is still at a reset point, and we'll take the equal amount of swings, round swings. And they get that W.
Look at that. Just absolutely beautiful. Plus that lurk from Hot Sauce. Here, I feel like Hot Sauce really comes into his own in Icebox and I'd say Bind.
Yeah, I was about to
These
say
two
Bind.
maps are his like best maps that we ever play. Like if you talk about maybe Hot Sauce being inconsistent in some maps, whenever he gets into Icebox and Bind, it's just a whole different story.
I would have said that Haven was one of his better maps before, but things have changed as of recent.
Yeah.
As they still try to walk down on the site. They actually managed to do that, but Georgie just a little too antsy. He was the only lone Vandal there, by the way. Try to find a little bit of timing, but instead gets demolished from danger. RU is going to escape at the very least. They do get this spike down. And they're going to have a little bit of an economy to work with, but it's the Doctor to find EJ. Again, the rifles are just a little too strong. Oh my goodness, freeze. And a Batman lands a quick double onto Symbol. Now it's up to Zavi and Hot Sauce to hold this down. Hot Sauce doing exactly just that. And the Doctor's reduced to how little HP he already has. He does have a pit, but I don't think it's a gamble that he should be going for. Pretty decent eco on the side of APH. They could not stop the plant. They could not stop the guns. Potentially this time around with better weaponry and better equipped members. Might be an even round, but nonetheless, Bren, they look like they have a full head of steam building already.
Told you, man. There's just something in Icebox that just changes Hot Sauce's performance overall. Again, there are some matches that they've had in this particular stage, this map, that doesn't seem like the case, but more so than not, he's been such a dominant force! No, Doctor still survives and actually gets the pick and repositions Hot Sauce, trying to get the refrag as soon as he can. The Doctor has gone on top of the site. He will get doubled up by Emon here, who will provide support if Doctor does lose his life. Emon gets a trade. There's a swift res that can immediately follow. RU. Mid. Oh, just nasty from RU. Backs away, just uses the recon for a bit of that cherry on top of information. Bren has just been shredded his entire game. They really can't do anything anymore here.
Oh,
maybe he can.
I have the
not anymore as the Batman.
Last player
Like you said, he's coming to his own too. Georgie finds Symbol. I was about to say that Zavi, they would have loved to have that 0 point later in the round. Again, one of the most useful agents when it comes to that, to the mid-round adjustments, the flashes and everything in his kit really does benefit.
30 seconds left.
As long as he stays alive, but that was not meant to be as the Doctor. Even though it was an expensive investment to put the pit there, it does kind of equalize the game for all of them. Bren, they still have just enough money to have, I think, a round on the board for it to be a full buy. Hot Sauce, though, he does find Georgie, who did get a little antsy on that sound spot. If he can find Emon, this could potentially be doable. It's reduced to 1v1. And all Emon has to do is to hide, and there's only a second left on the clock. Can he play spoiler? Hot Sauce does. A 4K. Just to remind APH that their firepower is still very much kicking.
Jeez. Hot Sauce is an assassin with the beanie on his head. That's kind of cray-cray.
One enemy remaining.
What
You
does
have
Killjoy
me
wear?
befuddled. It's a beanie. I would love to have a beanie, a very comfy one. As Killjoy would. Craziest thing about Killjoy, never leaves
Maybe
your head.
a beanie with areas of.
Sponsor us. Anywho, back to
Shout out
the
to
matter.
you guys out there. Sorry, yeah.
He's about to do it again, folks. Again, we cannot go with a day without Asarai shouting out all his folk. But now, Bren trying to make noise, not necessarily through shouting, but putting their presence towards A. And a very early Hunter's Fury here. Can they actually cancel each other's ultis out? The Batman, despite getting that first ding, will actually fall, but that doesn't bother Bren a tiny bit. The Doctor, who has that close range supremacy, gets sliced up by EJ. 3v2 2v3, 2v2 now.
Enemy
He
remaining.
gets hot sauce, and EJ, who's still been fighting with these knives, still has no quit in his system. Continues to march, continues to try and find Eman.
Oh!
Okay, well, Eman found himself there in the puddle of brain freeze. So that's a little unfortunate on the side of APH.
Okay, that was kind of awkward. Thought last fraction of a second to actually plant the spike into the ground and then no sound. That was very much unsatisfying. But satisfyingly enough, it's this round. And EJ has those blades. He is, again,
One enemy.
a living, breathing rank demon in the flesh. And Eman, he was trying to be cheeky. It was a risk that he was willing to take, and it just did not pay off. That was basically it.
It really did not. Zavi, despite having that 0 point out. Well, this looks like it's going to be another round on the board for Bren. APH limited weapons yet again. If the doctor can be cheeky, and those, well,
One enemy remaining.
non-present cheekiness anymore. Super well on time,
Spike
Master, right?
planted.
Again, Bren not wasting any time. Could have been, should have been, and it is.
Terrible.
Action PH yet again putting up with the fact that their opposing team is this much closer to taking a map away from them.
And APH were so convincing too, but now this is Bren fully realized. It feels like when we started this series, we were talking about how it should be APH, or at least that's how we kind of worded it.
Bot's coming back.
But again, there's just something about Bren, you know? They've really reset themselves almost every single time. They're in that same boat with APH, but somehow they're still managing. But that being said, APH is still APH, and no way! Eman gets knocked off. This is gonna be absolutely detrimental for APH. EJ might not know what lies behind him. And Doctor is being the sneaky little, well, professional that he is.
Yes, a sneaky snake. And the Viper does have quite a bit of time to work with, honestly. Can't wait for the plan. Has to make sure that this isn't a fake, though.
Planted.
I feel like he did get spotted out. Instead, he lands a crisp shot onto EJ, reducing this to 1v1. All the utility on the world is towards him. Symbol still has the double shock and 15 seconds left to go for that recon dart, so he's very patient, but instead he wants to go for the gunfight for whatever reason. And the Doctor sees none of that and pushes it to the side as he takes yet another round for APH, making this that much closer.
That'll be your ROG clutch. I gotta say, all these imports that we keep getting somehow keep hitting some nasty headshots on flying targets. I don't know if it's aim labs or previous experience, but we've seen Jin do that for Alpha Esports Pro, and now we're seeing Doctor do that for Akshan PH.
I'm glad you've been keeping track of that. I would have personally never have that in my mind bank.
I don't know, it's just one of those extra things that you kind of notice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always like been tiny bits of like just three fire bursts or just one tap. I don't know why. Oh, ouch. Eman does have res, but he's all the way in B. Yikes. I think that was like the second time that Georgie actually went to Nest, though.
Yeah, this might be a mini game that APH have to oblige by, because they have to stay on this body, right? Yeah, they have to stay on this body to protect Eman from going for that res, so they might relegate themselves to just playing retake. Batman, though, as patient as he is, he's taking forward control, and he has put himself under 2. Bren, instead, they decide to go for a very, very B-side default. And now we're back to 5v5, a minute left. The spike is going to come down. You see a little bit of unsureness and unsteadiness in the eyes of Bren, at least in their POVs. Now Batman is going to be their first line of defense. If he can find one, that's really more than enough. But look at this, Hot Sauce already prepping the lockdown. Puts it down, yet more seconds on the clock have been burnt. RU just does not have that Hunter's Fury to really reliably get rid of it. And EJ even makes this even worse by finding a Batman. They really don't have as much utility as they would want. That turret could have been detrimental. That turret could have been so important. Ryu farming up a little bit of orbs for himself. Eman sticks it, but Savvy! He gets a massive double! Hot Sauce gets Ryu. It's all up to Georgie, as this is pretty much the round for Bren, and one more is all it takes for them to get another point on the board.
Bren, just a couple of lineup Larrys. They had, what, Savvy? They got Brain Freeze, all looking up the sky and wondering, is APH going to be countering this? Absolutely not. Even if, yeah, that was a double kill from Savvy with the rifle, with the Phantom. That was through the softening of his fragment and Brain Freeze's snake bite in the end.
Lineups like Larry. As we go back, yet another forward approach by Bren. Weapons on the side of APH. They will benefit the close range engagement, but oh my god, indeed, as Brain Freeze and EJ, they open it up, and the Doctor has something to say, and it comes with a judge. He falls, though. Savvy's going to find the trade. The null command is here. Does he know there's an Ryu? He pops out the gun just in time. Now this is looking that much more dangerous and that much more sure that Bren take map and they take the series away from Action PH.
Keeping themselves afloat in the series and not going below surface level, and again being in danger of that bottom 7 and 8th. This is a huge victory to Bren, and look at this endgame screen. They are just ecstatic. They're so happy, and this time no sassiness.
No sassiness.
We're all good, guys. Calm yourselves. It was just a
good
cleaner victory.
End. Yeah.
EJ, absolute. I don't know why he doesn't have horns, because this man has been an absolute demon in this entire series.
Yes. Again, EJ been so consistent on all 3 maps. He didn't seem like they had any how would I put this? Any restraint to his fragging potential today. If he can keep it up for the rest of the stage, or at least for a very... Wait, actually, is that their very last game? I'm not entirely sure, Astro. I'd have to double check the schedules on that.
Let me check. I mean, we still have tomorrow's matches, and we're
gonna find out later.
We still do have a Bren match tomorrow. That is Bren versus Southville. Yeah.
Oh, Juggernaut after Juggernaut. A little bit of a spoiler, but if they can continue this type of consistency and this type of mental fortitude to really hang on to the lead when they have to and play from behind if the need arises, then my goodness, Bren, they found their footing in VCT and they look that much more dangerous. EJ, yet again, edging out 30 bomb, just barely, has 28 for himself. And a ridiculous ACS to follow.
What is that? 37, 26, that's 63, 83, 91 kills in 3 games? If my math is correct?
Potentially.
Dang. That's kind of cray-cray. Look at how just happy they are.
Every time you say cray-cray, you know what? It's okay. As we look at these refreshing highlights, that's how everybody on Bren, and well, especially EJ, is finding all these opportunities for himself and capitalizing. Well, except that one.
I will say though, for APH, especially on this 3rd game, a Batman was a really strong moving force. But I think he was very much quelled by Hot Sauce, who, if you go away from EJ, right? And as you can see from these highlights, Hot Sauce's lurks on Icebox was very much fully realized compared to what we saw from the 2 games. Granted, okay, you can always just point that out. You know, Hot Sauce this, Hot Sauce that. But when push comes to shove and he really needs to bring his A game, he does not disappoint. And that really did allow a lot of these rotations to be much safer for Bren when he wanted to go for another site.
I feel like Bren pop-offs are the most enjoyable for me. No matter which one you pick out, I always love them. They just seem so ecstatic. They just seem so, well, joyful that they took the series, they took the map. And again, you see the fire of competition through all our young players. It just gives everybody a smile on their face. But guys, wow, what a series, Asar. What a long series. Wow. What time is it? My goodness.
Well, it's summertime. It's my vacation. Now, anyways, we still have another series to go. When we come back, it's the panel and the interview to see who is the perennial MVP here for
Pretty sure we
Bren.
know.
I think we know. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
But we'll keep it a secret for now. Anyways, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the panel and the interview.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Welcome back to VCTPH. You are back here with us on the panel. Mika, Fabs, Fluffy, and a G10. And we are finally done with the second series of the day. And it is Bren Esports taking the win with a 2-1 against Action PH. And this was indeed such an action-packed series. Let's actually jump into our highlights. I feel like I've lost my card. I have to jump a little bit over there.
No.
I got a little OC there. I got a little OC for a bit, but yes, our highlights for the day, because this was so much action here. I actually felt like this was almost like a highlight reel because we have such amazing duelists on both sides. And Fluffy, we talked about how this match had so much bearing, especially on Bren Esports. I think they have a little bit more of a sigh of relief at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first map for Bren Esports, they really were going into it, going for the W, but unfortunately for them, Action PH really put the action into their name. The duelists that you mentioned, you see EJ and Georgie both on that jet, but EJ dropping an amazing 37 kills on the first game. It's such a high number, especially even on the professional level. I feel like it just makes it even more impressive. And we are now moving on to the second map, and as you can see on the screen, we see Breeze, the map that finally Bren takes their first chink and hit at the opposing team, Action PH, before their eventual series win.
Yeah, and you mentioned EJ and Beat, and just looking at this highlight, for example, he had, I think, as I mentioned, I was trying to look back, he had 90 plus kills throughout this whole series. Pretty amazing stuff.
91.
Yeah.
Yeah, 91, insane.
Yeah.
You'd never get that. You never get that in the play unless it's EJ, and unless
EJ.
it feels like it felt like the series went on forever, honestly.
Yeah. And it's Breeze and Icebox, and this is really where we saw Bren shine with EJ, yes, and Safi as well. And I think that once they got that momentum, once they would go off of the once they would go off the duelists carrying those frags, it felt like Bren Esports was really riding on that high, and you could see it all the way here, right here, onto the victory streams. I feel like that sweet spot is really where Bren Esports, shines, and where this team really, builds their identity around that. And this amazing ace right here, G10. This was a pretty incredible.
Absolutely. EJ, man, he had so many great moments. That ace was one of them, that 3K was another. My god, this guy is just super cracked. He shows up when Bren needs him the most. It did feel like, game one, even though he dropped most kills there, 37 frags, it did feel like Bren was just starting to warm up, because Action PH, they did win that, although it was a very, very hard-fought win. The next two maps, though, really did feel like Bren Esports, they were firing on all cylinders, and Action PH, they really were trying to fire back the hardest they can. It was incredibly close, such a nail-biter all the way through, but eventually, Bren Esports and EJ, they were able to take that win. 13-10s on the last two maps, and of course, EJ with 91 kills in the series will take the MVP.
I'm smiling right now because I can see him smiling like he's so proud of himself. I see you, my guy. I see you. Yes, indeed. And I think there was no doubt about it. And so far, I believe, Borkum a little earlier during the team's secret match did have a very high ACS. This right now tops it. I feel like I want to look back, like, as we close the playoffs to see who has the highest indeed. But this is definitely, this sets the bar very, very high indeed. And speaking of our MVP of the day, let's bring him on board. He's been grinning from ear to ear over there and waiting for his turn. EJ, thank you so much for taking the time, and the rest of Bren Esports as well. I can tell that you guys are so happy about that win. And you had an amazing game, obviously. 90 plus kills all throughout the series. Can you, personally, can you take us into your mindset today? Like, how did you personally prepare for this matchup? How were you able to, get into the right mindset that you knew that you were going to deliver for this series?
So today, yung game plan lang namin is just to parang peak lang, fight with the team. Pag gusto mong pumik, like call someone, call utilities, and yung sa akin part din, di ko alam yung yung di ko talaga alam, parang nag-pop off lang talaga ako dahil sa mga teammates ko. Like, binuboost nila yung confidence ko. Yung, kung hihingi ako ng utilities, binibigay nila. Parang sila lang talaga din yung, dahil din sa kanila, dahil nagka 91 kills din ako this series.
Oh, that does explain so much, because we can see it in the way that you guys are together. Once somebody pops off, it's so infectious, diba? Like, as we say, nakakahawa siya. So, you guys, though, struggled a little bit during the past days against, like, for example, Oasis Gaming and Alpha Esports Pro. How are you guys able to not let that slump get you guys down, especially for this match that meant so much?
Wala, parang vinod review lang namin yung mga other matches namin. Like, stinady talaga namin yung mga mistakes. Then, sa ngayon na match din, parang binago lang talaga namin yung game plan, yung game style namin, yung mga pick namin. Parang natatakot kami matalo. Parang dinimove namin yung mindset na parang okay lang talaga, bahala lang matalo. Basta nag-enjoy lang talaga kami.
Removing the fear of failure, just making sure that you guys were okay with any outcome. And that's when you guys were unleashed into the beast you guys are today. So now you have your match against Southbuilt Esports tomorrow. It's another big one. Right now, I know you guys are feeling very, very positively, but can you run us through how the team is feeling for tomorrow, the last day of the group stages?
So sa SBE naman, parang parang stick lang kami sa game plan namin, di lang kami matitilt, have fun, parang same lang yung ginawa namin today, yung mga mindset namin, parang ganun lang, para matalo lang din namin yung SPE bukas.
Awesome, amazing, and I think you guys are on the right track after finally finding that, you just let the fear of failure just, wash away, and you guys will do fine. Last but not least, do you guys have any shoutouts that you'd like to give?
Shoutout pala sa mga fans, supporters, and sorry pala sa yung nangyari, yung middle finger ni Brain Freeze. Nadala lang talaga kami sa emotion, so sorry talaga sa mga fans sa Alpha Esports, sorry talaga. And thank you din sa nagsusuporta sa amin. Thank you sa boss namin, sa sponsors, and sa kay Coach Evo, and sa girlfriend ko pala, si Raya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, EJ. And thank you so much for clearing the air as well. We wish you the best of luck. Very, very excited for you guys tomorrow, and hope you guys rest well. We'll see you on the last day of the group stages.
Thank you din. Bye.
Oh, you can tell that these boys are just having the best time of their life. And G10, I guess it was right. These guys really thrive on that infectious kind of like momentum that each one gives the other.
They do. I mean, sufficient to say that Bren Esports, man, when they get rolling, they all get rolling. And really, EJ was the ball, the small snowball that really got the
Start
it
of the
rolled down the
Katamari.
mountain.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then it started picking up steam, picking up more snow, and eventually it did lead to that win. But you did see how Bren was kind of in that interview, and I picked up something very, very interesting from our boy EJ is that they were doing VOD reviews of themselves more than they were doing VOD reviews of their enemies. They're more focused on their own strategies now and their own strat book than they are trying to anti-strat or try to think up of compositions for other teams. And I think that is what quite a few teams have been lacking this VCT, really focusing in on their own performance, on their own play. And we have discussed this, Fluffy. Sometimes teams are a little bit too busy anti-stratting to really solidify their own strat book. So seeing that Bren has really shifted their focus there, I think that is a signal of good things to come. But, we can only see tomorrow in their last game.
Yeah, for me it was the removing the fear of failure, because I feel like that's such a life lesson in itself. Once you're not afraid to fail, that's when the magic really begins. And if Bren Esports has unlocked that, good things to come for sure. But of course, we have another series on the way, and hopefully it means better things for everybody here at VCTPH, because we have our final series of the day coming right up, RRQ versus Oasis Gaming.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Hi, this is Omar Lopez, more commonly known as Coco, from Oasis Gaming. I'm looking forward for the teams that will participate, because I think it will be a good fight for all the teams, because all of us are really working hard and we will do our best. I think our band as a team, and we enjoy playing with each other, and we're comfortable all the time. I'm looking forward to play against Team Secret again, because playing with them is really fun, and it's not easy, but it's so enjoyable playing with Team Secret. I think the one to beat is SBE, because they beat us last VCT and we want a revenge. To all the fans and supporters, thank you for supporting us since day one. Keep on supporting us, and thank you so much. Again, this is Coco from Oasis Gaming. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
fake and the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back, guys. You are still watching VCTPH Stage 2. You are back here on the panel with me, Mika Fabs, with Fluffy, and with G10. And that was Bren Esports taking the second series of the day. I still feel the need to lean into my name over there. It's all the way over there, but yeah. We are down to our final match of the day. It is going to be RRQ and Oasis Gaming. It is the final match as well for both of these teams and their last chance to try and climb as high as they can in the standings, hopefully securing a better spot in the playoffs. So let's start with the King of Kings. It's gonna be RRQ. team that narrowly avoided the jaws of elimination yesterday, but they are still trying to get as many wins as possible to get out of the danger zone. For RRQ, this is a fight to ensure that playoff spot no matter what might happen with the rest of the matches. G10, as we saw with this team's journey, one series can send you all the way up or tumbling all the way down.
Yes, absolutely right. RRQ, I feel like lately we've been singing their praises, but it wasn't always like that. They were at one point 1-3, but then they did manage to come back in the past couple days with a couple of very, very convincing victories on Naos and Alpha Esports Pro. So they are looking strong as ever. And we have discussed that RRQ is kind of a momentum-based team. And right now they have all the momentum, all the confidence for them. You got your Kelly S, who just absolutely showed up yesterday. Rabbit, the brains of the team, Draxi and Nexi, that ever living combo that you just never can separate, I don't think. At least I hope not. I hope these two always stay together. And well, ideally Flash, but you know, we just did get news that Flash is probably not playing today, unfortunately. How can we ever feature the guy if he never plays? But it will be Tuge, who is rolling up, which is still an incredibly solid squad for RRQ. I have high confidence in them coming into this matchup, but Oasis, man, that is a very tough team to beat still.
Yeah, RRQ could be a dark horse in the upcoming playoffs, but they will be facing Oasis for their final series here in the group stages. Also, the last game day of the group stages. Let's take one more look at this roster. Riding the momentum from yesterday's win, Oasis Gaming are now currently right up there next to Team Secret in the standings. Much like Team Secret also, they've been part of the scene for such a long time, since the beginning of VCT. It seems like Oasis Gaming though is like always the bridesmaid but never the bride here at VCT. And Fluffy, everybody knows they're good. Everybody knows they're one of the strongest Valorant teams here in the PH, but when will their day come?
Yeah, well, hopefully soon, because speaking of days, Oasis Gaming, since day one of this entire event, has had a kind of shaky start overall. They started out very strong, dipped a bit low against Team Secret, taking out Naos Esports in their game, and then taking out the Bren Multiverse, at least the rest of them, 2/3, but faltering against Alpha Esports Pro. They've shown a lot of potential throughout the years, and now with this configurations and how much time they've had since stage one, looks like to be a very promising team. You know, there's still a bunch of hidden gems that they still haven't necessarily revealed yet, much like Flash on the side of RRQ, courtesy yet to see the stage. But the 5 that have seen it have made their mark, and currently they are sitting at a pretty comfortable spot in the leaderboard. So although this match won't necessarily directly affect their standing as much as in terms of safety for moving on to playoffs, it does have a ripple effect to other teams such as, I believe, SBE moving forward.
Yeah, I love how we talk about the ripples here, because G10, as we saw from the earlier series, you know, what affects one team might affect another, and everything, you know, either, you know, goes all the way up or tumbles all the way down, even if that team is not necessarily playing in that series.
Yeah, that team may not be playing in this series, or may not even be with any relation. They may not have any relation at all to anything that's happening to Oasis, but it can still get affected. And that team that I'm talking about, we did say, is SBE. So we were talking with with Black and Blue earlier, and he did give us the little tidbit that if Oasis Gaming wins here, that puts them in a little bit of a difficult position tomorrow in their game against Bren, because then it will possibly be, you know, a 3-way tie between RRQ, SBE, and Bren Esports for the 7th place slot. And that does bring us to a little bit of a weird ruling where it's the round differential that will set your placing, your seating in that order. But if Oasis Gaming loses, however, RRQ wins, they get 4 wins. Then if it does tie tomorrow, it's only going to be a 2-way tie with Bren and South Built. And if that tie does happen, that means that South Built won. And in that head-to-head, they also get the win, meaning that Bren, if they lose tomorrow, could be going home. And SBE, man, a lot of their playoffs chances, they unfortunately ride with everyone else, which is, as we were saying, an unfortunate position to find yourself in, where you can't really affect much of your chances, especially when it's like these 2 matches front to back that we've just seen and that we're about to see right now.
Exactly. It's like everything seems to be leading up to that one series tomorrow. It's actually kind of exciting. Everything seems to be affecting that. So before we get into that, though, before we get ahead of ourselves, of course, we have this series coming up, and we have this head-to-head coming right up. Now, Fluffy, you insert a little interesting tidbit over here, because our head-to-head is indeed a Rabbit and Envy. Just making sure we got that right. There's a lot of discussion a while ago and got a little bit lost. But these two, they do have history.
Yeah, so both Rabbit and Envy in their respective teams play primarily that initiator role, dictating the pace of how their team progresses and works throughout a certain map, how they take space, and for the most part is also the one that assists the duelists at the forefront of the attack or defense. But yes, they also have history personally together. Both of these players coming from the former SV Empire roster, they're actually former teammates, so maybe there's something that they know about each other, or their play styles, or a bunch of weaknesses or habits from them olden days that they can apply now.
Yeah, but of course, it's like everybody is still evolving here at VCT, and of course, like what somebody might have looked like on stage 1 might not necessarily be the same going into stage 2. And G10, we've certainly seen a lot of evolution from these 2 players, especially as they assimilate into their new rosters.
Yeah, I mean, I think evolution is the right word, not just in terms of player, but in terms of teams as well. I mean, these 2 players, of course, since their their days as teammates on SV Empire, it has been a little bit of a diverging road, and they have had some personal growth, some personal changes in their own playstyle, in the way that they play with their teams as well. And that's kind of seen in the stats. Rabbit taking a little bit more of a backseat role as the IGL, and Envy, the kills that he's been able to rack up, the ACS he has, the effect that he has in anchoring the team of Oasis Gaming just cannot be understated. There have been multiple rounds where Envy was the standout star that gave Oasis the round. And for Rabbit, that's been a little bit less, noticeable. He's been a little bit more quiet, but he does influence his team in a significantly different way. So this head-to-head is a little bit tough to call, but I think, it is a very interesting thing to note going into this match.
Right, and jumping into our map vetoes, we're going to see how much these players can impact their respective teams. And, as we mentioned, Rabbit a little bit more on the backside, while Envy, we have seen exactly what he can do, and acting as this young demolisher of of their opponents. And jumping in here, Fluffy, we're gonna start with our map videos over here. Obviously, on the side of Oasis Gaming, which maps do you think should be coming out and should be favoring Oasis?
I feel like Haven is one of those maps that will Oasis, either Haven, Icebox, or Breeze are the 3 maps that Oasis have been doing really well in. Very smart for them to ban out the split, as we know that even though it's not RRQ's comfort pick, it is one of the strongest maps that they've had the most success with this stage. And conversely, on RRQ side, for their first map veto, taking out Fracture, which we've seen Oasis Gaming really have the mastery of having 2 slight variations of the same comp that has played well into their last 2 games against South Built Esports and Bren Esports. And of course, for the first map, as kind of predicted, there is going to be a Haven game. Haven, there's a lot of team compositions that Oasis Gaming can bring out, as well as RRQ. I'm expecting to see a fade in either one of these teams played on Haven, when our next map also that is picked by RRQ will be Ascent, with Oasis picking defense for that map. Ascent, not a map we've seen so often this stage. A very 50-50 map because it's kind of basic in terms of mechanics that you have to master in a team. But if you really do master it, you can turn the tide on that map. The final two bans we have is Bind and Breeze. Bind, I think, is a ban that I just think they just don't want to play Bind because I think it was their permaban this whole stage. And Breeze is like a anti-ban against Oasis Gaming specifically, just because of their strong showing on Breeze this stage. So a lot of research done based on the bans from both teams, checking out where each other team is strong at. Not necessarily playing to their strengths, but I feel like this specific map veto really shows that the teams are learning more about each other.
So you think that this current map selection is very targeted and for RRQ?
For sure.
I'm so happy, by the way. I just realized it's been a long time since I've seen a game on Ascent. I feel like this whole week I haven't seen Ascent.
We haven't had one all week. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
There was one last week, I believe.
Oh, it's been a while. Huh.
Yeah.
It's kind of you take it for granted.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the Ascent map itself. It's just because it's 50-50 as a competitor, you don't want to take a 50-50. You know, maybe if you're playing ranked or something, 50-50 is fine because, you know, what are the odds? But if you can really master a map that other teams cannot, like you go to a more advanced one like Bind or Fracture, then you must favor that one since that's the one that will give you the most advantage and take the most maps in a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that we've been, you notice, and I want to point out and I want to dwell on a little bit, is that Oasis and RRQ, they have been studying their opponents very well. The split ban, very, very targeted. I mean, RRQ, they have been the kings of split lately. That's where they've been showing the strongest. And Fracture, that is Fracture Breeze. It's kind of where Oasis has been having great showings as well. That Breeze ban, very, very timely here. But I think in the thick of things, in Icebox, where we likely will go, I think, because while Ascent is a 50-50, I would put RRQ just at maybe a 60-40 against Oasis there. And if you do go to that game 3, that Icebox is, I would want to say it's a 50-50, but really it's in Oasis's favor. I think they've just been a beast on Icebox this entire stage. So it probably is going to go the way of the fluff here. Icebox 2-1 maybe? Oh, sorry. Oasis 2-1, not Icebox. Icebox is on that.
Icebox is not playing. Icebox is not playing this one. But yeah, I was actually wondering, Fluffy. I mean, like, from of course a pro play perspective, when you do have the mat bans and you do see, of course, one team picks one team picks the other, and then when you do have the decider map and you know that it's favoring you, you kind of like know where you can push and pull. You know where you can exert maximum effort, and then you know where you can hold back a little bit and save it for that long run, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every map that you go into a series like this, you put in maximum effort regardless. But, obviously, subconsciously, there is that certain safety net knowing that statistically we're better at them at the end, especially if it's one of those very swingy maps. Like if the third map is, for example, Haven and you get to pick attack, or if it's split and you get to pick defense, for example, then you can feel a very, very big sense of comfort. But that doesn't stop teams from adapting, learning, and playing the map correctly that might shut down your dreams. So you don't want to look too far ahead, and you don't want to look too close that you might tunnel vision. You just want to play every round to win, regardless of the scoreline. I think the first map, which I believe is going to be Haven, is going to be a very strong Oasis map, especially if they run that kind of Omega Brain comp that I think Naos first brought up for this
triple Inish?
This stage, yes, the triple Inish one. I think it was Chamber, essentially like a duelist, Fade, Breach, Sky?
Sova?
Sky, I think, yeah. And then Smokes with the Astra. So I think that's very good. And for the second map, I want to say, normally I'm very... I'm not very optimistic with teams. Like I always try to go 2-1 because the teams are so close in skill. But I have this weird gut feeling that I feel like Oasis can take this one 2-0. But if they do make it to that third map, I also think that they'll win on 2-1.
Well, there you have it. Some predictions from our panel. But as Fluffy mentioned, It's they do have that safety net, but I think that RRQ with their style of throwing out all of the books is ready to throw out that safety net as well. Let's get into the final series of the day and the final games for these two teams, RRQ versus Oasis Gaming.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately for you, I have nothing clever to say because every diabolical thing that Darwell has thought of has drained me of my creativity. As you can see by his majestic laugh, he's so guilty. He's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. Very much so. I'm rubbing my hands together.
Why are intros so difficult? You know what? No, we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. We're professionals.
Yes.
We're paid to do this for a living. Really? Yeah, unfortunately. But
what?
No, fortunately.
Yes.
I retract my statement. Okay. Thank you. All right, no delays. We get into the agent select.
Okay, yes, we are at the agent select. I believe the laughter is consumed Asterai, and he's still trying to recover from his fight with his own demons. We've seen our fair share of Jet Demons today, specifically such a whiz-bang series from EJ, LES, and the rest of our members on the board here. They want to have that type of performance, that type of pop-off, as we are going to see a no duelist comp on the side of Oasis. Very interesting.
Full control, starting on defense. I like it. There's a lot of plugs here. There's a lot of bottlenecking that will force RQ to squeeze right in. And again, I believe I did hear the panel talk about this, that it was a very smart move for Oasis to just outright ban Split. I think if Split got in through here, that would have been absolutely suicidal for Oasis. I mean, who would want to fight RQ and Split? They have made gods bleed in that map. So just take it away. Haven, I think, is the second strongest map for RQ. So this needs an extra special touch from Oasis, I feel. Win or lose, it is good that it is the first map, so that if this does go in favor of RQ, at least Oasis are done with it. But if it goes in favor of Oasis and RQ, they got a second guess. What is very much prepared by this OAS team, as the Tagalog broadcast likes to pronounce it as. Here we go, Pistol.
Not yet. A little excited, sir. There's 3 seconds
3 seconds.
Left. Yes.
Okay.
It is all about that precision, especially with the weapons in hand. And oh my goodness, a firing squad just to open it up. RQ, they run into a completely brick wall, stopping them from any advance. RQ already losing so many members right off the bat. And Oasis, they love to flex that creativity, that basically savviness and absolute savagery. Now they have the spike and potentially the round already, as this crossfire looks to be incredibly difficult to crack. Now RQ, they're fighting whatever they can. They are very separated from each other, but this could be a decent lurk for Nexi. Finding Wildorio. The stars are going to be set potentially to align for Oasis, as Coco and Envy, they're very wary of this spawn side attack.
Deploying drone.
Rabbit still minding his own business elsewhere, trying to pull attention towards Garage, trying to find a timing for Nexi. But Nexi still lying in wait. 40 seconds, Asterai. Anything could happen, really, but most likely somebody's gonna get shot.
Amazing. They really will be, but they should go in the favor of Oasis, right? There's no way that RQ is going to be able to work that in a pistol round, in a 4 versus 2. We got to see a quick replay of what just happened there, the atrocities that was committed on C-Law against RQ.
What a roaring start for Oasis. Definitely want to bring in desolation to RQ here. They definitely want to solidify their spot on that leaderboard, as we are going to get right into this replay. And look at that. Coco being the initiating damage as everybody else cleans up after him. Well done, well timed, and well read. Oasis, certainly they've done their VODing, quite a bit of it. And looks like they're poised to take this round again. RRQ, they're being very, how to put this, very considerate of themselves, very conservative of their buy. They only have one upgrade, and that's going to be on Kelly S with a Frenzy.
Well, solid overall there for Oasis. I gotta say as well, I think that's the first interaction, or maybe at least the most notable, that, yes, there she is again. Technical pause. To finish off what I was just saying, Raph, that probably was the most notable interaction that we've had with like 3 different pistols, right? You got your Ghost, you got your Frenzy, and you even have the Headhunter, which basically mowed down 3 people. That's like 3 different firepower levels of pistols. I don't know.
That's at least 2.
Exactly.
Not more than 4, but at least 2. Asarai loves to keep those stats in mind as we are opening this evening with a technical pause, apparently. I was just mulling over the bank, mulling over what strategies they could possibly do on the minimap, and I trained my eyes to the center of my screen, and there we go. Welcome to the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this time around it's not going to be taking that long. But Asarai, what do you plan on having for dinner? He's thinking, he's pondering.
I already finished my dinner, I think. I'll just probably just hit up a protein shake.
Good
later.
for you. The snide. Oh well. It is dinner time everywhere else in the world, notably here, maybe other places. It's always dinner time, as I've not had a meal yet. Maybe I should. That sounds like the healthy option.
Yeah, maybe send Gcash.
Potential.
Don't want to spoil the fun too much to talk about this game during technical pause.
Yeah, I mean, really, folks, there's really not much to talk about yet. It's the pistol. They lost pistol. RRQ lost pistol. Oasis is probably going to take the swing, as that's been the trend. It's almost guaranteed. Actually, have we seen a team win second round if they lost pistol? I don't think so, right? Or at least 95% of the time we haven't.
Sorry, what?
I don't think we've seen a team win the second round when they lost the pistol.
Very, very few teams have been able to make that happen. I think, what was that last match that we saw RRQ actually play? I think it's RRQ that is the most effective team to actually force their opponents to lose the round after pistols. I think their
if
last
they
opponent
lost the
was
pistol, right?
Yeah. I think it was Naos. Yeah, that game that we casted with them against Naos, that was a really good indicator of how well RRQ was. But to be fair, Naos at that particular interval, what is happening here? Oh wow!
Whoa!
Whoa!
Creativity. Yeah, well, I guess we could use this time to talk about another team. I mean, Naos has been under the microscope. I'm pretty sure there's quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders. And just to add what I said earlier today, they were in peak form today. They really did well against Secret. Despite losing, they still had a very tight set of maps. And
yeah,
I'm not entirely sure what was the logic of going for very big changes entering stage 2. If they'd done it sooner, probably would make more sense to me. But with that being said, it just doesn't make any sense to me why they would be so drastic when they already had their comfort picks, they already had their comfort compositions. Why the big change?
I don't know. If they did have that, I totally agree with you. They could have really won a lot more rounds. Yeah, exactly. They could have won so many more games if they just didn't, change the status quo.
I mean, we did talk about them expanding their range and trying new things, but it didn't mean that they had to lose the identity of what made them strong. And as you can see, all these teams, I think this is RRQ, they're running laps, get them muscles going.
Oh,
you don't want cramps.
Here's the fun one, excuse me. So You know how we casted the Bren Akshan match just a while ago? And then Savvy had that amazing 3K with the Marshall. So if you guys follow Savvy right now on Twitter, he actually posted a POV of himself with that particular highlight with the Marshall. So there you go. I have retweeted it as well. You know, just helping out the viewers. Like, oh no, it's sad. We didn't see Savvy's perspective, but he hath given us the kindness to record it. What up?
What up, indeed. The race is still very much on for most of these teams. Well, like we mentioned, Bren, they avoid a much more perilous position winning that last series out. I believe it's RQ who's trying to do the same. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. There's just so many stats to keep track of.
What was the strat again? I was actually just
Never mind then.
checking something. No. You tell me. You know,
No, I was just
I'm
asking
sorry
if-
I didn't get the proper communication with you. I apologize. That's on me. But I want to.
It's okay, you apologize. You admit you were wrong. I'm not going to be immature about it and be a total child and deny you of giving me the information I asked to begin with. Again, guys, it's really that easy. I don't understand why some people are so difficult about it. Come on, stop acting like you're in high school. Christ. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. I was just asking if RRQ is in a similar position with Bren. If they manage to win this, then obviously they get another point and they're not going to have such a dangerous spot on the leaderboard.
Let me check. So there's actually, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 teams right now that have the same standing.
Oh.
Bren, Action PH, RRQ, and Alpha Esports Pro. That being said, Bren and Action PH have already finished their games. They might play something
I think
more
Bren have
games
one
tomorrow.
more. Yeah.
But they are 3-3. So RRQ are already looking for 4-3 or 3-4, and Alpha Esports Pro are looking for a 4-3 or a 3-4 as well. So I think, do they have another match tomorrow? They do not, at least for RRQ. So if RRQ lose this and they go 3-4, they might be in danger if Southbuilt get a win tomorrow and they turn 3-4. So this is just too technical, but there is still a very minute chance that if RRQ loses, they might still be in danger of being one of the bottom 7 to 8. But or actually the bottom 7 only, because the bottom 8 is secured by, unfortunately, Naos. But
yeah,
Oasis, win or lose, they're still second seed if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Anywho, the podcast still kind of ongoing. Players getting a little antsy, maybe prepping for how they're gonna take on this challenge at hand. But at the same time, we still have a long. Actually, no. After this week, it's going to be our playoffs, which is already shaping up to be incredibly bloody. Hell, the journey to there, anyhow, has been as exciting as it can be. I feel like, okay, this might be a personal opinion thing, but what do you think this stage is much more competitive than the last, or vice versa?
Ooh, I gotta say, stage 2 has been. I'd say the stage 2 has been the more competitive of the 2 stages. Even though I do have my sentiments about, the overall, I wish we had 12 teams to have been put into the group stage and everything.
There we go. We just had to scare the stage. That's right. Actually, no. This stage has had much less technical pauses. I have to say, I have to point that out.
True.
And things have been going pretty smooth. RQ, at the very least, they have that plan, at least that position to do so, and they are being very cheeky about this. Kelly, yes, gets 2 for himself. And my goodness, like you mentioned, RQ have been excellent at forcing that second round L. Nexi just does not have enough in him to try, or rather, it was Rabbit who does get flushed out of there. Coco reduced to a 1v1 with Nexi. Nexi, 3 bullets. Does he need 1? He misses the first. The second and third, could it be? The third time's a charm? No, it's not. Coco successfully denies him of a clutch. But still, a very expensive round on the board for Oasis.
Clutch.
Overprove
Well,
myself.
RRQ. Oh, that's going to be our ROG clutch. But yeah, it is very scary to think that RRQ have such a devastating second round, even when they don't have that purchase. Although I gotta also give it, that was probably a lack of discipline for our Oasis to kind of, what's the word here? Double up and just check the smoke. Because more times than not, there's always going to be a player inside that, and they just started rushing right in, and Kelly was like, okay, 2 kills with the classic. Yeah,
we take
those. Thank you very much, by the way. I'm good.
He good. But now, look at this. Oasis really somewhat suffering from all the stuff that they had to go through on that previous round. Marky does have a Vandal. Not entirely sure if this is a wise investment, but we will be proven otherwise if that is the case. He's been an absolute demolisher on this map. Again, we love to call him the King of Blades, as his jet knives have been the most impactful, I believe, just on the eye test alone. But RRQ, they love to play this drawn-out style. They will check for the corner. They will still find Wild Oreo, but Wild Oreo, does he have the lineup? No, he doesn't. Despite being completely blind, everybody just fires. He runs into his own doom. Invi is going to line up that E. Spooky balloon. He tosses it out. It's going to spot everybody, but that's not something that they don't know. The Invi does find Draxi. Batuge finds Coco. Now a 1v4. Not much can be done. And the trend of losing the third round, still decent bonus on the side. Actually, no, it could have been better. They only lose Draxi. So their firepower is still very much intact on the side of RRQ.
Agreed. That... Well, it's not a Sky Wild Oreo game when he doesn't flash himself at least once.
One enemy remaining.
I'm pretty sure I've just incurred the wrath of basically every Oasis player that is watching, or people that is watching right now. But it has happened a fair bit of times. It has happened a fair bit. I think he could have just gotten a lot more, but he was timing it. There is a very minute timing with that now, since the nerf to Sky.
Takes a while, yeah, to swap.
Yeah, for you to whip out your pistol or your weapon, right? So the room for error is just much, much tinier. Now RQ, here we go. Charging right in, Coco. Going loco? Oh, all right. Just one, making a bit of a splash, but whole site still enveloped by the rest of the attackers. Tuge unspotted by the Prowler, and he spots out so many. Marky overwhelmed. They're able to sneak through on A-Long, but it was just a false sense of security as Tuge gobbles up the rest of the Oasis retakers on A-Long.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful timing there by RRQ. Now they even it up as quickly as they lost those first 2 rounds.
Stay down.
I would say still a bit of a slog, as right? This slow default has somewhat become a trademark for RRQ, and it's been working wonders for them. Oasis, on the other hand, they've always proven that they're one of the most mechanically gifted teams here. Coco getting that early frag really reinforces that. Now we have an equal gun round. Phantoms across the board on one side, and Vandals, the Chads, on the other. Oh yeah, I'm Vandal gang all day. All day.
I have more skins on the Vandal than the Phantom. That probably gives a lot of statement. I think I have if you check your overall stats, at least for Filipinos, I think there's 3 times more usage of the Vandal over the Phantom. Phantom is your rebound. Oh, and then the Vandal is your primary choice. Okay. Kelly gets a kill with the Phantom. That shuts me up just a tiny bit. All right, I see you.
It's because you said rebound, Asarai. Both these guns are a primary choice. That's why they are our main rifles. Again, you can't be a main rifle if you're a side choice. It's exactly what these guns
You're
are.
a side rifle.
All right, buddy. All right.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm calming down now.
He's calming down. He's calming down. But once again, the Phantom definitely has a multitude of uses. One of the most versatile weapons in the game, albeit not having that long-range lethality. But it doesn't matter, as RQ, they want to keep this very cozy, very close, very tight-knit. Can't dodge! The Rolling Thunder, Coco and Wild Oreo, they erupt. They find 2, but Nexy's still here, holding down the fort. This newly acquired fort. Default plant is gonna come their way, and they sprayed down all the utility. That is so painful. Does Nexy find some safety? Yes, he does. Wild Oreo with a beautiful adjustment. But it is not meant to be, as the beauty was only temporary. RQ taking the third round, the first gun round of the game.
That was brutal for the retake there of Oasis. That was the one thing that kind of stood out to me the most, the spray down of all of that utility that would have helped them at least have a clear idea of where the rest of RQ were kind of situated. And overall, you know, the Seekers, the Cabbages, the jellyfish, whatever you want to call it, he actually also absorb bullets. So if you can stand behind it, it's actually really good. Coco might need to back away, but no, he bumped into his teammate, Ripperoo. R.I.P. Rest in peace. As Marky also follows up in the death toll. On the back of the side, we do have one in Ripper. He is using his utility just to keep them away for just a teeny tiny bit. The Sheriff, no value whatsoever here. The horror of the haunt. But even through all of that, it still will be a clear-cut round for RQ.
Unfortunate for Oasis. Couldn't find value whatsoever to salvage on that eco. Now they have guns to their name. Marky ready to pop that tour de force. Essentially challenging anybody to hold the sight towards C. But like we mentioned, just very well executed by RRQ here.
Last player standing.
And Aldaria does get a freebie on Kelly, yes, but not much else. No defaults this time around, as speed is the name of the game. Smoke is going to deny them just a tiny bit. They double up just to check if there's a cheeky pick. Peek. Kelly, yes, he dashes in from one smoke to the other. The Hunter's Fury, it comes. Envy gets tagged up. Ripper has to stay in this corner. Oh my goodness, the tension of that beam coming closer to you must be mounting, but we know how calm he is. We know how ice cold-blooded. Nightfall does come. Coco's the one to find first contact, and everybody wants to fight. Ripper finally finds Kelly S. And now Marky and Rab and the rest of the boys, actually no, RQ and the rest of the boys, take their attention elsewhere. First contact, once again, is going to be Marky, but this time he sets up on sewers. Does he have yet another rendezvous to set up? I believe he does. Ripper could still hold strong. Sound cue given. Movement across the map. And Marky with that custom bolt action. Finds Tugev, finds Rabbit. It's hunting season. Can he find a third? That he does.
How embarrassing.
A beautiful, beautiful round on the board for Oasis too.
Solid hold from Ripper. It looked a little bit scary, I think, but Envy's Nightfall really helped out their case. RQ needed perfect communication, perfect idea of where the punish was going to be coming from, because they were just dead on deaf on that defense now coming in from Oasis. And they were like, yeah, no, we're not going to be able to go through this. They tried to double back, but again, map control was still very much in favor of this Oasis team. Marky now holds in his hands an operator. He's really aggressively peeking through this. He's waiting for his teammates at the back of him, as you can see, just looking through the window. They're now pushing a little bit forward. This is a standard tactic we've seen Oasis do repeatedly in the past. And RQ are very much aware of it. They're actually going to be flashing out with Draxi. And Marky just got sideswiped. That is just rather unfortunate. They did not have any control, and Draxi could not really help out Marky there. And Marky couldn't really TP away. Ripper gets stunned. He might get overwhelmed. He might get flushed. He might get swarmed, but the delay tactics just enough to keep them at bay. He bumps into the face. This is perfect, but the trade comes swift from Tuget. Coco now hiding in the back of the side is fighting them as hard as he can. Now he has teammates, Flashpoint, but still incomplete regardless of what happens. Oh, there's Wild Oreo again with Seekers, seeks out the victory for his team and equalizes against RRQ.
Equalize, close matches every single series we've had. A nail biter. And I'm not entirely sure why Marky couldn't TP out of that. Maybe just the timing of that flash was just a little too precise for him to handle. Nonetheless, the salvage from the rest of the team.
One enemy remains.
Get that round. Well, like you said, Wild Oreo. He's been so green. Gee, Envy too. Without a doubt, super crisp. What is the play here as we browse the minimap just a tiny bit as RQ, they position themselves towards more grass control, which arguably has been fairly weak for Oasis. I have a different idea now. They have
Right
Marky
there.
on the elevation. Without the tour de force, he does have a rifle in hand still. Maybe, just maybe, this is going to be lightning fast. Could happen in a flash. But they hold strong, RQ. They look at the timer and realize we can probably chill just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Get that stimuli, right? If this gets thrown above the elevation of Mark, he's gonna get spotted by the recon guard, but he does have some positioning. Kelly S flushes him out though. Envy still holding on. It's triple. This is perfect. They've just dismantled the offense of RRQ. We're now left onto Nexi. This is a 4 versus 1. They're gonna check out every single possible angle of attack from Nexi. He's gonna be slowly creeping up. The double up from the back of the side for Oasis. They know it in their hearts. They know it to be true. They've scanned it, but somehow Nexi still finds the pick. Can reposition, has 30 seconds, but he's taken the full force, the full brunt of the damage down to 50 HP. Repeat the angle. Envy is so waiting for it. The Trailblazer spots him out, and he cannot find any solace, any leeway. And Oasis just stand on his corpse. Yeah, good. 5-4.
His name is Envy. All eyes are on him. Oh my goodness, what is that?
Great transfer.
And you know what? When people tell you know what, aim trainers don't work, just look at Envy, just look at Oasis. Just look at all these aimers, bro. You must be training wrong. Because Oasis, they're just absolutely pristine, super shiny. And yep, that...
I was gonna say, isn't Envy like a Osu boy?
Well, still, as long as you get that muscle memory, like I said, just that muscle memory, man. Naraku, wow. That is definitely a spray that's like, okay, guys, hold up. We kind of got mauled. We kind of got split open, but let's just relax. Let's take this in stride. But yeah, guys, remember to train your aim. Just get that going.
I guess they haven't gotten control of this map just yet.
You just know that I am staring into my camera right now, sir. Staring into your soul. God forbid I was given the ability to strike you down with lightning.
Well, you don't have that and you're very far away, so, you know. You gotta put up with the Aserai.
Yeah, I hear a hint of sadness that I'm very far away. Yeah, I wish I could closer to you guys.
Yeah.
But we get to see each other's mugs every single day during VCT, so it's a little solace in that, a little comfort. But now we have Nexi. Where's the boys, Aserai? They're investing quite a bit to hold down sewers. Look at Ripper. He wants to fight. He wants to push. Control button. Very, very antsy. Again, a lot of body language is being shown here in Marquee. That's exactly why they're a little hesitant at Tour de Force. When you hear that coming. Well, Ripper doesn't really care. He doesn't really care. But the Rolling Thunder is there, Aserai, so this could be a little careless. Ripper ripping him apart. Gets straightened out by his fellow controller, but these gunfights, they're happening every single corner of the map. Nowhere is safe, as no man's land is only dictated by who's there and who's not.
Envy.
Wild Oreo? You're right, Envy. Could have the his lifetime, even if Wild Oreo falls, but this stun is not gonna find anything. Do they hear the footsteps of Envy, Aserai, as this has been reduced to a 2v1?
He cannot use his ultimate. They will know where he will be coming from if he shows the trajectory of that Nightfall, and they have just gone and went all the way around. Their read is so 100% accurate, correct, whatever you want to call it, and Envy is just running right behind him. He sees him. I don't think they hear where he is, and this is the perfect time for him to strike. They don't know where he's going to be coming from. They only have a second guess. You know, Envy, if he times this correctly, he's going to hit the flank. He's going to be able to hit Kelly S, and that haunt is going to give him at least... Oh, okay, never mind. It comes in a bit short, but he does know. He should know for a reason, for a fact, where Kelly S is as he clears up the rest. Oh no, he's expecting to double back, but it's all about that C-long. He's going to have it first. Well, he's going to peek him, and the timing is absolutely perfect. Oh no, Envy. He was so close, but his guess was just not enough. And he wanted to have it first before anything else. And Kelly was like, I got the timing. I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Peek out and win the round.
The no mix-ups, just a little too strong at times. And my goodness, those steps behind them could have been the most threatening sound in the world, but they were just outside of each other's audio range. Now RRQ, despite having early troubles in that round, it doesn't really matter. They finally equalize, and we're getting closer and closer to the half here. Try to spray down, try to enforce their dominion over A long. Norio still trying to crawl up towards God spot. Instead, I feel like that was yet another missed utility for Envy there. And you agent, so you need a little more reps into that. Well, Oreo will use that Trailblazer to scout out. I think he'll find one. Actually, we'll find two. Here's the sound spot, and I think he saw the corner of a jacket of somebody. But look at this. Their buys are not very strong on the side of... Actually, no, it's fairly good. It's only Coco who really doesn't have a real gun.
Spectre's a real gun. It's not a strong gun, but, you know. And before he gets like a... I'm a real boy now.
Okay, Pinocchio. You sure?
All right. If he gets a 3K, you'll eat your words. But while the Oreo's about to swing on 3! Ooh, the timing is so unfortunate. They'll have to delay for as long as they can. The flash does buy Envy momentarily, but he just gobbles up the rest of RIQ. At least makes it into a fightable 3 versus 2 here. Marky and Ripper. Gonna try to dismantle the offense. Marky is being just separated by the rest as they take so much damage. Marky comes right in, and look at how they just systematically, surgically retake the site. You thought it was gonna be deadly for Oasis, but Envy is here to be the hero that Oasis needs.
And that he has been. 6-5, the half. Do they end this at a reset point, or do we finally see a bit of a lead? As this is the question that's been bothering us. Goodness, it's been a pretty brutal tug of war for both these teams. We have stars everywhere, mechanical prowess in spades, and exciting moments. A handful already. My goodness, Asarai, this Knight still very, very young. I have a very early pause here. Not entirely sure who. Potentially RRQ.
Didn't RRQ pause already?
But this is the... Oh, did they already? Yeah. Then it's Oasis.
Yeah, that's Oasis timeout. Yeah. Ha! My short attention span and my short memory did not deter me from remembering that one tiny fact. That one tiny fact.
He's so proud. We're proud of you, Asarai. We're very proud of you.
Thank you. That's all I ever wanted.
And that, my friends, is the power of validation. Remember, not to be... You know what? I can't continue on with this. This is just...
Yeah. We get it. At least we kind of burned the time for the timeout.
Oh, yeah.
No matter
3 seconds.
Which way the pendulum swings, it does feel like RRQ do have all the necessary tools needed. Kelly has got the blades. They have Rabbit almost up to his ultimate there, and Kelly S is trapped here but cannot get flushed out. Everybody's just peeking, saving this man, as he will be possibly the savior coming to the later portion of the round. They back away. Kelly S burned his dash already. A straight up march onto C. And does Oasis react in time? They did put a star there from Ripper. But there is going to be Tuge just committing 3 of his in kind. Now, this is RQ with a straight up C. They do have a lot of good utility to make this happen! And Marky, just the timing on that peak, absolutely atrocious, horrendous. The crossfire comes in from the rest of Oasis, and they're coming through at this. But the ultimate, the Hunter's Fury from Rabbit, just stops them dead in their tracks. The rest, Envy and Coco, now come in. They do not have the help. They do not have the support of a smoke to just clear out any form of positioning here. Coco does eliminate
Player
one,
remaining.
but they're gonna have to bring the fight against RRQ. The problem here lies that Coco is still on a Spectre. He had to get closer and closer to make that thing possible or even deadly.
Switching
and it will not.
sides.
And they equalize to the 6-6.
Who has the lead?
Out of
Depends
charges.
when you ask, apparently. And a very violent round from both their teams. Really refusing to give any sorts of control or at least dominion over this lead. Now we go for another pistol. RQ might be a little more careful this time around. They don't think they want to run into an Oasis firing squad. Oasis, they've been pretty creative. They've been pretty balanced throughout their endeavors. Meanwhile, on RRQ, they're a little more frag-centric. I'm actually surprised that the frag disparity is this different. You know, the discrepancy is quite noticeable.
Yeah, this is one of those few times I think Nexi just goes ballistic, right? Just finds that value town on
Value
a sentinel,
town.
even on attack. So now we go back to Dax's description of Nexi. You know, this man, this god of an anchor put into a mortal's body will now be put on the defending side. Well, he'll help out the rest of the team just secure control as they stop Oasis from pushing right in.
They will do many attempts to do so. As Oasis, they've been very good with their utility timing. They've been very precise. They've been very accurate. Coming into week 2, it's been no different for them. I wonder how this is going to fare, though. Not having a duelist on attack, we've seen it work.
Yeah.
But, yeah, maybe they're missing... Again, Marky's Bladestorm proficiency. We've talked about it so many times.
Here's the thing, though. They have a triple initiator. So even without, you know, the Jet/Bladestorm proficiency of Marky, is it really going to be a big deterrent for Oasis? If they have certain lines. That's just my question.
I feel like they're gonna fight before the fight happens with all that utility, and it's definitely gonna be problematic for RRQ. Well, okay, Marky. Basically, the Headhunter is also a Bladestorm, but with bullets, as Envy has his own Finding Rabbit. I'm not entirely sure why Asova was playing that close, but does it matter at this point? Maybe not. Maybe it will. As this book will unravel, the story will be a little more clear to all of us. There's a double flag coming through from RRQ. He checks right first. Envy's gonna find him. Draxi has a beautiful trade. And now Short is going to be a little more vulnerable and a little more open for Oasis, but they've done their job. He was good for one. I'm not entirely sure why he tried to walk out there as Toge finds Coco despite the mess. And Ripper, he equalizes it. Oh, wow. Marky with a bailout gives Oasis the second round, or rather the first round on the board for this half. Now, a potential snowball could happen.
How does Tuga even survive? Through the stun, he hits a headshot. That was a 2 versus 4, and it looked even scarier than I thought for Oasis. Still, in the end, it's a round victory for them. But we've seen this be done by RRQ. Your second round no-buys is a thing of beauty, I'd say. That being said, they went for a 4-man stack on C. Yeah.
It's very conservative. They've done quite a bit of work with their classics, too. We saw it in the previous half. Might see it again. But yeah, obviously, they'll have to concede this plant. They're going to have to let it go. Really, exit frags is what they want. But if they can overall Marky, that could be a different story. We see Kelly, yes. Now we see Draxi. Yeah, that's not something that RQ want to see right in front of them. But next he retaliates, he responds. Oh, what a teleport. Super slick. He's still aggressive.
One enemy remaining.
Fearless as Oasis, and they run into the rest of RQ, completely flattening them.
Marky's just a few steps closer to his ultimate there. Let's look at those shots real quick. Boom! And then another one. Boom! The third one, unfortunately, no boom. But I gotta love this bailout. This TP. Oh. I wanted to kind of see it, but it was just kind of snazzy footwork, you know, stylish. But to the matter at hand, this is where it becomes, I think, the real question, Raph. Our worries about no duelist. Do they have enough pop-pop into the sights? Ouch. Well, that helps.
Well, that
absolutely helps. Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, if they can keep finding all these kills, that somehow RRQ are giving. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say giving, because that was a pretty clean shot. RRQ is a little rattled by that one, and wow, what an investment by Oasis to just try and equalize. Now they know that at least one of them is there. RRQ have been playing on this smoke way too much, but to good and great effect. But Envy and the rest of the boys, they try to pepper him out. They even gets a time with Rippers on the trade. Coco rips ruined Marky. I wouldn't necessarily say alone, but Nexi, he has something to say with such a huge 3K. What a clutch. Oh my goodness.
Nexi, the master of the control of this Phantom. Holy guacamole. All right, let's just see this. Good trades overall, but look at how he just traces them behind the board.
Down B.
Even flashes, guesses it correctly, and just readjusts. And Oasis didn't even know what hit him. They were like gobsmacked. Nexi? You're there already? And then he gets a triple kill and saves the round for RRQ. Of course, that being said, the money situation a bit battered for RRQ.
Yeah.
But if Nexi can just take a kill, right? Get a kill, he'll be able to have access to his tour de force. So that's something.
I don't think that hurt Oasis too much. Granted, it was a bonus. And look, Ripper already is one away from Cosmic Divide. So if ever they want to take an orb or at least have a game plan for this round, it's probably just go for orb control first. Maybe let's do the set play in a bit. Yeah, RRQ kind of struggling in their economic situation here. So maybe forcing out something that'll rattle them just a tiny bit more. Could be the solution for Oasis to maintain that 2-round lead.
Right there.
Marky will have to relegate himself to the Tour de Force. Fortunately for him, there are no KOs. There we go. The sound that anyone playing against a chamber hates to hear.
Lots of animals being let out right now by Oasis for that information. The triple initiator. Really such a, I think a godsend for teams that just want that free bit of map control or map info gathering.
It's
this 4-stack on A.
I feel like this could be this could either go either way, honestly, because like you said, triple initiator is so good at flushing out sites like this. And I was about to say it's so difficult to play close when you have a Sky or just all the flashes and utility that Oasis have. I mean, that's always the call, right? When you know they don't have a Sova, hey, play close, play close. They don't have anything to clear. But right now, Marky, imagine if he hit that. That would have been one of the craziest shots. Actually, no, one of the more impressive ones, but definitely not the craziest. Now the input from every other person is coming in. Kelly has equalized it just a tiny bit, but Marky somehow finds Draxi on his entry ulti. Ripper Rabbit who was hopping on about, but Nexi! He is the anchor of the ages, denying an entry. 2v3. Kelly S doesn't have the most HP. Marky and Envy, they want to somewhat salvage this situation, but Nexi gets a 4K! This Phantom, this anchor, this god of a man proves his worth, and he has equalized the score for RRQ.
24 kills. He's 10 kills above the highest. 8 for his teammate, but also I gotta say, what's this 4-stack about for RRQ?
Spike down.
Like they were here at the start of the round, and Oasis just got no wind of this. again, triple initiator is great and all, but they just did not get the proper ping, the
Now
proper amount of how many RQ was there. Yeah.
So when you don't have that explosive entry, you don't have anyone to take that focus away from the funnel. And that's exactly what happened. But I know why there was a 4-stack, us, right? Nexi was like, hey, watch this. And then everything else unfolded. That's exactly what happened. I would love to believe, but Kelly, yes, already reduced to half health and been stripped of his armor through that spray by Marky. Well, the aggressive space taking has hit a bit of a wall here. This could be a good reset point for them, but their eco's not the best, man. They have one hero by. You know how dangerous they are.
Fire!
Oh my lord!
Spike down.
Yeah. Wait, Envy? Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Ripper. That was Ripper.
That's fair play.
2 kills. There was a half buy there, a hero vandal. Not enough. RQ's just repositioned so quickly and just has these set traps with a lot of crossfire potential. Just ruins the day of Oasis.
I face one. I kill him.
Ay, ay, ay. Both rounds have been completely heartbreaking for Oasis, but they didn't really have much to lose on that one. Now they go for a timeout. They're only one of this half. They're trying to inspect what's been going on. How have we been losing? The thing is, they didn't even know there was a 4-stack there still. On both those times, actually. They didn't even get the chance to see the rest of RQ flood on in. Still much to mull over. They do have that cosmic divide, so we may see that as a focal point on this offense. 2G has one too. Tuga has one. Draxi has the Seekers. Rabbit's not too far off from his Hunter's Fury. Kelly S has those blades for a rainy day, as well as an Nexi.
Now we see the issue of, let's call it the triple ini paradox. You have all of this supposed initiator capacity, right? Ability. But if you don't know what's on the site, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. And Prowler and Trailblazer just don't paint a good enough picture. This is where you probably sorely would miss the Sova if ever.
Yeah.
Anyways, all this...
Enemy remaining.
Okay.
I think you just mentioned it as well, that without like a Sova 2, you can just play as close as you would want. I mean, RQ forgoes the first contact, right? What's in Garage, but they immediately anchor outside of Garage because they know that after the first few Trailblazer and Prowlers, that's about it. They have nothing left to clear the site, and you just flush out the crossfires.
I just want to point that out, that this is supposed to be a gun round. And they just get mauled by Tuge. Just get split open like an axe chopping through wood. Marky does find Nexi, and he's trying to heat himself up here. At this point in time, he does get swung, and Tuge gets his 4K. Happened too quickly, honestly. Try to funnel themselves towards that C-long, but surprise. It's Tuge. Oh my goodness. Like I said, this was supposedly a gun round. What is that spray? Oh, Lord.
Playing contact when you're just running right in, it's... I mean, they don't even use the flash from Wild Oreo. I mean, maybe just once, but he can't be the flasher and the entry fragger all at the same time. Again, we talked about how the changes to Sky just does not allow such solo style of play. So now, Oasis, they're starting to hit a brick wall. And this brick wall is giving RRQ some really nifty set of rounds.
I love the idea of triple initiator. But like you said, when you just... Oh, man. Because the moment they flash, right? This is what happens. When a jet dashes in after a flash, now you have to guess, did the jet go in or you don't? When you don't have that jet, it's like, well, okay, they're still there. Unless I died. Again, it's just those small interactions. This has been a pretty successful experiment so far in Oasis. 8 to 10 is not an insurmountable scoreline, so this is still definitely doable. but the problems have been far more complex than just immediately taking space. Running into the smoke like that, getting mowed down by Tugen, not a good sign. Have to hit a mental reset here. We know that they're a pretty lighthearted team.
Want to fight it?
We know that they keep their cool. That's exactly what makes them dangerous. They have immediate access of the front of the site. Marky wants to fight. And once again, just not having the luxury of doing so. Ripper's gonna have that plant. Do they manage to avoid that dart? And the timing by Draxi was there for one, but only for one. As this yet again a half buy, stifled buy on the side of Oasis, panning out pretty well. But Nexi is on a big flank. Could he be the spoiler? They find Tuge.
10 seconds left.
And he will get spotted out. Not the man you want to peek individually. He's been hot. He's been red hot. Still hasn't supernovaed yet. Now they play a bit more of a compact game here, Asarai. They hold on to B with a very tight grip. Both rifles trained on the same angle. Play contact off Coco. They still can't hit the raid boss. He finds one. Does he find a second? No, he does not. Coco with a frenzy. Up close and personal. Gives him a firm handshake.
He's running out of bullets too, so if he couldn't get that kill on Coco very quickly, I don't know how he was going to deal with Marky. Maybe if he had a Headhunter, I think he might have had it. But regardless of, that was a really good answer by Oasis on how to take the site.
10 seconds left.
That being said, it was very much made possible because of the Cosmic Divide. So what's the next here? That was just one round reprieve, but it's definitely not going to be enough. But this time, okay.
Oh, wow.
No smoke on the cross, and Kelly S was just looking right at them, dead in the sides. Good damage, though. Kelly's going to have to back away. The Prowler does no damage, even at the mall. So that's nothing. Coco uses the ultimate, but everybody's on the swing. Are they going to clear a short? They will not. The next he gets away with bloody murder. Rabbit doubles up. I think he was spotted out by Coco here, but he will buy some time. He will still have the threat of the pinch. This is in no man's land for Oasis, 3 versus 5. And they can't even have that leniency of planning down the spike as they don't know what's waiting for them. Coco. All right, Rabbit is going to be swinging here through a long, giving information that still the defenders, or rather the attackers, are still going to be at the site itself. Finally, he gets dropped. So everyone else from the defenders will be coming through on the spawn side here, Raph. They do have some setups. They do have everything. Draxi has flashes. This is what's important. Kelly S. It's a beautiful shot. Heroic, valiant effort from Ripper, but it will not matter. At least Coco by himself. He got knocked off, and RQ, there's a few more steps from taking this first game.
No longer the modern Prometheus. No longer an amalgamation. RRQ, I feel like they're slowly coming into the light of what they want to be as a team. And look at that. Even despite the Rolling Thunder, Nexi survives, even gets one. Denies the plant. Pressure was just bouncing for Oasis. Was I don't believe this is their map pick, right? I think this is the RRQ's map pick.
Yeah, it is.
I remember, well, at least in the map veto, it was a very smart choice to get split out of the way. But Haven, my goodness, looks like a very good strike base or a firing base for RRQ. Well, they do make a little bit of noise towards Garage, and I love how they try to always entry with Marky on that tour de force. Very ballsy.
Actually, yeah, I was actually, pardon me, that was Oasis's map pick. This one.
This is Oasis map pick. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Not a good look then. Still.
Oh yeah, we could see it on the top left.
Oh, hey. Pay attention, casters. God, what are you doing? I see it. I mean, I was only testing you, sir. I mean, this is new tech. This is new resources that we gotta thank Prod for. I don't know why I even bothered asking you, man. Just top left. In all seriousness aside, much love for the quality of life changes. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. That is amazing.
Well, speaking of quality of life, the lives of Oasis have turned into a living nightmare as they just cannot push in. While Oreo is really stretching himself thin as the entry fragger. Can't really find anything. They start to just barrel on in, but it does not matter. They lose more than they invest. Coco's been giving away his position. Marky with the operator, rather tour de force, is going to be there, but he gets fully blinded by Draxi. Can't hit the shot. And now it's left onto Coco. 4 HP in a dream. Just barely missed. He's getting stabbed. If he gets stabbed, I'm just going to lose my mind. But Draxi finds him before.
Match point.
Just absolute humiliation was going to be ensued upon him by Kelly. Yes, 9-12 in RRQ. They're one step away from getting the first map in the series.
Spike down.
Oh man.
Wow.
This is rough. This is so rough. RRQ, they're looking so dominant too. Whatever they've done to evolve in the last 2 weeks, they've done it so well. Oasis, I feel like they're kind of stumped right now. Still making this cross that much more perilous. They even expend a star on that. I guess that the logic makes sense. You know, we have a lot of smokes on the Astra. And a blind that unfortunately does not bide well for Oasis as Nexi has been feasting.
One enemy
He has been absolutely devouring
Defenders win.
Oasis, and RRQ with a convincing denial of their Oasis map pick. 1-0. First blood on the board for them.
Gotta argue that it felt like on the attacking end, Oasis... Nexi's face is just like...
Yeah.
He's just so happy about his performance. You know what? It's totally fine. He deserved that. But yeah, to finish off my statement there, Raph, it really felt like Oasis sorely missed a duelist. We talked about it. I wasn't really sure if they really needed it, but now that the first game is over, they definitely missed Marky on his jet, at least on that attacking side.
Oh yeah, the King of Blades, who's always found value in that Blade Storm. We've seen him pop off. We've seen his crazy clips on Haven specifically. And aside from the other maps, just was not there. I mean, this was very ballsy of Oasis to try. And there's a lot of innovation going on in that R&D division. Unfortunately, this is going to be a bit of a blemish, though, when it comes to just, you know, trying out comps and whatnot.
Well, there was something that they were very much prepared to use. It just did not work against RRQ. RRQ had everything understood. Everything ironed out. And once we flipped the switch, changed the sides, kind of had a strong feeling of what was really to be. 13-9, Nexi, 31 kills. They're side by side by Marky, but Marky just did not have the same, I think, leeway as Nexi there. Nexi had so much support from the rest of RRQ here, and Marky had to do basically a lot of the shots that he was taking by himself, to be honest. And again, there was just that weird little tit that we had where, well, Oreo turned into an entry frag. I mean, he knows how to entry frag, but the problem is he kept running right in and nobody was able to trade him. He was like about a few steps ahead of his team, but that was enough for RRQ to basically ruin the offense for Oasis, right? So it felt like there was no real adjustment there.
Yeah, either way, in the span of how many rounds that were really difficult to kind of leave it. What is the problem? Where are we, you know, what are we lacking? Aside from Nexi clutching so many times and mowing us down, kind of have to look into this comp. Love the idea. I really love the idea. But oh dear me, the application just... I would say it wasn't that bad. To be honest, the map was pretty close. But considering this was their map pick, we could have been better. Could have been way better.
Well, with all that said, with all of that put apart, now the obvious question lies, was that just the caliber of what we'll see for Oasis in this series, or come next map, come what was it? Come Ascent, do they have something else? Because again, Ascent feels like it's a really solid map for RRQ. Kelly S always pops off there. Anyways, again, another break. When we come back, we'll see if Oasis have more in the tank or is it all empty? And will RRQ finish off this series for tonight? So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick break.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Nexi was just looking so happy. He even just, I was just looking at social media and he was just like talking about how I felt yay that map. I gotta agree. It really did feel like he summoned his inner clutch demon, inner rank demon, and he was just hitting some incredible shots. He was doing some incredible clutch plays, and I think at the end of the game, he just whittled down the very much mental fortitude of Oasis, because they were just running into the side and they were like, just it felt like they were tired at some point thereafter.
Fatigue must be setting in, especially, I mean, we've been going on all day. These teams must have been waiting for so long. And sometimes that kind of disjoints your warm-up. Maybe that's been the case for Oasis, but now we're going to be hitting the second map. So I'm pretty sure that both these teams are going to be warm as all hell now, especially Nexi. But if there's one thing, if there's one criticism that or at least we can talk about, is that I don't know, man. There are games where Nexi's just absolutely rolling people over in the very next. He
Yeah.
does kind of settle down a bit, but hopefully that's not the case tonight. Consistency is probably something that RRQ is banking on right now.
Well, there still is some fighting force here for Oasis. We know that they can perform on Ascent, but we also know how well RRQ can reach certain critical mass coming into to Ascent. Now, here's a bit of a spoiler with the roster for Oasis. We were just can I say it already? I mean, we were notified. I think we can just talk about it because yeah, okay. So they will be, from what the production tells us, they will be swapping out Envy for Courtesy. And I'm not really sure how I feel about that specific mix-up. But Courtesy is still one of the, the stronger players that we've seen for Oasis. He's incredibly consistent. And maybe just what the doctor ordered coming into this Oasis map that they need. I think a lot more. I think Envy, just a cracked fill player. And then Courtesy is more of that controlled, knows a lot of lineups player. So we'll see.
I mean, we could be proven wrong. We've seen Courtesy pop off. On the other side of things, though, RRQ, they will also have a player sub, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. Yep. So one half of the duo will be swapped in for the other. Duga's going to be out, but Flash is in. That's going to add so much more forward-facing firepower. Duga's the type of player to be a mastermind when it comes to map control and flanking. Meanwhile, Flash is still as strong, but like I said, forward-facing. He is going to relish in those direct fights. And with that being said, oh my goodness. With Nexi being on fire and you add Flash to the mix, just becomes all that much more difficult for Oasis potentially. Yeah, Courtesy is a different variable that we have to account for too.
I was going to say as well, I don't remember a game that we actually have seen Courtesy. And this is, I believe, the first match that we'll be seeing for Oasis play on Ascent.
Mm-hmm.
So, with all that being said, it probably is just a map difference that does allow us to see Courtesy be brought into play. Because I think, for the most part of all of the maps that we've seen this particular roster play, never have we seen Ascent be brought into this. But because of the threat that RRQ do bring in specific maps like Haven and especially Split, I think it was just inevitable that it was going to come out. So this is going to be exciting to say at the least for either side. As you mentioned, for RRQ, Flash is going to be in. And I don't think we've also seen Flash for a very long time here. So very similar stories on either side.
Oh yeah, and maybe that's why he was, he had that very chipper grin. Finally, he gets to play. Maybe this is the time where he unleashes all of that pent-up energy. But still, it's... I hope it's not that much of a wait. I think we're just waiting on the final agent select. So do bear in mind, guys, and pardon us for the tiny delay.
Yeah, just a bit of a hiccup here and there.
I scared it again. That's right. I'm kidding.
Well, scared or unscared, we do have ourselves a mix-up. Excuse me. Courtesy is here. So again, we have seen how this man has brought the lineage of the Odin in Ascent. One of the players that have made my quote a reality. Every wall is backable on Ascent. And I thought it was going to be a mirror match. It almost was. Wild Oreo is going to be playing on the Chamber, while Flash is going to be on the KJ.
I like it. Ripper on that Omen. Very vintage. Draxi on that Omen as well. But Flash.
Very vintage.
On Killjoy. I thought they would put him on the Jet, but no. That's interesting.
I mean, when you have Kelly S, right? You don't want to put him on a different role. That being said, he has used in this map a Chamber. But it shouldn't matter as well because they don't really need it. They want more of that control. The only thing that can really break the lockdown if Flash does have it available for them is maybe a well-timed double shock dart lineup, but I don't know if Courtesy is that big brain in this series, in this match. And of course, the expenditure of his Hunter's Fury, if ever. All of that laid aside, Nexi is going to be on the KO. I am absolutely ecstatic for this. I want to see what setups he has to bring to the table, because we've seen him play on the back end. Back when he was in SB Empire and that team was just going through a lot of changes, you know, mixing up everything. He also played for a very brief time, I believe, maining the Reina for SV. So he has experience, similar with Wild Oreo, with a lot of roles that the team needs him to be in.
There we go. Marky's back on that jet as well. And everybody, not going to be pulling any punches this time around. No experimentation. Going for what's reliable. As Kelly, yes! Oh my lord! Wow, that's revenge for the first round of that of Haven. Very, very efficient. Courtesy already, you know, showing that he belongs.
Spike
to be playing. Gets one. Potentially flanking, giving a little bit more pressure on the side of RRQ, but instead he links up with his teammate here. Still 2v4. That lone frag was on him. Wild Oreo tries to line it up, but can't find any. And finds Nexi. Oh, too late here. And now we have Courtesy trying, at least waiting for that. 3v1. Potentially could make, well, nothing apparently, as Flash doesn't want his debut for stage 2 to be ruined.
Yeah. Courtesy was basically just presenting his behind to Flash there.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, he really was. Like, those kind of crouch, Qeon.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, revenge. That was such a... with the exact same weapons too, actually. The Frenzy, the Ghost. Actually, I don't think the Headhunter was there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. But they don't have a chamber, so we'll give them that pass. Right? It's okay. It's not the most identical of revenge that we've seen, but close enough, right? Kelly S. Okay, Drone is setting things up. Gets all that nice little bit of information, and B side is cleared. Kelly takes some damage. They close down the door and they line up for him. They were trying to maybe shoot him through the wall, but he's the one to set the world ablaze. What a shot from Kelly. What a follow-up from Draxi there. And a no-sweat round for RRQ.
You said it. Fully intact, fully farmed. A lot of orbs for a lot of people.
One enemy.
I heard in Ares. I think that's from... I'm not sure where that came from. Was it? No, let's check.
Rabbit.
Oh, it was from Rabbit. Of course, the Sova is going to have an LMG on Ascent.
Of course.
And I know a lot of people are, isn't that kind of cringe? No.
If it works,
yeah.
It works.
Oh, but Kelly, yes. No maneuver could be smoother unless it's Courtesy's gun looking at you. Absolutely precise. Finds yet another opening frag for his team, and it looks like this is potentially a no-sweat round on the side for Oasis too. Flash does get one, but all the weapons are still intact on Oasis side. Trend unchanged. Third round goes on the board for Oasis with a pretty reasonable bonus on the side of RRQ.
He even gets tagged through that, but still gets some value. That's nice little sidesteps overall. Yeah, no sweat round. They were just trapped on fast lane and couldn't really do anything other than that. Ooh, I love this one-way off angle, excuse me, from Draxi. Not a lot of people actually think about this particular angle. And because they have to keep looking straight, right, towards a main, there's that one tiny instance, that one tiny angle that if you slow peek at his defender, you will get shot by Draxi. But fortunately, nobody peeks that. Although this is just the phase for REQ to just see if Oasis will peek out and start looking for fights early on.
The first default of many. As you can see, this map spread is just super passive on RRQ, as they've done many times in the past. Changes nothing. Courtesy is the first to expend utility in this round. They do find that info. I think they're going to prep this door for the retake. Or they close it. They just close it. At least they avoid the B split. But crawling up. The smoke is going to dissipate very soon, so they're just going to wait. Ripper has an idea of what might happen, so he does go for a position where trading might be a little more favorable. They don't actually prep the door on A, though, for a
30
retake.
seconds left.
Doesn't really matter, I suppose. And now look at this. A very heavy-handed push towards A. Flash is going to come. The dash is there, too. 0 point. Completely blind. Coco finds Rabbit. But the trade by Flash is there. Hell yes. The rest of the boys, they mount an attack on A. They find Ripper. Wow, that's so unlucky. Wild Oreo, though, is so sharp on the draw. Can he find a third? No, but 2 is enough. Marky, Fearless, has the dash available for him. Double dart. Courtesy, buying a little bit of time for his teammate. Marky makes the first noise. He smokes out. Do they know where they are? Draxi and Flash, they still have a crossfire, but Courtesy, very reliable. Flash in a 1v1 against Marky. Oh, dear me. They know each other. They know how they're going to play. Utility is there. Does Flash pop? Yes, he does. And he even pops Marky's face. RRQ, they win the first gun round and a third round on the board for them. The ROG clutch. Goodness me.
I wasn't even surprised that we just didn't see Kelly S. Excuse me, not Kelly S, but Marky just tap the spike. If he did, wouldn't that have just incurred Flash or forced Flash to just peek him outside of hell? Flash was just all cozy at that thing. He made it his temporary home for a good second there.
Get out of my way!
Many questions yet to be answered too, Asarai.
Yeah.
And
well, no money now for Oasis. This is no bueno for them.
Quite a bit of patience. Yeah, a little bit of noise, but more patience as they try and crawl up, going for a contact play. Ripper has a sheriff in hand. Still hasn't revealed the position of his teammates, and oh dear, was that close for Kelly S. Has the blades out. It's pretty much done and dusted, Asher. We know how lethal they are with the pistols, but positioning-wise, RQ potentially already have this. Very rarely do we see an eco win on a retake.
And with so much utility as well, to delay on and off the spike, it is very difficult. Ooh, Rabbit though, missed times to peek on A main. There's all the noise coming in. And here they come through. Wild Oreo has activated his ultimate. And he is plugging up the attackers, but gets triple P by Draxi as he just tries to fumble fiddle with the blade and the operator, or sorry, excuse me, tour de force. It's only good for 2. So it was still good, but definitely not good enough to rattle the cage of RRQ there. Just a smooth transition into that E site. Now, after that highlight coming back into it, you do see the purchase of Marky with that operator. So at least they still have that sniper pressure rolling on into these rounds.
RRQ, they're looking so polished, man. They're just looking so impressive. Time around, maybe they're gonna try and punish this forward play by Oasis, as they're fairly tired of going that passive route. And you see Marky positioned towards Market, but Coco actually finds a lurking Rabbit. Draxi removes said initiator off the grid, off the board, off the playing field. And now we have another 4v4. Spike, I believe, has been discovered by Coco, but it's still in a safe spot for RRQ to retrieve. Now they're a little wary. Who else has pushed up? Who else is here? So far, the most far forward player is Ripper. He has a Vandal in hand. Map control not really going into anyone's favor right now is RRQ. They just kind of want to abuse the fact that, oh my goodness, Oasis, they have to guess.
Yeah. And next he has the null command. So they can just force push a site, right? And Nexi's utility should allow
30
them some
seconds left.
leeway. Kelias has a dash, and because Coco don't have no more blade because he dead, yeah, there should be a free site. This is good though. This allows them again that entryway into the site itself, courtesy bit early onto the Hunter's Fury, but somehow manages to find Flash. Is absolutely perfect. One inside of smoke, that's going to be Kelias. Do they know that he's going to be right there and there? Oh my goodness, even gets away because he's reset his dash. He can get tagged by that drone all day long, but there's no punish to come through. Okay. I regret recess my statement. It turns into 2 versus 2, but
Last player
they
standing.
find the picks that they need. Oasis are hitting some nasty, nasty shots, and Marky, the Ferrari pick, the drive-by with the dash and the blades. And there you have it, a clutch given to you bit by bit, piece by piece by Marky. Wow, what a comeback for that round.
The king of blades. Nobody does it better here, man. I'm telling you. Marky is just way too consistent with those things to get him off that agent. It's just absolute insanity. Man, RQ, they are going to be reeling from that. One thing that I've noticed, though, is that putting Kurt onto the sofa, he's just so reliable.
Spike down.
He gets one frag almost every single round at the very minimum, and that's just already so impactful. He always plays very safe positions, and his utility use is very, very smart. Oasis are honestly having the time of their life having this, or having a player like him on their roster to have readily available. Now RQ, I think they might just settle for a somewhat stifled buy here. Kelias does have the luxury of going for it. No, I think he's going to sell this Vandal for something else.
Well, he can still go for the hero Vandal, I feel, right? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they actually decide to go for. But Purchase does as Purchase wants. It looks like they want to give Oasis a run for their money as they go back up in terms of what they actually buy. There's the operator from Marky all the way through A main. Is this just going to be a straight up firefight? Oh no. Okay, so if Flash is there, he's just going to use his turret, get information. That's basically it. He actually gets tagged up quite well here.
Quite a bit,
Courtesy. Yeah, just get the damage in. If he repicks it, there's 2. The pinch play is going to be perfect! They just close the door in the nick of time. Now they can actually fight for B main before they get corralled through. Kelias comes in for the swing, and Coco's going to have to go at this wild because that lockdown is already pinching them in. Oh, this is terrible, but Nexi's found the flash, Nexi's found the kill, and now we're into that 1 versus 1 yet again. Marky has the dash. He knows that the spike is somewhere on B main. Nexi's abandoned it, and Marky has absolutely no idea this is going to be coming, or the rotation has already been used. Nexi's running for dear life. And he's doubling back. This is perfect. If he has like a weird fake lineup for A site and it hits, the blade hits A, this would be perfect. But he's actually still gonna hit this. Marky, no. Wait, the timing, but Nexi's just faster.
And oh my goodness, Asar, that leaves both of us speechless. Again, yet another ROG clutch. Of course, brought to you by the Republican Defenders. My goodness. What an insane and intense round. You see the consistency in Marky, though. But Nexi, he just sees that barrel that's just a little too long for clearing close angles just like that. And RQ, they maintain their lead. They maintain their economy. Or at least for now, they stay afloat. As Oasis are the ones suffering from a pretty suspicious buy on their end. RQ.
I will say, though, that last round, I thought that Nexi just wanted to maybe fake up. Ooh, okay, nice little TP out. But I think what he wanted to do there was he wanted to isolate angles. So that's why A-Shore was the safer bet out of going sword to A main, right? Because if he went out in the open, that's a wide swing. If Marky was there, he's going to get shot. But in A-Shore, he can go in and out of cover and get closer and closer to the site slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely.
Out of
And
yeah,
we've
Shirley
said this.
Temple.
We've said this many times before. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Marky just kind of jiggle beats that, anticipating the recon dart there, but courtesy throwing out that, or rather it's Rabbit throwing out that Hunter's Fury. Next he finds Marky again. Wow, that's back to back. That must feel kind of bad. As Wild Oreo, who's been very successful in this headhunter, just does not find enough that time around.
One enemy
Marky, they
remaining.
run over the side. Wow, Rabbit even finds Ripper through that. An eagle round, or at least a forced buy, being denied by RQ.
Such a different pace right now for RQ. They are playing this so perfectly.
That's not ready.
There's just no mistake whatsoever. And seems like a call at the timeout there. Let's look at the replays real quick. Marky really wanting to find some value. They were going incredibly skirmishy in this particular fight, in this particular round. It still did not work, whether it's just from weaker weapons or something, but it still did not matter. Also, I just gotta say, Nexi has been just absolutely phenomenal this entire series. Like, he just, whatever he touches right now. You talked about how there would be some games where he just did not do as much for RQ. This the first game and the start of the second game, he's just something else, man.
He has the hand of Midas right now. Like you mentioned, everything he touches turns to gold. And it's been absolutely money for them. Oasis, they kind of have to reassess here. They've already, gone on both sides of the spectrum on defense. They played forward, they played aggressive, didn't work. They played passive, they tried to go for a retake, none of those worked. Well, barely worked at least. Still 2 rounds on the board. It's not the most impossible gap, honestly. Considering this is still the first round of the board, or rather first half of the game. Oasis remain strong, they remain faithful, but RRQ look to shred whatever they can. And look at this time around, they put a lot of presence towards Cat. I think a little bit of a sound he was giving it away, and look at RRQ. They are going to barrel into the side. Kelly, yes, already has a bit of a crossfire set up. Ooh, Kelly.
Wow.
Kelly.
Oh my god!
He gets it anyway, Asarai. Wild Oreo, though, who's been a spark for Oasis, just have not found enough fuel to get that fire going. But look at this. Everybody is here towards main. Courtesy finds Kelly. Yes, again, old reliable Kurt. Gets Kelly. Drone is going to come. Doesn't get anybody. The paranoia is there. He has to dash into the zone of death, and RRQ. They hold it down. Rabbit is now coming alive.
Wait, how did they get slowed?
I think there was a fragment on the as Coco chucked it before the paranoia, and then they got hit by another layer, so on and so forth.
Yeah. I was kind of wondering what that kind of animation was at their peak, why they were kind of just panicking a little bit. Yeah, it probably was a fragment because they didn't have any kind of slow at all, so I was very much confused what happened there, but I honestly thought that was a clean round for Oasis because they got, as you mentioned, like that super big flank. Just got stopped dead in their tracks.
Dead in their tracks is the most apt description of what happened there. Oasis still cannot get this defensive side going. RRQ, they have a very healthy cushion of rounds, but Kelly S already in a very aggressive position here. Oasis, I mean, looking at it really, Oasis haven't really been doing anything wrong. The rotations are still as crisp and clean as they have been. But it's the dueling is where the difference really comes out. Everybody on RRQ has been so sharp, and that's exactly what I mean. They do have weaker weapons. But yeah, it's just not been a good day for Oasis.
They're very much stumped as of the moment. Wild Oreo has been spotted. Does get the shot off against Nexi, but yeah, Nexi was like 9 HP, and Kelly S was already on the lurk, so his timing, even though it did net him that 1 kill, definitely was just all for naught. Even use a tour de force. Was a save round. Why not use it, right? Nexi
Spike
Look
planted.
at that shooting gallery for him, just hitting shot after shot. Oh, crazy stuff. Ooh, I also have to wonder, did he hit the blade on his body with the tour de force? Because next he threw out his KO blade, right?
I don't think you can shoot it while it's still trapped. You can't. I don't
Maybe
think so.
it latched itself on his body and then whatever, but I'll save that analysis for later on as we check the broadcast afterwards. But just a monstrous take of the side. 2 flanking in from B main. They're making a lot of noise. I believe Flash hears this. They're already waiting for the swing. Logs,
no!
Where they're gonna get sawed up. Marky comes in, but he just dashes into an embracing crossfire of RRQ. And everything
Last
just
round
falling
in the half.
apart for Oasis. They're getting teared apart here, Raf.
Oh, hi, Asarai. I did not clear it. I did not. Because Oasis, they're really kind of hurting from that one, man. Logs is one of those positions where it can be one and done, but when it's been done to you, it leaves you wondering for the rest of the game. Oh, the diligence could have been very present. RQ just looking so sharp. Now they go for the same approach here. And this is where you kind of need a Cypher to stop that, or at least offer a hard read. But wow, RQ taking so much space, taking a little too much space. Wild Oreo annihilates LES. Oh, and he gets a beautiful flash as Coco gets Rabbit. Now they have a bunch of Vandals to their name. Courtesy with a Guardian. Finds Flash. 2v5.
One enemy remaining.
Well, equalized!
Called down to Marky. He's got the blades, but gets denied because of the ultimate. That wouldn't matter for Nexi anymore, as they have the crossfire.
What the hell?
I just am speechless, Raph. This round should have gone Oasis. They had everything knocked off. The numbers, the positioning, the pinch. But RRQ, as an entire team, are just that good. There's no analysis we can go about this. They're just hitting every single shot. We need a replay. It's halftime already. There's going to be a lot of time for this. We need that quick replay right now. We need to dissect what just happened.
That they do. That we do. I feel like everybody would love to see it, but my goodness, what happened? I thought everybody was getting shredded on lane. I thought it looked so good for Oasis. Now we have a side swap. And RQ, they only need 3 rounds to win. Oasis have no margin for error. They have to do this. They have to dream, they have to believe, they have to survive. And everything has to be so punctilious and so consensus. Asarai, they gotta dig deep, man. They gotta dig very, very deep here.
Well, that is... I don't know if it's too much to ask for. I mean, if it was like 7-5, maybe 8-4, 2-10, there is just so many rounds that they're going to have to play perfectly. It's just, how did they lose that last round, Raph? That was just... I don't know, just... I'm just speechless about what happened there, but all that aside, just Nexi playing absolutely out of his mind. 14 kills, 5 deaths. He's a KO, by the way. And somehow, he still manages to survive more than he gets knocked off. 7 assists. He's really coming into his own this entire game. And Oasis... left to scratch their heads. They're just coming in one by one, trying to get the punish, trying to get the hero plays, but well, single people can't be heroes in this game. Dead man tell no tales. The round starts, and we'll be seeing the preview of what could be possibly the end of this series. Not really the end of Oasis, but this is definitely not what they want to come into as second seeds as of the moment here in this tournament.
True. I mean, if they lose the series, it's not really going to hurt their position on the leaderboards. Still, a W is a W, and they're definitely beneficial that. I'm not saying that they're pulling any punches, but Marky just
Spike
having
down A.
the time of his life. Meanwhile, Ripper having the greatest. Wild Oreo, surprise! Oh, and Drax, he just bites his ankles with a ghost. And it's going to eliminate him. 2v3.
One
More
enemy
from this
remaining.
equation. Coco. Bit of a delayed reaction there, but doesn't matter. They survive and potentially have netted themselves 2 rounds.
All right. Normally I would agree with you, but this is RRQ. They have something wild. They're just set up on the pistol. Now I'm wondering what that could be. No force buy though. All about the classics, but oh, the default pistol is called classic for a reason.
That's a good spot.
That reason is.
I wonder why it's called the classic. Like, what
Yeah.
were...
That works.
Let's call this the classic. Why?
I mean, there's so many. There's just a few words, right? And these are technically imaginary guns. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Imaginary guns indeed, that's right. But the way that they're making this comeback to reality, it could be very possible. Marky finds Nexi to open up the site, and RQ. Once again, I've said this in the previous half, and I'll say it again. Winning a retake with pistols just not the greatest thing or not the easiest thing to do. Is Kelly yes finds Wild Oreo. That's already kind of falling apart. Well, Flash still finds one, Rabbit finds another. That's very expensive for Oasis though, considering that RQ did not invest any gun in that round whatsoever.
Very much so. RQ, they're very much okay with trading blows left and right, and already Oasis not missing a beat anymore here. Look at that. They just commit to the purchase on the rifles straight from the get-go. Wild Oreo will just probably be playing Headhunter, but he's been so good with the shots that I think this is just very comfy for him.
Here.
All that being said, this is going to be the make or break, I feel, for Oasis. If they do not win this, they get reset. They do not have any big ultimates coming into the next round. Maybe if Marky gets like a kill or two, he can have access to his blades. But other than that, right? Wild Oreo by himself. Actually going to be looking to lurk and possibly get a pick with his Headhunter.
Ooh, I like that.
Wonder if that'll actually find any value as Nexi is his opponent. Both top fraggers on either team.
That's right. That's absolutely on the spot. We'll have to rely on their acumen. But right now, Marky's already made so much space for his team. He sees the legs of Draxi, and Draxi this time gets his legs chewed off by the Vandal. 4v5 still. Kelly S retaliates. He finds Marky. Oh my goodness. Kelly S sees everything. Beautiful tag by Courtesy here. Here we go. The aggression. The jump down. Rabbit finds one. Finds another. This is RRQ. They clean up. They take the defuse. And 2 more rounds.
No, you don't deserve
This
my
is-
mentions.
This is very, very brutal for Oasis. They're just taking too many blows and not enough pushback against RRQ here. They still have money to buy. Look at this, Raf. And
I don't want to.
they're not gonna concede anymore. Actually, okay, they have good utility as well. So yeah, they're gonna have to force buy this. Yeah, they know.
have to. They have no choice.
If they play for overtime, I don't think they're gonna last much longer. They need to find this advantage here and now.
All right, here's the show. The Blade Storm by Marky. We've seen him do so much damage with this. It's been a tried and tested method. RQ, if their R&D division was looking at this Oasis matchup specifically, they have to look for a way to shut this down because Marky's always good for 3 at the very minimum. But I could very well be jinxing him. Wild Oreo, he tries to creep up. That alarm bot is going to be gone, sent back to the Oblivion. Now they take their time. They put their attention towards A. Non-committal even. Spike is leaning towards there. Marky, the rest of the boys couldn't find any action towards B. Now a slow and grueling walk might have to ensue for them. Wild Oreo does get detected, but none of the other Oasis members do. Now they try to push. They force themselves here. A bit of a funnel that they have to consider. And wow, they raw clear everything. Courtesy falls as Kelly S is here. Wild Oreo, who's been absolutely sharp, but even sharper. He's a machine. He's a Terminator. And Oasis, their Sanctum destroyed, lost.
30
Three of their
seconds
players
left.
in that push. Marky still all that lethal, all that much lethal with his blades in hand. Coco is going to be a supporting member. Rabbit has lineups of his own. Will potentially land on one of these players. No, it goes on default just to buy a little bit of time. That guess was as good as any other. 12 seconds, 10 seconds.
left.
Unfortunately for them, it's not going to catch anybody. Marky has found himself a rifle, and he could potentially be the winning play for his team, the win condition. Rabbit throws out that recon, doesn't scan anybody. Flash is here. Marky stays alive, could not find another. And Nexi finds a third. As RRQ have the 12th round on the board, the penultimate round. They're so close to taking this 2-0.
There still should be some buying power for Oasis because they've lost so many rounds,
Match
plus
point.
the plant on the spike. But oh, dude, that's not gonna leave a good taste in your mouth. Just lacking in terms of the creds. I mean, Wild Oreo does have his tour de force, but is that really going to be enough? Especially when Nexi has again, Raph, his null command does. How many times has he actually used that? I think like 3,
You want to
4
play?
times now
Let's
in
play.
This entire game.
I mean,
Really a lot considering how many charges this ultimate goes through.
oh yeah, it really burns through it quite quickly. Nexi, like you mentioned. Oh wow, he doesn't even need it. He just finds Marky. Surprise. Coming out from the smoke, here's Nexi. Wild Oreo still looking for value, and he even finds a Rabbit here. 7-6-2 down the chest, down the line, and down the wire. Oasis, they're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for overtime. This is looking that much more dangerous for them, losing. Marky again, they do get that plant. And they're probably looking to use this null command that there is. Beautiful timing. Flush out that default. Kelly finds a marching Coco, and Nexi finds Ripper. The resistance on the side of Oasis has been reduced to Wild Oreo, reduced to 16 health, and to dust. He returns to the earth. And in loving memory of him is a tree. RRQ.
Defenders
13-4. And that's a 2-0, Asarai.
Kelly, yes. Just like Nexi, they just have a clear-cut view of the cheeky setups that Oasis have. Look at that. He's like, yeah, we got easy 3-0, even though it was 2-0.
You know what? Flash is very excited. And yeah, like I said,
He's got the rounds, so it's fine.
yes, numbers are hard. Numbers are very hard. Still, congratulations to RRQ for sweeping Oasis. I don't think this is the outcome that a lot of players expected. Or a lot of people, really.
Maybe it was because maybe that 3-0 was the 3 series that they've had against other teams. Sorry, I thought it was because of this particular series. Like
Look what you've done, Asarai.
Yes, may have incurred the wrath of chat, but all that aside, 13-4, and the stats just heavily swung in the favor of Rex, Regum, Qeon. I'll say it one time. It's 4 syllables compared to the 3 of the abbreviated version. What a performance. Nexi, just the star of the show. We'll say it as it is. He's going to be called on this on social media. Sexy Nexi comes back to play.
My goodness. I mean, that is hell of a man, you know? 4.4 on that KDA. An incredibly impactful 21 kills with an ACS at 346, guys. And this has been by far one of his most consistent performances. No dip whatsoever from map 1 to map 2. This was his series.
What a series it has been. RQ, the rise and no fall of this team, just getting better and better, refined as a blade. Oasis, they had some rounds. But these rounds were very much countered, and some of these also just taken apart. Rug swept underneath them, especially by Nexi. Just so damn good. I have no idea how they got this. I think we'll see the highlight again of that 2 versus 4. That was super important to have seen the highlight of. That just showed that Oasis, even though they do have the advantage, they still aren't able to really find the necessary openings right now. It feels like they're getting pushed back every single time. After that one big spurt, they just lose luster every single round. I don't think we'll see that anymore. This is the last one already. And there you have it. A quick end to the night. As again, RRQ swift on the victory in the series 2-0. We're going to go on the break, and when we come back, it's the panel and the interview to talk about what just happened in that entirety. And Raph and me, we're just going to be closing it off. So guys, see you on the next one.
Welcome back. You are watching VCTPH Stage 2, and RRQ just continues to shock and surprise everybody, just continuously gaining momentum. It is a 2-0 for RRQ versus Oasis Gaming. And I have to say, oh my gosh, Fluffy, first of all, I'm so sorry, but this RRQ looks so ready for playoffs. Everybody was just popping off, and we finally get to see Courtesy and Flash play.
Yes. Oh, well,
I think Fluffy is speechless at the moment. I mean, that's very, very understandable, of course. But
no, he was communicating with us telepathically.
Yes, that's right. That's right. We could feel his pain.
Yeah, so anyway, that was a monster of a series for RRQ. Oasis, they had quite a few things that went wrong for them, and I think Fluffy can really elaborate as we watch these highlights.
Yeah, for sure. Fluffy, I think we have you back now. I think
yes, I'm back. Hello, yeah. So I'm looking at the series highlights. I was saying that it's a kind of sad day for Oasis gaming fans out there, but RRQ playing so well, showing the flexibility that they have in their roster as well as in Oasis Gaming, bringing out both of their 6-man, especially for RRQ, because when the pressure is on the whole team with all their practice and including their swap in at the second map, really made the big difference here, putting a commanding lead on the second game for 13-4.
Yes, indeed, and we have our MVP. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious who our MVP of the series is. This is gonna be Nexi with, and I think this ACS, I think that beats out EJ.
Yes,
from earlier by 2 points, right?
2 points. 344 versus 346. Nexi with the highest ACS out of our MVPs today, I believe. Sexy Nexi, indeed.
Yes, indeed, and I mean, it was pretty obvious, of course, from the performance, and we were talking about this backstage where it seems like RRQ just seems to be like, okay, so who's gonna pop off today? Is it gonna be you? Is it gonna be you? Okay, and I think that's how they get to conserve actually their momentum, because it's like they're taking turns actually, you know, really pushing for the team and making sure that you know how if you are in like a biking group or like a cycling group, you have somebody who's like leading so that the rest can just like follow. That is what that's apparently what RRQ does. So for today, it was Nexi doing that, and he is our MVP, and he is our interviewee as well. We can welcome him onto our panel for the first time, I think, that Nexi is going to be representing the team alongside Flash. Hello, gentlemen. Hello. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Of course, we can see the rest of RRQ. Very, very hyper. Aw, look at that in the back. So I have to ask, how are you guys celebrating? Or is there no celebration and are you guys just going straight to preps for the playoffs?
I guess celebrate kami onte, pero within the next few days, back to practice na kami.
It's back to business, of course, because the playoffs are not that far away. So this question is for Nexi. I think we asked this earlier, but we have to say it. Nexi, why are you so good? What happened today? How did you prepare for today? Where did magic come from?
Kumain po ako ng pancake nung umagahan.
Okay, that is the magic. That is the secret sauce of RRQ today. And actually, this question is also for you, but it is about the gentleman next to you. So we finally see RRQ with Flash. So next to you, how different is the dynamic when Flash is there playing with the team?
Kapag naglalaro po kasi si Flash sa team namin, parang na-hype po yung team namin ng sobra. Kaya ganadong-gado po kami maglaro.
I think we can tell definitely that a lot of the energy comes from Flash, especially with what we're seeing right now. RRQ there for one big family picture. It is the perfect time also for all of you to give your shoutouts, especially since this is your last game of the group stages. The floor is yours.
Okay. Shout out to Boss AP, Boss Ricky, shout out to Zen, Sir Lan Regatas, Dad, shout out Jim Tuano, shout out kay Ate Migs, and then shout out kay Kuya JC.
Shout out kay Ate Sel, Carbonara Buff.
Ali love you.
All right. Okay, all right. So we do have the pancake buff, we do have the carbonara buff incoming as well. Maybe they're reserving that for the playoffs. RRQ, thank you so much. We are looking forward to seeing you at the playoffs. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
po.
Look at this, so cute. They even posed for a group picture.
Oh, that is adorable. Man, RRQ, they just they seem like such a wholesome team, well synced with each other. They have such synergy. But with their win today, guys, it's sorry to bring us back to the serious side of things, but that does open up a couple of questions here that we have had our minds on, like how many men in RRQ have girlfriends, and does it really help? What are they going to eat in the playoffs? And the most important question, I think, is Nico going to be sleeping on the couch tomorrow? Because Bren versus Oasis is going to be the
Bren
kind
versus
of a nail biter.
Yeah.
Bren
Oh my
versus
gosh,
Southville.
that is right.
It's
Black
and blue, man. Black and blue is gonna have a little bit of a rough time of it tomorrow, because whoever wins that game, whoever wins that match, will be going to playoffs, and whoever loses does not. That is the highest stakes group stage match I think that we have at the moment.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's another whole discussion that we can have. I'm like
Tomorrow.
correlating. Oh my gosh. I'm just like thinking of of course, like the behind the scenes. I'm like, oh my god, it's be so stressful. But yes, we do have our results for the day. Of course, we have Team Secret. Again, no surprises there. And then Bren Esports and RRQ. All these teams, Fluffy, showing us that they are ready and they are hungry for the playoffs. I think I think Fluffy's still taking the Oasis loss to
a little too hard.
A little bit,
Yeah.
yes. But yeah,
But if he
G10.
was here, I think he would be saying that Team Secret, they have been in playoffs form. They're not letting even Naos dull their shine at the moment, and they still have gotten a win, even though it wasn't as dominant as we have seen in the previous days. Naos gave them a really, really big fight of it. The other two games, nail biters as well, especially RRQ. Man, I really thought that was going to go to a game 3. So did Fluffy, but ultimately RRQ, they're just a little bit too. What is the word for it? Snowbally? They're a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're a little bit too good.
I know snowbally doesn't sound as intense as it actually is, but I get you. I know what you mean. And yes, our schedule for tomorrow, and we have this very, very interesting game with a lot of stakes, including
Yes.
somebody possibly sleeping on the couch as our first game. And we have Alpha Esports Pro and Team Secret and Action PH and Naos Esports. It's gonna get really dicey right off the bat, G10. And as we
Absolutely.
mentioned, I'm gonna keep my eyes on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah, tonight.
Definitely.
Tonight and tomorrow.
Definitely. I think that's where a bunch of the action in this game is gonna be, not gonna lie. But memes aside, guys, Bren versus SBE, this is sudden death for both teams. This is, as I said, the highest stakes group stage match. The result of this literally decides who is going to be going home. Team Secret versus AE Pro. Now that, I think, is a matchup we've had our eyes on ever since I think AE had their second win, or also when we first got Coach Fade on in the interview, and then he did compliment AE Pro for being one of the more consistent teams on the bracket so far. And the last match, still no slouch. We did see them come off a fantastic win today. Man, maybe we can see a little bit more versus Naos. Action PH versus Naos is our last game.
And speaking of Naos, they did put up quite a fight against Team Secret today. So actually hoping that they go out with a bang, tomorrow in the last day of our group stages, because that was a really, really good fight that they gave. I think that the moral victory actually went to Naos for that series. But yes, as we head on over into their standings, Fluffy, yes, are you okay? Have you?
I believe
have you
so. Is everything all right right now? So
Yes.
I think me and my microphone as well was still shocked from the results of the last game.
I think your microphone took the Oasis
It
loss.
took it personally.
But
Yeah,
yes, indeed, our standings.
So overall, we have Team Secret still very strong on the top, one of the best teams in the APAC region, currently 6-0, the perfect score that you can have at the moment. RRQ and Oasis Gaming is already set in stone with the 4-3 standing for both of the teams, and I believe that this current standing includes the tiebreakers, meaning that RRQ will be the second place and Oasis Gaming third. We have the battle of the middle of the pack, the 3-3 scores, Bren Esports, Alpha Esports Pro, as well as Action PH, battling out to see which is an important factor, because going into playoffs, your position does affect which group you're going to end up being in the the quarterfinals, I believe. And of course, unfortunately, for the bottom half, we have Southbelt Esports and Naos Esports, who currently stand at the worst resulting teams for the VCT Stage 2. But as G10, I think, alluded to earlier, the Bren and Southbelt game tomorrow will be one of the most dicey games, as this will basically depend, the result of that game will basically equate to one of the team's tournament lives.
Yes, and as we can see from the standings, I'm still so amazed at how far RRQ has jumped within just a couple of days ago. We were actually saying, oh, RRQ, they're about to be eliminated and everything, and now they're right up there, G10, with Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this week, it was no surprise that RRQ was kind of on the bottom of our power rankings, so to say. But they really did show up, and it comes to, I think it shows how much a team can change in a week's time with the effort and the right concentration, the right focus in training. They really can show their stuff. Either that, or maybe they had a little bit of the SVE blues, had a little bit of group sickness, and then went into that playoffs mode a little bit later. But we are still waiting to see that from SVE, which, case in point, gives a very interesting scenario as well, because SVE, they're the only teams at 2-4 right now. But tomorrow, it is very, very possible, though not likely, that we'll be seeing quite a few teams stuck in 3-4 scoring, with Action PH and Alpha Esports Pro, I think, are still 3-3 in the games. But I think Action PH versus Naos, that may be a little bit of a foregone conclusion. I'm going to say it right now. Action PH probably going to move up to 4-3. But AE Pro versus Team Secret, now that could be a little bit of a stumbling block for SBE or Bren, because if SBE do win, that may be, if Team Secret is still unbeaten, that could be a 3-way tie for for 7th place, and that can make things a little bit dicey in terms of determining who actually goes forward. So another condition for SBE to secure the playoff slot. Now it's just getting tougher and tougher and slimmer the chances for SBE here to get into the playoffs, but that is just another condition that is not in their hands. So in order to get into the playoffs for sure, SBE need to make sure that Action PH win, Alpha Esports Pro lose, and they win their game against Bren Esports tomorrow. So that is like 3 match results, and they're only influencing one of them, which is the worst feeling in esports, I would say.
Yeah, I think with small chances like that basically slipping out of your hands, not a lot of control there. So the best thing every team, including South Built, can do is really just focus on each round, do each game, and just do your best, because it is your last shot. You can't really control anything else. But I also want to highlight something small about RRQ. You know, we talk about Nexi and Draxi a lot from the previous series, and though their group stage run is finished, that means that they for sure make it into playoffs, which is what they're kind of known for, being one of the two of the two players who have always made it to that level of gameplay. So I guess they really didn't want to miss out this time.
Yeah, put a medal on these honor students, man. They have not missed out.
Perfect attendance so far, but that also means that it could be that the best is still yet to come as we head into the playoffs. We have still got our last day though, so stay tuned for that. We would also like to thank all of our sponsors for making the Valorant Champions Tour happen here in the Philippines, such as PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country. Together with Riot Games, they are the reason why we are here today. And of course, the VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet path. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, to end our sponsor role, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside with top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less, Mika's favorite word today, bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor. The ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGX VCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
I learned bezel-less today. I learned punctilious care of one of our casters, Raph. Yeah. I like learning new words here on the broadcast.
New word? Is this vocabulary time for Mika?
Yeah, I like it. I like learning, of course. Well, of course, we have come to the final day of the group stages. Don't miss it tomorrow because it is not over until it's over. On behalf of the prod team, the casters, my co-panelists, Fluffy and G10, thank you guys once again for tuning in. Let's find out together who our top 6 teams will be tomorrow. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you guys same time, same place for VCTPH Stage 2.
See.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made, it's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my face. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other